what's putting me in tonight is the chance to glow. I'm starting to feel it. We got time to be free. Let's go dance like there's no one else. Need my arms around you.
Mitch, what do you think about the matchup with Bait?
One team will reach 13 rounds first.
We win bad boom, after we win vitality, and after this we take top 1.
Dude, you just almost pushed someone off the stage.
Did you show the calories there?
Guys, where am I going?
Well, it's the morning here of IEM Atlanta's Media Day, the first Media Day of 2026. Looking forward to getting into it. We've got FaZe up first, who made it surprisingly to the playoffs in Fort Worth. So I'm going to talk to them and see how they're feeling after a surprising playoff win going over there in Blast. So we'll see how they're feeling this morning in Atlanta. Hello, it's Media Day, everybody's favorite, I know, sorry for, but Nature, we're gonna talk to you. Obviously, I was casting you guys back in Fort Worth. You guys made it to the playoffs really surprisingly. You were a really fun player to watch so far, and I'm looking forward to seeing you here in Atlanta. But, how are you feeling after such a surprising event at the last one? Are you feeling like more confidence now in the FaZe jersey?
Yeah, for sure. I feel more confident. I mean, we had more repetition coming into this tournament. We had more practice. We had more reviews and stuff. So for sure, more confident. Yeah, and it's always fun to play under the FaZe banner.
Yeah. So for you guys, obviously, there was a week in between the last event and this one. So what did you guys get up to?
Sorry?
What did you guys get up to in the time between Fort Worth and Atlanta?
We did some practice. We did some review, of course. I think we had some good takeaways from Fort Worth and the practice. I think it's gonna be way better, even if the time was a bit short. Like we didn't have like full week or like 2 weeks of practice, but I think still a lot of takeaways, and it's gonna be good.
I was casting beside the French commentators, and they were going crazy every time you would get like one kill. So have you felt like a lot of support from the French scene coming into FaZe?
Yeah, for sure. Even before I was in FaZe, I had always a lot of support from the French fans. As an up-and-coming like talent in FaZe, where there's not a lot of players, for sure, like the support is more redirected into you, and for sure, it's always great to have the support of the French fans.
Well, you said you had a couple of takeaways from Fort Worth. So what was the biggest takeaway for you guys as a team?
I cannot reveal all the secrets, but I think there's a lot of takeaways on the communication, especially. I think that if we focus on that, it's going to be great for the next tournament.
Well, all your teammates are all gathered around watching you, got the phones out. You feeling the pressure a little bit?
No, I'm the star player here, so...
Star player here, okay. Well, it's your turn, bro. Yeah, second hit, Jay. Well, I really enjoyed listening. At Blast, it was really fun to listen to your hype that you were bringing to the energy. Yeah, we were listening, we hear you screaming, bring the energy for the team. I really enjoyed that. So, how has it been for you stepping up to an organization like FaZe, becoming the coach? Like, how has that transition been so far for you?
Transition has been actually pretty easy, pretty chill. I expected a bit more obstacles in my way, maybe, but players have been very welcoming. So has upper management been, right? Fans have been really supporting. Didn't expect that, even though the circumstances in which I came in were not the best, obviously. But so far, so good. I enjoy my time here very much, and I'm glad I can share it also again with my young child Ryan,
Oh yeah, well, it's been a pleasure to watch you so far. But so coming into FaZe, like you said, you came in at a pretty tough time, right? So as a coach who's coming in, what is like your plan? What's your goal when you come into the team? Like, what's the first thing you're trying to achieve with this organization and this roster so far?
It's difficult. I mean, most importantly, have to assess the situation that we're currently in, right? And with Kerrigan leaving the team, obviously there's going to be somewhat of a rebuild. So it's for me just to get a feeling for the players, how they're working, how they're operating, how they get along with each other. Then furthermore, also with the coaching staff, build a shared vision that we are working on closely every single day together. And just bring a lot of good vibes, energy into the team at the moment, because we don't know what the rebuild is going to look like. And so as of right now, just focusing on the moment, making sure that the players are being heard, making sure that the players are being helped every single day, and just give them a lot of positivity, a lot of energy, because I mean, the results have been really bad, but a lot of times some of these results didn't really reflect kind of the skill level that they are on or that they have. So it's just coming down to me to remind them of what they have achieved over the last couple of years in the past, and just making sure that people are enjoying themselves, right? And also when it comes to enjoying themselves, giving them a lot of freedom on the server, making sure that they're comfortable both off and on the server. And that's also something I've been working on with Russ or Twist very closely, right? Okay. And has been working really well so far.
Awesome. Well, your teammates are walking off, so we can walk and talk if you'd like to rejoin them. We'll have to get our cameraman to not walk backwards down the stairs. But a question for you I have is, what was something that really impressed you about your team? Because I think going into Fort Worth, no one really expected much of FaZe, to be honest. Like, they were considering this a team that might not even make it out of the group stages. But you guys really showed up. You were competitive the whole way through. So for you, what was something that really impressed you about the players you've got on your team?
I mean, it's no secret that I have players on my team that have a lot of fucking experience, right? So they are very resilient. They have a lot of things in their individual playbooks as well. I mean, I wouldn't necessarily say that I was like surprised by a lot of teammates, because obviously there are big veterans on the scene. So I've been following them myself, not necessarily only like as a competitor, but also sometimes as like just a guy who enjoys seeing good Counter-Strike. Yeah. And you could definitely see that they have shown a lot of good Counter-Strike also in Fort Worth, even though there were still a lot of mistakes. Yeah. But we knew that coming in that there was going to be a lot of mistakes. And maybe one thing I can say is surprised that maybe it's actually the mood. Like I said before, you would expect with the kind of VRS standing that we did have before Fort Worth that mood might be down, might be a bit dire, but it was the complete opposite. And that's probably the thing that I can say I was most surprised with. Besides like CS level, I mean, I knew that they were insane players, right? And maybe surprised by the way they were welcoming both me and Ryan as some sort of lesser experienced guys, right? So they were very welcoming. They're also very accepting of our feedback, our input that we bring every day. Even Ryan is bringing a lot of input, right? So in that case, I was also pleasantly surprised.
Oh, okay. So yeah, I think you mentioned something there about the VRS. That must have been the highest pressure for FaZe coming in as an organization, because you guys were like on the brink of falling out of Tier 1 events completely. Obviously, with the Fort Worth performance, you're kind of back in that conversation again. But coming into Atlanta, Astana's on at the same time, so there's going to be a lot of VRS chopping and changing of points, and everybody going up and down the ranking. Is that the same conversation, the same goal, just to get some big VRS wins here for FaZe? That's the main objective?
Yeah, 100%. I mean, like I said before, for me, it was like coming in here, seeing how everybody's operating, but deep down, we also knew that we need to be performing to a certain level here to at least get some VRS points. Because when I was coming in, I don't think FaZe had 10 LAN wins secured when I was coming in, so we needed to get that LAN wins maxed out again, and we've done a decent job so far with Blast at Blast, right? So now it comes down to us also like kind of replicating this year and also getting some important VRS points. It's not going to be impacting that much on like maybe the major in Singapore, right? But it could be somewhat important for like the tournaments coming up after the summer break. And we do have another tournament after IEM Atlanta where we go to Barcelona, right? Okay. The stake tournament. So yeah, main objective is going to be, for me still, like getting a feeling for everybody, and for the guys, just be in the moment. We haven't set any expectations. So what? We're just going to be going in there and try to play good Counter-Strike, have fun, and hopefully get some VRS points alongside.
Well, thank you very much for your insights. Appreciate it. I'll let you get back to talking to your teammates and getting everything done. But thank you very much, KJ.
Thank you.
Welcome to the lobby. I have been able to grab Skrunk, who is stepping in for BC.Game. Can you tell me about the process right now? Because it seems like there's a lot of things happening in your camp right now, and it's maybe hard to follow for some people at home.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of things happening. I mean, obviously we benched Motius and Argon, so there was like 2 spots to fill in the roster. Then we managed to get Senzu, which is great. And I feel like just the management decided for IGL, they just want to wait out this decision. And I mean, I have played 1 year ago, and I've been, I guess, pretty decent Tier 2, Tier 3 IGL. And like, so it's like, was a natural step for me to maybe step in before making a rush decision, because we want to like have a proper roster long term. So yeah, for me personally, it's like unbelievable. Like somebody like told me 3 years ago, I'll play with Simple and Electronic on LAN. Like it's a fever dream, I always say. But also I take it serious. Like it's not just I'm here for the rules, just to enjoy. Like we want to get far, we want to get some wins, and I've been grinding a lot ever since I heard it's maybe a possibility. Like which was like a couple of weeks ago. I've been playing non-stop deathmatch every day and playing the game a lot. So I can be as much ready as I can be. If I'm ready, we'll see on the server. But Yeah, it's interesting, but I'm excited actually. Like I'm really excited to play.
Yeah, so because I mean, for people that don't know, you called before, right? This was you were able to sort of bring together some younger guys, and you actually played, I think, quite aggressive Counter-Strike. Do you think that will translate well? I mean, I understand this may not be a full-time solution, but it feels like that's a good compatibility fit with the people you have on the roster.
Yeah, I mean, I've played in like, let's just say, weird international mixes before, like with Sangal, where I had like Turkish, German, Austrian, Swedish, Hungarian, like lots of different nationalities. So that's definitely helpful. And yeah, I've played in many styles in my career, so I can try to implement it in this team. But for me, the only thing I need to do is making like Sensu, simple, electronic, and even crazy, just make them able to perform. Because if they're all shooting hard, it's hard to beat us. And that's my main goal. And whether it's fast plays or slow plays, it's always on how you want to approach the game. Every game can be different, but yeah, for me, it's just I kind of do what I did before with my past teams, but here I need to less micromanage and stuff. I don't need to tell them, okay, don't peek here. They know, they know how to play the situations out and win the rounds. So it's easier on me actually than was before. But yeah, my goal is just making them shine, honestly.
Do you think they might even micromanage you a little bit if it really comes down to it?
Yeah. They've been doing like we've practiced a couple of days definitely, and I'm learning a lot as well. Like before, right, we had like a team already with setups and strats and rounds, and I know them of course from coaching, but playing is always something different because when you play, you have like your own idea in mind, and they are definitely helping. They're like telling me, okay, go here, play this, and it's also helping. But yeah. I try to be really like a captain and agile, and they're also accepting it and open to it. Like it's not like, oh, you're standing, we're not taking it this serious. No, we're really trying to be a real team and just making the best out of it.
All right, thank you so much for your time. Of course, we look forward to seeing what you guys can put forward so early on, especially in this new transition. So thank you for your time.
You're welcome.
You have had to go through a few changes recently. How are you finding the new system, I guess, that's being worked on?
I think we are just trying to get more chemistry together because we have like 5 days together practicing. So I don't know. Let's see.
You don't have to go into detail, but are the pracs feeling good from the start?
Yeah, I think Senzo brings us a lot of firepower and openings. So yeah.
You're quite the firepower guy yourself. I feel like you maybe can sometimes underplay that a bit. How has it been finding space between all of the stars that you have on the roster as well?
I mean, in my new roles now, I just have to do my job. They'll probably carry me a lot of times, but if they come to my bomb site, I have to kill them. So
it's always a good feeling when you get carried a little bit.
Yeah.
But I know you've done some carrying at your own. How is it sort of separating from the? I mean, you worked with the Portuguese core for quite some time. How has it been separating the different styles, I guess, that you're going to be playing?
I didn't understand.
So the style of Soul or Muterus is very like, it felt more organized perhaps. How are you adjusting to I guess it's only 5 days practice, but how are you adjusting to the new style?
I mean, it's a bit different because on Saw it was more like on flow, how the games will happen. And here is more, I would say, more structure. So it's a bit different, yeah.
Oh, okay. Thank you so much for your time, Crazy. Thank you for taking the moment. So that's some early looks into BC.Game and the lobby. We'll see if we can find some more teams to grab in a moment.
We've found Navi. I saw someone almost get pushed off the stage, so we're going to have to inquire about that. I'm not sure if the photos... Are the photos done? Are you leaving?
Yes. Take him. He's running away. Take him.
I saw... Yeah, he did?
Yeah, he wanted to.
Dude, you almost pushed someone off the stage.
No, it's not true.
I saw it. I don't know if the camera caught it. I saw it.
No, it's not true.
Well, there's a lot of questions for you, mate. I saw you in the FaZe house.
It's not true, bro. It's AI.
You took a picture with it?
No, it's AI.
Is it really?
No.
You went there or you didn't go there?
No, I went.
So you went to the FaZe house?
Yeah.
So it's not AI?
It's not the FaZe house, but yeah.
Wait, you used to watch them when you were younger?
Not the CS, like the streamer CS.
The Call of Duty stuff?
Yeah.
Bro, Call of Duty. Come on, you know as much as I do. That's not a real game.
No, it is.
Okay, so you've been having a good time in the States?
Yeah. It's already, I think, 20 days here.
Well, that's it. You were here before for Fort Worth. Then you guys were hanging around in LA.
Yeah. From LA, we come here also.
Blade's been enjoying it.
You should ask him, bro.
Yeah?
Yes.
All right. Look, you got to go set up, right?
Yeah.
I'll come find you after. I'll go talk to the boss. All right. Good luck. You've been having a good time in LA, sir.
Yeah, I mean, like all the team, like they were just hanging around, and I think they liked the experience.
You look like you got some sun. You been outside?
I don't think we've been out of sun. We practiced. We had only one day off.
Come on.
We had only one day off, but it was short practice day, so we had time for ourselves. And I think it's not the season yet. The beaches was empty, but it was still beautiful, and some people were there.
So you guys were practicing. Where were you practicing?
In FlyQuest facility.
I feel like I should know that.
They are very nice people, very nice environment, and the office was great.
Okay, cool. So how was the practice, though, in North America? There's not that many teams to play against.
Yeah. Well, we played Marsborn.
Okay, yep.
We played LAG, like LUG.
Yeah.
And we played a lot NRG.
Yeah.
But Bro was playing from Europe with 110 ping or something. It was still good to practice CS, to practice your stuff, you know, like just playing the maps you want and to test some things you want. It's still better than not practicing at all. I think there could also be like wildcard, for example. There are some teams. If you like organize everything good, I think you can find decent practice.
Okay. I have a question for you. Now, this is about the broader Counter-Strike world. The Carrigan Falcon situation. Did you see they lost to 9Z today?
Yeah. It was...
They got owned on Dust. It was like 11-0, and I don't remember the end score, but they were getting owned. But what do you make of the change?
The worst thing is that they lost on city side of Dust 2.
Okay.
This is not something you expect. Maybe T side, was Dust 2 is a very basic map. I think you can just fit your roles, like create a mix like of FaZe player, I mean good tier 1 players, and just to play FaZe, you know, like, and you will still city side might be not bad, right? So find like good anchor long, like Monesis, Operone, like you sure can say some. It's the map is so basic, you can just say some stuff to do and people understand, you know, like push mid or something. So I don't know. I didn't see the game. I saw only the score.
But what do you think about the change with the roster? Don't worry about the result. You know, they've only been together for 2 weeks. What do you think about Carrigan and Falcons?
Yeah, obviously, like any new lineup, you need time, and it's not even a new lineup. If you just change, for example, anchor. Let's say they have previous lineup and they change TESs. It might be much more easier switch, right? But when you change IGL, it's completely different story. You need to. There's a system before him, and you can try to teach him what we have, and he will try to adapt. But now it's even harder. Now he will come with his ideas, right? And now they need to start from the beginning, everything. And now they need also to find to be on the same page and find this balance of voices. So looks like they still want to trust him, like from what I understood, and their main goal is Singapore Major. So we need to wait.
Do you think it's a good change in the long run? If you're making a prediction, if you were going to predict the future, do you think it's better for them, this change?
It makes sense because they need a leader, right? It makes sense if they need a leader, but now he must be the leader. So he needs to lead, and they need to listen to him. If the funny thing that if this will not work, now we know that problem is not in IGL, for sure, right? So there's something else.
Okay. Yeah.
It also shows you something, right? But it makes sense on the paper because Carrigan is the most experienced, I think, or maybe with Apex, 2 most experienced IGLs, right? Who are playing for a long time and a lot of teams. He played so many players, so many like crazy lineups, even NVS sometimes. And he has this experience, and they just need to build. But there's enough material to build good teams. They just need to find system that will work, in my opinion. So it makes sense. It's not for me to decide like if I would do the change or not. Maybe my whole lineup will be different. I don't know. So not only one change.
Okay. Let's go back to a bit more lifestyle stuff. While you've been here in LA, is there anything I should ask the players? Right? Has anything happened? Any fun stories that I should try and dig and learn about here?
Well, I think they went to Beverly Hills to start to shopping.
Beverly Hills?
I think so. Yeah, they've been to Griffith Park. Yeah, I think the funny thing is I was surprised that Makazi was doing photo with Kaisan. I didn't understand that he was his fan from the beginning. And I think no, we didn't hang out so much. We didn't even have some eating in the bar. Yeah. Everyone was like more focusing on Atlanta.
Okay, yeah. Well, you guys coming in here, it's going to be another Na'Vi Vitality final, right?
We actually we're also expecting this.
Yeah.
Okay, but we at the same time understand that the world is not like spinning around only around these two teams. So there is like, first of all, Astana is happening, and we know that other teams also dangerous, like Foot, Astralis, and some underdogs can surprise you, right? I don't know, maybe Bad Boom. Who knows? They're playing for a long time with this core.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so we have experience. We speak every tournament about this, like that. You can lose to underdog very easy as soon as whenever you underestimate this opponent, because you instantly slow down everything. You like show your like sloppy version, you know, and then it's not you anymore. It's like they playing versus different team. So we will focus a lot on this, not to have these surprises and I don't know like how we call it, unexpected results.
Alexi, sorry to bother you, mate. You been enjoying your time in the US?
Yeah, it's been a while now, 2 weeks.
Heard you're a poker player.
Yeah.
You been playing any poker here?
Here? No.
In the US?
Yes.
In LA?
In LA.
Or Texas?
Yeah, Texas, bro, is the best place for it.
It is? I don't know anything about poker.
I'm in Texas Hold'em, so.
That's true, that does make sense. Now I seem like a bit of an idiot. I also heard some people went to Beverly Hills. Did you go to Beverly Hills?
Yes, but I've been there before with the ENS, also with OG. We played CS Summit. I'm not sure if we went to Beverly Hills, but with ENS I went definitely.
Okay, has it been nice here? I can imagine practice. I was talking to Blade, he said, you're playing teams like Marsborn and stuff. It'd be hard to get good practice here.
Yeah, maybe some of the practice wasn't the best, but I think it's just keeping the shape, like trying out new stuff. And NRG was a good prac opponent.
Sorry, man. I'm just getting in the way here. That's what I do.
No,
NRG was a good prac, you said?
Yeah, they played well.
Yeah? Okay. And he said, Blade said Bro was playing from Europe on like 110 ping or something.
Yeah, that was pretty interesting, but I think it's better than nothing, I guess.
Yeah, fair enough.
He was playing fine as well. He was playing good as well, so.
Okay, nice. I guess otherwise, I was asking Blade about the Falcons news with Carrigan. What do you reckon about that?
I think that they made from an outsider's perspective, I think they made the change. It was not a coincidence. They for sure thought about it, like something that they wanted to change. It's hard to still say if it was a good or a bad thing, because I think the form that Falcon showed on the last tournament seemed pretty good. But also, was it because none of them had pressure anymore? Like they all felt that it's the last tournament with the lineup. It's always hard to say. I think we just need to give it like 6 months to, understand better. But what do you think?
I don't know. It's risky the time that they picked, right? I think, because the team that they had for the major, you ride it out. But I guess, look, having Carrigan as the in-game leader of your team and you got the likes of Monacy and stuff in there, it's, I think it's a recipe for success. But whether that success is sooner or later, I don't know. That's the problem I have. You're playing at the moment in the Vitality era, and there's already a lot of other strong, good teams. And Carrigan, he was having a tough time in FaZe. So I don't know. It's a weird one. It's a weird one.
Yeah, I agree. But I think that maybe they understood somehow that for them, the highest chance to win the major or contend for the title was to make a change. Obviously, everybody's thinking how to bring Vitality down. Maybe this was their plan. And I think the first tournament, it's too early to say anything. After the major, we will have a better picture on all of the teams that made a change recently. But yeah, I still think that we need to give it more time than only the major.
For sure. All right. Thank you for your time, Alexi.
Thank you.
All right. Let's jump around here. Oh, Makazi's happy. He's about to sign the sheet. Emma, who's the better poker player, you or Alexi?
Alexi.
Yeah? You taking tips from him, or you learning off him? What's the go? You into it? Are you playing it all the time, or what's the deal with it? Some people into chess.
No, I bluff him every time and I win.
Ah, okay. Big balls plays. Who's the best chess player?
I don't know. I just played a game just before now and I smashed him.
Full luck?
No. I smashed him. Checkmate Insta.
Yeah, I don't know. How are you like? Are you a chess player who's playing online, doing all that stuff, or what? No.
No. I don't even have an account on the fucking.
Was it chess.com?
Yes. I don't know. I don't have.
All right. So poker, chess, Counter-Strike. That's the main focus here. I think looking at this event, it's missing a lot of the top teams. Is that scarier or is that better? You're like, all right, we just deal with a bunch of, easier teams, and then we get in the final and we play Vitality again.
This guy's laughing. No. What? No. I don't think anyone from our team thinking like this. It's basically we treat every opponents like. Obviously, not obviously like Vita, but like a good opponent. Yeah. We are not underestimating them, and then we will play every game the same, I would say.
Okay, all right, nothing fun now. I thought, yeah, we're gonna own all the noobs, and then
we can go to this guy if you want to roll.
Well, here's the thing. Let me have a chat with this guy, mate. You're the best Ancient player in the world, but you can't play Ancient against Vitality. Isn't that a fucked up situation?
It's fully fucked up, bro. I was scared on Ancient.
I reckon we make a rule: Vitality can't ban Ancient against Na'Vi.
To be honest, bro, we said like if they think that they're the best team, they need to pick Ancient versus us.
You should say that publicly. Get in their heads.
I say to Flames in elevator.
Yeah, but get on the news, mate. Say it out there.
We can say to them like, okay, you don't ban Ancient, we don't ban Overpass.
There you go.
I pick Overpass and we pick Ancient.
Okay, nice. Let's do it.
We all have this.
Let's do it here.
We can.
All right, in the final.
Yes.
Yeah?
Yes.
Okay, Alex, you happy with that?
Fair enough.
All right, nice, cool.
At least one map we take it.
Oh, that's great. All right, cool. Guys, we solved it. All right, we've solved it. We'll see the final. We'll sort it out. We'll play Ancient. It'll be great. Boys, I'm going to get out of the way because I feel like I'm blocking it. But thank you for your time, sir. And listen, mate, good luck.
Thank you, bro.
John speaks about improvement as of late, good practice. You feel the same?
Yeah, I feel like we're playing practice.
Yeah, you're playing practice. Is it going well?
Playing, yeah.
Good or bad, or just practice?
Amazing.
Amazing practice. Okay. Nav told me that all the teams here are gonna play hard. You think so too?
Play what?
Play hard.
Play hard?
Yeah.
No, maybe.
What does it mean? What does it mean to play hard?
A lot of intensity, I guess.
Yeah.
Doing their best. We're also gonna play hard in that case.
You're gonna do your best.
Yes.
And you're gonna play hard.
Yes.
Does that mean Liquid will make the playoff?
Win the event, yeah.
Win the event?
Of course.
I like that confidence.
Always.
Always. Even though that Mario didn't show up today, you can still win?
No, it's fine. Like, he's set up.
He's set up. He's over there. Well, you heard it here first. Liquid are going to win IEM Atlanta. Maybe they will.
Yumi, my name is Stunna. Obviously, we jump into the Intel Extreme Masters in Atlanta. Yumi, tell me you're excited about it, man.
I am. I mean, this is my first ever Intel Extreme Masters, and I believe it's Atlanta's first Intel Extreme Masters as well. And they have been graced with so many different products over the years that have enabled Counter-Strike, that have enabled teams and players to get their first leg up in the calendar.
And you know what? We could probably dive down that path, but what about this year, man? I'm tired of America sucking in Counter-Strike. So what are we looking at this time around?
Well, we have two American teams that are both going to be in attendance of the major. We have an NRG that are looking like domestically they're doing quite well, an M80 that last year in Atlanta at DreamHack Knockout were able to win the trophy there. And so we have a couple of budding American projects that have teams rally behind them, and a Liquid that have a divided fan base, let's say.
Yeah, divided fan base. I think at the very least for Liquid. No, but yeah, just to touch back on it, I think there are a lot of teams here, a lot of teams that we're excited to see. I mean, you've got the likes of non-American teams as well. You're looking at, say, BC.Game, for example. Everyone wants to know what Simple's doing. Everyone wants to know how that goes with Electronic in the server, if they find that foothold that they're so desperately looking for. Overall, though, question marks still arise. Where for you?
I mean, we have a FaZe as well that are becoming, I mean, they have always been fan favorites, but this new project with a shift in-game leaders, with Natus coming in as a stand-in, they impressed a lot of people at Fort Worth. And so for them and their Americas tour, FaZe are going to continue to be this fan favorite moving forward, and I'm kind of excited to see what comes next for them.
Yeah, and you know, we have known teams here that are, you know, world renowned. When I say known teams, I'm talking the best one, as if they need an introduction. They go by the team Vitality. Ironically, Vitality did find some footing here several years ago, and that being ZywOo's first kickoff into the international scene.
Yeah, I mean, I think America and Atlanta and a lot of cities across America have done a great job of serving as a springboard for the rest of the circuit. It gives you a sign of things to come, whether that's ZywOo in his first international tournament, whether that's Astralis and the start of what ended up being a 4-major run, albeit from the first major in E-League Atlanta to the FaZe London major. It took them about 20 months to really find their feet, but that became their own era after that point.
Yeah, and the Fox Theater just down the street was definitely rocking for all of that. Shout out KRB. I don't know where you're watching from or if you're even watching, but I'm sure he's up to some good around here. So overall, though, when we look at this big picture tournament here, Yumi, you got to put your money where your mouth is. And what is that?
Well, if I have to put my money where my mouth is, I'm really hoping that IEM Atlanta can serve as some kind of an opportunity for a lot of teams on the lower level. Yes, we have Vitality. Yes, we have a Na'Vi that are, like we were rising up those steps, have certainly risen throughout the Counter-Strike calendar as well. And when we think about those two teams and the 11 teams that are also going to be at the IEM Cologne Major in less than 22 days, those teams have to dare to dream. We have seen how good American soil has been for the teams that dare to dream, whether that's a Cloud9 that make the biggest major comeback and underdog story of all time in Boston, or whether that's a FlyQuest that never won an international tournament until they found themselves at an ESL Challenger Atlanta. When we think about those teams that dare to dream and the 11 teams that sit beneath both Vitality and Na'Vi, we can only hope that Vitality don't become a nightmare.
Yeah, if they're not your nightmare already, they might be here real soon. Cologne just around the corner. We're in Atlanta now, and it's the Intel Extreme Masters. Yumi, let's kick it off.
Really making history. Absolutely phenomenal.
And Ace is the champion of the Intel Extreme Masters World Finals.
Storm's still not quite done. MC is going to take this fight, though. 3 seconds left.
Last 2 rounds of action's got to start it well for ESC.
And this is a massive move for Zez, but he's not content with just a Nexus kill. He wants to win.
And it's all done. Astralis winning. Unbelievable Rogue with a 4-0 victory over Classic. And they did it again in the grand finals. It's Natus! Give it up for your Intel Extreme Masters World Champion!
The Intel Extreme Masters Atlanta 2026 is brought to you by ESL in partnership with Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, and Zoe. Payne sitting across from FaZe. Safe? Do you feel safe?
I guess so.
Let's talk about playing against FaZe today. What are you guys expecting when you jump into the server? I know you guys are on an upswing right now. A lot of matches in a row put together. So when you play against FaZe, what are you expecting?
They're a really good team, of course. They have really good individual players. So just looking forward for this match. I know it's been a long time since I'm on the server. Yeah. But just looking forward for this matchup.
Talk to me about your team and the change of opera role. Let's talk a little bit about that from the Payne side.
I guess we just, we had like 2 weeks of practice, something like this, just trying to figure out, fit me into the system. And yeah, I mean, I don't think there's too much to change, but I'm just trying to help Bigu a lot, inside the server with calls and things like this. And yeah.
Is it as difficult as it sounds, trying to help guide the ship, try to help steer the boat?
It is, you know, because you have more responsibilities. But I think I like this way, you know, and not being in control, but being able to help more your teammates. So yeah.
So let me ask you this: you've been to Atlanta before?
No, it's the first time.
What do you think? Is it hot outside?
Not as hot as in Brazil, you know, but it's okay. You know, it's been nice since we've been here.
Well, we'll be stuck inside all day anyway, so that's okay. Anything you want to say before we get this game started?
Just say hi to the fans and thanks for the support. And yeah.
Easy as that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
IEM Atlanta, or should I say, Intel Extreme Masters Aurora, all right? We haven't been giving this team the love they deserve in our trailers, everyone. I understand it's a tough one. We've got lots of complaints. The phone's ringing off the hook. We need to remedy that right here, right now. I want in-game cutscenes. I need hero shots. I need the highlights of all of these players at the very top. We need to push this to a new degree for the Turkish fans.
Chad, Aurora aren't in Atlanta.
Oh, let's just proceed as normal then. Go!
Good morning, Atlanta. It's time to get into the Intel Extreme Masters. We're back in the United States of America, and we've got FaZe versus Pain. My name is Dinko, joined by Moses for this one. We're going to get into a game we haven't got to see in a while, you know? We haven't seen Pain. We haven't really got to see them for a long time at this point. We got to see FaZe just last week, so we know what to expect from them, but this is an exciting matchup for me.
Well, I don't know if we know what to expect out of FaZe, but we certainly saw like they still have some power in there. So I think this is one of those events where you look to see them replicate some of those things and start building up some of the fundamentals of the team. For Pain, a squad that we were really high on for a while, they dropped out of like kind of the invite bubble earlier this year. Really they were at some of the events to start the year, not super high, but they had some good things going at various points. Yeah. But falling out of the invite bubble, they had a couple very poor performances at events to start the year, not placing at events like Krakow, having a tough time at Cluj. It's been a minute since we've seen them. I haven't seen them since ESL Pro League Stage 2. So since then, they've been, I was looking at it earlier, the last 11 games they played have all been against South American competition over the course of the past 8-9 weeks. So it's been a while since they faced off against top competition.
Well, we have obviously seen FaZe last week in Fort Worth, made a surprising run into the playoffs. We're competitive over that, beat G2.
Wasn't too shabby, was it?
Let's see if FaZe can kick it off here in Atlanta with that same kind of success that they got out in Texas. It's going to be hard to expect FaZe to do great things in the competition again. I'll come into every tournament and say that, but against Pain, definitely you got to say FaZe should be favorites here.
I just heard from Safe as well, talking to Trace before the game began. He hasn't played since August of last year, so it's been a minute for him inside the server and an official as well. So I expect a little bit of rust in that regard for Pain and for Safe. Good information, peeking deep in. Safe spotted a couple players top mid. Now he's going to have to be forced into a passive position.
Not the best welcome back, is it? Well, immediately getting dinked down to 37 HP. Now we've got Period Jr. moving forward. Catches Twist. Julbrud is good for the kill, then Jacob able to respond.
Yeah, frustrating that you get the gush, but you can't complete the kill. In fact, the Dualies is able to turn it right back on you, and there's the boost up. Good job from Big Uzera. So FaZe going to start strolling up short. There's a flash setup.
Flash goes in, VSM into the swing, and he's got himself the first. Frozen to trade it, so it's still an advantage for Pain Gaming, but doable here for FaZe. We'll see if Jacob and Frozen can pull this off. They're grouped up together, and Frozen, nice first shot. Safe dead.
Another one be found here. Big Vincere going down this time to Jacob. So FaZe are turning this pistol back in their favor, and now Snow has to come in and win it on his own.
I think he's been spotted as well. Missed the initial jump, and you could see Frozen back all the way offshore. Yeah, they know exactly where he's coming from. So good luck, Snow. Stuck behind the smoke, and that'll be a pistol for FaZe, most likely.
Yeah, Snow just trying to jump over the top of the smoke. He'll take a tag, and at this point, FaZe should not let it go. Jacob, even at range, with the draw, Beretta is able to take it. And I've got to speak with NKJ. I was telling him that I really enjoyed seeing the energy brought to the server when we was back in Fort Worth. You know, we got to do a lot of listenings and see that a very high energy coach, which obviously is different than what we've seen over the years for FaZe with Neo at the helmet.
Neo and even Robin before that as well. Both relatively chill guys compared to NKJ. Yeah, I remember speaking with the FaZe management in Fort Worth after Blast and talking to them about it. And it was one of the things where they mentioned, like, it wasn't just the Counter-Strike side of things, which is obviously critically important, but just in terms of the kind of energy and attitude he's going to bring in with this unit. So they felt like they got a guy who can bring some energy, which obviously they felt was going to be necessary for the squad. Opening kill for the Deagle of VSM. That's out towards Long Cave. Scout's going to get an additional tag, and FaZe, this is a little bit sketchy right now. Getting whittled down. Another tag coming in. 2 players softened up that can be cleaned up with ease later on by the pistols. Huge advantage to Pain already.
Yeah, not happy about that. Brokey just taking a moment to pause and reflect as Natu and Brokey both low. Jacob already gone. So we'll see if Twists can get a frag here on Big Vincere. He's not actually using... Oh, you can see the shadow just on the left side. Barely past his view model, but he will get it regardless on Twists.
I'm kind of surprised Twist pushed in there. I thought he'd be looking maybe for like an early flank for someone to like kind of push that timing. But regardless, now you drop into a 3 versus 5 and 2 players at 30 HP or less, and this looks like a save. Straight up, FaZe want nothing to do with this round any longer. So Galil brought forward on the hands of Brokey and Frozen, but they get stalled out in round 2 by VSM's Deagle and the Scout of Safe.
And VSM gets a reward as well, right? He gets the AK-47 picked up. So you lose your best weapon as well if you're FaZe over to the CT's hands. So you go from having a great start with a pistol round win to then having kind of a nightmare situation panning out in front of you here.
Kind of feels like you stub your toe a little bit, you know?
Yeah,
Middle of the night,
really
they've just
badly.
woken up. Yeah, your head run in the bathroom.
Maybe even stepping on the Lego at this point.
That one hurts.
So for FaZe, a sad start actually, considering they want pistol. And let's see if Pain can make a run of things.
This is their map pick as well in this series. As FaZe, we've seen them enjoy going here. This is a map that did well for them back in Fort Worth as well just a week ago. So yeah, Dust 2, the opening map. Anubis, the second map pick. Pain choose that one. They looked over at the experience of FaZe on the map. 5 times they've played Anubis, 0 times they've won it. They wanted to head in that direction. Mirage is going to be the decider if we get all the way to 3.
I feel like Pain will be pretty happy with the veto, though, right? Like, Dust 2 has always been a map Big Vincere like to call on, like to play. Not necessarily always the greatest results through every version of the roster, but it's been a map that Pain have always been willing to go to, sometimes even picking it themselves. And then Anubis coming up as their pick is in the follow-up. I think they'll be pretty happy with the veto they've got against FaZe.
Especially two teams kind of trying to piece things together, right? New coach, new IGL over for FaZe. Nachu coming in, standing in, potentially trying to work for a position on the roster. Pain bringing Safe back in after, what, 6, 7, 8 months away?
Yeah.
So yeah, you're still trying to piece things together and having those little easy Dust 2 Mirage A-mappy kind of things, kind of maps in the pool. Always going to be fun in those situations. A lot of battles coming on in middle, around the Xbox territory.
That was a good kill from Big Vincere. That's Twist going to be gone, and this round fizzles out extremely quickly towards the end. So that'll be a 2-1 lead here for Pain Gaming. And not a lot of money, obviously, here for FaZe, so very likely to be 3-1 in the lead here for Pain.
That looked a little disorganized though on the FaZe side, right? Like it felt like there was no real plan of what fights you want to take, of where you want to take the action. You just kind of you take the fights that were presented to you in middle. Unfortunately, you lose all of them to the M4s, to the Scout. Really well done from Pain these past 2 rounds. And FaZe going to be forced back to Glocks.
Well, I had a conversation with FaZe ahead of this. Obviously, what would be their goals and main accomplishments they want to achieve over the next few events here, and it's all about getting VRS points, right? It's a team that have gone through significant changes. Carrigan going over to Falcons, a team that are just in free fall, not making the major, so falling out of the invite pool. And then over in Fort Worth, it seemed like it could be a complete disaster, because if they don't get any wins there, then their ranking is so low, they're just going to be out of contention for.
And they got some lovely upsets there for the VRS points.
Yes, they really did. And obviously, that can change pretty quickly, though, like because there's a lot of games over in Astana at this point.
Yes.
And with that format, those underdog teams as well are going to get a lot of games, a lot of chances to win points in the VRS system. So you can fall spots very quickly, even after all that hard work done in Fort Worth. So really important for FaZe here to continue to get some wins, and then we'll have a smaller event coming up after this as well. So, I mean, for FaZe, it's just recovery mission. Really try and stay relevant. Try and just stay high enough. Keep your head above water. You don't drown.
Well, especially for players that have the level of experience the FaZe guys do, you don't want to be put in a situation that Pain is going through right now, which is you fell completely out of the invite bubble. Now you've missed, 3 months, 2 months of Tier 1 events,
Yes.
and now it's going to, you're trying to work yourself back in. For FaZe, for those players, that's a disaster.
Well, it's a disaster as well for FaZe overall, because then what if you're out of the invite bubble, then what intentions, or rather incentives, does Frozen have to want to stay in the team,
Sure. Well, they're going to try and work themselves back into the best situation possible as the major looms around the corner, and then Season 2 will be set to begin afterwards. Season 2 of 2026. So trying to do everything they can to kind of bolster their position going into this the off stretch.
We got a buy coming back for FaZe, so the rifles are going to come on out. There'll be no AWP for Brokey just yet, so Galil for Twist, everybody else on the AK-47.
Safe's going to have his op on the other side of the board.
Ooh, unrivaled
CT
as well.
side AWP, yeah, get a chance to just take those deep angles with no concern about an opera on the other side. Galil still in the hands of Twist as well. Utility's fine for the FaZe side of things. More than anything, let's see what this round looks like. I think the last two, round 2, round 3, it looked like a plan gets stopped before it even really begins. Here's the 2 smokes. Molotov towards short to prevent an aggressive peek, and we're going to be coming right at it. Twist walking down the mid-ramp.
Yeah, Molotov towards Safe. Let's see how quick he reacts. Shadow going to help him. 2 players peek him, and Safe gets away. So great work to get that opening kill, untraded by the FaZe players.
Molotov missed. It went a little bit too deep. It didn't touch the corner of where the boosts were. So both players were happy to kind of stand there as the flames burned. FaZe turning that corner. Twist might have thought that that was going to be an angle that wasn't even something he had to worry about. Didn't hear the ticks of the Molotov and completely punished. So piece of utility causing issues for FaZe. Now they move into catwalk control.
Smoke goes up, they push forward. We've got Frozen trying to get a kill back here for FaZe, at least some space. He moves deeper and deeper, but Big Ozar pulling attention, frees up Snow, but they now think about it. Towards Goose, they will fight, and Jacob wins out on top of it. So Plant going to be coming through, and a 4v4 because of that kill from Jacob, and now they fight long, and there's nowhere to run, and Big Ozara stands and fights and wins it against Frozen.
There's a long lurk coming in, though. Nechu's making his play right now. Backs are turned, 2 kills likely, and he's got them both. Beautiful, beautiful job on the long lurk, and that should alleviate the pressure of this retake, as Safe is going to prioritize the op.
Yeah, that's a brilliant play from Nechu.
Exactly how it's drawn up. Very, very passionate due to the success on the, very, very patient due to the success on the catwalk entry. That was cool too. I like seeing that kind of an attitude out of Frozen, right? 4v5, he drops a Molotov, he extinguishes it immediately, runs through his own smoke. He really messes with the timing that Pain think. They're not really prepared for an attack to begin at that point, so he gains a lot of ground really, really quickly for pretty cheap. No utility really had to be spent, and that's the second round for FaZe.
I've just turned the massage setting on the chair, Jason, on our new autofill chairs. It's pretty sick.
Pretty sick?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I saw that earlier. I haven't touched it yet. I'm going to work on it later. I don't want to be distracted, you know?
Yeah, I mean, that could really relax the players in some ways.
I probably could. Just crank it on in a clutch.
It's like, boys, everyone, hit the button. Safe. Going to be making sure he tries to fight with his AWP he carried over. Looking out towards the top mid boxes. He's going to look into lower now instead. And you realize as an all-pro, there's a certain timing on how long you can stick around in that short peak. So he'll retreat. He'll change up his position and go towards long.
Good damage, though. Good chip damage onto Frozen, brought down to 37 or 67 HP. Mid control for FaZe. Haven't really seen them attack directly at the B bomb site or long yet in these first 5 rounds of play. And once again, it feels like they want to mess with middle a little bit before making a decision. VSM and Safe both aggressive out towards long on the defense. I imagine VSM is going to fall back as Safe takes a deeper angle with the AWP, free up that rifle to be a little bit more mobile across the map. And just past the 1 minute mark remaining in round 6, FaZe yet to make a move.
Well, Flash at the ready for Brokey to unleash Twists. And Frozen sends them forward. Molotov this time is good on the ledge, but no one's there. So they've got the short control they've been looking for here, FaZe. And they've got some time to work with, 40 seconds.
Yeah, it's always the point of the round where you're saying, have we do we want to fall into a mid to B split? Have we applied enough pressure to make that weakness? Is the previous success off catwalk going to be able to prime them to have more attention on short? They're coming right through.
Here they come. VSM steps up to the mark, but Twist's able to knock him on his ass. You've not got Big Zara waiting inside of the site. 18 seconds on the clock here for FaZe, and they're not getting towards the site here. They start to fall back, going for a last-ditch effort to try and get that bomb over to that B site, but look how far away the bomb is, and it's not in the right position to get to a bomb site. So disappointingly, FaZe look like they're in the better position in the player department, but just not with the time on their side.
You know, that round, I mean, obviously it sucks and it's a bit gut-wrenching for FaZe, but I think if you're NKJ behind them, like those kinds of round losses you can live with, because that tactic actually looked really cool from a strategic sense, right? You had like really measured kind of controlled aggression on short to take the attention, make it feel like a set piece and an execute, and then you had your lurker in mid and your lurker at the B bomb site open up the other side of the map. Obviously, with the time running out, it sucks and you lose the round and it looks a little bit silly. But you'll take those round losses because the plan worked, and this is a new team coming together with an IGL that's not super experienced, so that kind of stuff is going to improve and get put in its place as time goes on. I think you just got to be happy at the moment that the tactic actually worked straight up. That's the conversation right now. Down 2-4.
They're just coming back into this. Let's see what Baroki has available right now, only with the Tech 9 in hand. But the rifles out for the rest, two of which are Galil's in the hands of Frozen and Twist. So you can see how battered and bruised FaZe are at the moment. And a chance to get into a really strong position here if you're Pain.
Their economy's taken a couple heavy blows in the early stages in the first 6 rounds of this, right? Losing the second round after winning the pistol. Now you have one where, 3 players survive and, you don't get the extra bonus money to drop everything over. So yeah, economy's been a bit of a struggle to get settled down if you're on the FaZe side of things. A lot of Galils in play. And this opens up a little bit calmer than most of the other rounds, at least from the T perspective. CT side, they want to see what's going on in Upper Dark. Furia sees nothing with that flashbang. Meanwhile, Nachu and Baroki are able to call out that piece of information that B tunnels was just cleared.
Well, Frozen getting melted and forced back into the open, which gives the AWPer the clear line of sight. So Safe able to get the opening kill.
Good pressure applied to force him into the open as well. He thought he might be able to survive, was even considering extinguishing the Molotov.
Look like they might be able to get a move on in front of that utility, but they decide to hang behind it. Safe is starting to pick them apart, so happy to be back inside of the server.
Yeah, it doesn't look like he's been gone for 6 months.
It really doesn't. Picked up right where he left off.
Might even be longer than that. I think it's closer to like 9 months. Drilling some shots here today, though. 6-2 for Safe. And once again, FaZe, it feels like Plan A has been taken away, Plan B's been ripped out of their hands, and Plan C might just be to save.
Yeah.
Look at VSM, though. He's already pushed out long, and he's like, okay, like, they just stalled you out at the B bomb site. You're not going to want to go through that. I will come back and cut some of this off.
Here he comes. VSM going to be sort of ruthless here. Jacob at least detecting him early enough. VSM goes back into the fight. He will win at least one of them, and it's very costly here for FaZe Clan. He hasn't even got his hands on a better weapon here.
Yeah, he missed the AK-47 at the end as well, so he'll only be bringing the Tech 9 through. All right, it's getting worse now for FaZe. It's headed in the wrong direction, quite obviously. And yeah, let's see what they can piece together. 5 of the last 6 in the favor of Pain. Yeah, just saw a little bit of the side, able to take him down. Twist out middle, can't lurk to find the kill. And Pain being really, really sharp with fundamentals, not wasting utility, still able to have 2 smokes at the B bomb site to stall things out later on. I think this is still the one of the weaknesses we kind of saw to this FaZe team back in Fort Worth as well, that they're going to have to kind of figure out. Is it feels like sometimes the openings, I got this sense when we were in Texas, rely a lot on individual decision-making and initiative rather than like a great, consistent plan round after round.
But the crazy part is, something we learned last week, is that FaZe can be off for almost the whole map, and then suddenly, oh, everybody's online, and everybody's hitting every shot. So you kind of sit here in anticipation of that happening, but might not.
It's been happening less and less as the years have gone on.
Yeah. Safe is going to be looking up towards top middle. Oh, no. The hero AK has turned against him, and Natus has killed his own teammate, and now he's dead as well.
It'll happen. Smoke down towards the double doors. Twist, Brokey, and Jacob 3 versus 4. Vincere playing real passive back towards Goose. There's some real estate up short to work with. VSM has got to worry about long and short to help his teammates, so he's going to be stuck between 2 mines. Thankfully, no long lurk in this round. And he'll see all 3 and call it out. Well done from VSM and Vincere. Double peek, and they handle the business, the attack. 6-2, a 4-round lead.
FaZe will always have that pistol round, though. It was a good start.
It's a double op setup now for Pain.
Yeah, there's the team kill.
Yeah, that sounds about right. All you can do is laugh a little bit. Unfortunate. Okay, so switching into a double op, which I'm not gonna like criticize it, but everything's been working without the double op. Now you've switched into a very expensive setup. You do have the strong economy to support it. Let's see how it goes. Snow's got the other one.
Well, frees up Safe to be aggressive, and missed shot. So it goes sailing past Natus. They've got information on one of the AWPs. We'll see what kind of reaction FaZe make based on that. So they've got the smoke out blocking the mid doors. They'll start moving up through Cat. Safe is drifted over. Now it's CT spawn with his op.
It's going to be interesting to see how he decides to play this round, Safe, because the second op is Snow over at the A rail. So it almost feels like, you know, if an op is shifting over to support an AWP at that A bomb site, it can get a little bit hectic and not as strong of a defense as you'd like. So Safe's going to stick around and maintain that presence over in middle. If he fires out that op one more, if he fires the op one more time, they might not even believe that Snow, they don't know about the double op setup yet.
Two ops defending the A site. You don't see this all the time, especially in these kind of positions, but really thinking FaZe are going to be going towards the A bomb site. They've got 45 seconds left.
The real issue is the drop down into the mid to B split. Vincere is boosted up, so he has an advantage, at least maybe for the first kill, but if too many slip past him, those ops trying to retake middle and the B bomb site are just not going to work.
Yeah, well, here they come. He knows now. So Twist dives down. Vincere is ready for that. Gets the kill, but hunting down the trade is frozen, so Pyria has to go massive, otherwise this round is done. Oh, the bomb's gone down though. They have to pick that up, have to scoop the bomb back up and get it into the site. No one's doing it because Frozen's pinned towards CT, so 15 seconds left. Netsu's gone down. FaZe about to lose this round. Frozen's got to get to the bomb, and he's trying to get there through the doors. 9 seconds left, and he's made it into the site, so the plant is going to come through, and he's got the information. Shots were whizzing past him. Flashes go up into the sky, and Frozen with the reload. They move in. He takes a dink, and he can't get any of the kills. So Frozen falls. Pain still win this round. And confusion as FaZe lose the bomb. Pyria gets the all-important kill from defending that B site. And another round ticks in favor of Pain.
Yeah, that's the critical impact kill, isn't it? He said he had to go massive. Doesn't actually have to. Just picks the right kill to grab. One player going to the window. He missed that chance, but drops the bomb. And then those AWPs, while they suck at rotating over and trying to retake that space, perfect if you would just want to take some shots through the smoke around the edges for it as they try and pick up the bomb and scramble into the site. That is a huge round win that you've just snatched away if you're Pain, and now FaZe have to be feeling horrible. Now there's no silver lining you can scrape.
Yeah, that started to feel like the way out. That started to feel like, okay, finally we've broken back into a round victory. And then you start bringing up what you said, which is the fact, you know, Pain have invested in the double op setup. It's heavy, it's expensive. Maybe it starts to weaken them towards the end of the half here.
Well, they've switched away from it now that the second op was actually spotted on the field. Snow drops it, happy to just kind of relinquish the AWP and picks up an AK-47, so transitioning back.
But please, we need to step the fuck up and play our game, okay? Yep.
All right, so...
Simple, really.
Yeah. Simple but not easy.
Yeah. We'll see if they can do it. A few more rounds left here in the half here for FaZe. Can they get any of them?
Frozen Twist and Natus with the bomb up in B tunnels. Looking for a challenge, looking for a fight. And Twist is going to step forward even further.
And walk into the end of the tunnels. We'll do some damage to Snow. Grenade will respond. And they'll force FaZe back. We'll start making their way through the lower tunnels. Safe has been all over the place, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's been all across the map. It's been really cool seeing him be that kind of proactive and changing up his position against FaZe. Middle a number of times, got some opening kills off short, now playing out towards long. And FaZe still content to run this default have taken Xbox control, probe, and test middle a little bit. You've left Nature to watch for any pushes and tunnels. Frozen and Twist going to be the first players to step forward and take control of some of the map. Snow and Pyria wait on the other side.
Here they go around the corner. Snow mowing them down. That's the bomb. And FaZe are collapsing before our very eyes here. Snow just destroys them. And Nature now left inside of the B bomb site. Absolutely no hope at getting into this round whatsoever. This is really surprising to see Pain playing at this level and really just outclassing FaZe at the moment.
I think this is one of those periods in FaZe where Fort Worth was the kind of team playing together and kind of just going for it and doing some really cool things. I think now that you've had some time, they're probably trying to institute some things. As I watch this, I feel like if we talk to Pain after the fact, I think they have to feel like this has been an easy game for them to read. There's been nothing too crazy, right? Like when they throw the catwalk railing smokes, generally they're coming catwalk. This one, they get 2 players out middle, you hear the footsteps, double smoke and CT, you know where they're coming. I feel like Pain is just having an easy time getting a step ahead. No flashbang around the corner as well, so very easy for this vertical stack to just shut down the hit.
And it feels like FaZe are really struggling in the opening kill department, right? They haven't been giving themselves advantages, and we've seen as soon as plan A is dead, it's very difficult for FaZe to find any success in plan B. So at this point, Pain just in full control.
FaZe have found 1 opening kill in this half of play. That was Twist. Can't even necessarily remember which exact round that was, to be honest with you. But not going well, clearly.
Possibly the pistol?
Could have been. Oh, here we go. Here's the step up.
Here we go, it's forward. Oh no, FaZe, you just can't catch or break it all. Pyria goes in, walks away with a triple, and FaZe have no chance in this first half. This is just insane.
Yeah, no one's taking easy, cheap deaths as well from Pain, so you're not even getting easy equalizers to try and, contend for anything. Bombs dropped all the way back in the tunnel, so Frozen's got to disappear off short, leave Twist to his own devices. Lovely shot from Safe, and Big Vincere with the cleanup as Twist drops off short. 9-2, final round of the first half. A very one-sided affair thus far. This is just, it's gone the wrong direction. Ever since the moment FaZe secured the pistol round victory, it's just all gone horribly wrong. And Pain now getting aggressive and in your face with some confidence, being disruptive, disjoining all your attacks, finding great timings. And they're looking to extend this to double digits as they head into the halftime break. And FaZe, they're going to call a B-rush to close out the half.
Well, keep it simple. Just try and get yourself the last round if you can. Burst through that B side. Pyria throws down the defensive smoke. It won't work. Twist just runs around the side of it. So finally an opening kill here again for FaZe. They break into the B bomb site. Now they've got to hold on to it. And okay, that looked like a tough clear for Safe. He still wins it with AWP. Brokey trades it out. Now 4v3 hold of this site for FaZe. Gonna throw all the utility into this Paint. Toss everything you've got. Really attempt this retake. Still possible. Frozen plays at window. Brokey down inside of the site. FaZe just trying to get the bare minimum of 3 rounds here in this first half. And Brokey's going to move forward with Frozen and Twist, and they will secure a third. But right now it is Pain in full control. Their Atlanta run is looking good so far. Welcome back to the Intel Extreme Masters Atlanta. Only one team really showed up in that first half. It was Pain leading the way over FaZe 9-3. That's despite losing the pistol round as well, Jason. So win a pistol here, and Pain are on their merry way to an opening map win on FaZe's map pick. So this could be a very rough time here for FaZe.
Let's see how it goes. Obviously, I think we both noticed a little bit of sketchiness in the FaZe side of things. You breezed through it. I was like 9 rounds in with 1 entry kill.
Most important objective right now is just to find our footing in this game, boys. Okay? Means we need to find confidence. We need to find team play. We need to find our void.
That's some opening kills.
They're doing a lot of looking. They're searching for a lot of things right now. Doesn't bode well. He's not wrong though. They do need all of those.
Yeah, they absolutely do. But yeah, opening kill department, a tough time for FaZe. That's got to change here in the second half, and we're going to start things with a pistol round. Flash towards Frozen. Goes out for the peak. Bomb carriers through already. Frozen stays composed to get the one, but the trade from Furia comes in, and even better, a kill through the smoke as Baroki leaps through and dies.
How fast do they scale up short? Okay, they're going to sprint. So Jacob hears all this. Now he calls it out. Twist doesn't have to hard rotate. They have an open avenue into the bomb site. Jacob's going to try and put a stop to it. Oh, he does. Oh my God, how has he got all 3? Well, that's exactly what the doctor ordered. NK said it.
Dude, Jacob's a pistol player, man. Those shots are insane. Okay, lovely work from Jacob. That third one is beautiful. And now Snow left in a 1v2. Now, he could still win this, and it would be the most devastating round for FaZe. After all that heavy lifting here for Jacob. And a must-win pistol. Snow has 40 seconds, bomb down to a CT. It's going to be so tough for him, especially with Jacob's position and the cover he has here. And the distraction. So Jacob goes on, gets that quad kill. A couple of nice Kubas to ring out inside of the team.
That's an insane sequence. I don't even know if that was like the only way they win the round. Twist is still over at long, but if he gets stuck into a fight and he knows he's got to fight his way out. Just wanted to take one quick shot at a head. That's the one he wanted. That peak follows up, and it's like, why the hell not? I'll transition to all 3. Yeah, style points for Jacob.
All right, well, that's a must-win round, obviously, for FaZe. They've won both pistol rounds now.
Yeah, normally something you'd be happy about. Both pistols and only 4 rounds on the board, though, is a little bit devastating. Let's see if they can convert this second one. Failed to do it in the opening half. Whittled down. This should be an easier affair, especially if Fury is going to give you that peak. So early 5-on-4 for the FaZe defense. And really now, especially with the advantage, with the Glocks unarmored, there's no investment here from Pain, so should be an easy time. You mentioned it as well. I mean, we just heard the talk during halftime from NKJ, coach of FaZe, saying they need to find some confidence. You mentioned in the first half, we've seen this team kind of struggle and labor and look flat and then snap into shape, and then it all changes. So that's what FaZe is looking to do right now, is build off this pistol round win, go on a little bit of a streak that kind of establishes your presence in the game for probably the first time today, and then just run with that momentum into a victory on Dust 2.
Well, tap it away is old Jacob. And it's going to be safe. Who's caught? Vincere hiding inside of the smoke. Eventually, they'll find him as well and put an end to this round without losing a single player. So money can start to get stronger immediately here for FaZe. We'll get Payne into the buy. AK is coming out across the board.
Yeah, big round for both teams. Obviously, with the bonus round nature of having the 3 MP9s, if you get some upgrades into those AKs, economy is just unstoppable from that point for FaZe. So Payne's got to be very careful and make sure that this is a round in which they do some decent damage as well, even if you do go on to lose it. That lead dwindling pretty quickly. 9-5 now. Safe Snow and VSM headed towards the B-bomb site. Vincere watching for those mid pushes, jumping over the boxes. Piria's going to be there with the bomb as well. His responsibility falls towards long eventually. At the moment, spotting to make sure nobody's peeking or pushing middle. His attention will go towards long A to prevent pushes from that location eventually.
There's Frozen into the peak through the mid doors, and it hasn't worked out for him. VSM getting the opening frag here for Payne.
It's a lot of utility dump, though, that Payne is happy to see. I mean, VSM just backs away, sees nades coming from the left and the right side of middle, so calls that out to his team. 2 HEs and a Molotov used to stem the tide of that attack, and a good kill from Jacob.
And making their way through the doors, though. FaZe flipping this back in their favor all of a sudden. Both of those kills going against Payne.
It's where it's like, it's where I look at it and I'm like, it's unfortunate that Payne stuck around and just kind of took those fights, in, like, because you sensed what was happening. You knew there was a lot of pressure in middle, backed off it. I thought you could go elsewhere, but they stuck around waiting for the fights even longer. Now, Snow's opened up the B bomb site and the escape route for you. 3 defenders of FaZe coming short right now. MP9, low HP on Jacob, and no real utility to activate.
Oh, yeah, this is tough. You at least pick up a smoke along the way. But that one peek out from Natus, that might just cost FaZe everything in this round. So they've got a kit available on 2 players. Let's see if they can get back through. They're set up pretty strong here in the post plant. Smoke goes out towards tunnels, but they get smoked at doors.
That's going to call it off.
You just don't have any flashes to go through it. You have no nade to break it. So
one window of opportunity might have been twist Molotov towards car. It's a flush Snow out, and maybe you take that kill and play the 3-on-2. But obviously that's a perfect world with a bird's eye view of everything. So 10-5, Payne hit double digits. FaZe get away with 2 AK-47s and 3 rifles, so another very strong buy for them. This isn't super devastating anyway. Economy's fine. Have the op out in the next round. And we'll see if they can get back to their winning ways.
Very back and forth round though, but Snow can be happy with himself. The fact that he's able to create that opener on his own towards the B bomb site and get his team the round win, because it was looking pretty lost after 2 players march through the mid doors and die.
Yeah, see this, I think they just get caught here like trying to trade this, right? Like Jacob finds himself a kill. The second player kind of swinging in it there is like, I'm just going to try and punish this situation. This isn't planned, I'm trying to take advantage of it, but sucked into the fight where they knew most of the defense was as well. That felt very punishing. It's really nice for Snow to open up the B bomb site for Payne. Get them that 10th round. 3 away from sealing this first map away from FaZe, and Piria's got another opening kill.
Yeah, Jacob getting tanked, and an opening frag for Payne. We know that recipe was very successful in the first half, right? FaZe were really struggling to convert any man deficits in their favor. So at this point, it's starting to look rough for FaZe. You know, if you lose this, we're down 11-5 at that point for FaZe. How are you going to come back into the game?
They're trying to give Brokey as much time as possible in middle to find a pick with this AWP, right? Like nobody's shifted over to help Twist. He's alone at long. They've basically just kind of gambled a little bit and said, we're not going to play anyone short. If you guys head up in that direction, we'll figure out if we want to handle it or not. But for now, they want this AWP of Brokey to find an equalizing kill, bring it back into a 4-on-4.
As the push forward, Frozen going to be taken out by VSM. Brokey trying to step out into the open, but VSM, he has been spotted at least. Can Brokey get this frag? No, he misses a crucial shot. Then Twist dies trying to make the release play. And now we've got Natus waiting at the back of the side. Nothing he can hope to do here whatsoever. Dominant round win here from Payne.
I think the Molotov thrown by Natus towards middle to try and help Brokey actually made it worse. He couldn't see when a VSM kind of swung out behind the flames. But FaZe get just picked apart here. Natus fighting just to survive, and that's not going to happen. Snow takes away the AK-47, gives a loud yell. We've got an 11-5 score, a 6-round lead for Payne, and that's most of the money. That's a lot of the money taken away for FaZe, but they're just in that desperate situation where you have to buy, have to put together whatever you can. There's the opening founding out towards long. Jacob can't handle the fight. VSM doing good work over in middle in this round.
A certain feeling, I'm sure, in the FaZe camp right now that this one might just be lost. We've got Pyrie coming out long, and they had their chances to kick off this half. It looks much stronger than it's currently, but a great start to this round at least for Frozen and Jacob. 2 openers as Payne thrust themselves through the long smoke. It hasn't worked out at all in their favor.
Yeah, very committed to that long play as well. 2 Molotovs came in, they saw and heard both of them. One in the double doors, one out towards the blue bin to make sure that nobody can swing wide. They still elected to go through the flames, extinguish the Molotov, and swing for the fight. Now, you can still recover this. We can see on the minimap 4 players for FaZe defenders over at the A bomb site. So they're going to have to be aggressive and start making their move. But this is a lot of time for Natus to be on his own. MP9 playing car at the B bomb site. He's got 2 players coming at him.
Natus, MP9 in hand. They'll walk right in towards him, and he can get absolutely nothing. At least the reaction from FaZe is quick. Twist off short, getting safe, and now a 2v4. Can Payne actually pull this off? This would be an unbelievable post-plant hold, and oh my god, VSM gets away with it. Snow gets a frag, but he's taken down low. 19 HP all the time, and he looks away just as Frozen steps into him. I thought for a second there that risk from Frozen to step in on his own was going to cost him around there, but he gets lucky enough on the timing for Snow to look away.
Yeah, there it is, that plan from FaZe. Everyone over to the A bomb site will push short after the fact. Safewiz had his eyes focused on double doors and middle, and just gets taken out for free. He was the one covering that rotation back from FaZe. Nice opening provided. A couple rounds they've been able to hit the B bomb site late where Natus is playing alone. Almost get away with it in this round. Might be something they go back to in the future if they start to sense that weakness is going to be there. That opportunity is going to be there round after round.
Well, FaZe keep themselves alive for a little bit longer, but can they get the reset? Can they push Payne down to weaker weapons? If they win this round, they will do so. Give themselves a bit of breathing room. Still a decent buy here for Payne. It's going to be heavy towards B. They're going to be coming at Natus, and I think he's been a little bit of a weakness at times on this B side through this map, so they're coming at him one more time.
I have a tough time calling him the weakness, more maybe the B defense. He's been playing a lot of rounds alone that we've seen them come in his direction. Brokey this time shifts over. Felt like they had the opportunity the moment there. 4 players looked like they were primed to hit into that B bomb site, but call it off due to the smoke. Now we have mid control. We got Big Vincere with standing up on short, gained a lot of ground. He's calling the team back right now.
Well, there was no real opening to make that initial B plan work. Utility blocks them out, and Payne very quick to spread out into the default. They've got cat control. And under a minute on the clock.
They stayed very spread out for a while. Big Vincere has been here looking for somebody to peek for like 20, 30 seconds now. I thought maybe he would have called them to group up earlier to go for a hit, but they're really going to run this clock and play it slow. There's the flash to activate Big Vincere. Oh my god, what a shot at range.
How does he get away with that? Oh, that is brilliant for Big Vincere. Brokey can't get the kill from inside of the site. Now he has to go out for the peek. Needs Twist to get his frag, and he will. So Twist gets traded eventually by Big Vincere. Now Brokey worried about the tunnels push as well. And he pulls the knife just as Snow steps into the open. And now they move in. Payne get into the B site, and they are looking for map points. And it's all off of that Big Vincere opener dropping down towards CT.
That's a wild shot to drill as you land. The old SWAT drop tactic. It's worked perfectly here. And they're so firmly entrenched in this B bomb site. I don't even think a retake is possible. No kits on Frozen or Jacob, so they're just backing away.
Yeah, well, Jacob can't really get away. He's very committed to it, so he does get the kill. Now he can run away. But a huge round to win here. And Big Vincere with a superhero landing down towards CT spawn. Frozen making it expensive on the way out, but Safe keeps the big green gun.
Yeah, unfortunately, the FaZe weapons are way more valuable to them than Payne's weapons are. So Safe will get away with the op. They'll be able to buy right back up. Couple players at 3,500 going to be sketchy out of a round win, but they've got 6 chances to close out this map of Dust 2. And money is still not going to be set in any significant way for FaZe. They're going to have the same economic issues. 5-7 being picked up, Deagle, MP9s. That's nasty. Why you got to do them like that, Big? Brutal way to drop and get an opening kill. Big Vincere, 12 kills for his team. Incredible performance across the board for Payne players. Top fraggers at 14 kills, lowest fraggers at 11. It's been a team effort from start to finish.
All right, well, safe. Okay. That's at least something here for FaZe. Is there any further kills, any further action in favor of FaZe as they continue to push into the tunnels? Itchu and Twist both winning fights of MP9s.
It's the classic struggle of getting to getting to 12 with relative ease and not being able to get that 13th on the first go.
Yeah, you'll always have some resistance coming in around like this, even the weaker weapons on the other side. And a lot of heavy lifting, but it would be incredible if Pain still won this round.
They have an avenue open into the A bomb site, and I mean, I know it's a 4-on-2. Twist is starting to push towards T spawn, so he's going to be putting together what exactly is happening. I have to imagine FaZe pretty much know that the A bomb site is going to be where this finishes. So you're going to have time if you're Pyria and Vincere to set up in the post plant. But with Frozen weakened, Netsu weakened, MP9 in play, Deagle in play, no kits, very little utility, this is not as difficult of a post plant for Pain as you might think in a 2v4.
No, but especially because they have some time to get into better positions, right? You're getting one player outlaw, Pyria moving forward. If he wins this fight versus Twist, he gets to maintain this long position. But when does Twist activate?
Well, how much is Pyria going to trust Vincere to hold on?
Oh, he's just still holding. Twist coming around the corner. Pyria's won. That Vincere on the follow-up, and they're about to close in style. It is being dominant for Pain. They lose both pistol rounds, but it doesn't even matter. Pain prevail, 13-6 on Dust 2. A dominating win over FaZe Clan, Jason.
Absolutely a dominating win. I mean, Pain here, that's incredible. They're able to bounce back from both of the pistol round losses. On top of everything, able to return those, able to get the opening kills. I'm surprised at the dominant performance of Pyria. 16 kills is absolutely beautiful. He had that triple kill in the B tunnels. He closes it out here. This is lovely from Pain, and a Pain that I didn't really know what to expect.
No, I really didn't expect this from them, and the fact that they were stepping up this strong, you know, Vincere making plays, safe looking good on the AWP. I'm excited for the second map to see if Pain can keep this up. FaZe are nowhere to be seen. They better show up in Atlanta, otherwise it's going to be lost to kick off their campaign.
Yeah, Dust 2 definitely not going the way they wanted to over the FaZe side of things. However, for Pain, looked pretty good. Pretty convincing to end it like you did right there. That's pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, it's good to see that Pain are hitting the ground running with Safe. You know, that's a player that rejoins the roster. I talked to him yesterday, actually, and he was saying that, you know, the philosophy feels very similar to his last encounter, and that's a great thing to hear for a guy that's standing in and stepping into this moment, because Pain need that stability, because Safe actually was having a field day on that CT side.
Yeah, and, you know, just catching up with him before the game, he was talking about the idea of helping out and putting that input in where he needed to, and what was an otherwise change within how things operate around here. You got to think about the moving components of a team.
Yeah, and I think really when we break down, you know, this game, I think FaZe as well, you know, as much as there was great team play from Pain, I don't think FaZe gave the best game plan. You know, it felt like they were going for a lot of late, slow tempo things. And to be honest, I think Pain just read everything perfectly. Everyone had a really nice, tight scoreline on that CT side. So it was really a matter of time before Pain closed it.
Booked them even. So what that sets us up for is a little bit of Anubis, that being a Pain pick. Then you end that first map the way you did. I mean, it's a rough one for FaZe out here.
Yeah, no, it absolutely is. I mean, they're still fleshing out their map pool. They're still exploring ideas. So for a lot of what is going to be this journey in Atlanta for FaZe, a lot of it's trying to make that practice actually applied into a real setting. But there's a lot of teams that are super hungry at this event.
Well, let me ask you the question then, because it's been a little bit now that we've gotten this new look Anubis. I don't want to even go into the idea of which team that might help out, but how do you think it's going to play? I mean, how do you feel it's playing in progression right now?
I think the benefit that FaZe are going to have is that there's not a whole lot of tape on them. Sure, they played it at Fort Worth at Blast, but by and large, you know, the new window, I feel like teams are trying to exploit it, but mainly on low buys or trying to be really explosive. For the most part, I think teams are playing at a very similar pace and tempo. The executes on Anubis are still really hard to deal with on that CT side.
It's a lot of the same looks almost to a degree. A little bit one-sided. I know we love maps being one-sided in CS in terms of one CT-sided, one T-sided, but it's really hard to put an indicator on that one, right? I mean...
Yeah, and I guess the benefit for FaZe or Pain really is that the opening two maps in this veto were fairly expected. They're predictable based on what FaZe had at Blast, and when you look at that, you can prepare more anti-strat. You can actually add more layers as well if you're a FaZe clan that are still building with Twist as the IGL.
So over on that other stream, I do mean that other stream, the B stream we call it. You know what I mean, Yumi? The B stream?
B means best for some people.
Yeah, for some people. Shout out to the casters over there. Let's talk a little bit about B8 Bet Boom real quick. They're going toe-to-toe. It looks like it's 11-11. What was your anticipation before that game got started?
I see Bates as maybe the worst team play team at the event. They have the lowest flash assists of any team in the top 30. They don't really have like a support player, but they sure hit hard, which is really why that team can cause upsets, but maybe they shouldn't get that far.
Yeah, interesting stuff. Yumi, thank you very much. We do, I believe, go to a quick break. We jump right back into the action here at the Intel Extreme Masters in Atlanta. FaZe on the backswing right here, starting this one off just a little bit sluggish. We'll be right back after this.
Double peek, he's getting his shot. Unbelievable!
Something special to throw this decoy, and that's exactly what happens.
Got him, we are back!
City again. Long one.
Long and city.
Long and city, yeah.
I think up and long. Too long, one city.
Holding city. Holding city.
Goose.
That goes. I'm planning.
City, flashing long.
City, I'm gonna smoke city.
Two city.
I'm playing super late
long. I'm playing super late. Jim.
One long, man.
Right side of the wall, stuck.
Two city and long. Play long now.
I'm playing long now.
Long. The big.
City
one close. But I'm dead.
City one. City.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not gonna talk about it, but
okay.
please, we need the fucking lock in, please. Like, this would have been the easiest run ever. They would have been double killed in fucking short, bro.
Yeah, my bad. Strafing.
Strafe. Close! Still outside,
Shield ball. CT, come. I'm flashing, he's strafing. That's it. Coming. Strapping, mate. One more CT.
It's alright, guys.
Yeah, they're good
Where's
I'm dodging flash for Trump. I'm flashing window. Outside beaming. Only window for you. I window.
Yeah. You can stay on C, David. Do we have another smoke?
Two window. Window dead.
Window. Door.
Nice.
Door last.
Nice!
Let's go!
Hey guys, I'm Twist.
I'm Frozen.
And this is Dynamic Duos.
Playing B on Dust 2 is, I mean, can be rough, but also I feel like it's one of the chiller sites, so to say. Especially if you have a hard shooter next to you. First of all, I think you need to cross doors, so you need to HE door or get a smoke from the A guys to smoke mid for you. Step 2, get to B side. Throw a Molotov or smoke if you have or something. Just shut down that first timing B pop that can happen or a B rush.
Yeah, it all comes down to the signals the enemy team is giving. If the door smoke is a bit too late or there's a door smoke but there's no flashes or anything, always have to be careful of a team insta walking B, contact B, B pop. That's why you see a lot of players just insta molly, maybe flash off the wall, the tunnel wall, and then smoke, just so any contact play is eliminated, really. The biggest threat to B players is actually B split. B split is the biggest threat by far.
Yeah.
You gamble that the B side, the players are playing more on the mid side of the map, and then if you hit the good timing on a B pop through the smoke, the risk can pay off. But most times teams are playing out the default. It's a lot of utility tracking and economy management if teams can afford all this utility to prevent a B split. Say for us, if we can't, we always have to adapt for in the round, you know, for what can happen.
Like if the T's can play the round well, you know, make cities use a lot of utility on the map, then it will get to the point on the B side where you run out of nades, and you know, as Ross said, you have to choose either you play for mid or you play for B side, and I mean, it just comes down to killing, right? And it can be rough sometimes. Yeah.
Despite it being a smaller side out of the map, I mean, you can get away with playing one close angles at MP9. You can only stay there for so long because you cannot stay there if they're splitting B. You want to make sure you get a FAMAS or M4 to make sure that you and your side partner can have good crossfires in long-range duels, either window and car. So if they're splitting B, one point gets contact first with a better gun, and then of course double up is always nice for the B side. And he's also really good at surviving. When he has a smoke, I feel like I can always rely on him to buy time, so I always have time to come back from mid and throw flashes. When I play a site with a player, that there's a lot of natural chemistry. We're doing things that can be unspoken, and we just play off of each other well. Yeah.
First time hearing or seeing Snow was probably 2 to 3 years ago. I saw some tweets come out of his gameplay and how young this kid was and the type of organizations that he was getting signed to. And to see young prospects, people who are growing up with the game and flourishing at such a young age, I think it was an interesting storyline. So I actually started following him on Twitter a couple years ago, and now he's playing for Pain.
When it comes to the way he likes to express himself during games and how he likes to shout out and things like that, he probably was dreaming of playing those kind of games. You know, he was playing at his home on his own computer, having to develop himself as a player every day. I think it's completely normal for him to behave like that because he must keep the fun as long as he can.
Eu sei que o pessoal compara eu com o Donk gritando, mas eu não dou trash talk, eu só apenas grito pra hypar meus companheiros, pra se a gente tiver uma situação difícil no jogo, se a gente ganha um round, eu vou lá e boto meus companheiros pra cima. E eu também me sinto muito melhor gritando, sinto que eu jogo melhor gritando, e é isso.
It's an expression of yourself and you want to be having fun. And if that's how he's having fun, if that's how I'm pumping himself up, pumping his teammates up, why not? I think it's great to get loud. I think it's awesome to be in their face. And if you're going to unravel some softies out there, whether it's players on the other side or people on the forums at home, make more noise.
I would say from my experience that it's actually beneficial to him to be playing with Brazilians. I think there's a cultural difference, both in the way people play Counter-Strike and also in the way they behave outside the server. Maybe if he goes international too fast, I don't know exactly how it would be because I have been playing for international teams already. I have seen some other players and there is a big cultural impact that happens, the difference, there's some clashes. So for him to develop himself as a player and have some good leadership with him, I know he's playing with Vincere, he has been developing a lot of talents before, so he's doing super well with him. So I think he's in good hands, and I think having someone like Vincere to help him shape his first years of Counter-Strike is going to help him a lot.
Eu cresci assistindo no cenário brasileiro o Coldzera, eu gostava muito dos highlights dele, dos momentos de clutch, ele jogava muito bem. E no cenário internacional, eu sempre gostei de assistir o Donk, porque eu acho a movimentação dele muito boa e a mira dele é muito, muito boa. E sempre aprendo muitas coisas assistindo a tela dele.
If I had to compare Snowzine to someone from the past, it's very difficult because many years ago, we'd probably remember of some younger players that started doing super well. And I think on my mind, I remember FNX, for example. FNX, since he was 15, 16, he was already playing the best teams in Brazil. He won the first title international-wise in 2006. But you know, if Pain is able to win like a Rio, for example, like that, he's not too far away from FNX. He might not be on the FNX level yet, but who knows? So maybe he can even surpass him.
Eu gostaria de jogar, se fosse para escolher um jogador para jogar no mesmo time, seria o Monese, porque ele é bem jovem, com certeza ia aprender bastante coisas com ele, e ele é muito bom, assim, de skill, e seria ele.
I think with the modern day Counter-Strike players, for them just playing online CS, you know, late into their quote unquote online careers, that's not great. The adjustment to LAN is important, so the fact that he's been able to play LANs from such a young age, I think gives him a bit of an advantage over some of these other guys.
He's playing some roles that are very difficult to play on Pain, and at first when I saw that they put him on those roles, I was kind of interested to see how he would do it. Like he's playing B on Dust 2, for example. There's a lot of sites where you have to hold on, a lot of times you have to decide things for yourself. So it's very cool to see him developing those things. And I think I can't really say which role is going to be best for him. I think it's the ones that he likes the most and probably the ones that the team needs from him the most. And as a young guy, I know that he's probably very willing to learn a lot of new things and be the best player he can be for the team.
Quando eu vim aqui e tava apenas torcendo, tudo que eu tô vivendo agora era apenas um sonho. E agora eu tô vivendo o que eu sempre sonhei, com meus companheiros de time, sempre, todos os dias, realizando mais um sonho e Agora o maior sonho é ir pra arena e jogar em frente à torcida.
The dispatch is back and looking better than ever.
Oi! Get a move on, you know who we are!
This season, it's bigger deliveries.
It's alive, Hugo.
Bigger personalities.
Efficient way of working.
And bigger problems.
Trace!
Featuring special guests.
Alex, what the hell is happening?
And of course, the team you know and love.
Is this really necessary?
There it is!
$100,000!
I've had enough of you!
Be careful what you wish for.
The Dispatch. The all-new season premieres February.
Welcome back to the Intel Extreme Masters Atlanta. It is FaZe having to try and recover after a map 1 loss. As Pain looks so good on Dust 2. Now we go to Anubis. Pain decided they want to come here as a real shot at a 2-0 win to kick off in Atlanta for Pain.
I mean, you know, the lineup's going to be a little bit different, but 5 maps played across the various lineups they've had over the past few months and 0 wins on the map. So makes sense that Pain wanted to take it here. They themselves have a 67% win rate. So they got to be feeling like a big advantage, and especially when you win the first map the fashion that you did and the way that you did. Like, FaZe got worked. Really, all you can point to as a positive for FaZe off Dust 2 is the pistol round victories. Outside of that, Pain was in complete control. They were a step ahead. It felt like individuals on point in a way that FaZe wasn't. So we move on. Anubis set to begin. Pistol round's going to go live. We've got Pain attacking on the T side of Anubis into the defense of FaZe on the CT side. And we'll see if FaZe can equalize the score of this series and take us to a 3rd map decider. That would be Mirage if we can make it.
The way Pain played on the first map feels very good for the chances to get the W here. We've got VSM waiting up on the rugs. Util going to be tossed out by him. Vincere sending Utility in towards Twists. But waits from camera. Looking for a snapshot. Just cannot take the headshot. So it drops further and further back. And Vincere now has that space to work with as they push up towards Temple. Safe will look to the window and dive down into the water. Fighting Jacob, who takes a lot of damage, and he is going to fall away.
Okay, but the position of Vincere is so dangerous. So no one's going to mess with the flank from the FaZe side of things. All 3 players push A. Beat bomb site still under attack, but being handled. It's not like they actually haven't pulled the trigger on this. It felt like they were there, just never actually stepped into the fights. And now they've just gotten stuck.
Oh, well, Jacob and Brokey still fighting on. Now, Jacob was the reason the pistol round looks so good over there on Dust 2. Well, VSM is going to have the same role this time for Pain. We'll see if he can pull it off. It'll be a tough clutch here. Plenty of players all circling that bomb now, so should be no world in which VSM can even get close to this. So it will be another pistol round for FaZe.
Probably, but it's winnable with the HP of FaZe make mistakes.
Yeah, they miss. And they don't. So it will be another pistol round for FaZe.
3 for 3 so far in the day.
Yes.
Can't mess with that stat.
Every time we did listen, it was first half, it was Twist saying, come on, guys, let's just play our game. Second half, it was NKJ saying, okay, we need to find our foothold in this game. You know, they need to actually get our standing and actually start having something to build on. They never got that on Dust 2. There was never a moment of reprieve where they felt, okay, this is FaZe actually here on the server right now.
I would phrase it differently because I would say they had those opportunities. They had 2 of them I can recall on Dust 2 of the pistol round wins, and now you've got a 3rd one here. So, you know, they've gotten off to some good starts and just get kind of shut down. I think this FaZe side, the CT side here on Anubis, I think needs to be really strong. I think they're still going to have like a little bit of disorganization on the T side of who's going to be your instigator, who's kind of taking control of different situations. But CT side, they can certainly make it work. Round 2, there's no upgrades on the Pain side of things, no bomb plants, so no rifles in play, unarmored Glocks across the board. 1 single flashbang on Vincere.
Just taking the time here, rolling this one out for Pain. Going to start gathering for their final attack in towards the A site with a flash. They're going to see if they can overwhelm the defense and see if they can get a bomb plant out of this. Natus playing alone on the A site. Now, I'll keep an eye on that throughout this half. Natus is going to be under a lot of pressure. Twist is coming to alleviate most of it, in fact, all of it, as he takes 3 kills between him. Brokey has the other 2. But Natus has really important roles, like a lot of solo on the CT side, right? He was over in that B-bomb site on Dust 2, and now he's going to be playing the A site, which quite often you're alone on Anubis too.
I think he'll be alone less frequently here on Anubis. That A anchor role is very, very difficult. I think on Dust 2, he got kind of was the unfortunate side effect of FaZe on the defense, moving around the map as a unit, trying to get ahead of the play. So yeah, he did get isolated a few times. I'm curious to see. We stepped into this with FaZe having that 0% win rate, Pain being up at 66% win rate. They've won 2 of 3. But 2 of those against South American teams, Gaming Gladiators and Alka, so they did take a loss 7-13 to Aurora. That's with NQZ playing. But hold the phone, because we've got some aggression. And I wonder if Pain is going to realize this kind of a push, although Natechu backing off immediately when seeing nothing. Doesn't want to get stuck there in the mid-round with an MP9. So aggression, information found. He's able to call out that everything's clear for the moment. But knowing they're going to step back into that space gives up the fight. Back to middle we go.
There's going to be Vincere. Crack it open. Jacob, second chance here as well. It's Nature from Pyria. Let's send that util deep into his camera, force them away. Another minute left on the clock with Pain having the opener and getting ready to think about that A side, but they just get blocked.
Yeah, well, that's fine. They don't want to mess with mid anymore. I think they're just going to step right through this. Yeah, VSM's already in it. And they back off. Don't want to risk the advantage that they have. Now, if you try and outsmart the opponents, you might outsmart yourselves here. The push coming in through canals for the moment. Pain still just being very patient, going to get wrapped upon very shortly. Vincire's got eyes on it, but only 8 HP.
And he also has the duty of throwing the smoke, so he looks away as they come around the back. He's going to be frustrated about that timing, but his teammates haven't moved forward, so they can actually turn back and open up the chance to run back in towards B instead. So sprinting in that direction. Oh, it's disappointing here for FaZe. Nature's going to come up towards the hole, but VSM's just right down below him and sends some shots up, connects the headshot, and it will be the round coming through.
Yeah, because they backed out of that smoke, Pain, everyone's on the same page of turning to address the flank of Twist. Twist expects them to keep moving into the A bomb site, off the set piece, off the utility, and execute. Get surprised as they turn around, and he's got way more bodies ready to fight. And man, what a way to just kind of spin and find the escape route. VSM with the final kill. Pain is on the board on the first gun round. Nice. M4s fill the hands of FaZe back up, though. No AWP in field for either squad. And we're going to take this round slow. I think Pain is maybe on some level wondering if there's going to be some aggression. Maybe they think it's a little bit more of a busted by with some MP9, so looking to see if the opening of the round from FaZe is going to be anything aggressive. Pyria and Vincere close the distance to B main as Snow is flashed in. T-box mistimed, but nobody's home.
Well, Jacob burns slightly, and will use util to maintain his position. The split being set up here, we can look down on the bird's eye view of what is about to be a two-way split into this B side. Jacob trying to carve them up. Twist getting one here for the defense. But VSM, again, just heavy output from him into the site. Plant secured, and now a retake required. Flash sent forward. Frozen gets a move on quickly, but can't get a further kill. It's VSM with 3 so far in the round, and a chance for every single one of them. Nature and Brokey still step up to attempt this retake, but VSM in a strong position, cowering behind the pillar. It is Nature that goes out into the open, and now it's just Pyria left. 1v2. He goes out into the open. Smoke, he's on the bomb. Brokey's tapped it, but comes off it. And Pyria trying to stay covered. Gets back to the angle, but Brokey's got no time. He's going to run away. The round still falls in favor of Pain, despite the kills going in favor of FaZe. And Pain loving the fact that they've got VSM on their team right now, because the output he's getting is perfect.
Yeah, beast mode on the trading into the B bomb site. That's really well done. Each teammate that goes down, VSM is there for the response. We get the bird's eye view here. Utility coming in. There's the first trade, the swing out. Not bad from FaZe. Just going 2 for 2. VSM secures the bomb site. A nice attempt at the retake with Frozen being the tip of the spear, but he could only do so much. And we're tied at 2. AK-47 brought over from Frozen in the previous round. That's a hero AK for the CT side. We'll see what he can do with it. Headed over to start the round at the B-bomb site. And again, a slow measured opening spread across the map for Pain, not wanting to do anything fast. Now you know it's a low economy round with one AK-47, so now all the alerts are there telling you to be cautious of the aggressive opening from FaZe. But it doesn't come. Minute and 25 seconds, we can start using utility to take some space in middle. I think this is the other side too, where like FaZe, that performance in Dallas, or not Dallas, Fort Worth, excuse me. Sorry for everyone in Fort Worth. I know that's maybe a personal thing there. Yeah, I think when we watch them and having some of those big upsets, right? Like winning some of the close rounds, the FaZe, BS thing that we like to go on about, wax lyrical about. Here you've had a number of rounds on Dust 2, and now here this one on Anubis that just happened, where it's like a close round where there's a chance for FaZe, but it's the other team coming out on the winning side of it, right? You're not getting those close round wins that seem to power FaZe up.
Well, there's Brokey and Frozen trying to do it, but Pyrio just takes both of those lives away instantly. So it's Frozen with a 1v2 now. He does have a chance to this. They're separated. It's a 1v1 fight, but Snow actually just claims that victory immediately. So the lead being taken here for Pain, smiles on their faces, and they're loving how this game is starting.
Much more dangerous of a round than they probably expected, but Pyrio was on point. Triple kill in the round to save them, to bail them out of that situation. He had a great map 1 as well on Dust 2, closed out the series.
Pain are looking really sharp individually.
Yeah, they are. Looking real focused as well. I haven't seen like a whole lot. I haven't seen like too many overextensions, no like head scratching decision making. Yeah, this Pain has come in and they're looking rock solid at the moment. Now, to be fair, FaZe also haven't found a way to challenge them and knock them out of their comfort zone on either of these maps so far. Maybe this push from Jacob can do the trick. Interesting now with that re-smoke, sends the signal that there's still presence for FaZe in this aggressive stance towards Canals, so I'm curious how the Pain handles it. Pop flash and they want to take the fight. Jacob's backing off on the timing.
Nearly getting caught there, Jacob. Happy to get around the corner. Under a minute on the clock. We'll see Pain shift their attentions towards an A-bomb site finish. There's no one actually in the site for FaZe right now.
It's been so quiet across this whole map. I think FaZe is kind of like scratching their head. They have no information. Just now they're starting to make their information play, but it's a little bit late. So Natechu is going to be blocked out by smoke and Molotov. All the defenders are going to be blocked off by that initial salvo of utility. One more smoke on VSM to follow it up, and you've already got Big Uzera looking for the flank. So Pain's in a good position, and we've got a 5-on-5. FaZe is at least going to see how they can start this retake. If they can get the kills, the initial kills going in their favor, they can commit to this retake. But no kit, so it's going to have to happen fast.
Twists sliding his way down the box. Where's the swing now from FaZe? Coming out from heaven. Pyria again, sharp with the multi-kill. And back it away. Twist now the only player left. He's held behind smoke, and they know exactly where he is, and he's got no time to make this happen. So it's Pain winning another one, and Pyria again. Look how sharp he is in back-to-back rounds.
Yeah, that's disgusting. Just over the edge of the smoke, taking out the heaven peaks. One by one they swing. One by one he gets a headshot to knock him down. Pyria has been a monster. 4-2 now the score for Pain here on Anubis. 6 kills in the last 2 rounds for Pyria. A critical stretch of rounds that feels like it's given Pain control of the map. There's the first 2. And one more as the wide swing comes in. He's just on point. And a timeout called by FaZe to talk things over. They've got an AK-47 on Twist that he saved in the previous round. He's got 3K in the bank. Other than that, everyone's invested just a little bit. Light armor, upgraded pistols, few pieces of utility. Just enough to be scrappy, but not enough to make you feel too confident they can turn the round. I wonder if we get another listen in on NKJ. I wonder if it's going to be just rinse and repeat deja vu to Dust 2 timeout that he took, where it's we need to find ourselves, we need to find the confidence, we need to find the communication, we need to find the teamwork.
Honestly, it feels like it will be for sure. I mean, this isn't deja vu absolutely for us as well. I mean, we're watching FaZe win the pistol. This time they actually convert it, and other than that, it's been nothing.
Yeah, so, since the guns come out for Pain, it's just been a spanking.
At least the rounds have been closer, right? Like,
true.
Multiple rounds could have gone either way, but Pain just have one player making the difference most of the time. Like VSM earlier, then back-to-back rounds now it's Pyria.
It's a nice thing for us to say from the outside. As is the players, it's almost worse. Like when you have so many rounds that are close that you can't come out on top of, and you just feel like you need that one. Need that one to just turn the tides a little bit.
Catch that break.
It just gets so stressful and frustrating when round after round you're right there.
And look at this. They only have one weapon in play worth talking about. It says AK-47 for Twist. And it's going to be boosted at the back of the platform here on the B-bomb site. Now, multiple players are ready to come at them.
I haven't seen too much of Pain in Dust 2, and then here in the early stages of Anubis go for any kind of like significant tactic of activating one player to go for a challenge, flashbang in utility, let Pyria peek in. This is going to be wait out utility. VSM is going to be a lurk over in middle to watch the A push and the drop out the hole. Otherwise, it's just going to be a split to this B bomb site. One player coming through E box, 3 coming through B main.
Twist stands on top of his teammate's head, hoping that this AK-47 can be the difference maker in the round. When the Molotov goes forward, they have to use the smoke. Vision's still there for Twist, but he falls off the boost, couldn't get a good angle. So now has to drop down into the platform. They start to move forward, they spam him down, and Twist is gone. So are 2 of his teammates, so the only player that can change this is Frozen, and he gets caught as well by Snow, who just moves in. It's perfect right now from Pain. Brokey comes over with a deagle, but there's nothing FaZe could do about that execution. The amount of utility coming in, just breaking apart the setup that FaZe had. When you don't have the weapons for the job either, it just makes your life so much more difficult. A 5-2 lead here for Pain.
I think normally on Anubis, we'd be looking at this 5-2 scoreline and be like, it's not great, but it's not time for alarms. We know T sides can kind of rattle off. We know the CT side defending these bomb sites is very, very tricky, very tough. Teams have talked about it with Anubis for a long time, how painful the CT side can feel. I think the real issue is if you go back to the first map and the T side they played there today, I think that's where you get your concerns of like, this scoreline isn't necessarily bad, but with the evidence that we've had of FaZe today, that T side did not get cooking whatsoever, they're going to be in trouble if they can't get a decent amount of rounds on the board. AWP is out for Brokey. Maybe that's the recipe they need. Full sets of utility, only one single kit for the FaZe defense on Nachu as that A anchor. So Brokey's up in middle. Now with utility, you can block these choke points, play behind him as Jacob's doing. As we've seen from Pain in the first map, and now here, likely to just wait this utility out, not try and pressure it, not try and do too much.
Oh. Jacob throws a piece of utility and then immediately gets dropped down to 23 HP through the smoke, so he's not too happy about that. He can't stick around, he can't tank more nades. And in fact, Snow just moves in, takes up that position, and a perfect kill again. Pain have the opening frag. Brokey trying to come over and patch this up with the AWP if he can, and yeah, take him down, Big Ozera. He'll smoke out towards B main, but Snow's looking to wrap on him and just spots you up on the platform. It's a kill for Snow. Twist out next. VSM, the SG comes out, and he's swinging out that Krieg straight through the site. 2 done, and now it's Nachu in a 1v3. It's just no world, really.
VSM must think it's like 2019 with this Krieg, but he's making it work. Fair play.
When's the last time we seen roll around the server as much as we're seeing it today?
It was literally probably the Liquid 64 days of the Grand Slam.
Yep.
That's when, before that nerf came in, the Krieg was everywhere. 6-2. I mean, he's beasting with it, so you can't really mess with the results, can you? Good kill from Snow. Jacob has a really awkward round. Even better, I think, the follow-up from Snow, stepping into that space, grabbing one more, but then VSM goes to work.
Well, for FaZe, it is that very tough situation where you're back down to SMGs and pistols. And 17 rounds coming up pretty shortly here for Pain, most likely. Well, Pyria going to play in the zone a little bit more in this round. Twist is dropped down into the canal.
Yeah, I think that nade is going to knock some sense into him. Backs off with about half HP. Like, I don't need to be here. Don't need to be doing this. So Twist the X Factor at the moment. Jacob will peek off his contact. Frozen is there to chime in at range if needed.
Drifting over towards A. Safe is just hanging on the back of the pack at the moment, making sure if there is any reaction, if there is any correction from FaZe. He's ready to punish it, but realizes he's the bomb carrier and starts to move forward with his teammates. But just as he does that, here's the flank from Twist. Just about getting around the corner, but then Safe goes back to peek it. Bomb goes down. Snow has to trade.
We saw this round before. Another deja vu situation. Pyria spots 2 over in middle, backs away from the fight, calls out to his teammates. Bomb stepping in now. That's a great nade. Well placed, well timed. And now you're just going to get mowed down as you try and begin this retake. 1 player remaining. It's Jacob. And you might just want to prioritize the op.
Yeah, steal that away if you can. It's the only victory you can get from this round. So it's going to back off, carry that AWP over. Scoped up, but they continue to hunt him, and they are sending bodies towards his position. But 7 rounds to 2.
What is BC.Game doing?
Silent drop.
Okay. Fair play.
Yeah, smooth. Cat-like.
Yeah, well, cat-like. Yeah, well, I mean, on that note, we've had an interesting time to start off IEM Atlanta. I'm sure plenty of people saw the FaZe Twist social media. We've been at the Furry Hotel.
A furry time, Jason. Yeah. FaZe hanging out with all their furry friends.
Yeah, having a great time.
I've seen there was one has shown up in Astana as well, so it's like happening everywhere at this point, Jason. It's kind of crazy. It's everywhere. That's basically
time for it.
That's all I'll really say. Yeah, it's a lot of conventions going on. A lot going on in Atlanta, Jason.
Always is. It's been a while. I've missed Atlanta. Atlanta's a cool city. I've enjoyed it.
Has it changed much since the days?
The days of E-League? Not really.
No.
I haven't been to the old stomping grounds though. You know, I got to go back and hit some of the spots.
Yes, indeed, Jason. And we got the Korean barbecue is always good.
Korean barbecue is amazing.
Yeah. Feasting on FaZe right now, Pain Gaming.
I imagine it's kind of tough right now for FaZe on the CT side against this kind of slow style, because you know it counters any aggressive play you want to make, but they're kind of wrecking you in the late round as well. FaZe probably feel like there's not a whole lot of clean options, but now actually picking up that aggression. So even just hyper aggressive. Double push out B main to find an opening kill. Man advantage for FaZe. And that kill's so deep and no one else is home, no other presence that you saw, you can kind of drift away a little bit. Player goes towards middle, that's going to be Twist to hold the fort. Smoke is up for the moment. He'll have Snow and Safe attacking into the middle of the map, and still Pain don't, I mean, look at the mini-map. You have Vincere on the extremity towards B, you've got VSM on the extremity towards A. There's no real final plan in place yet. It looks like they're going to stray towards splitting into the A bomb site.
Yeah, they're going to put pressure here on Brokey. His teammates doing their best to try and stay in this fight, but Brokey just getting riddled with flashbangs.
Unfortunately, he's had to back off and retreat deeper into A main where his teammates are as well. So now it's a one-front retake.
And then Safe peeks out, punishes Brokey, goes forward, confidence from Safe, effective shooting.
Oh my God.
And then Snow's got the other one. So FaZe stand no chance right now on the server. Only one team has shown up to this opening game.
Yeah, they are just getting ran over at this point. 3-on-3 and you get nothing done. Even the aggression to keep them trapped behind Cake inside the bomb site, and Safe just punishes you with the op. Wasn't even aware that Twist had gone wide. Nature might have fallen asleep at the wheel there. This one's great. After this, plenty of time to line up and scope in the shot. Twist lands a few, but Safe's able to get it off before he goes down. A 6-round lead now for Pain. This series is cruising towards a 2-0. And this timeout meant to stop this momentum, but nothing's worked previously on Dust 2 to start this map. The break between maps, NKJ hasn't been able to get this team cruising just yet.
A momentum is the word we were using to describe FaZe, and really the word that was surrounding this pregame chat, because they come out of Texas, they look fantastic in Fort Worth, they really surprise everybody, exceed expectations, and we're wondering, does that give them enough confidence and show that their level is high enough to get a win versus a team like Pain Gaming in the opening game at the Intel Extreme Masters Atlanta? And right now, they're not even in the series at all. So, you know, the questions start to be raised again about where FaZe are at coming into this event, and I think it's just a symptom of that inconsistency at the moment.
Well, a symptom of like a complete swap and change of leadership,
exactly.
right? You're going to have those at the start. Snow going to start sliding up canals. Once again, some aggression towards B main is there. Frozen, he primes him with the first flash, second flash coming now. Pyria's playing anti.
Eyes to the sky, flashes up. Pyria dodges it, Frozen dies, opening kill for Pain. Simple as that, really.
And I mean, they can just maintain this kind of slow pace now, right? Like you can just pause and wait. Another smoke here towards Canals. Twist gonna step into it.
Break the smoke. Just to check that close corner. Twist not gonna be revealed by it. And then he can drop back into the shroud of the smoke again. 45 seconds left. Bomb will be making its way to the B site for the finish here. Snow, okay. There's no chance. Absolutely none right now for FaZe. Jacob's had a rough time in connector. He brings Twist over to try and help him. It doesn't go much better. Both of those players go down in an instant. The site's taken. Plant is through. Doesn't feel like a nice save, but it's the only thing you've got here, FaZe.
Yeah.
And we're looking at 9-2.
You might not even have the save. I mean, if I'm paying, I'm throwing everything at this. Look at all the money that they've got to reinvest in whatever weapons they need. I'm going and taking these guns away and just being absolutely ruthless. Only Pyria really moving around the map. He'll be found by Brokey. Good shot, good flick down. And now the pressure picks up elsewhere. VSM steps in towards main. He's got Snow behind him, but they're not super committed to this hunt.
No, and the players that do go into fight perish. So FaZe at least holding on. Actually going to upgrade that Krieg. Natus liked what VSM's been doing with that. He's going to have a go with it himself. And sit down in the site. So Brokey just getting that final kill as well. So 9-2 scoreline, last round of this first half.
Yeah, expensive chase at the end of the day for Pain, but doesn't matter much at the end. Here's that flashbang, comes over. Pyria with the anti-flash turns as it pops, ready and waiting, and as we've seen all day long, he is on point.
He really is.
This is lovely from Snow as well. Sense the pressure with that break of the smoke, so just drop the Molotov behind it as well. That's great. Forces FaZe's hands.
Well, the tough part is here for FaZe. Obviously, they've done nothing in this first half, so they'll have to do something in the second half, which they haven't shown capable of, which is going on a huge streak of round victories just to get back into it. At least Nature getting activated with a flash here from Twist. He's going to grab the opening kill and drop away, so no trade coming in for Pain.
Well, they've won 9 rounds in a row in this half after losing the pistol in the second. Trying to continue that streak. They've overcome a couple 4v5 deficits throughout that run, and they might be able to do it again. Pyria, ready and waiting. There's the swing, gets one. Calls it out to his team that there's another one. Safe steps up, but on the other side of the map, Natu's Krieg rings out at the A bomb site. And now with 2 versus 4.
Brokey sends the shot on pass. Safe is going to continue to move forward and takes Brokey out of the equation, but they back into Twist, who will secure at least a 3rd round for FaZe. But unfortunately for FaZe, the scoreline is painful.
I know all them blue lights keep me up at night, follow you into the dark. I know all them blue lights keep me up at night, I'm gonna follow this spark. Paved roads to my door, had to leave my home before. I know we must go on, go on.
Pain here on map 2 in this series, looking to close it out in just 2 maps as well. Came in on fire. And FaZe, I mean, I don't know, they haven't stood a single chance in either of these maps we've seen so far. Pistol rounds have been great. Everything else is just is rough right now for FaZe.
Yeah, I got no idea what you would even say to get back into this, but I guess we'll just have to find out.
But please, boys, let's be more focused on the comms. This is all I'm asking right now, okay?
Yeah, that's
step 1.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's one of those things that you don't want to be saying at 3 to 9 on map 2, you know?
Imagine, the scoreline is definitely going to kill comms, that's for sure. Everyone just goes a little bit flat.
Well, also, I mean, you think about it. This is 3 halves of Counter-Strike. You've kind of just been battered in now, so yeah, comms are naturally going to be quiet.
Well, they've been great at pistol rounds, Jason.
They have been great at pistol rounds.
Won every single one of them so far.
3 for 3.
That's 4th coming up. But Twists has taken a lot of damage early, but they're going to be coming in heavy towards this B bomb site. Let's see if Pain can hold on. Snow up first. Jewel Beretta's at the ready. Here they come, tearing them up. Just the one. Period can't land anything with a USP, so taken away by Frozen, who takes both kills and the bomb plant secured.
Yeah, well, the flank is going to be coming in through E-Box shortly, and good on Vincere. He's actually grabbed an angle very quickly to let them know that platform is clear. 1 flashbang, no kit for the 3 CTs on this retake. And all of FaZe has backed up in towards, or outside of B main. So going to be very tough to defuse this bomb without a smoke.
We'll just get on it. Hope you've got enough bodyguards to stop the peaks from coming through, but Vincere Brokey taking headshots, and another pistol round here for FaZe will be won. So 4 rounds collected.
No kills at the end of the day for Safe. He goes down, and yeah, 4 for 4 on pistols. I don't know if that's something you're going to want to celebrate at the end of everything, or if you look back and think of that and going down 0-2 in the series with winning 4 pistols is going to be, you know, a unique gut punch all of its own. Well done from Frozen with his double kill on the opening, on the entry, trading off the first and able to swing for another. And no chance to get back into things. But this round we have a 2nd round investment from Pain. Now on Dust 2, they were able to put a stop to FaZe and prevent them from converting. We'll see if that can continue. FaZe looking to apply a little bit of pressure early on. Maintain some presence in middle quickly in the rounds.
Well, it's not out of the realms of possibility to see the team have a big T half. It's just, like you said, it's kicking the 2nd half off. It's just you've had so many halves of Counter-Strike already where you just haven't got into it at all. And FaZe suddenly have to turn things on in a big way. Those Twists. 2nd kill in the round is clean. MP7 getting to work. Oh, he gets actually blasted through the wall there. Takes a dink on board. Through the bricks, down to 53 HP. And the reaction from FaZe send players into the B site. No, not like this, surely not. Big Vincere and Snow with a couple of kills. Fortunately, Frozen and Jacob getting those trades, though.
Yeah, if Snow had gotten 2, we could have the conversation. But the fact that Big Vincere is locked out of any even attempt at this, really. 26 HP and an MP7. So 5th round for FaZe on the board. They're at least going to have that going for them. And then, you know, with a weekend by in the next, set themselves up nicely to open this half with a 3-round streak. We see if they can continue building that momentum and riding that wave into the future of this half, into a comeback. So Big Vincere backs off. Maybe wants to find one sneaky rifle at the end of the day. It's a cool look. I'm glad we're seeing this out of Pain. Like, remember too, we talked about them falling out of the invite bubble like a little bit, you know, earlier this year. They've missed maybe the past like month or so, 2 months of kind of big time events, but they have made the major, right? They're in 2nd stage of the major, about in Cologne. That's going to be coming up pretty shortly. So we're going to see them there, and at least this is a good preview. You know, you're up against a diminished FaZe that we're kind of scratching our heads and wondering what level we should consider them at, but seeing them just the style of this victory has been nice to watch Pain actually deliver. Hasn't been anything that's not replicable, hasn't been an individual popping off, hasn't been any crazy plays, just solid Counter-Strike so far for Pain. And I imagine they'll continue that when the guns come back out.
VSM steps out on his own towards A main, gets in a fight with Nature on top of the rugs and loses it against the Galil. Now the A bomb site's completely open, and they're hoping that FaZe walk into the stack of the B site. The bomb's out there at the moment. Snow's taking Frozen.
Yeah, you know where these last two players are. So Jacob just picks up the bomb and dips. He's got Twist over middle to watch for any kind of a push. Yeah, 9-6 is going to be the scoreline. So FaZe put a stop to that run of 9 rounds in the first half. They'll have rattled off 4 in a row if you go back to the final round of the first half. And we'll see if they can carry that momentum and ride it into a comeback and maybe even this out and fight for a chance at Mirage.
So, getting the bomb down and holding on. FaZe at least finding the footing to kick off this second half. Now, it's got to be one hell of a streak, but taking the first few steps of it.
Over in the B stream as well, if you guys are tuning in from home, pull it up on a second monitor. We got Bait taking on Bet Boom. That series is well underway. First map was an overtime affair, so quite a brawl and a battle over there. And then coming up later on today here on this the A stream, Vitality taking on BC.Game, Simple versus Zywoo, that old chestnut. We love to see it. And then NRG Foot will be on the B stream for that second series of the day as well. So plenty of Counter-Strike, 4 best-of-3s today on each stream.
Yeah, lots and lots of Counter-Strike to come over the next few days. I mean, so much CS going on at the moment on the run-up.
Astana as well is live out there. Yep.
On the run-up to the major.
There's like 19 straight hours of Counter-Strike if you guys wanted it all. From the start of Astana to the end of an Atlanta day.
You could enjoy all that. Yeah, you could do that.
Might be exhausted afterwards.
Skip sleep.
Round 16, and the guns are out. Safe has his AWP.
Yes, and rifles out across the rest. Brokey's going to stay with a MAC-10 here, so let's see what kind of idea he's got cooking at the moment. A little bit faster towards B, but Safe is there to announce proudly and loudly that he's got the AWP out. So Frozen gone, and FaZe immediately have to play with the man deficit. And we talked about how important these opening kills have been for FaZe, right? The fact that they were really struggling on Dust 2 to get any opening success. It's another scenario here where Pain go out, get that opening, and it's a clean opener with no real chance for FaZe to trade it.
And it's an opening by Safe, who you got to give a lot of credit to. He hasn't played since August of 2025, hasn't played in an official, I should say, since August of 2025. And normally we feel like there's a decent amount of ring rust for players coming back in that kind of a situation. But after his performance on Dust 2, not the top fragger, perhaps the most impactful with the AWP, it looks like he hasn't missed a beat. Really, really cool to see from Safe. VSM and Big Uzera, task to do as all of FaZe steps into their part of the map. There's contact made. Nade comes out. Great damage onto 2 players. VSM falls, but I think this Pain defense is still in a really strong position.
We're just pausing for now, FaZe, considering their options. They still have plenty of time.
They don't have many. Look at the HP on Nechu and Jacob.
Yeah, but they've got time, and it at least was there to see if there was a reaction, a further push from Pain, perhaps they could punish.
Twist has the most HP, and he's the one looking for the flank. He's not involved in the thrust, right? These guys, Nechu and Jacob are lined up behind the smoke to be the first guys through. That's 7 combined HP.
So you want to get Twist into a position where he can come in late from camera through middle, be that punch that hopefully wins them this round, and maybe even pull attention away to free them up. But here they come, Utility flying forward. It's Snow with that first headshot, cutting Nature down. He's got the second as well. Bomb needs to stand, and Brokey walks in, but it's going to be to his death. Surely to his death. His period peaks out. Just too many members here for Pain Gaming to hold on, and FaZe couldn't break through them.
You have like no HP to tank any of those shots on your first 2 players meant to create that space. They go down so easy that Brokey's got no chance coming through the smoke, and there's really nothing that's taking the attention away from Twist to activate that lurk. Just the HP, I feel, from FaZe made that pretty much impossible. 10-6. First gun round on the CT side of Anubis for Pain, and they lock in. 4 in a row for FaZe gets stopped in its tracks.
Yeah, at this point, if you're FaZe, you just start to feel helpless, and perhaps even completely hopeless at this point. Pain, as soon as guns have come out on every map, they've just looked like the far superior team. I mean, the only criticism you can give Pain today is maybe they need to work on pistol rounds. But that's about it.
Yep. And I mean, players will tell you those are pretty random as well.
Yeah.
But lovely work from Snow. Turns just in time. combined up with VSM. Good protocols to make sure he's the one watching middle as well after that. Payne's just playing really, really good Counter-Strike together at the moment. All that teamwork that FaZe has been searching for, trying to find, trying to show inside the server. Payne's got all of it. Looking really, really good. 4-round lead and 3 rounds away from taking the series 2-0.
Flashes go in towards Dark, as you've got Jacob moving up into Connector. And the defense designed to deal with a B threat. Snow and Puria, 2 very strong players today.
Holding on to utility as well. Snow still has his smoke for when he feels like it's actually going to be a commitment. Twist is going to activate Nateju over towards the A main bomb site just to see if he can grab a kill.
There's the peak coming out, so at least FaZe getting both peaks coming towards them and punishing on both attempts. So a 5v3, 44 seconds left. Much better here for FaZe. Surely no world in which they lose this round from this point.
No, outside of some Herculean individual performance, I think this round is pretty much cooked. Bomb's even going to the other side of the map. So Payne is convinced the finishing move is going to be towards the B bomb site, but they're so very wrong. A little bit of utility. Jacob's going to sell it. 1 kill, and it pretty much secures a round win. And he's searching everywhere for it. Not going to find the kill. Snow takes him down, but meanwhile, they've stepped into the A bomb site.
The biggest arrows got in behind them pretty quickly, and that's Brokey dead. All right, do you really just go for this now? You're a long way off.
Frozen cannot let players get past him. Frozen is in such a strong position.
Yeah, well, he's taking Biggest Arrow. Now they know where he is, and so they realize, okay, Biggest Arrow's dead. We're still so far away from getting into position to win this round. I mean, you create the opening, but Frozen shuts it in your face with that kill, so will be a 7th round for FaZe. I asked, there's surely no way FaZe lose that round. There is a small window of opportunity created, but still winning the all-important round to FaZe staying in it.
Just the Frozen in the middle of the map. You have that lurker entrenched, you know, in that kind of a situation. So tough to get past him, especially when it's Frozen. So the lead is cut down to 3. FaZe still alive. And Twist still going to be working this T side. Op in the hands of Brokey. Same for Safe on the defense. Money's starting to dwindle, though, as Payne is forced to rebuy yet again. And they'll take their first time out to talk things over because, yeah, they're getting to the dregs of their economy. You lose this round and you get your money broken, and then FaZe is right back in it in striking distance with economic advantage. So big conversation, all important round for both of these teams. Payne to get a win, continue keeping this as easy as possible so they can coast to a series victory. For FaZe, this round is like the knockout blow to the economy of Payne that lets you claw this back and maybe tie things up. So critical juncture for a win, a huge swing round here in round 18 on Anubis. 2 kits for the CT side, T side fully equipped. All the utilities there, 4 AKs and an AWP. And we go live in round 18.
Brokey. The AWP going to be positioned to watch mid. Smoke will come up from Payne Gaming. Sever off that information flow to Brokey immediately. VSM has pushed up behind that smoke with the MP9. You'd imagine he'll start backtracking now as it fades away. He will.
No information on the map whatsoever, really, for either one of these squads. No one's really made any move. Here's the first one. Twist and Jacob stepping forward. That is the bomb. You are going at Safe.
Oh, hearing a lot of information. The fire at their feet. But Safe is caught in a dangerous position. Flashes up. Twist still gets the kill because Safe missed the shot. Vincere had to get a trade kill of some kind and picks it up on Jacob.
Safe really found himself in a crappy situation with no good options. So picked off and trapped inside that smoke when it gets broken open. Thankfully, Vincere is there for the trade back to keep things in even kill. 4-on-4. 35 seconds left on the clock. FaZe readjusting on the map to split into the B bomb site. Actually, even Twist is calling that off. I don't know if there's time for this. He's going mid now with the bomb. 20 seconds on the clock. They've pulled everyone over to the B bomb site, but now they've got to sprint. They've got to move. And that's a big kill to get. VSM steps into the open, and that's the bomb site secured for FaZe. And that is an 8th round secured for FaZe. They're not going to get that all-punishing reset because the 3 players are going to save these weapons of Vincere, Snow, and Puria.
But you're getting there. You're getting closer and closer, obviously, with every step being taken now for FaZe.
And that breaking opportunity is still going to be there in the next round as well.
I mean, it was clear when you look at the minimap at the start of the round that the A bomb site was going to be the weakness in that round. You know, VSM, just by nature of only having MP9, that's the case. But then also, you know, Vincere was his support. He was the player playing with him, rotating over towards Heaven at times. But he's drifted over towards B site, safe dies in middle, and you're in a really tough spot from that point.
Well, I would be curious if like this is a Twist thing that he's latching onto, if maybe NK mentioned something during a timeout. But I think if you go back to Dust 2, I'd mentioned that it feels like Pain is doing such a good job of reading and being a step ahead. Oh, good hunt at the end, 1 for 1 for Twist. They've done such a good job of being a step ahead. I almost feel like Twist and NK have caught onto that and been like, let's throw a few more fakes into the mix. Like before we make our final decision towards the late round, let's apply some pressure in somewhere we're not going to go, because we're seeing them play the CT side very reactive to what we're doing. They're shifting, they're rotating, they're having an extra player every time we do something. So let's use that. Let's use that as leverage and actually pull that extra defender elsewhere.
Well, seemed completely out of the question for a little while there. That FaZe will be able to get themselves back into the game, but they're doing a decent job. Snow going to be boosted up. I love this. And, oh, just about getting away with that one is Brokey. Stays alive on very low HP, but it could have been a really cool way to get the opening kill there for Pain.
I'm not going to lie, I actually thought Brokey was just going to fire right back through the board and hit Snow between the eyes. I thought he was going to be able to plant his feet and just take the shot. Good damage, and certainly Brokey's going to have to play on the back foot now.
Oh, Jacob has a roll here, and it's to have some flashes ready if needed, and isn't going to toss them just yet. Brokey actually getting caught by a flashbang, but still taking Vincere down as he moves forward. So you've carved up one of those saved weapons already. So a good start here for FaZe. Now the reaction to go towards A main. VSM waiting, 5-7 in hand, hoping this little sidearm can do a lot of work.
Oh my God.
As he sets aside Nacho and Jacob, both going down quickly to the 5-7. And now panic for FaZe. They've just lost a huge amount of their attack.
They haven't even seen Snow, who's the second player here. Can that smoke pop in time? Brokey's going to get the angle. Good kill. Frozen's making his move as well. They didn't realize there was more, and that's the bomb dropped. Now they have to be committed to taking over A main, and that's going to force Frozen's hand.
Yeah, Brokey can't do much from this, so let's see, can Frozen get in a winning position quick enough? He's going to have a fight versus Safe.
20 seconds.
Yeah, such limited time here. Frozen needs to win this duel, and he does. Headshots in. Now he moves to try and deal with camera, but Brokey's gone down, so Frozen still has to worry about the bomb. 10 seconds on the clock. Just run away at this point if you're Pain. He has no time to get it back and get it to the site. The only way he can win is on elimination, and those chances are never given over. In fact, they take the kill before the time at least, but 11-8. It's Pain back to winning ways, and for a moment there, looking like that was going to be FaZe all day long, and then VSM, a double on the 5-7, just rips their hopes and dreams out of their hands.
Yeah, just quick little taps at this range. Here's the boost up to bring Brokey very, very low, very early on. Well done from him, even getting away before that shot rings out, but this is nasty.
That's how good the 5-7 can be. Look at that, instant death. Pair of headshots, and smiles back in the faces of Pain.
Great showing from Snow here on Anubis. 21-8 to lead the way for Pain. Highly touted prospect, but over the years haven't quite seen him hit the peaks that I think Pain expected out of him. But at least for the moment, it feels like those couple months of going back and playing all the events in South America has filled him with a little bit more confidence. He had some role swaps towards the end of last year as well, but this is a great performance he's putting in for his team. A passive defense in middle this time. Vincere all the way backed off, playing towards camera.
Only feel a little bit starved for information right now for Pain. Gonna send 2 players out B main, and a dry peek with no flash results in an easy kill for Brokey.
They've been punished. That's like the third time I feel in this half they've been punished by being the aggressor on the CT side. I almost feel like they should just have the convo and kind of, you know, stop worrying about those early pushes. They haven't worked out for you in any way. Another opening kill provided by Brokey's ult. Twist in position, but can't handle the fight. And now all eyes turn towards the B bomb site. Pyria is actually pushing away. So Safe is alone with the op. He's looking to grab one kill and stay alive.
Safe holding as they cross on in. Gonna be another kill here for the Brazilian. BC.Game spamming down through the smoke. And they've slowed FaZe down, bringing them to a halt, really, inside of the B site. The flash goes in, doesn't matter. Safe still lands the shot. Pyria has the follow-up. And despite losing the opening kill, Pain still win the round dominantly. And they are now at series point.
Yeah, 4 chances to close it out. 4 chances to close out this series. And one more timeout, it looked like being indicated over on the FaZe side of things. Do they have any more? I can't remember if they used all 3. We'll find out. So no chance for that timeout, it looks like. Lovely shot from Safe, the reposition. BC.Game getting a little bit lucky with the spam through the smoke, but a good understanding of the lineup. Even a blind kill mixed in there. Nothing for FaZe going right. A very quiet day to open up IEM Atlanta for the FaZe team.
Yeah, got to be such a deflating feeling after finding some success in Fort Worth to now coming to Atlanta.
Tell you what, they're going to
blown out of the server by Pain Gaming.
Yeah, and they'll be playing the loser of the NRG foot game that comes up later on today.
There's Brokey. Deagle just looking down towards Snow and Pyria. He's going to move on up. Pyria's got a deep angle already taken outside of B main. Brokey's going to get the information. Call for his teammate to swing over, but Pyria's got that headshot. Snow has the other. And FaZe fall to 3 players, and they're about to fall to Pain Gaming in the opening game of the Intel Extreme Masters Atlanta. It is a disastrous start for FaZe, but beautiful from Pain. 2-0, and a 2-0 they can be so proud of. They lost all the pistol rounds, but they don't let their opponents get the double figures on either map.
No, dude, they looked so clean today. They looked really, really good. Just strong, fundamental Counter-Strike, hitting the basics very, very well. You had it powered by some really strong individual performance as well. Pyria on Dust 2 was a monster. Safe on Dust 2 with his AWP was influential. Snow here on Anubis took over this game. 22 kills for him. Just have an impact each and every round. And yeah, to open up IEM Atlanta like that, and as your return to the professional circuit as well for the Pain guys, this is a great feeling for them to move forward into day number 2. They're going to be waiting to see who they're going to face off against tomorrow, but for now they just get to celebrate the fact that they've just body-bagged FaZe.
Yeah, and you mentioned it could be a tough opponent for FaZe heading forward. We'll see how they are able to pull themselves together, but a lot of work to be done, a lot of conversations to be had for FaZe if they want to get some of that form they had last week again. But for Pain Gaming, I mean, we had questions what they would look like. We haven't seen them in a long time, so why don't we catch up with them down in the booth?
Big start here for BC.Game. How was that, man? Tell me about that game.
The first match was cool. I think it was not that difficult, but Anubis city side, you know, yeah, sometimes goes wrong. But today, I think we did a well job.
Yeah, I mean, they locked in both pistols in the second map, but it seemed as though you guys were still running the board. Did you expect it?
Yeah. Actually, Anubis has been the best map on practice, so that's why we picked it. So I think was a little bit surprised for them also. So
tell me a little about Snow's performance today, because he wasn't missing. Tell me about playing with Snow today.
Yeah, we love to have him like in the team, not just because he's a good player, but also the energy, the things that he brings for the team, and another things also, and yeah. So good to play with him.
So it seems like you guys might have figured out that some of those op questions that were around. Is that true?
Yeah.
Cool. Anything you want to say before we get out of here?
Just still like cheering for us, and let's fucking go. Hashtag go Pain.
I love that for you, man. Congratulations.
Thank you.
To have good chemistry.
They have to double peek. He's getting his shot. Unbelievable!
Something special to throw up this decoy, and that's exactly what happens.
Got him, Vincere! We are back!
It comes at the cost of so much HP. So Essential, who's now dead, and MPL and Alex, who are both very low.
Yeah, Flammer's punished for that in the past, but he gets away with it this time.
Honestly, respect for going for it again. He's done it like twice recently.
12-7.
Both times failed.
Yeah,
it's like,
just...
I'm going to do it again. Why not?
You never expect the third attempt. 4 versus 4 here. A big freeze up from Bait, actually, to maybe just see if there is going to be an overstep. And there is. Umich loses his head. Now getting a kill. So man advantage towards Bait. Still this HP that comes under the limelight. Orp has a quick look, doesn't spot anything, and they are slowly wrapping their way round towards A with all this outside control. So might not be what's expected. There's a player who has made his way down below, Zorte on that Orp.
Keep an eye on this clock, though. They're not giving us a lot of time. We're just about to go into 30 seconds, and they're only now making their way in towards Heaven. They've basically got no room for error. They can't make any mistakes.
Yeah, someone's got eyes on Heaven as well if it remains the case. The bomb hits the deck, 20 seconds. They've evened up the numbers. There's another player in towards Heaven that's unexpected. It's all going to be down to Alex. 5 HP, low time. Zorte in the vent, picks up the bomb, gets behind to get it planted. Oh my goodness. I mean, really well done. Just about able to squeeze out that bomb plant. Is that still going to be enough, though, because he is so low? Do they know about that? Can they communicate that? Zorte just waiting, biding his time. Was he heard on the flames? I would have thought so. It's one of those that maybe a teammate communicates to you. So he's just...
He ticked twice in it.
Buying some time. Does have the AWP out. Great angle against the AWP here. Zorte gonna have to hit his shot. Oh, barrel spotted!
Jesus.
And Alex goes early, but he will get it done. That damage not confirmed. Fly around the corner with a USP. I think you win that, but they just didn't know.
God, that was so close. Just trying to keep the vibes up, though. I can respect that. But yeah, that was dicey. That was a little too close for comfort. He shoots a little early, and it very nearly kind of costs him in terms of the spray control. But it's all good. Oh, really unfortunate time for a tech pause as well, because it just feels like Bait are starting to open up a bit of a door. And it's off the back of BetBoom's pause as well, which is kind of even more important. You know, it's a tactical timeout taken by BetBoom, and immediately another round found by Bait as they're slowly but surely starting to chain a little bit of something, some success of any sorts on this C side. The headset issue, it seems, on towards Kensator. Hopefully it's nothing too crazy. Meditation for Zorta. He's locked in.
Well, he's just lost the clutch, hasn't he?
Fuck the ref. Fuck the ref.
Counter-Strike Combine 2025, Dallas, Texas. Some of the best Counter-Strike players in the world. They're going to be put through their paces, tests, trials, tribulations. Who's going to pass? Who's going to come out on top? We've got one man, Rushley A. Rushlison, standing by, official referee, joining us today to adjudicate. Nobody does it better than this guy in the business. Let's get into it. No, just need to plug in the keyboard, the mouse, and straighten the monitor.
Okay, go.
Oh, monitor first. Interesting. Under the cables now. Found the hole. In the hole now, under the table. Okay. This is where it gets tough. He could hit his head here. Oh, first USB's in. That's clean. Second USB in. He's up. He's on the chair. Done. Stop the clock.
I'm sorry.
16 seconds.
I'm sorry. The skin is not on. I'm sorry.
The
what? The skin is not on.
Rush.
Yeah. Ah, you need to.
The official adjudicate. No, it's fine. You're fine.
He's against me.
You're fine.
Motherfucker. Okay.
Oh, monitor first as well. Learning from his teammate.
It's not really straight. I fucked up.
He's struggling with the USBs. He's struggling with the USBs. Stop the clock. 17 seconds.
Fuck.
All right. Are you feeling prepped and ready for this? This is about reactions.
It's about reaction, and I feel ready now.
Okay. Oof.
156. I don't know if it's good. but let's see.
He's taking a breath between each go. I like it. Getting himself poised.
He's gonna be good. He's gonna be good.
Are you gonna take this technique?
I can do better than this. Okay, sorry, mate. Excuse us.
Oh, the consistency!
He's consistent for a couple of years now.
Ah, you got in his head. You got in his head. You got in his head. Ooh. Consistency across the board there.
Yeah.
157 average for Zywer. All right, Apex up to bat. Now look, he is an older gentleman.
Yeah. Let's see if all people can have
They
good
do
reaction.
say that the reaction times start going down at 25. I want you to be comfortable.
Mom, I love you.
Oh! He's done him on the first!
You see? 22 years old.
It's about the averages. It's about the averages.
I know.
You can't get overconfident here.
Don't let me stress.
Oh, that was so long.
Yeah, this one was really
Mate, you're holding the angle, you're holding the angle, you're holding the angle.
I'm not good at holding angles. You are not used to be long like
But
this.
still, 158. We can work with that.
Oh, it's getting
Still
worse.
in it though. Still in it though. Still in it though.
It's getting worse. Oh, it's getting worse and worse.
But you can redeem it all here.
No. It's about now.
He can redeem it all right now.
You can do 120. No.
158 average though. 157, 158. So Zywer's getting by
He's younger.
nothing.
The best player in the world. I'm just being consistent.
Okay, so let's set the scene. 12-11, map 5. Major on the line.
Oh, mate. 12-6.
Apex has just gone 1 for 1 on the opener. You're in a 4v4.
Okay.
You've bottled it. You missed an AWP shot.
Again?
He's dead.
Again? Okay, I'm dead. Okay.
So 3v4, Mezzi gets a triple kill, wins you the series.
Wow, that's wild.
You've just won the major. You ready?
Nice!
129. Are you happy with the length?
It came from deep. Yeah, I saw it like... Okay. Nice!
129 as well. Ooh. They hit the same levels. Same levels. We haven't had that before.
Good job.
History made today. Okay, so here's what's going to happen. Whistle goes off. Hands come off the table, you grab the water.
Okay.
Lid needs to come off, sip of water, lid back on, back in its place. Time trial.
Hands back on the table.
Oh, the lid! 6 seconds. Could have shaved a second off there. Could have shaved a second off
under
there.
pressure, I'm not good at it. I need to, sorry, I'm stretching a bit.
Limbering up here.
Yeah.
Haven't seen this technique yet.
Warm-up is really key. Yeah, that's why I wasn't that good. I didn't warm up before.
Are you thirsty?
I am.
Perfect. All right, you ready to go?
Yeah.
You ready?
Oh. Okay, it's faster than me, for sure.
4 seconds.
Yeah. Good job.
We knew Zywer could have shaved you.
Sorry.
When you're ready. Referee? 46.5.
It's not that good, no?
Second highest today.
Okay.
Are you ready? I don't want you to hurt your hand here.
Nah, fine.
All right. Gotta be sensible about this. Major's coming up. Here we go. Oh!
Wait, what's
45.3.
What's close?
Very close. Very close, gentlemen. Very close.
He's going to gym every day.
I knew it. I knew it. I knew he would say that if I win.
What's
we don't
next?
work on this, mate.
This is the strats in this book to win the major.
Okay.
Now what's going to happen is, I'm going to call out a number.
Okay.
I will
need to
then
find the number?
blow the whistle.
Okay.
Once the whistle goes, you open the book to the page corresponding with the number I give you, and you must read the strategy aloud.
Okay. What's the page?
Wait, sorry. All right, here we go. Page 41.
Okay.
Oh, it's long already.
Okay.
It's a lot of pages.
Yes, go B.
9 seconds. A lot of pages to handle there. It can get tough. Cumbersome. Page 52.
He's losing time.
Yeah, but you
Oh,
got
he got
lucky.
stuck on the pages.
Shut!
It was worse than him, I think.
Yeah, I wouldn't call that strat. It probably won't work. Okay, 11 seconds.
Yes.
Did fumble on the page as well.
But you got lucky because you went straight to 42.
The fortunes in the pages. Okay. Okay, banana speed eating. How do you feel about just taking a bite of a banana?
Now you know I have a secret. I have a really big secret, but I can't say it.
Whoa. Speed peel technique there. Whoa! 4 seconds.
Okay. Can I disqualify?
Well, you don't have to compete if you don't want.
I think you won already. I mean, I can try, but 4 seconds.
So it's not DQ. It's no time recorded unless. Do you want to give it a go?
I will try.
Okay, he's going to give it a go.
But.
He's fumbled on that. Oh, quick on the chewing. Not bad. 5.5. Not bad though.
I'll finish the banana at this. Yeah, good job. You see bananas.
So right now, you're going to get these basketballs. You're going to get 3 shots. We want to see how good your utility is. So sometimes it's not a set nade. Sometimes it needs to be on the fly, and you need to be ready with the distances.
But there's no time. I can
3
take
shots.
my time.
Take your time. Take your time.
It's easy.
Okay.
Look, little surprise if you want. I can do it with my phone.
Oh, again. No.
0-3.
At least I have no pressure.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, okay. You can stop now.
Oh, that's an extra point. I tried to dunk and it went down.
Right.
Oh no, again.
What do we say about that, Rush? The fact that it fell off on the shot. Are we going again?
No?
It's done? He's going again? It's done. He's called it there. He's called it there. The referee.
Fuck the ref.
Gentlemen, how do you feel about your performance overall?
I had 2 shots only and I beat him.
Yeah.
Fuck the ref. I think they will pay the ref, but it's all right.
Okay. Do you guys feel like you're ready to win in Dallas?
Yep. I think we are ready.
What's the last one?
That's it.
Okay, we good. Okay, yeah, I hope we're gonna win. 6 tournaments in a row would be nice.
Yeah, okay, beautiful. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
The Intel Extreme Masters Atlanta 2026 is brought to you by ESL in partnership with Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, and Zoe.
It's our first day in the Big A as we welcome you back to the Intel Extreme Masters Atlanta 2026. My name is Freya Spitz and I am so excited to be reunited back with Yanko after quite a while and also have Yumi up on the desk. First time, I believe, at an IEM event on the desk. Welcome.
Yeah, no, it's a brand new experience, but I'm happy to be in America of all places to have that first step in my journey, I guess.
Freya, what do you need?
What do I need?
Yeah, you're giving me compliments like you clearly need something.
I just want you to be kind to Yumi. Don't take anything this guy says personally.
I'll try.
Jacob will be here later. So I can wait the series.
I'm excited to be back in Atlanta as well. When I was coming from the airport, drove past the Fox Theatre, gave me flashbacks to when I was watching the E-League Atlanta Major as well. You participated in some E-League events as well, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Not the Atlanta Major, but the Boston Major, which obviously the first couple of stages were here, and then also one of the E-League Premier ones where FaZe was lights out, right? Yes. It was the second half of 2017 where they really sort of dominated and became the best team in the world. They just added Guardian and all of Meister to that lineup. So yeah, a lot of memories here.
Anytime I think of E-League, I just think of that banger theme tune, that Fall Out Boy song. Oh my God.
Yeah.
That was one of the best bits. Yumi, you've been here for Challenger League, right? Or DreamHack?
Yeah, I mean, I did that remote, but it was one of those events where there was this Cinderella story of FlyQuest never winning international trophies. Didn't matter who they were against. But they beat a big clan who were massive favorites of the tournament, who, you know, funny later on, Big actually came back to Atlanta again the year after, and then also lost to M80. So Big like losing in Atlanta. Other teams, smaller teams, they love winning here.
Well, let's take a look at some of the teams we do have on the docket for this edition of the Intel Extreme Masters Atlanta 2026. And take a look at some of the teams that unfortunately aren't making it through to the IEM Cologne Major. I think the biggest upset, if we can call it that, Janko, is FaZe. Obviously, all the roster changes that ensued after the fact, but that's the name that I look at, and I'm the most disappointed that they're not making it.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you add into the context the fact that they were second place at the last major, so it really took a lot to go wrong for them to not even be in stage 1 of the Cologne major. And I think it was needed, though. Like, this FaZe roster just simply wasn't working, and yeah, it's been a lot of mismanagement in the last couple of years, letting big name players go away on free transfers, not getting anything in return, missing on some of the signings, even though they're reluctant to admit it to this point, right? And what we've seen with Kerrigan obviously leaving for Falcons, I think FaZe is in a good position to sort of just rebuild, and not necessarily fully rebuild, but figure out the next step for FaZe Clan in Counter-Strike, right? Like, how are they going to look like? Which direction are they going to take? Who are going to be the leaders of this team? And just start going down that path.
The journey for FaZe this season, unfortunately, was this car crash we couldn't look away from, because not only did we see them at these tournaments losing to everybody, you know, even re-encountering a Pain Gaming at this event, but they were also vlogging a lot of the pain and the struggles, which, you know, you got words from Kerrigan towards the end of that journey saying it's actually almost impressive they didn't make the Cologne Major because of how ridiculous their season had to be to fall out of contention.
Were you subscribing to the idea that it was a curse that they did make it to the grand final of Budapest? Are you a believer in that now?
Listen, I've been, I think, one of the more vocal people about how much I didn't like Kerrigan's style of calling. I just think the game has evolved to a point where, you know, you can't rely just on mid-rounds or just making the genius best call, and I think that's what Kerrigan does best. But, you know, Vitality also do that to a very high level, but they also have some great set-piece rounds as well that I just think was always missing out of their game.
Do you think it's going to work in Falcons then? Not to take the train too far off the tracks, but do you think Kerrigan makes sense in Falcons?
It definitely makes sense to the style they want to play. Okay. But I've also wanted that out of Falcons as well. Like, I want them to have more set pieces so that, you know, a player like Kyosuke, for example, or I guess for the FaZe comparison, someone like Jacob, they have more guardrails. They have something to follow down the track instead of it always being a detour that they're not expecting.
You're going to have a tough time lifting trophies with guardrails on, right? But I think for Falcons, they couldn't have gotten a better in-game leader than Kerrigan for their situation, right? Because they have an issue of performing in playoffs. Kerrigan is quite the opposite. Like, whenever FaZe would somehow at least get to the playoffs, like, that's where they were better in relation to other teams, you know, and that's why the Budapest major run also happened to some extent. So I think we'll have to wait and see. You know, they need a couple of events under their belt, some time to practice, for everyone to get used to his system. But in theory, if he can get just a little bit more of Kyosuke first and foremost, right, and if he can get them to play in playoffs close to the level that they've displayed in groups at times, I think they can get what they wanted with his addition.
And also, you know, sometimes at the start of breakups, everyone's a little heartbroken. But down the line, you could end up having better lives as a result of it. You know, that could be the benefit for Twists and FaZe Clan. It could be the benefit for BC or for Falcons as well.
I was going to say, you might need to tell that to Twists personally. It sounds like it's not feeling too good right now. But let's talk about, obviously, the schedule that we have on the cards. We've already seen one game going down. I believe the B-Stream game is still ongoing. Obviously, FaZe, unfortunately, losing out to Pain earlier on today. We're going to be covering Vitality versus BC.Game. I just wanted to get your thoughts quickly, Yanko, on that Na'Vi coming in second highest rated team in the world. If it weren't for Vitality, they would probably have lifted a few more trophies this year as well. I'm excited to see, hopefully, that come to fruition in the grand final again, maybe?
I mean, get in line. There's a lot of teams who would be saying the same sentence. If it weren't for Vitality, we'd had a couple more trophies under our belt. But hey, they've been close. I know it's been 3-0s, right? But in the maps that did end up being close, they would lose some silly rounds. I think they will look back outside of the Rio quarterfinal and say, we're there, we're close. Like, yes, you know, we do end up losing, we don't win a map, but it's kind of due to us, you know, like, it's self-inflicted injuries at times. So you're always going to try and motivate yourself. And Vitality, they're trying their best, Freya. They're giving it their all for someone else to win a tournament. They've stopped practicing, they've split up, they're going to different, you know, parts of the United States. Like, they're doing all they can for someone to beat them, but people still just...
They're giving you 11 rounds on the first map of a Grand Final series. Like, man, if you're Na'Vi, Yumi, that must feel so bad, particularly when you hear Vitality saying, hey, we weren't even feeling that great coming into the event, not that much practice. Like, bro, if I can't beat you now, when am I going to beat you?
Well, this, I guess, is the next best chance, because, again, they're not practicing. They've spent time touching grass or, I guess, seeing cityscapes in New York. So, no, I mean... It does seem right now that, you know, people are talking about the void between Vitality and the next teams. I think a lot of the teams actually are weirdly quite close. They're just more brittle than Vitality. You know, Vitality don't bend and break. They almost always snap back, whereas these other teams, you know, we've got a lot of rookie players, a lot of star players that are put in these positions but don't have a lot of tier 1 experience. And so they're going to go, sometimes they go missing. Like Mikaze definitely didn't have the greatest nuke, for example, in their best of 5. He had a great Anubis, but, you know, then Imma starts to waver. And so these players that have such pivotal roles, they just need a bit more tempering, I think, on these other rosters, because I think they're closer than people make out.
Let's bring up the B stream schedule as well, just to take a look at exactly what's going on over there. That first map, first series rather, between Bait and BetBoom, that has gone to a 3-map affair. And yeah, we're going to get to see some of these other names take to the stage later on. But before we dive into our next matchup, let's take a look at some of our predictions, because obviously this is a 6-team playoff, so we'll get three teams coming from each group. I want to begin, if we could bring up the Group A bracket, and theorize a little bit as to who you expect to be making it through this one. You got a bold prediction off the bat, Yanko?
Yeah, I think Vitality, this will be a walk in the park.
Sure.
I think their playoff streak will stay alive at the very least, Freya. But outside of that, it's pretty open. I mean, we talk a lot about Na'Vi being the biggest challenger. I think Foot has a... You know, they're a dark horse when it comes to challenging Vitality, potentially, because they're a young, exciting team. On a good day, they can definitely put up a great fight. And we saw Pain Gaming with a, I don't know if you can call it an upset. I guess that was a pretty even matchup, more or less, going into it, but taking down FaZe Clan. So outside of Vitality, I have Foot in there as more or less of a lock. And then after that, I think it's wide open.
Yeah, I'd probably be in agreement, and I'd maybe wager. Yeah, I would actually put Pain in there. I think I was actually very impressed with how they out-called a FaZe Clan that, you know, very recently caused upsets against a G2 and a Furia. You know, for Pain, that's no small feat, especially when they feel a little isolated sometimes in South America.
Okay, so we're locking in Vitality, very obviously. Foot, and then we're going with Pain?
Why not?
Yeah, throw them up in there. How do you feel
they won't
about...
make it, but we can...
we can dream for them. How do you feel about Foot at the moment? Obviously, what we saw back at EPL, that was really, really fun to watch them take to the stage. Do you think they have a realistic shot of making it really deep here?
I think it's just disappointing that they couldn't have longs for rivals, right? Because that was another opportunity to test themselves against tier 1 teams. They beat Vitality on Dust 2 with a coach. You know, like that. We talked about Dust 2 for Vitality and their streak and all of that, and they were able to take a map off of them. So yeah, I think this is going to be a huge tournament for Foot leading up to the major, right? If they can have some good results, make the playoffs, beat like another team in the playoffs, that's just going to build up their confidence going into Cologne.
They're such a fun team to watch as well. I absolutely love it when they take to the stage. Group B, let's take a look at that. Obviously, we're theorizing about the possibility of Na'Vi and Vitality maybe meeting in that playoffs. That's because Na'Vi are in Group B. I think, Yumi, we can already say Na'Vi is a shoo-in for getting in there. Who else would you put?
I would probably say Astralis. They're a weird case, though, because they seem like they've been in a couple of playoff games recently where they have actually just vanished from the server. You don't see the same punch, the same great calling. And I guess I'd put maybe Gamer Legion. You know, those teams feel kind of the closest for me.
Yeah, I'm very excited to see how Sinners do, right? Because they were able to make their way into the Cologne Major by playing a lot of these Tier 2 tournaments, some online tournaments, and so on and so forth. This is, you know, their first showing at really a Tier 1 event. So if they can cause some damage, how far could they go? Could they surprise us? But yeah, outside of Na'Vi and with Astralis, it's the thing with these Hooksy teams. Like sometimes it's they get frustrated at times, or when you start hitting a wall, it's like, can you bounce back just mentally, emotionally, you know, like, so this would be a bounce back event for them. I've liked what I've seen so far from them this year, so I'd put them alongside Na'Vi for sure.
I think also Astralis maybe have like, I don't know if they've really sorted out their roles properly. You know, I mean, they've got a Stare and Yabi taking a lot of opening fights, and those guys are great star players, but I almost feel like they need a bit more punch on a player that's maybe not as important later.
Do you want to rock, paper, scissors? You've picked Gamer Legion, you went for Sinners. They're going head-to-head in the first game.
I mean, I'm not saying they'll make the playoffs. I just want to see how
I just want to see how they do.
And Legacy is also a team that we haven't mentioned,
Yeah,
right?
no,
I mean, they're actually starting from stage 2 at the Cologne Major, so that's going to be great for them. And with Art, it's been a bit up and down, right? Obviously, it was good at Pro League, and then after that, some struggles when it comes to these international events, looking to bounce back here. I think they could also be a team that we see in the playoffs.
Okay, we're looking in Legacy then, do you believe?
I'm good with a Legacy. You know,
Yeah?
I think Art got some disrespect for a time, but he's, I guess, trying to fix that.
Okay, let's lock and load that and segue into our second matchup of the day. That is going to be Vitality taking on BC.Game, where Trace did catch up with BC.Game ahead of the series.
Big one in front of BC.Game here to start out their campaign at the Intel Extreme Masters in Atlanta. Let's talk a little bit about that Vitality that sits across the way. How do you expect this game to go?
I mean, expectations, there's none. Just, I want to have fun. And if we do good, we can beat them. If we lose to them, I don't think it's the end of the world. Everybody does. So, yeah, just here to enjoy it. Honestly, it's our first game with this roster, so we'll just try our best. And if it leads to a win, then of course it's great. But if it doesn't, we'll just learn from the mistakes and do better next time.
Is it easy to ask the question is, what is it that makes Vitality so strong, like in your eyes?
I mean, I was an analyst, so I analyzed them before, right? They're super quick in the head. Like, if they have information, they need like 2 seconds to process it and make it a good decision. And other teams are not that fast. And also, they have like 5 superstars. Everybody is like in his role, like one of the best. So, but yeah, overall as a team, like their team play is really insane to look at how fast they react to information and do the correct move. So that's most likely it, in my opinion.
So I'm looking over here. You guys got some superstars too. They call you BC.Game. All right. So tell me about this lineup. You guys are talking about playing for the first time together, and you're doing it in Atlanta.
Yeah. So I mean, it's with the addition of Sensu, it's really great. Like looking sometimes at his screen, it's kind of surreal. Must be how Team Spirit is feeling when they watch Donk sometimes, I feel like. And yeah, I mean, he's a great guy. Overall, he's like also really humble, like eager to work. And it's great to have him on the team. And of course, we have the GOAT, the old GOAT.
Electronic, right?
Yeah, electronic. I mean, crazy actually. And yeah, and we have our AWP is also pretty decent. And yeah, so I think we have like firepower to match any team if we are on point. And it's my job to basically make sure that they get like chances to shine.
One last question I have for you is about your guys' practice and your regimen of practice when it comes to, who are the characters. What does a practice day look like for you guys?
I mean, as every other team, we have like theory session, talk about what we want to do, and then we just like play some scrims and try like we set some goals for the scrims. Either like sometimes we practice rounds, sometimes we just play to win, and yeah, I mean, we just try to do our best, and then afterwards we recap, talk about mistakes. I mean, for us, it's like we didn't have that much time coming into this, so it's been pretty short in terms of like we had to like go over all the maps, not that intensely, I would say. So we just focus on playing and feeling the game and having like good calls bouncing off each other, Yeah.
I do know, and perhaps we'll get that fireworks show. Thank you very much, Gronk.
Thank you. You're welcome.
I do hate to say it, but it does feel like this is going to be a potential baptism by fire for this new look BC.Game roster. I do just want to ask your thoughts on Senzu. We get to look behind us and see him in a BC.Game jersey. Still haven't quite got over that fact. That's going to be interesting to see how he kind of gels with this team.
Yeah, just going from lone to lone. First it was Passion UA, now it's BC.Game. But yeah, I think it's shown that his individual level is still high, right? But it's about finding the right situation really where he can truly showcase what he's capable of.
Yeah, it did really feel like there were times as well when you watched that Passion UA that Senzu was kind of fighting against the world. So I actually love that he's getting a chance to play with other star players that, he can maybe look down the line and say, okay, yeah, Simple's carrying me this round.
I would like to just have a pact of honesty on this desk, right?
Sure.
We're not branding this BC.Game. Obviously, they're not even making it to Cologne, right? We're not branding this as like an all-time roster, right? We're not looking at these guys and thinking, hey, this is a team for the long haul.
Well, they only have 4 players.
Yeah.
So we definitely can't do that now. Scrunk seemed, I spoke to him in the lobby. He actually seemed pretty enthusiastic about the fact he gets to coach.
I mean, it's a great opportunity.
He gets the in-game lead. I mean, that was his main role when he was a player as well. And he mainly worked with young up-and-coming star players, people like Soulfly, for example, or Jorko for people that, or I think that's right. But he understands that he doesn't have to micromanage these guys. He understands that they're going to have a lot of ideas themselves.
talk about micromanage. Like, I wonder how much is he going to get to speak to begin with, right? The last time we saw BC.Game, I mean, you and me, Freya, was in Krakow, and there wasn't really a lot to write home about in terms of what the atmosphere was like, what the communication was like between teammates, right? That was one of their big issues, and I don't think anyone was surprised when they made roster changes. So it's just about sort of trying to build an environment in which people can play without worrying about other things, let's put it that way, and it can be a bit more relaxed potentially, right? A bit more free-flowing, and we'll see if getting Senzu and having, you know, your assistant coach as the IGL for this tournament, sort of the alleviation of pressure that comes with, if that helps them somewhat to just have a little bit more, well, actually to have any fun while playing.
Yeah, I mean, one of the cool things watching those tournaments was actually that we got to hear some of the rage and anger at each other, actually.
You didn't hear half of it.
I'm sure we missed a lot. But I mean, for me, conceptually, like, they didn't play Muterus-style Counter-Strike under BCG. They played some weird hodgepodge solution that felt like everybody was on the wrong page. So this is a good opportunity for them to be a bit more holistic, perhaps, in their approach.
And Vitality, on the other side of things, they just keep writing the perfect page every single time. And we obviously talked about it, you know, before going into the Blast Rivals event. Not so much practice, not feeling like they were on their A game. We've seen, obviously, all over social media, the team taking a little bit of vacation time in the US, splitting off into a couple of different teams. I just wanted to ask, from your perspective, Janko, as a former coach, do you think this is obviously Vitality allowed to make their own choices, but what's your read on them deciding to do that prior to going into the kind of long haul of Cologne?
I think it's really smart, no doubt about it. Like, even when I was, you know, in FaZe, I always try to give the players at least a couple of days off after a tournament, you know, do that, go into online practice and then a short boot camp if possible, because there's so much going on, like with the traveling and the competing, and especially when you're not the best team in the world and winning every game, right? Like, there's frustrations that come with that, and you know, obviously everyone is putting in the work to get better. So for Vitality, understanding that, you know, these tournaments in the US don't really carry a ton of value for them in the considering what they're aiming for, which is being the greatest team to ever play Counter-Strike. And obviously, I think if they lift the trophy in Cologne, it becomes, you know, there's no more debate about that they've achieved that. But then again, they do such a great job of, you're at the event, right, and still finding the motivation. That's where Apex comes in. Like, that's credit to him just as a leader, to still be able to push these guys, these young players, to get them motivated, to have that drive. And you're beating everybody all the time, to not get complacent, to not get relaxed, to still have that killer instinct. And that's what separates Vitality from any other team that we've had.
It also seems like a reaction to last year in the schedule. I think a lot of players vocally were saying how hectic it was for them, the amount of travel they were having to do, the amount of competition they have to play out, and yeah, probably demoralizing. You're always losing to Vitality, but they probably recognize themselves that probably after that first season, they were a little burned out. So they're kind of taking it in stride this way.
Yeah, 100%. I do tend to agree with you, Janko. You know, these US events don't hold too much of, you know, weight to Vitality unless you want to get the second Grand Slam of the year, because they actually could do it. They've already lifted. They've already been the first team to win back-to-back ESL Grand Slams. And they, in theory, could do another one this year. That's mental.
Yeah, absolutely. You make a good point. And it's funny because when it first got introduced, the Grand Slam, like, people thought this is a joke. Like, no one will ever be able to complete one of these, right? And then multiple teams did. And now we're here standing talking about, can Vitality get 2 in 1 year? Like, that's the level of dominance. And, you know, you're saying it out loud and no one is laughing, because there is a world in which, you know, that's a real possibility. So obviously, as you can see, they'd have to win Atlanta, the Cologne Major, second Pro League season this year, and also the China IEM. But yeah, they could absolutely get it done.
Yeah, it's a scary place to be, because, I mean, not only would it be maybe 3 in a row, but then you could also talk about Rops as having, what, 4 Grand Slams?
$1 zillion.
Yeah, this guy's just, like, making his own mini Fort Knox, it feels like, in Counter-Strike.
It's absolutely insane. I mean, for Vitality, just talking about sustaining the peak, right? I think it was a question that we kind of had last year. I don't feel like it's too much of a question anymore. They know exactly how to sustain a high level, so not too many worries.
I think it's also, whenever you have a dominant team and a team having an era, it usually coincides with other teams struggling, like the other contender teams. And you saw, you know, Falcons have been struggling, Maus unable to take them down. Spirit making changes to try to catch up, right? Like all these other teams. Furia did it for a while, but then couldn't, you know, maintain that level going into this year. So just being able to stay consistent and then constantly get better little by little, that's been the separating thing for Vitality.
By the way, it's time to get this show started. We've got Vitality taking on BC.Game, and we've got Dinko and Moses ready to carry it through.
Yeah, so we have ZywOo and Simple. That's obviously the storyline everybody's very excited about. We get them going up against one another coming into this game. And kick things off for Mirage, I'm just hoping BC.Game, the fact that Vitality have been on vacation, gives them at least a chance to be competitive for portions of this game, Jason.
A chance to be competitive.
A portion of this game.
A chance to be competitive for a portion of the game.
I mean, that's the kind of terminology we need to use when we're talking about Team
There's so
Vitality.
many qualifiers in this.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know, I'll take that. I mean, look, I think this is going to be a stomp, but we saw Vitality in Fort Worth. I guess what you're going to hang your hat on if you want to see BC.Game be competitive through portions of the series.
This game.
You look back to Fort Worth and you say Vitality was pretty rough around the edges. They obviously don't care. They're kind of like in that phase of like, we're winning everything, and we need to rest up before the major. So, yeah, we're coming to these events, but we're prioritizing and making sure that we're going to be healthy, turning the corner into the major.
Well, one of the things Apex always says is, you know, our CT side on Mirage is really good. It's the best. You know, we're the best at a lot of the things, but our T side on Mirage sucks.
Yeah,
so, and they haven't obviously fixed that because they went on vacation. So we're gonna see the same level of T side, I imagine, as the last event. But Simple is off to the races. That's Apex getting domed by the P250.
This is all I care about, really, is Simple having a great game. That's what I want to see. Simple and ZywOo both just popping off. ZywOo's going to get tested, blinded a second time, and Senzu's got another opening. Scrunk adds in, and that's the B bomb site secured.
Oh man, it's just there's a lot of.
Senzu one is actually like a pretty, that's the first, I feel like, roster change this team made that I was like, okay. Like, I don't think it's anything like crazy. I still don't really feel like they're building with like some cohesive team plan and vision that they want, but I don't care. Senzu's that good of a player individually that it just makes it more interesting. And he's a playmaking player, not afraid to like go get stuck into a fight, not afraid to go try and open up a bomb site. So you have another tool that Simple can play off of, opening up opportunities and avenues for Simple to get involved.
Yeah. And Senzu filling up his closet right now with a bunch of different jerseys, so he's having a good time at the moment, going around a bunch of teams from Mongols to Passion to now BC.Game. This is the opener from Simple. Yep, not much you can do about that if you're Apex.
Yeah, well, Apex has experienced that many times in his career, so he'll be well equipped to forget about that one.
All right, so Vitality going to go for a buy. You're going to get the FAMAS out here for Rops and Mezzi, MP9 for Apex, and the other two, ZywOo and Flames on Deagles. So still a chance to be potent in a round like this. So the BC.Game can handle it. I have a question for you, Jason. Which vacation group would you rather have been a part of in Vitality? The one that went to Yosemite, the one that went to nice restaurants in New York, or the coaching staff that went to a basketball game in Texas?
Yosemite.
Yeah,
easiest decision.
They look the best.
Such an easy one. Any day of the week. I wonder what they had a good time. I haven't spoken to them yet.
They look like they had a good time.
It is always like European players always say they're going to go visit like Vegas and New York and LA. You know, the countryside, the nature side of America is pretty damn.
Where it's at.
It's pretty incredible. So I'm happy to see some of the players get out there for sure.
Touching grass.
It's been a very slow, quiet, chill round. No damage exchange between the two teams, and we're just watching Vitality reassess and readjust towards a ramp. So 3 players going to attack up the ramp. You've got the BC.Game players readjusting towards the bomb site. There's the push on Electronic. He stopped cold, traded by Senzu. And a lot of resistance that they didn't expect.
Yeah, Senzu and Scrunk able to come through together. A combo we never thought we'd see on the server playing together. But Mezzi and ZywOo send a couple of shots back. Now it's Flames, the back of Triple with one hope still. Simple dives down into the sandwich. That's information passed over towards Mezzi.
He hasn't gotten a kill or anything, so they don't know he's here.
Well, there's the kill, and then Flames' deagles come out. Simple's dead. Now it's the low HP of Senzu. Can Flames pull it off? No, Senzu stays committed to the fight and gets the kill on Flames.
Hell yeah, well done, Senzu, stepping into the jersey. That's a big-time kill right at the end. 12 HP, you miss once, and you're gone. Flames are not able to win the round. 2-0 for BC Game, but that's a very dangerous situation they step into at this A bomb site. Thought surely this was going to be locked down a little bit earlier. Flamesy couldn't get the kill fast enough to save Mezzi's life, so Senzu's able to mop it up. 2-0. And a timeout called from BC Game. Interesting.
Yeah.
After 2 straight round wins, you just want to force buy. You would assume, I guess, that they're going to save, but maybe there's something else going on with BC Game that they want to have a chat about before going into this next round. There's somewhat of investment on the Vitality side. We'll see if they sell back, but Apex has picked up an MP9 in armor. Rops has picked up 5.7 in armor. So a little bit of resistance being mounted for the Vitality defense. But so far, so good for BC Game.
On the battle, the coaches there, Max, Taz, and Taz. A lot of Taz is going on over there.
The bald coach battle?
Yeah, you can say that one, Jason. I was leaving that one for you.
Yeah. Just really setting it up, just laying it all out there.
You could have said the battle of the Tazes.
Uh-huh.
And you went with bald, Jason.
I have the bald card. Zywoo's going to play Khan, Apex, and Rops in the winter room, boosted up in a ladder. But again, with only, not a whole lot of investment. 2 players with armor, though. So staggering some of the heavier investments, seeing what that can bring out.
BC Game called timeout ahead of this one. Really important round coming up here.
Yeah. That's the timeout is the one that makes me scratch my head a little bit. Okay, Molotov forces Rops into the open. He's burned down to 52. His position has been spotted. A bomb site's going to be the finishing move for BCG. 1 minute and 8 seconds on the clock. Electronics already stepped up the ramp.
Well, Flames scurries away. Utility coming in as well to force him out of position under the wood. He'll play towards the site. Electronic to take him down. Flames is out of there. And BC Game have the opening kill. Apex held behind triple. And here's some steps coming towards them. And can't deal with anything off the back. It's going to be simple with that kill. Apex going down. Senzu with the one on Zywoo.
Really good hit as well. I mean, that's kind of an extended, slower pacing to the attack. Rops finds his kill in middle.
Let's see if he can get another one as well. Skrunk's hanging around.
But just staying far back and not stepping into any potential trap, any potential stack whatsoever. And then eventually, the defenders are going to have to make a move because they feel the pressure of the attack coming in. They're trying to kind of locate exactly where you are. So it's really easy for BC Game to just kind of sit back and wait for those peaks. 3-0 on the T side of Mirage. Then we get the guns out for the Vitality side.
Right. That was a nice shot. Well, really
giving credit where it's due, huh?
That was a nice shot. Well, 3-0 start here for BC Game, and finally for Vitality, it will be the purchase. So the AWP coming out here for Zywoo, rifles on the rest. I think, big conversation around Fort Worth was the fact that Vitality very openly talking about how they haven't been practicing, wanting to make sure that they prioritize some rest as they ramp up for the major and, still winning the event. But I think early stages in that tournament, we were casting the first games for Vitality, and Mirage, it did not look great. Zywoo was missing shots, looking a bit shaky.
It was very rough around the edges. I feel like Rops had mostly a quiet tournament up until later in the playoffs where he kind of came back alive. But yeah, you're seeing some of that for sure. It's just the problem is this team has been beating the other top teams while playing their C game. Simple's going to have another opening kill, and Apex's play through the smoke ain't going to work. One's traded back by Rops, but you're still playing with the disadvantage, and it's going to get even worse. Actually, excuse me, it evens things up.
Oh, Simple into the top con smoke. He'll tuck himself in the corner. Vitality just sitting silently, letting Zywoo defend the A bomb site alone. And he'll play here on default. He'll peek out. Simple Down and out, Electronic able to take away Rob. So more pressure on ZywOo. His teammates, his reinforcements no longer really there. But ZywOo has got the cover of the utility inside of the site. So moves to the left side of that smoke. As he does so, Electronic moves around to the bomb site. Scrunk wins the fight as soon as ZywOo peeks into the open. And now you've got Mezzi in a 1v2 as that plant's coming through. It's going to be so tough to see a world in which Mezzi can win this round. He's got no kit on his back. And they shouldn't offer up a single chance here to Mezzi. Flash will come down towards him, knows one player's default. His attention will be drawn over there, but Electronic will just wait out towards ticket box. And time will take on, but it will be 4 in a row here for BC.Game. There's the step from Mezzi, know where he is now. And then Electronic to peek out. Mezzi knows what he's up against, but can't do anything to change the outcome of the round here. He's just going to try and slip away. He's got a kill, but he's taking damage. And he'll try and jump out that window to safety to carry his weapon over. Electronic will pick up the AWP. We'll have that available for Simple in the next round here.
Nope. No, he will not.
No, he will not. Bomb does catch Electronic, so he will not have the AWP available to Simple. But it could purchase it if you would like.
Love that play from Scrunk and Electronic in the 2v2. Kind of a 2v1 in a way at the A bomb site in that particular moment. Here's the openings, but you know, ZywOo drops that smoke between the 2 bomb site boxes, give himself some safety. Scrunk stays planted at the stairs here and allows Electronic. He's kind of a pivot point as Electronic makes the move to flush ZywOo into the open, into the waiting arms of Scrunk. 4-0. 4 rounds in a row to start this opening map of the series for BC.Game.
Yeah, you're loving this start of your BC.Game. And that was a round that had the AWP for ZywOo, right? And you've gotten rid of that. No one playing with the AWP in this round.
Had good impact with it, too. I think 2 kills for ZywOo on the AWP previously. Able to overcome that kind of an issue. And now we're rolling. Simple and Electronic in the underpass. Scrunk and Senzu top mid. Crazy waiting outside the A bomb site. Lovely nade from Apex. Bringing Electronic and Simple down to just about half HP, just above it. It's about the only action we have in the early going, just passing the 1 minute mark left in round 5. And Crazy's going to pick up the bomb, and it looks like BC.Game want to head towards the B bomb site. Haven't tested it yet in this half. This will be the first time Mezzi gets a glimpse of what's coming his direction. And Apex slides over to shore up this defense, make it even a little bit stronger.
Mezzi taking the first fights and winning both of them. Goes back. A 3rd kill from Mezzi. Just destroys BC.Game's attempt. And the bomb now spills to the floor in the apartment. Simple also caught. And Mezzi's taking everybody away, leaving Senzu at top mid boxes. So no chance getting through there. The B bomb site is closed.
I don't even think anyone from BC.Game fired back. I don't think I heard an AK-47 take a shot in that round. Just completely dominated. I'll tell you what, too, that has some long-term consequences. Like, what's your motivation now to call a play back towards the B bomb site again? When Mezzi just kind of wrecks you. Like Apex was there, never had to see him. Mezzi just gets 4 kills all on his own. So I think, you know, if you're a B anchor defender, you're super happy that you just had that kind of a performance, because now you're like, all right, it's going to be a bit before they decide to come back to the B side.
You get to chill, sit back a little bit.
It's not going to be that direct at me ever again. Molotov's in, turns from 1 flashbang. Other flash is not layered well enough to clear him out of the position, but yeah, nobody fights back.
And then he just obviously peeks out for the final kill there too. And takes everybody away. So you can see the damage that's inflicted upon BC.Game's economy as well, right? You've got an AK here for Senzu, Khalil for Crazy, but the rest are on pistols. So a real chance now for Vitality to get some control of this first half. Start clawing away at this 4-round lead that BC.Game had built up for themselves.
So Crazy once again alone at the A bomb site. Electronic coming down the stairs through underpass. Simple, Scrunk, and Senzu in middle. They're going to let Senzu play first with his hero AK-47. No peeks in window. Now he's got the time to peer up and con. The next issue that BC.Game will have in this round is the amount of utility they have to play with. Establish mid control with a good round of it, but now you got 2 smokes, 4 flashbangs left for the attack onto the A bomb site. So reconvening over in this direction. 1 smoke is used to keep a fake as if they're going to still play for middle. It'll be Flamesy and Apex at this bomb site on the initial defense. ZywOo shifting over in support.
Flames gets his head back towards Palace in time. Couldn't get the second kill, but was very damn close to it. Simple on 3 HP. We've got ZywOo and Apex taking the rest, though. And the French make sure the A bomb site is under wraps here for Vitality. No problem in dealing with that weaker buy there from BC.Game.
Really smart from ZywOo as well. Shifting over from his position in window and just firing through the smoke, spamming the hall's exit. He grabs 1 kill. That's Senzu who's trying to swing to take down Apex to keep his teammates alive. And just really nice covering fire provided. Crosshair placement for Flames. He was excellent 1-for-1 trade. The kill from ZywOo stops Senzu from swinging, which gets Apex all the time in the world to mow down 2 and turn his attention. That's the money gone for BC.Game entirely. So a really nice, strong punch to open up this half, right? 4-0 run, and now we get to see the question of, can they overcome Vitality once they have the ones with the money built up, when they have all the utility, when they have the AWP in field? Can you actually break through that defense and regain control?
Apex to the first frag of the round. Should be no resistance here. There'll be 3 coming through for Vitality, swiftly getting themselves back into the first half. So had that strong start. You laid a great foundation here at BC.Game. You watch that almost disappear in an instant. Nades hunt after Simple, and then the rifles will arrive. And there's the third. So we're underway from tying things up. Haven't seen the AWP out yet for Simple, and they don't have the money for it either in this one. So a timeout coming through here for BC.Game.
And that's where this game now starts to get, interesting in the sense that in those first 4 rounds, Simple in the pistol picks off Apex over in window. Later on, I think Simple gets another opening kill, or maybe it was Senzu out towards short. They've actually had a pretty decent amount of success kind of just swinging and taking those fights around the top mid boxes and finding that opening kill. Now that you have ZywOo's up, like, yeah, window room, it'll be smoked off, but you can have the short jump. ZywOo can really punish you if he wants to be aggressive in towards underpass. Now you have a different kind of defense to contend with in that area.
Yeah.
We'll see if it changes things.
And the Vitality, obviously, we've seen many times they're very comfortable, obviously, leaving ZywOo to maintain a bomb site on his own. So
I would be as well.
Yeah, exactly, right? So you can free up all the other pieces to strengthen other areas of the map. So, yeah, still a very tough half now ahead of BC.Game as things have settled in for Vitality.
Let's see what they've got. Round 8 is live. Simple and Electronic and Crazy over towards A ramp. There's the open window that's smoked off. Shot rings out, and I almost feel like Electronic really wants to hit at a pretty aggressive timing just by the way he was positioning. But happy to play behind the smoke for the moment.
He's not going to be happy about that, though. Nade lands right on him. So
again, I still feel like this has a timing they want to hit. They were just waiting for the smoke to clear and for the mid portion to begin.
Well, the mid portion now moving in, but so is Flames towards ramp. But Crazy quick enough to react, push Flames back. So now you've got a 5v4 for BC.Game. Is the advantage going to be enough? Rops, turns back just in time to deal with a connector threat. You've now got Apex waiting inside of the A site. BC.Game coming up towards him. First shot inaccurate. Messi steps up next, recovers, takes the first bit of damage, spam down through the boxes. Senzu's gonna knife ZywOo, and Simple finds the final headshot.
Oh,
yeah, Taz feeling it now after that.
Yeah, he loves that knife coming out from Senzu. That's a little bit of the Mongols' attitude brought into this BC.Game roster. Lovely stuff, and yeah, that's going to be a little bit of a punch in the gut. Shocking for Vitality, I think, that they just get rolled over quite like that. Look at all the trades. No one from Vitality, I feel like, expects the kind of scaling after they get their kill. Like, Mezzi finds a kill, tries to slide in, Crazy's waiting.
They got the AWP out for Simple as well here.
And that happened.
And Simple is going to be searching for the opening pick of the A side, not going to be getting it. ZywOo and Simple both on the same side of the map here with their AWPs. Crazy's going to catch that opening. Flames once again. It doesn't work. Going towards the aggressive ramp play.
Yep, another advantage now. Oh, Electronic tickled. Tickled down to 9 HP by that grenade. Bomb is dropped. They've got their opening kill on the other side of the map, and now BC.Game can pump the brakes, slow it down, and play the map. You got Skrunk with the MAC-10. You could, I mean, Electronic's all on his own, so you're not going to trade the weapons. But Skrunk is someone you can have him just kind of explore the bomb sites for you. See, late round, if you're afraid of walking into a stack, a gamble stack, he can clear things out. So, plenty of tools for BC.Game to win this situation. Good slide and peek into the boost. Apex is brought down.
Yeah, Senzu taking damage though. 35 HP, still standing. 5 players alive for BC.Game. We'll see where they decide to finish this round. They've got plenty of time, 50 seconds to decide. And with Electronic in Palace and multiple players in mid, you would imagine an ace split on the cards, but we'll see how that goes. It's going to be a miss smoke towards CT. They'll send another one in instead, and ZywOo about to be traded out by Electronic, who's waited so patiently in Palace all round along, but Rob's able to come forward. Mezzi still waiting in the bomb site. Can he get some impact? Yes, he can. Mezzi again. So reliable here for Team Vitality. And it leaves Senzu in a 1v2 with 19 seconds left, nowhere near the bomb. So carry that all up over, and Mezzi saves the day once more.
3 versus 5 conversion for Vitality. They bring it back from a 2-man deficit in this round. Absolutely wild. That'll be frustrating for BC.Game, especially after that knife in the previous round got them all hyped up. This is them coming crashing back to earth. 2 openings and you still kind of step into the stack. I mean, you kind of had everything you wanted there. Obviously, the 2 opening kills. ZywOo gets 1, and he's traded off immediately from Palace. And you feel like you have all the advantages in the world to actually win this round. Tunnel visioned away from Mezzi's position is brutal. This is a great peek here. Some frustration from Apex.
Yeah, well, we see that.
But you could see they're kind of like focused towards jungle, right? They're not expecting that next player to be there. The player I mentioned with the MAC-10, Skrunk, who is going to be able to actually search out bomb sites and sniff out those stacks, he's the first player that goes down coming out of Conda ZywOo's ops. You no longer have that resource to be highly aggressive and give you the plan, show you the map of what the bomb site actually looks like. So 5-4 and money issues come right back for BC.Game. 1 round into an immediate loss, and now you've got Tech9 on Skrunk. You still have the op in Simple's hands, Galil on Electronic, and Crazy, what, $1,000 in the bank? What's he gonna get? Tech9, rock and roll.
Well, that's a pretty good option. Well, this is where you want that op for Simple to get some work done. It's not the greatest early spawn for any opening attempts, but he'll position himself to deal with anybody getting aggressive in the underpass. Couple of times where that ramp aggression hasn't worked for Flames, so we'll see him start the round in connector instead.
Well, they're just gonna open up with an A exec on a timing. They haven't called anything tactical, nothing towards middle. Smokes are gonna come in a little bit late. Smoke for window is there. You have ZywOo defending this bomb site with the AWP. Flamesy is gonna back off from Con, he'll be there, and Apex in support over towards jungle as well.
Flames out first, so that's Skrunk gonna die. We've now got Flames stepping onto the side of the smoke, and after back-to-back frustrating rounds for Flames, he finally gets to get into the kill feed. That's a 3K from Flames, mowing down BC.Game. They will not pass into the A side at all.
Yeah, not even close. Couldn't even barely get up the ramps. Simple was never able to get a clean shot with the AWP. Nades raining into the choke point, taking his vision away as well.
Now it's a tight game, 5 apiece. Flames just stepping outside of the smoke, just in front of that bench. And they all just start marching in towards this crossout. Apex is next up, exact same position. The reinforcements swoop in, and Team Vitality now we're about to take the lead.
Yeah, didn't really have the weaponry to kind of hold back that very fast, aggressive push thrust from the CT side through the smoke. So just pistols. 2 Glocks, 3 Deagles for BC.Game, and you imagine this round will be played a little bit slow from the T perspective to give the Deagles time, but you know, if Apex and the rest of Vitality push into their faces, it doesn't really matter at the end of the day.
Yeah, 1 year ago, we were sitting in Dallas with that feeling that there was no one going to beat Team Vitality at the event, and it was ahead of the Austin Major. Now we're here in Atlanta ahead of the Cologne Major, and we've got the same situation on our hands, don't we?
It was 1 year ago where, yeah, Simple stepping into that Dallas event was stepping into it in a FaZe jersey.
Yeah.
And everyone was ready for him to be back.
Yeah, he did have a sick clip on Mirage.
True.
That's it, really.
Yeah. Thank you, Dinko.
Made it to the playoffs, though, of Austin Majors, so that's impressive.
Back to you in the studio.
Yeah, last round of the half here. 6-5, Vitality with the lead. Can BC.Game tie things up? ZywOo looking towards mid early. Is going to be smoked out, as you would expect, and then that allows Skrunk to move in. Now Flames is back to his old tricks. Close up to the ramp, just in behind that smoke.
You're right to point it out, though. This fight has not gone in his direction a number of times. Smoke's about to play now, and there's the kill from Senzu. Why the hell not?
I thought there was no way Rops was losing that. Somehow Senzu's able to spin around and get it. So opening frag here for BC.Game. ZywOo going to pull it back. Flames is waiting. They're actually all over the site now, over towards Tetris. So Flames has to ready himself for that. Fire comes in, makes him quite uncomfortable, but Flames will still handle it. ZywOo's got Skrunk. And Vitality will leave this half ahead. It's going to be a 7-5 lead. A strong start for BC.Game. They got 4 rounds in a row, but then Vitality stabilize and take a 7-5 lead. Let's see if that's all BC.Game have in them, or if the second half has some competitive nature in store.
Simple came into IEM Atlanta saying, I want to try and beat Vitality because nobody can beat them, and we don't understand why. Well, Vitality just gave him a little bit of a lesson, a little bit of time in the classroom, a 7-1 run to close out the first half for Vitality. 7-5 on the scoreboard now, so that hot start that BC.Game had up 0-4 no longer matters.
Well, it might, because Vitality, in their own words, are not very good at the T side of Mirage. So let's see how weak it can be, but we've got the A bomb site completely open right now, so that should be pretty easy to get the bomb in at least.
Apex knows their T side is a little weak. We got to see what the BC.Game CT side is going to look like.
It's very,
you know, weak is a relative term.
Yeah, it is definitely a relative
Weak
term.
for Vitality could mean a lot of different things for another team.
Well, they're into the site, and the bomb is going to come through, which means even
look how good they are,
lose
Dinko.
this-
See, T side's amazing. They haven't even taken damage.
Yeah, they're scared. They're scared of the A bomb site right now. Well, at a minimum,
Wait,
they've
is
got
he
to go
reading
forward.
this lurk?
No way.
What a god.
Oh, simple. Oh, the knife's out. Oh my gosh, it's another one. BC.Game, 2 knives in one map, and it's simple taking Apex down with the knife kill. I can't believe he's waited there that whole time for that. But respect, certainly a lot of respect, but it doesn't really matter. ZywOo robs and plays, they've got all the kills. But really, we take the small victories when it comes to teams against Vitality, and if you can knife Apex, you know,
Well, that's the thing. When you knife Apex and then the rest of his team just demolishes your attack, he gets to talk some shit. He's like, yeah, knife me, I don't care.
Yeah.
You know? Oh. Well, look, I mean, you could tell simple. I don't know if it's like watching a demo. He's played against Apex for a very long time. Probably has seen that in a couple pistol rounds of that kind of late push, that late wraparound, especially in a 5-on-5. You know that someone can do something crazy. Oh, shit.
Oh.
Oh, get him.
I love Apex. This
Get
SmackDown
him.
is actually good. It's actually like personally insulting.
That one does hit close to home, doesn't it? You got it personal right out of the gate. But look, if you're going to knife a guy, you know, you got to expect to get the heat in return.
Well, here comes Flames out into the site, flying through the window. Crazy got the 5-7 out, taking it for a spin. So Electronic. Where's he actually taking?
I was wondering where Electronic was. He was doing that from Market.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah,
that's
yeah.
quite a nice kill to have. Look at the way they've slowed this down. Okay, there we go. BC.Game coming in hot.
Well, Rob stuck in the apartment. ZywOo trying to backtrack and get into a better spot up on top of the van. Under a minute left. Is there a world in which Vitality pull this off? But Senzu through the apartments, that should be the confirmation that this round's not going to go against them. ZywOo getting scrunk, and BC.Game going to be very happy that they bounce back after the pistol loss and win a round that looked very unlikely.
Dude, it's Electronic. That kill saves the day. Flamesy's about to jump around the corner with a MAC-10 and just clear out the bomb site, and then there's nothing BC.Game can do. That kill from Electronic is everything to keep what Scrunk was the one. Scrunk alive with his MAC-10, able to kind of get into the crazy, afterwards. Like he's in this position to get this kill off from Mezzy. That's perfect. Lovely kill from Electronic to just activate everything, and it all falls into place. All right. Round 15.
All right. Yeah, Apex calling for everyone to focus at the start of the rounds.
Yeah, I mean, that's maybe he just felt like there wasn't enough conversation about how to handle and prepare for what might be coming in your direction, and they fall flat.
I think that was something you brought up a couple of times. You know, obviously still winning in Fort Wood, but frustrated at times. And every listening we had, it was just about like not getting complacent.
I mean, that's the thing, right? Like, I think that's kind of the conversation that you touch on. Actually, let's hold the phone until after this round. With this force by this could get a little bit strange. I want to see what Vitality's going to attempt to do here. Mid control is there as they swing out wide. There's the good peek from Simple in the window room, traded off. And the rifle's doing work at a distance.
Yeah, leaving ZywOo dead. So
I was gonna say that's the kind of conversation I think that like where it applies of like the whole concept of like, you know, we're prioritizing rest. You know, we're coming in here and trying to win, but we're not like in our grind mode right now. We want to get that rest to lead into the major. We're gonna have plenty of time for that later on. And it is sometimes those rounds where like, you know, you're because you're focused on, you're kind of already thought coming into this event, let's focus on the rest and not like creating all these protocols and going over in depth and things like that. Sometimes at the start of rounds, like, yeah, you're kind of playing a little bit lazy. You know, it's just like two guys going to a bomb site they've been going to together for the past 2 years, and you kind of feel like you know what each other are doing, but you're not coming up with a plan, which is not locking you in as focused as you would be normally. I think that's the conversation Apex is like, all right, guys, you know, like, we're all in this situation together. Yeah, we're prioritizing the rest, but we got to snap in with just these basics.
like getting Glock kills.
I don't know what that was from Electronic. We're going to allow it.
Will we? Because another one's just happened. And that's 2 kills to open things up with Glocks. Don't die to the P250 now, too. Oh, it's a rifle picked up for Apex.
It's not ideal.
Oh, there's no way. Surely you don't lose this round, BC.Game. I mean, look at the damage done to Crazy. He's 27 HP, Jason.
No, this is terrifying.
I am seeing a very clear world right now as to how Vitality win this.
The hard thing is Simple's the only one in position to go figure out what's happening on the map, but he's also kind of important to keep it, you know, A ramp tucked in safe so that he can actually stop anything at the A bomb site, but they're just going to start shifting everyone over to B, and thankfully for them, it looks like Vitality want to head in this direction as well. Crazy at the bench, Skrunk's be coming out of market just now, and Simple's on that flank.
It's because they can get the other weapon, right? Like, they can get the other gun on the way here. So now I've got an AK to play with. Flames will die. That AK will fall into another player's hands in Mezzi. And now Crazy, very low HP, but Vitality of 30 seconds. They can bail out. They can go for a different approach. Look at Apex. Spotted.
It's all Apex. Oh, they're going to the A-bomb site again. He's completely faked them out. Are they going to leave? Are they going to leave entirely? If they move over to the A-bomb site now, Simple's waiting. Vitality's like improvised a double fake that has now got them into this bomb site.
Yeah, but 15 seconds left. Robs pushes up. Crazy's dead. Another kill available. Robs could get it. ZywOo's the one to pick it up. And from Glocks to a round win. Simple's coming over, but this round is already done. Smoke's up in the market. Simple doesn't have a kid on his back. And Robs has already pushed up with the rifle. So Simple hops out. He's getting killed from all the different directions.
Apex had BC.Game on a string that round. Pulled him to any bomb site he wanted at his will. Made sure that defense could never settle in and never know what the final play was. That's an absolutely disgusting round to win. Opening kill is Glock. Second kill is a Glock at range.
That's so ridiculous. And now, oh, you can say maybe we'll let Electronic away with one mistake if everybody else tightens up. But when it's the first domino to fall, obviously you put a lot more scrutiny on it, and you end up seeing this situation pan out where you've just ripped the heart out of BC.Game. You're losing to Glocks.
Yeah, taking a round away they never should have lost, increasing the level of frustration that they're playing with, increasing the frustration they have in each other. That's a very tough round to bounce back from, but BC.Game's got to find a time to do it. Timeout was called and fades away. Full buy for BC.Game. Money is running very, very low on everyone on the BC.Game defense, but the AWP is in the hands of Simple. And he'll play a ticket right out of the gate.
Apex steps out. Senz are going to die first. And watching the retreat, not going to be able to stop Crazy from falling back. It would have been an extension to the advantage here for Vitality, but they're already going to be feeling great. A 5v4 kicking off the round and so much time to work with.
Bomb drop, and it looks like Apex wants to bring Vitality, at least for the moment, towards the B bomb site with that bomb. Kill in middle over towards short. Crazy's vacated the B bomb site as well. Readjusted with a bit of a lean. Well, not a bit, a heavy lean towards the A bomb site. Still feel like that's going to be the finishing move. Smoke up in con, smoke in window room. And still the defense maintains its position on the other side of the map. So Vitality are going to waltz in and get the double digits for free. Once this bomb gets planted and BC.Game realizes what's happening, there's no point in them even considering the retake. You'll save these weapons. Senzu will buy what he can in the next round, and then you play on at 7-10. And that's assuming Vitality don't find a way to take all these guns away from you. Apex is going to shift back towards T-spawn. There's going to be a chance for him to take some guns at the end. I think with how early the save call happens, Apex and Vitality just saying they're way too entrenched wherever they are. No point in letting them take the guns away for what's probably not going to be any kind of reward in our favor. So happy to get up to 10, happy to build up the economy. 3-round lead now for Vitality.
Terrorists win.
And BC.Game will try again with the guns in the next round. Senzu gets past an M4 from Skrunk, who picks up an MP9 in its place. Full utility kit's missing on the CT side. There's money for him, though. Simple and Electronic have money for a kit. No kits. Oh, excuse me, one kit on Crazy.
All right, well, we'll keep eyes on that.
Keep our eyes on that.
Yeah, we'll be very aware of that. As the AWP out for Simple, hasn't been able to connect it. Frustrated with how the timing worked out there. He has to run away.
That's the move Apex made last round. Super aggressive to tuck himself into that position to peek out for an angle on short. This time he just takes the fight heads up because Simple's already there. Yeah, and that AWP forced into a passive situation, but it's Simple, so it's not going to stay that way for long. Another missed shot, though. And Simple relocates.
grouping up at the B site. You've got one player lying in wait and Crazy, and then some help out towards short in Simple. Simple's had quite a few missed shots in this round. It would be great to see him connect something when it matters most over towards this final hit. 35 seconds left. Gets the AWP into position. Blinded, held back, keeps his head up, but Apex takes it off, and then he's got a second, and Vitality, the Legions, rush into the site, and Mezzi even takes down his own teammate, but makes up for it immediately. So that's the site overwhelmed, taking an 11-7 here for Team Vitality.
You know, Apex, he sets this round up for his team so well, and then he gets the kills to close it out as well. The kill on the Simple, the second kill coming into the bomb site, but really the best thing he did, the most effective and impactful thing. You notice that round, he was the only player in the middle of the map for Vitality.
Yeah.
He controlled the entire middle of the map by himself. One player of resources, some smokes thrown up from T-Spawn, but the damage on the Simple forces him back. You've got so much space to operate with. BC.Game is really, really worried about the pressure coming from middle. Simple's there, and he just ends up being a lurk at the end of the day. That's an awesome round start to finish from Apex. Really, really well done from the Vitality captain. He's now got them up to 11-7, a 4-round lead. And the money is pretty much gone for the BC.Game side of things. You can do a small half-buy, upgrade some pistols, but not a whole lot of cash to fight back with. And a decision to make on if you want to fight and keep regulation, a win in regulation on the cards, or if you're going to battle for overtime, and they choose the overtime, the latter option. Deagle, couple 5.7s, and AK-47 in the hands of Simple. That's about it.
Well, Apex already in mid-orc, strong position to get through connector even better. And he's already behind Simple. And he just jumps up, right? Ever since that knife kill,
I know.
Apex is like hunted Simple down pretty much every single round, it feels like. Absolutely nothing Simple could do there, so the AK falls, Electronic picks it up, and Apex now waiting for a Palace extension. He sees his next victim, starts tapping away, and the bomb is slowly but surely making its way towards the B bomb site for a finish, where it's just Senzu waiting with the Deagle.
Oh, would have been a good win for Apex, but again, he was just a distraction, much like last round, just trying to be a nuisance and maintain that presence. Now Mezzi and ZywOo slide into the B bomb site. Robson's still over at A ramp. There hasn't been any kind of aggression whatsoever. So if Vitality's going to come back and win this 2 versus 4, it's going to take some time.
Yeah, it's going to require ZywOo switching out to the AK, apparently, because that shot's great. Then Rops also finding Electronic. Bomb is out on its own here in the back of ZywOo, and now he's completely on his own as Rops has died. But if there's one player in a 1v2 that you feel confident is going to win it, it's going to be ZywOo.
And he has all the information. He's got all the time in the world. He heard Skrunk's AK fire over at short. He knows Crazy was inside the A bomb site when he gets that kill.
He's got all his health. He's got utility. And he's got BC.Game moving in from short, so ZywOo steps out. There's the 1v1 fight. Now down to just Skrunk. He's going to start piecing it together. Knows he's in the site now, so ZywOo is coming for you to try and close out this clutch. He'll back away. It's a tap on the defuse. It's not going to be the stick. Skrunk's come off it. ZywOo's dead. And he's actually nailed the headshot. Skrunk doesn't have the time, though. And ZywOo has won the clutch to put Vitality up to map point on Mirage.
Yeah, too many resources for one of the best players of all time. ZywOo, probably the greatest, I'll just say it, the greatest player of all time, to win that kind of a situation. Absolutely beast mode from ZywOo. You have all the intel of exactly where to position yourself. You got the nades to play on the defuse. If he taps the bomb, you can play it safe inside mark. It took an incredible shot for Skrunk to get that kill. And even then, you don't have the time to defuse. So, lovely effort. It looked so good. Great shots from BC.Game. Good plan. But at the end of the day, ZywOo's going to rip it away from you. 12-7, 5 rounds to close out this map.
No competitive for a portion of this game, Jason.
You know what? Exactly as you outlined it before the map started.
First 4 rounds of the game
for
were great.
Some timing in portions of this.
Yes, indeed. Not American portions. It's very small.
More of a European portion. A healthier amount.
Sure. But Electronic has taken Apex away, so at least something going here for BC Game. It does take a lot of damage. Now ZywOo is going to step out in towards the A site.
That's Skrunk to defend. He's alone here as well, just playing in the back of the bomb site.
Yeah. Ninja boxes. Rest on the other side, and he's just going to hold with the rifle. Messi steps out into the open and wins the engagement, even though he took the initial damage.
Yeah, but over towards CT spawn. Simple's here now with the AWP. We need a big performance out of this AWP if they're going to be able to come back into this.
Steps out first. It's Simple with 1. Can he get anything else? We just seen ZywOo clutch up. Now it's Simple's turn. Give us a little bit of a shake of the mouse. He's still over towards CT. His teammates stand falling towards Connector, but ZywOo has Simple's number. And ZywOo definitely number 1 right now. We've got that plant going through. Rups on the other side of Triple. And Senzu with a 1v2 just to try and keep his team alive for another round of play. But ZywOo's coming to close it. A 13-7 win. It ends up being dominant from Team Vitality.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic from Vitality. I mean, again, that same kind of a vibe that we had back in Fort Worth. You had some of that slow start was in there. But, man, once they grabbed hold, it was all over. BC Game couldn't do anything to slow it down. Monstrous run to close out the first half. 7-1 for Vitality, getting back into the game. And when the guns came out in the second half, there was nothing that could be done. Great performance, obviously, from ZywOo. Rops as well ends with 15 kills. And Vitality looking good on this first map.
You had me in the first 4 rounds, BC Game. I'm not going to lie. But then Vitality do what Vitality do best. Given an inch, they will indeed take a mile. Obviously, the lovely clutch from ZywOo from beyond the grave kind of felt like the final nail in the coffin moment, Yanko.
There was a number of those moments where it felt like, you know, it was the end for BC Game, even though they had plenty of opportunities, just too many mistakes against a team of Vitality's caliber, right? They actually would have had a chance to make it close, but even without practicing, without a little bit of rust on an individual level, Vitality still make it look super easy.
Yeah, and if you really wanted to go like devil's advocate as well for a BC game, you know, Vitality's worst performances have actually come in like new rosters or stand-ins, and so maybe it only needed that 4-round buffer for them to figure everything out.
You're really trying.
That's the best I've got.
To see a silver lining in this one. Yeah, I think just overall of just Vitality's take, obviously we were talking about it, them coming off a little bit of vacation time. Was that clear in some of the moments in the game for you?
Yeah, you know, some non-ideal sprays and some things along that, but I mean, we're really grasping at straws here, right? To find things. Who's going to care? In a game where they still win 13-7, right, for Vitality, I think the entirety of group stage is just going to be getting back to a competitive level and a competitive mindset for the playoffs. You know, it goes without saying that they will be in the playoffs, right? And we've seen even in Rio some of the struggles to some extent, right? But once it gets to where it counts, once we get to the money games, that's where they'll do their best work.
I think it's also clear when they play lower level teams, they, you know, make more mistakes. You know, maybe they have less tape to work off of, they have a misread, and so, but they're very all in the decisions they make. And so, you know, you can have these closer games against teams that actually shouldn't really be in a conversation to take a map off Vitality.
Well, it's because it's harder for them to read what lower tier teams and players will do, right? Like they just play under a different set of rules in a way and have a different view and understanding of the game, right? And Vitality is thinking about what's the optimal play, what would be the best for them to do here, and perhaps their opponents are not necessarily aware of what the best move would be, and then they make a move and win the round.
Yeah, and it's kind of over from there, isn't it? Let's talk about that kind of shift back into gear for Vitality. As we said, 4-0 start for BC Game. What was the story immediately after that, Yumu?
Yeah, I mean, there was a lot. I think they were having a lot of success, especially in their first gun round, even dealing with the force buy by taking a lot of mid control and throwing a lot of presence that way. But, you know, as they got further into the game, after they got to this 4-0 scoreline, they actually try to slow themselves down in a way. I mean, we saw even later on to this half, players on Vitality get caught off pretty continuously by a lurk from Connector or from Palace, you know, these late activations. And by simplifying their game into an execution, you move into some of the best anchors on the planet on their respective bomb sites, and you don't actually have a lot of punch to it, you know. We're talking about Vitality forecasting the optimal play to make. In a way, I actually wish BC Game actually kind of kept the tempo, kept aggression applied to the throats of Vitality, because you saw just how quickly they were able to sweep things under the rug, even with what's coming up now, a very ugly spray from Apex. They had everybody in the right positions to deal with the BC Game idea.
I think the problem is also like they're just not polished enough, right? Like, and as a team, having a standing, having Senzu just come in, you know what, the first round that we saw is just about taking mid control and falling back into a B hit, but it takes too long. So you could see if it was 15 seconds earlier, well, Vitality is clearing mid. That's the timing you want to be hitting B. But Vitality had time to check mid, get the info, rotate back to B, get in positions to bait even for one another, and that's why they got slaughtered on me.
That's the thing, right? Vitality does always seem like omnipresent in those situations, always seem to know what's going on in every area, and then...
what Skrunk talked about in the pre-game interview.
Exactly, yeah, and you feel the full wrath of that, and that is horrible, I imagine. And even when you're BC Game, like, you've got to be so careful of making even a small mistake, right? We dive into round 9, and we see evidence of that, and Vitality will just take full advantage.
Yeah, it would get far, far worse than this, Freya, moving forward, but this was in the first half, where they actually had a great opportunity, you know, to get a hold of the first half. So 5-3 scoreline for BC Game, reset round. They just won the previous round. You're going to see them be able to punish some of the early aggression from the side of Vitality. Flamesy here dies to Crazy, who was anti-flash next to Electronic. Senzu ready for the boost. So in a 5v3 situation, here's what happens. You'll see Simple here with the smoke. He wants to smoke jungle, because what they're trying to do is they're trying to really split A from this position and have a player in apartments, rest coming through connector, smoke jungle, and throw this smoke for firebox that obstructs the view for the op. But Simple misses the smoke, smokes lands over at truck in CT spawn, and it looks like a small detail, but you could see ZywOo gets the kill with the op, gets traded by Electronic from Apps, and Rops now, if there were a smoke here, he wouldn't be able to get this kill on Electronic. That causes Mezzy to play freely, right, and from the bomb site, and he's going to get a multi-kill here. If there were a smoke, if Electronic were alive, there's no way he can take these fights without being traded from apartments. It's gonna cause BC Game to lose this round, and really Vitality were on a roll from here on out.
Yeah, I mean, small mistakes like that all add up, especially when you've got players like a Rops or a Mezzy that have proven to be very clutch players. They recognize the situation they have immediately. As soon as Rops gets that kill, Mezzy stops paying attention to it. They know they've dealt with the lurker. It's yeah, I mean, it's scary to think that at any given moment a round can go so badly.
And that's the thing, right? We move into the second half. Do you want to talk about bad rounds for BC Game? How did they lose? How did they lose this one?
It's just lack of discipline. Like, this is a ridiculous play from Electronic, especially like considering the sort of a veteran player that he. What are you doing, man? Like, what is this?
It's ridiculous.
Like, you're in an anti-eco round, it's Molly, then you just decide to jump down, and then Senzu wants to chase so they don't get the gun. He gets overwhelmed, and all of a sudden you're in a 3v5. Crazy got dinked, right? But even here, it's salvageable. Like, they do a good job of actually sort of getting a read on where Vitality is, but then Apex does them one better, you know, simulates that they're going back to A with this pushed into CT spawn. Robs takes space on B, gets into market, and as they're coming back from short, they're caught completely out of position. But this is all on Electronic. Like, that's just, if anyone tries to make me hopeful for BC Game at any point, I just show them something like this, right? Because that tells you the mindset of the players. Like, they're not serious about this team. A serious player doesn't do something like that. Like, that's just ridiculous.
And when I talked to Crazy during the lobby, you know, he was telling me that in the practices, in the Skrunk philosophy, that things are actually kind of on, like, more structured, actually. So for something to break in structure like that against Glocks, like, we can't underplay that. The two entries they lose in that round are to Glocks. It's a really poor look for a player that should have more quality coming into this roster.
And you're playing against Vitality. You're playing against the best team.
You ain't getting away with that.
You lose pistol, you win the force buy, right? You manage to win the round after that. Now they're on a full eco, and instead of trying to play as safe as possible, not give them anything, maybe get rolling on the CT side. CT side is always going to be easier for BC Game, right? Like, just playing off of their skill and getting reads and making maybe some info plays and whatnot. So, like, you could have maybe made this interesting, and then you go on and do that.
Yeah, I don't think it takes a genius to say that it's going to take a BC.Game a lot to get rolling on Dust 2, because you look at the numbers for Vitality. I mean, obviously that Foot series, that was an anomaly when you look at all the green on the side of
They're making Dust 2 like a dynasty map for themselves, really. I mean, they've got great player quality. Like, who do you go to as a weakness? I think, you know, when you look at a lot of teams even in the top 20, you'll think one of the bomb sites feels weaker than the other. You know, there's a lot of B targeting, there's a lot of, you know, trying to punish a rotating player. It's frequently an IGL or a support player, but Vitality just do it damn good.
I also, whenever Vitality picks Dust 2 in a series, that tells you they're trying, right? Like, because usually Apex is at a point where he doesn't even pick it in a lot of the games because he wants to test some of the other maps. But maybe with the week off and a little bit of rust, you know, for the opening game of the tournament, he doesn't want any funny business, right? Like, wants to take care of it and get the team rolling.
But in terms of flying blind into this series, Mirage was the best chance. I mean, this was the map that Muterus used to ban under BC.Game, and so they've shifted their veto to adjust for Skrunk and all these other players that actually play great on Mirage. So, yeah, it doesn't look hot going into a Dust 2 that's, again, been so dominant.
Does it feel over? Is this 2-0 Vitality?
I feel like they just they powered up significantly moving into that map. Unfortunately for me, they have more ideas than I think BC.Game are going to have to work with. I mean, they have like, what, 5-6 days coming to this event where they practiced. I mean, sure, Vitality didn't practice, but their baseline is
they don't need to.
Higher than their
game, they don't need to. Just show up.
Yeah, the floor for Vitality is already so high, and we're looking at Dust 2, a map that has paid off so many times for them. We're going to head things to a quick break and also hear a little bit from Rops, courtesy of Yumi. We'll see you on the other side.
Double peek, he's getting his shot. Unbelievable!
Something special to throw this deagle, and that's exactly what happens.
Katowice, we are back!
So I'm stood here with Rops ahead of the game with BCG. You guys just spent some time exploring America and touching grass. How did you find that, especially?
Very enjoyable. We went to Yosemite with the three of us, FaZe and ZywOo. It was very fun. One of my dream locations to be in, so yeah, I enjoyed it.
Yeah, I saw you were taking pictures of bears or videos of bears, and that was a concerning experience for most people watching. What do you think about today's game? I mean, you understand BCG are in a weird spot, and you guys are even threatening another Grand Slam this year. How do you feel coming into this?
Oh, we feel good. We feel confident, even though we don't have practice. You know, we knew it's gonna go down like this, and in the end, this is gonna be, you know, a long-term investment for the major, but. Yeah, we're just coming in, and we won the last tournament beforehand, and then we just feel good, and not much more I can say.
So a practiceless Americas tour, that's been great to see, but I think what people value is that you guys seem to have good chemistry outside the server. You know, you're going to Yosemite together, they're going to New York together as well. Do you think that those types of experiences do bring you closer, aside from all the winning, of course?
I think so, yeah. I mean, on paper, it definitely should. I think we all had a good experience. You know, we get to do stuff outside the game and, you know, outside of work, really, in that sense. And just get to know each other better, you know, in some random part of the world, whether it's New York or California for us. And yeah, it's just fun. You know, we're all friends outside the server, and it's nice to experience that in together.
Well, you could potentially be threatening your 4th Grand Slam in your career this year if you guys do well enough. I know it might be some time away, but you know, do you continue to move the goalposts in terms of your next accomplishment?
You know, it's possible. We're aware of that, but it's a bit far for now. You still have to start the win at some point. Maybe it can be here, maybe not. But yeah, we're aware that it's a possibility, but you know, that's a little stretch for now.
All right. I'm not going to keep you any longer. Thank you so much for your time, Robs. Good luck in the game.
Thank you. Can we pick Con? Because he could be in. He could be in.
I'm gonna come catwalk.
Let's see.
We go shot. Match tiens, donne-moi donne-moi push stay, there's someone name. Yeah, it's fine. Let's go shot, guys.
Yeah,
wait a bit for Matu.
I'm ready. Whenever.
Let's walk. Take the AK a bit. A big short.
Careful to be. We check everything, guys.
Back side, default.
Careful
Left side. Easy player, careful to be. You can go back.
Yeah,
You can go back. Bench.
I'm jumping window.
Let's be. Wait, to be. FB.
I think we should still go big.
Yeah,
guys,
we can
no?
short. Yes. Yeah. Let's guys, come short. Two kitchen. Let's go, guys. Let's go. I have it done. Two kitchen. Okay, one thing. Big short. Kitchen window. You can smoke kitchen window. Wait. One more. One more kitchen.
Nice.
Under default. Yeah, short fast.
Yeah, I have short.
Okay, behind as well. I have kitchen-ish. I don't have short. I have careful window. Yeah. Yeah, window. Could be out.
I'm planning.
Out.
Nice!
Boys.
Well, I missed 3 times my...
Understand, guys, what they are doing.
I can
Playing against top 1 team in the world.
Well, quite the disparity there in communication, but Team Vitality showing that their communication is strong enough to even win Glock rounds, right? Once that opportunity presents itself, they make sure to stay all composed and work together to win a round they really shouldn't have.
I mean, those rounds just like losing rounds like that just compound, right? This great strength of Vitality is like being able to win so many rounds in a variety of different ways. That's a 3 versus 5, and I mean, you can just hear the frustration towards the end of the clip as well, because it is just, how has this happened? How did we drop the ball quite like this one? So BC.Game's gonna have to line back up and try again, but it's here on Dust 2, and as Yanko is highlighting, when Vitality bring out Dust 2, they mean business. Looking to close this series in 2 maps. Simple's gonna be aggressive with dualies. They'll have a chance at Rops and Flames going up in towards Upper Dark.
Yeah, Simple wanting to get in a fight. Sees Flames towards the top of the tunnels. It's going to try and combine with this push forward from Senzu, but being dealt with by both Rops and Flames. Crazy ends up getting 2 kills out here, but here's the reaction from Vitality. They wait with the bomb around the long corner. That tunnels fight goes down, then they send players forward, but they die at the hand of Electronic, who removes Zywoo. And a 3v2 in favor of BC.Game for the time being.
Yeah, Apex is going to force his way up short. So a little bit awkward. Electronic might be out in the open. Mezzi's calling out the information. Apex is able to turn the corner and fight both in the bomb sites, and now it's Mezzi's turn to be aggressive. These are hard shots with the Glock.
Yeah, Apex not connecting any of his either. There's Crazy adding another one in this pistol round. So 3 from Crazy, 2 from Electronic, and a pistol round for BC.Game.
Yeah, you know, and for BC.Game to come out on top of that pistol is quite nice, especially considering that trap they set in the upper tunnels towards the B bomb site. The fact that Vitality get away with 2 kills here is actually kind of wild.
Yeah.
Like, that felt like maybe 1 if you're lucky. The fact they get 2 almost felt in a way like they took a win out of that situation to a degree, but good shot from Zywoo, good shot coming around onto Zywoo, and BC.Game's able to take the pistol. This is how Mirage began. Remember, they extended this into the 4-round lead, so we'll see what they can do here.
Well, Apex taking the scout for a spin. Most of his teammates on pistols. See if he can get a few tags, soften them up. Vitality send the resources up through short.
I think the fact that they're getting such a clean runway is like, we no longer care about going for picks. You know, like, we're here. We have everyone up short. We've made no noise. Nobody spotted us. We've had no contact. Let's just go.
See if you can catch Simple. Chance was there for a second, but Simple comes in. Starting to sweep them up. He actually did take some damage, though, through the box. He's down to 41 health. They'll step up into the play. Electronic getting 2. Flames trying to spin, make his head difficult to land shots on as he's trying to get away with the bomb plant. And that'll end up being a 2-0 lead for BC.Game.
Yeah, well done from Simple. Triple kill in the round as well. Spraying them down as they come off catwalk. Nice, easy ones against unarmored opponents, but dodging the scout damage for the most part. Have a little bit of a tech issue, it looks like, inside the server, so we'll get that back underway very, very shortly. It does look even more ludicrous than that.
It does look so ridiculous. Oh, that's a GIF as well.
Yeah, it's perfect.
Yeah, that's perfect, man. We can use that in so many different ways.
It's got layers. Well, 2-0. Looks like headset's coming back on. Going to be a buy up in this next round for Vitality.
Yeah, we see Taz walking as the coach behind BC.Game, who almost 10 years ago played the major final here in Atlanta against Astralis, who went on to be the greatest team of all time. That Astralis team, eventually, after Kirby left, they brought in Magic, but now we've got a new team replacing them, Vitality, on the server.
Yeah, it's where it all began for
Yeah.
Astralis, isn't it? Yeah. That was a devastating loss to take in a grand final of a major from Taz's perspective. We talked from Astralis is great, but that was a rough one to lose.
Yeah, I talked to Snacks. It's still very present in his mind.
I would imagine so.
I just said, at least Train isn't in the map pool anymore, so you won't have to deal with those A-rushes.
Okay, really pouring salt into it. 10-year-old wound.
More of a scar now. Well, ZywOo, here we are. And this is a big problem last week in Fort Worth. Wasn't landing the door smoke, but ZywOo has perfected it now.
Nails it. We love that. Over towards long is where your attention should head. Mezzi and Flamesy looking to turn the corner out the double doors. Scrunk close up to defend with an MP9. Apex with utility to activate this play. Pick up the bomb afterwards, and if the potential is there, if they get this kill, they can convert this into a split on the A-bomb site very quick. Great 1-for-1 from Scrunk. Flamesy has found his step out.
Well, utility going to go around that long corner, but Simple. Oh, it's about the timing on the peak, and it's worked out very well for Simple. He'll drop out a defensive smoke as well to keep himself alive.
Interesting situation, though. Apex is alone at long with the bomb, so he's going to back away. Rops kind of converts over to the B bomb site, but he's got knife out. He's assuming everyone has rotated. He is incorrect. So this round is just going to kind of fade away. ZywOo's next up, the only one who can turn the tides of round 3. This round gets away from Vitality. Think a couple of the early losses, and then it just kind of falls into these 1v1s as everyone tries to find the magic, a play that can bring this round back under contention. Apex hoping he can at least get a bomb plant, and it's there. It's possible for him.
Yeah, securing it, and Crazy going to go ahead and take him away.
3-0.
Yeah, great start here for BC.Game, but we've seen that on Mirage, and we see how quickly it can change.
And you still have a situation. I mean, Mezzi's got 0 kills, so does ZywOo and Apex. You got 3 players who haven't found a frag yet on the Vitality side. It's no big deal. We'll see when they start heating up. But good job from BC.Game so far. Once again, doing everything you can to at least get started on the right foot. Build up as much momentum, as much of a lead as you can, because you know that push from Vitality is coming at some point. Electronics having a good start to this map. I feel like we haven't had to talk about him a whole lot since he entered the BC.Game roster. Obviously, exciting move when he's brought in. Another big name and longtime right-hand man of Simple on the Na'Vi days, brought back onto his team. So a lot of reasons to be excited, but I feel like it's been a little bit quiet, a little bit muted from Electronics since he put on the jersey.
I think that was expected, though, just for the way Electronic has been in this last few teams. VP did nothing. Flames coming out with the Tech 9. It's Scrunk who's dead. Simple does get a response. ZywOo trying to connect on the cross, but ain't gonna do much about it. Bomb spills to the top of the pit. Simple connected on towards Apex.
Simple's got a little bit of attitude to open up this map as well. 6-1, but he's happy to step into some fights. Think he's doing a whole like leading from the front kind of thing. Senzu brought low, so is Rops, but the AK can't connect the killing blow. It's Crazy to clean it up. Mezzi and ZywOo out at long. Scout and M4 in their hands. 2 versus 3, and he sees the gun barrel.
He's just going to try and seize the chance now, not wanting to ring that shot off.
I think
his teammate gets so much closer here as well. Look at this, Mezzi down below Electronic, able to react fast enough, but the damage was done, and so finished off by 1 shot from ZywOo. Now he goes up against Simple, and he wins it on the rifle. So it will be a 4-0 start for BC.Game. Gets a little scary at some points throughout that round.
A little bit damaging, but there's plenty of money on the BC.Game side to replenish those. Simple ends that round with $11,000 in the bank. You have to imagine the AWP is going to be coming out for him, and indeed it will. Opening kill provided by Flamesy with the Tech 9, but no progress really from there. That M4 gets the dink, but can't complete the kill. So we head into round 5. Full buy for both sides. AWP on ZywOo's hands, same in Simple's hands. And ZywOo's got a tag on the cross. Senzu brought low. Electronic's trapped here. there's nothing to do. The smoke is up, which is nice.
ZywOo sending a shot through towards Simple. And there's going to be an opening frag here for Vitality. A lot of damage done to the BC.Game players as well. So Electronic keeps his head down behind Car, but Utility's coming. That's going to force him back, and he doesn't have the health to really tank the Flames and stand in it. And speaking of Flames, there he is. So that's Senzu and Crazy. 2v5, not going to win this one. Vitality will get their first round of the board here of Dust 2.
Kind of curious if ZywOo spotted Simple and killed him through the smoke, or if it was maybe just around the edge, if something was broken open, but it might have just been a blind shot as well, which could be frustrating. Either way, take long control. I mean, that's just textbook. Long control and slowly progress with utility. Rops is going to trap the last player in towards middle, been spotted as well. So Crazy, not really a chance to bring that weapon into the next round. 4-1, Vitality is on the board for the first time here on Dust 2. A long extended play towards long A, and BC.Game brought everyone over. 4 players at various points at that A bomb site to help in the defense and not able to put a stop to it. Okay, spotted him over the top, just clips him through the edge of the smoke. Simple goes down. And that secures control of long. Then Electronic is a sitting duck behind that car. Timeout taken from BC.Game. Again, plenty of money to buy up in this next. It's going to start running low. Simple's got 6,800. Senzu's picked up an AWP. So you have to imagine double op setup is potentially the call that they're switching into right now. Vitality, they're going to look to build upon that round victory. All the utility in the world, cash behind them as well. And they will be going up against the double op defense now.
They're going to be positioning themselves up short. Electronic will provide the foundations to the boost here for Simple, who will find the opening kill and drop back from short.
5-on-4, Apex is going to follow it up. Happy to take the risk and step through the smoke. He's already got great positioning on short. Oh, that's a huge amount of damage to find on a Senzu. Apex has got to be telling him, just jump up Xbox, come on over. I'm here, I'm chilling, I'm ready to party.
Yeah, they just took Senzu out as well with the grenade. So Simple, pressure's on you, sees the shadow. Knows one player should know. One player's dropped down, but doesn't communicate it, so Apex able to get away with it. Simple reacts, takes Apex down, but Crazy's got a hold, and he just gets the one. ZywOo nails him. And now it's Simple in a 1v2, having to switch out to the rifle, and they know where he is, so they can move into that B bomb site so confidently.
And Mezzi's not going to want to stick around because he doesn't have a smoke to replenish in CT spawn, so he'll join up with ZywOo at the B bomb site. Simple obviously can go for this 1v2. He's got a kit. With the money the way it is, it looks like he's going to prioritize picking up the AWP and bringing that forward into the next round.
Yeah, that expensive decision for a double op setup has not paid off at all there for BC.Game. Senzu misses a shot, takes damage, and then the grenade follows through.
This is what this round is like, a good showing of like what makes Vitality so dangerous though, right? Like it's Simple gets the pick towards lower on Flamesy. Apex is coming up short, and he's kind of taken the educated risk and the gamble that, you know, an AWP in that kind of position with that boost, they take the shot, they break up that position, they fall off, and they reposition elsewhere, either towards long or the AWP transitions to CT spawn. So Apex takes the risk of coming through that smoke and just being aggressive up solo. But once he gains that on his own, it's such a pressure point. Like, it feels like a catwalk hit when he's kind of swinging off. You get that first fight against the player in the A bomb site, he's got to tuck down into cover. He doesn't know what's actually happening, but it feels to him like it's an A hit. And this is what's so dangerous, is it's kind of like, it's improvised at this point. It's like Apex making a play off his educated guess, but there's no real commitment, and Vitality then kind of notice everyone's shifting over, everyone's sliding over, everyone's in the open for us to fight middle, and it's just sort of improvised in the moment, but extremely effective.
And now you can see why I wanted to save the AWP, because there's nothing else, right? So it has to be the AWP to win this round.
I mean, honestly, it's probably a higher percentage win having the AWP here than it would have been in the 1v2, retaking the B bomb site at that stage.
Let's see what Simple can do here. Meantime, Vitality have taken up short control. You've got Flames pushed all the way up. Apex and ZywOo in behind him, and they might just continue to march forward into this A site where there's no one really there to defend. Could be another safe call for Simple, because he's on the B bomb site.
Has to be. Even keep Electronic with them as well to keep some spacing and some defense for the AWP. Vitality is going to work their way in. Flamesy and Apex, the only two. They're going to call it clear. I imagine we're going to see Mezzi, ZywOo, and Rops join up with them up short very, very shortly. So Electronic and Crazy are here. There goes Electronic. Just a USP at the rail. 4-3. Vitality continuing to close the gap.
Apex jumping down. ZywOo actually is the one to get that kill. And Simple has to make sure he doesn't expose himself to being taken down here by any Vitality players. But 4-3. And once again, very similar to Mirage, right? You get that 4-0 lead.
What was that run boost?
Pointless as well.
Did he like call it off? He was
It's
like,
actually, nah.
JK.
Let's cancel that one. But yeah, the 4-0 lead.
Yeah.
It's getting carved away at pretty quickly.
It really is. I mean, we'll just bring it up this one last time, exactly how Mirage began. 4-0 for BC.Game, and then at this point, this is where Vitality started their run for a 7-1 to close out the half with a 7-5 lead. See how this one plays out on Dust 2. Does Apex really want to go get this Deagle? Yes, he does, but he won't.
Okay. Eyebrows.
Very expressive eyebrows, aren't they? Yeah.
Very expressive.
4-3 going into round 8. And now surrounding that AWP that's been saved for a couple rounds straight are all the M4s coming back in. Kits on Electronic and Simple.
I guess that's what the eyebrows were for.
Crazy gets tagged on the cross. Second tag for ZywOo to open up a round of Dust 2. He's nasty at those tags. And I think he's probably the most consistent of the AWPers that I catch. Maybe Woxic from time to time can match him.
Yeah, Woxic does have an
He's good at that cross shot, isn't he?
Even with the scout, feels like. Break of the smoke. Just a little spot there for Simple.
I mean, he had the right read. Or he has the right read, I should say. Oh, Crazy's dead.
Boom. Right to his face. Now Simple has to be pulled back into the site. And this weakens the setup between him and Senzu. And Senzu's been flashed, forced back into a CT spawn, desperately tossing out utility, trying to slow them down. Senzu going into the fight, sending himself forward, loses it. Can't get his crosshair in the right spot. Simple can, though. Goes out again. Even better on the second time of asking, but it's Simple to defend everything. And Simple standing up alone on this B-bomb site. 2 players left, ZywOo and Mezzi. Simple blinded, dealt with by Mezzi. And ZywOo now takes up position inside of the B site. Simple is giving you a chance, BC.Game. Can you do anything with it?
Yeah, there's the kit picked up. Skrunk and Electronic gonna have to work this out. No flashes, just one Molotov, and they come in early.
We're making the most of it, but there's Mezzi under the window. So reliable for Vitality, and once again, it's Merriman to stand up, and that is another round for Team Vitality, and a tie game once more. Simple doing everything he can, but even that is not enough.
Mezzi is just such a reliable insurance policy in the back pocket of Vitality. Whenever he's needed, it feels like he's there for the clutch. He's there for the impact kills in these 2v2s. This is beautiful from Simple. Glimpses of the greatness. A lovely shot onto Rops, but man, hard to contain everything, and you could see him trying to do everything that round. And now ZywOo's opened up with a kill on the cross as well.
Yeah, there we go. That's more than a tag.
Yeah, 2 tags and a kill so far here in 9 rounds of play.
Get to see it again, and there's the jump up, and no chance. So, unfortunate start here for BC.Game. Got to play a 4v5.
Just, I mean, statistically, right? Like 1/3 of the rounds you've played on Dust 2, you start with the disadvantage of a tag down to 20 HP, or in this time a kill. It's kind of brutal.
Yeah, and now you've got one AWP, right? At least it's in Simple's hands, and then pistols around it. So, very likely to see the lead being taken here for Team Vitality.
Oh, they've stacked up at the B-bomb site. That's the correct read yet again. Rops, Apex, and Flamesy. ZywOo's got utility to chuck out. Mezzi's going to be lurking over in middle. Because it's a save round, I don't think any attention is going to get pulled. Senzu and Electronic and Simple are just going to be happy to play the B-bomb site and see what happens.
Simple, line away, strikes on Flames, 5-7 in. Oh, Simple's got another one, just Apex, and Simple's cleaning up. So the AWP back-to-back triples on that B-bomb site, and finally, they've been able to make something of the Simple AWP.
Talk about a one-man army right now. 15-3 for Simple, doing so much across the map. Came into this with an attitude right out of the gate on Dust 2.
I'll tell you, we know, obviously Simple's going to be frustrated. We heard it in the comms in that first map, right, when they lose that Glock round. You know, I walked out of the casting booth and I just see him walking around with that same face, you know, oh, that competitive nature. Yes, you're going up against the #1 team. You're going to be pissed off that you just got banged out of the server like that. So Simple's come in with some attitude, as you said, and he's really trying to do everything possible to give BC.Game a chance here. And so far, it's been enjoyable to watch, but it's only been enough for a round on this AWP. We got Senzu back on the secondary sniper, was unable to do anything with it earlier. He missed his shot this time, which is giving up the space here for Vitality to move through the doors.
Simple's going to break that smoke pretty early, just making sure it's clear. Senzu still has eyes over from window. And after that break, Vitality's going to step up into the space. Crazy at the back of platform, Senzu at window with the AWP.
Oh. All right, I'm loving this right now. We talk about the cliche of Dust 2 being an AWPer's paradise. We're getting ZywOo and Simple showing us some great shots on the AWP. It's exactly what we wanted from this game. We're seeing these two players display their skills. And there's ZywOo ripping the head off Crazy. Apex drops Simple, so he can't change the outcome of this round, and that's it. Picked up for Vitality. A tie game again, 5 apiece into the B-bomb side.
Yeah, so many different kinds of rounds played here from Vitality. Given time for the picks from ZywOo's AWP, he grabs you 2. You have Apex set up as a lurk, and he's able to grab Simple. Brutal the way Vitality is just able to flow into a different style of Counter-Strike from round to round. Once again, tying things up at 5. I'll say this too, this is just to build off the Simple point we were touching on in the last round of him coming in with that attitude, 15-4, playing really, really well. This is the kind of like Simple I enjoy seeing the most, is like, we don't see him at events all that often. You and I were chit-chatting before this map went live. Both of us kind of ran into him just walking through the hall between maps. He did look angry, but the response I like seeing is like the Simple who comes in angry and is like, fine, I'll do everything. You know, I'll do everything.
Yes.
That's very Simple-esque. And that's a trait that I feel like I haven't seen as much since his comeback began towards last year.
Yeah, and it's good to see him actually live up to it in the server too. Like, I'm sure he has that mentality a lot of times, but not necessarily always able to back it up the same way he used to do. But yeah, good to see him put a performance in here. Just unfortunate to see no one else really doing it either. I mean, we talked about Electronic having a strong start to the map. I think you highlighted he was 6-2 at that point when you
I think it was 5-0.
Okay, so now he's 6-5. So
yeah,
either way, slowed down significantly. And BC.Game burning through a timeout here, trying to get any way to squeeze an extra round out at least in this first half.
Well, also, I mean, the frustration of like it happened on Mirage, now potentially on Dust 2, of getting that good start and then not being able to convert that into, you know, a lead at halftime, not being able to convert that at least to a tie game, right? Like, you're getting the best start possible on 2 maps, and both of them you might go into halftime with Vitality having a lead, so that's frustrating. That's kind of annoying to deal with. Thankfully for them, BC.Game, they've got money built up as well in this round, so if they are to lose it, they've got resources for the final round of the half.
Electronic need to be careful running into the open like that. Luckily, Senzu was there to protect him and take Apex down. So an opening kill for BC.Game. Simple being boosted to try and spot into the lower tunnels. Flames is on the other side of the boxes, but shot will ring out. No kill, though.
Get opening, Electronic being the distraction, as you mentioned, with Senzu off short, and then you set up the boost after the fact. So a couple little pieces of trickery thrown in by BC.Game in round 11. 5-on-4. Vitality yet to make a move. Heavy B emphasis, it feels, in the last 3 rounds. For the most part, Apex has been the guy, the commander, kind of taking space and controlling and leading from the front, especially towards the A-bomb side, especially in the plays they've had coming up short. No longer have that kind of commander leading the way for you.
45 seconds left in the round. Team Vitality getting ready for what looks to be an A play. We've got Flames with his util. Ready to go. Simple. Blinded. Held back. As he steps away, Flames and Mezzi step forward towards the A-bomb side. They're right above his crosshair. Simple trying to ready himself, reacts fast enough, figures out where Flames is just in the nick of time, but a grenade comes to find him, and it's thrown by ZywOo. Mezzi's in the sight, Senzu's fighting on, and now Rop's out mid-door, taking Crazy away, putting Senzu in the 1v2 clutch. ZywOo keeps his head pinned behind the box, not revealing himself just yet, allowing Senzu to step ever closer into the waiting arms of Rops, who will collect the information. ZywOo goes to peek out. Senzu's ready for that next fight, but ZywOo's just so elusive, not letting him have a single chance at this. And so well played from Rops and ZywOo to make sure that round never becomes a possibility.
There's just so many like layers, so many like plan Bs for Vitality. You know, like the drop down from Flamesy is sick to take out Simple playing behind the rail. The fact that Simple gets that kill is even crazier, but there's no panic from Vitality. It's like, oh, okay, ZywOo has a nade. We'll just chuck it into the position. You know, he's holding for the peak. It doesn't come. Flamesy drops. Kill comes in. Here's the nade that we don't see, but it does blow Simple up eventually.
And now, last round of the half. Vitality looking to try and leave the half with a lead. ZywOo versus Simple in the off battle in middle. And it's going to be Simple who takes the tag, but neither player going down. And ZywOo just goes back, throws the smoke, and I'll reset to go over towards the tunnels of his teammates.
Senzu to defend back of the bomb site. Crazy with an MP9 close up on the first boxes. The last smoke those B defenders will have, but 4 members of Vitality are stalled out by that piece of utility, so well timed from the defense. Turns the onus over to Flamesy over in middle. Molotov close doors, CT spawn smoke, start establishing presence, start making the mid to B split feel very dangerous for BC.Game. One more smoke picked up.
All right, Crazy's MP9, here they go, stepping in towards it, and they're going to clear him out very quickly after that. So Rops and ZywOo filter into the B site, last round of the half, so we'll see Electronic, Simple, and Scrunk attempt this. Simple actually hit that shot on the cross. Oh, nice kill from Electronic, keeps this dream somewhat alive.
Okay, well, the fast flank as well. Where does ZywOo position with the AWP? Gonna drop an M4 just in case he needs to hot swap in the middle of an engagement. Car back plat. And the bomb site for ZywOo.
No nades, no kit. This is gonna be really tough to even see a world in BC.Game. Get this, but Apex pops his head up. So there's the first kill. Now pressure's on Robs, but ZywOo and Robs cleaning them up. It's gotta be Electronic! And some great shots to come back in on the retake to secure an extra round here for BC.Game. He gets himself on the defuse. And BC.Game, it's gonna be close right down to the wire for the defuse at the half, and he's just about got it. So pulls it through. BC.Game, a tie game. Is it enough to remain competitive?
Well, we've gone back in time just a little bit. Simple with 16 kills, 6 deaths. Next closest teammate, Electronic, on 9 kills. He's in hard carry mode, but unfortunately that means his team is only barely keeping pace with Vitality. Tied up 6-6 after a good start, a comeback from Vitality. And now we see if Simple and BC.Game can force us to a third map of Overpass. But that's going to require someone else on this team stepping up to stand next to him in this fight.
We'll see if they can do it. Pistol round so important here for BC.Game. They need clean starts in both halves if this is going to be possible. They move up through short with a couple of players. 3 going towards long.
Good Vitality. 4 players at long.
Yeah, and Simple eradicates one of them, so it's Flames dead first. Now they keep moving. Flash gonna blind them though. Electronic caught by it. Senzu fighting on. Zywoo's coming in, but Simple holding on in the P250. Decimates Vitality at long side, putting Rops in the clutch. The hard carry will continue into the second half here. And Senzu makes sure the pistol will be collected, and Simple's hard work is not in vain.
Yeah, that setup just a little bit disjointed. Obviously, the opening kill coming out at long, but a lot of the attention of that defense was taken towards short when they felt the fast play coming. So even the flashes were good. I think a little bit of that is pulled apart and disorganized when it eventually does come in. Apex in a situation where he chucks out the flashes, but he's getting pushed from short as well. He gives his life to get those flashes, and unfortunately, Simple comes out on top of the fights. 19 kills now on Simple here on Dust 2.
Yeah, Simple and Zywoo dueling in middle. Well, it's going to be Scrunk taking the first tag, though. Grenade lands on him as well, dropping him to 6 HP. And look at the damage done here to Electronic.
Look at the damage done to all of them. Crazy's tagged up a little bit. Skrunk's brought very, very low. All 5 players at long as well. There's no one keeping space on the map whatsoever. So as soon as Vitality feel like they can kind of push, they're going to have all the information on the map. For the moment, Rops just staying passive with a piece of utility. Good tag onto Mezzi, who's now going to have to be passive.
Took another shot too. Mezzi actually lost a little bit of health from that, so sitting at 13 HP now. Flames not wanting to step out too far. He's got utility coming to help him. That is certainly balling in, but Mezzi has been taken down, finally finished off by Simple Scout. Flames actually got away with it. He got through the smoke, he got 2. And he got away, he's still alive.
Yeah, what the hell? How is he still living? No one able to take him down through the smoke in any kind of rebuttal, but he's got no support. Look how panicked he is because everyone can be coming up over the top of him. Simple finally shuts him down, and that should be the round. That should be the danger kind of shoved to the side.
Yeah, I mean, Simple getting Mezzi, then an important kill there as well to finally silence Flames. But that's 8 rounds now for BC.Game. They are getting the good starts in both halves here, so that really has to be a win condition for BC.Game. I mean, we bring it back to what the desk were saying and what we always say about Vitality on Dust 2, and such a good team on this. And we only lost it. They lost that streak back in Fort Worth in their opening game versus Foot with a coach, but that was, you know, obviously that's definitely an outlier. But this is starting to get pretty scary now. BC.Game, 8-6 up. We'll wait until the guns come out before we get properly concerned, but it's good to see BC.Game hanging in there.
Yeah, I mean, it is. I mean, you have this performance out of Simple that's carrying you through through this stretch where the other 4 players are relatively quiet, but that I think that's only going to last so long, right? At some point, as we see from Vitality, no matter how the half starts, they're going to have a comeback in it. If you don't have someone else delivering with Simple, it's just going to be so exponentially difficult.
There goes Zywoo.
Be looking towards the new addition of Senzu to be someone to step up in that kind of a scenario. What he's brought here for was to provide that extra fragging power next to Simple.
Rock splitting with a 5-7, challenging Senzu. The very play you mentioned. Getting taken down by a pistol, having to be traded by Electronic.
1 for 1, and BC.Game is going to be okay with that. Control of middle, control of lower and upper due to Electronic's position.
No one's seen that smoke. Don't worry, Scrunk. No one's watching. You know you're good.
Chill. 3 defenders at this A bomb site, though. If they don't clear Mezzi at car, they've got 2 Molotovs on Scrunk and Crazy to do it. But they'll take the risk.
Oh, Mezzi. Deagle cracks the first call going again. Okay, he's under a lot of pressure once that flash fades away, but he's done so much work with those first 2 Deagle kills. Simple now forced away. And this is one of those heartbreaking moments, isn't it, where BC.Game are on their way, getting into a comfortable position at the start of the second half, and then suddenly Vitality on the weaker weapons coming out on top. Unless Electronic and Simple can piece this one together in the final 30 seconds. Bomb is held back at long. Simple's got the kill on Mezzi, but you need Electronic to now step in, or do you? As Simple with the headshot. The ZywOo flank was always coming in around the back. Electronic needed to move a little bit earlier to make that happen, and Vitality can celebrate an unlikely round victory.
I'd agree with you that it's a heartbreak round, but it's hard to feel, it's hard to have that empathy when the 2 Molotovs out towards long, none of them go towards Car. One player shows himself at the A bomb site, everyone's attention shifts away from Car. That's just a detail that you can't miss.
Yeah.
As you scale up long, that has to be cleared. If not with the Molotovs, it needs to be a hard clear, and you miss that detail, and Vitality is a team full of players who will punish you and have punished you now.
BC.Game. Will that be the end of the competitive nature, or will Simple keep it up? He goes and he finds Rops.
I do love watching it, man. When he's in this mood, it's incredible. 24 kills on Simple now.
He's running out there, getting the opening. And then you just sit back and you watch to see if BC.Game can actually do anything with this. That's the tough part, isn't it? Like, you can see a performance like this and it might just be nothing from it.
Still nursing this lead and nursing a man advantage here in round 16. Up on ZywOo, and if you give him too many clean shots in middle, he will bring this back into a 4-on-4, but not extending too wide. Not taking that deeper angle quite yet. Mezzi in the B-bomb site, Apex over at rail, and there's the kill onto Senzu.
So ZywOo and Simple tit for tat right now in this round. Apex gonna wait back on the ramp. ZywOo overwhelmed. Eventually, Apex has got us killed up and then taken out by Simple. Crazy going down. So Simple and Electronic once again, this time up against Flames and Mezzi. Electronic stepping out into the open, going for the tag, but it's Flames who gets both kills. Simple and Electronic taken down by the AK-47. And Vitality move in for the retake. It'll be a tied game.
I think it's a smart play as well from Simple Electronic. Like the comms always planting the bomb is as soon as this goes down, we're going to double peek long. Let's clear that out. Let's take out Flamesy. Let's turn this into a one-front fight. Unfortunately, losing both those battles, not able to complete the kill. But another very, very close round, another bomb plant, another great performance from Simple with the AK-47. But Flamesy just delivering the kills in the right moment a little bit better. Good headshot, good transition over to Electronic, and we're going to get a timeout. You know, all of them have come into these interviews, all of the Vitality guys, with the same kind of thing about, you know, relaxing and the priority being resting before the major. But you can tell once the actually game starts and we hear the comms and we hear the timeouts and we hear the communication that no one's messing around on this Vitality side whatsoever. This is still a team that's very much locked in.
Yeah.
Well, but the fact they've tied things up now.
Yeah, it's more resting outside of the server, right? As soon as they get in the server as the same team, that competitive drive and intensity to win every game that they got in front of them. That's why they were able to win the last event in Fort Worth with no practice and now coming into Atlanta as favorites, such heavy favorites here as well. 8-8, money gone for BC.Game. Simple having to play with a Glock, so we're not looking at anything really coming out of this round, you'd imagine. Maybe this is where we finally get Senzu delivering something. Spotting ZywOo, landing a body shot, but that's about it.
Well, all 5 players are here for BC.Game. A little bit awkward for ZywOo and Flamesy. They do back away into safety, look for a moment like they might get caught in no man's land. Apex, meanwhile, has pushed all the way up towards top mid to trap them. I'm assuming he hears these footsteps from Skrunk, but still going to push forward. Bomb is dropped in cave. Skrunk is going to completely miss this push just by sheer misfortune, and that's going to, I imagine, make it so frustrating for the rest of his team. Like, how the hell did Apex get here when you just went back to middle? Quad kill for Apex, looking for the ace, and he's got it. First bullet, 5 kills for Apex, and that's the lead for Vitality.
Yeah, it's just like, okay, well, Apex is behind us for some reason, and he's just killed everyone, so not quite sure how that happened.
I just feel like he's just kind of like evil, isn't he? I feel like he picks his moment where he's like, all right, we've just tied it up.
He knows what buttons to push.
We just lost, we just won a low economy round. They're going to be a little bit, I'm just going to push this round. I'm going to just try and ruin their day.
Definitely knows which buttons to push. That's for sure. And now for BC.Game, finally getting the good guns back out again. Orb for Simple. See if he can keep up that level of performance, but he's lost Electronic.
Oh, Mezi's in trouble though. Molotov gonna force Senzu back. Doesn't want to mess with that. Molotov coming in behind him. Now Mezi's got to find the escape route, and he will.
Yeah, he does actually play that very well. He gets away without putting himself in harm's way. Well, at this point, BC.Game in a tough spot. You got 1 minute and 15 seconds left, but a 4v5 and no real control of the map.
And if you're BC.Game, whose number are you calling right now? Simples with the AWP.
Number one.
I mean, a lot of his aggressive plays and some of those, like the opening kill on Rops, the B-bomb site with AK-47s. Now that he has the AWP, and you're in a 4-on-5, those overextensions are really, really costly if you let your star opera kind of just be unleashed and go for the crazy kills, crazy openings. But it might be their only chance. Skrunk and support out middle. They've got smokes for CT spawn if they want to utilize it. Molotov is going to break things up and force them back.
Yeah, it takes away that opportunity, but also funnels them back into Flames, who's ready for them, and he's got both. So that is kind of the round with a play like that from Flames. Very well played between him and ZywOo. I love that combination, and it now puts Senzu and Crazy in a last-ditch attempt, a Hail Mary of sorts, as they just send themselves forward, but hasn't worked out. So it is going to be Vitality heading up to 10 rounds.
Yeah, Senzu, all he can do is save this AWP to pass it back over to Simple in the next round. Nothing working for BC.Game. 6-6 at half. The pistol round here, they won both pistols on Dust 2. This is a 4th round in a row for Vitality as they get to double digits with a 2-round lead. This is typically the point where it just feels like they take over the game and they just suffocate you. There's just, it's so hard to find the answer now. I think that's frustration maybe at Senzu, who he expects to be watching for that short push from lower, but Senzu's like, I gotta check upper once in a while, is probably his line of thinking.
No, this is also very well played from Vitality.
Yeah, the Molotov coming into mid to force him back. Flamesy recognizing who the response is going to be from ZywOo and being in position to take complete advantage of it. Over to the B-bomb site we go, it feels. Up in the hands of Simple. Other than that, just a lighter investment. Armor and upgraded pistols for the BC.Game attack, and we just push into the B-bomb site, see what we can get.
Well, we get blocked as well, so I'm gonna have to sit behind that smoke, which slows things down significantly.
Taking their time, letting Simple lead the way with the AWP. Try and find you an opening kill, grab an angle and support, and let the pistols flood in. Mezi and Apex have decided to fight for mid.
Smoke fades, Simple scopes up. Making some noise, you see Apex being adjusted to it. Now they know, trying to bait out the peak, but Mezi on the box. Simple turns around, there's the peak from CT. Apex on the cleanup, mowing them down and ripping the beating heart out of BC.Game. 11 rounds to 8 now for Vitality. Turning it up a gear and getting ready to finish.
And again, just it feels like another missed detail where it's like if you have this AWP and Simple, if you're going to invest in the Tech 9s and armor, buy one smoke as well. You know, that's the whole reason why we see them kind of swinging out. There's nothing in CT spawn. They don't have the resources to block it off, so they're hoping Simple's AWP can keep any defender pinned down as the pistols stream into the B-bomb site. But with the crossfire in middle, there's no space for that to work.
You see him trying to bottle it all up as well, not to lash out. And we got smokes coming through. Mezi's going to play in towards middle. You got Apex making his way towards top mid. He's going to pass the telephone pole now. It's going to be a strong setup here for Vitality, an aggressive one, but strong as Apex catches a good timing. He gets one. Could have been a multi-kill there, but Crazy quick to respond and make sure it's just the one.
Look how confident Mezi is to like take the risk and just not even turn to look at top mid. He's like, it'll take you guys a little bit of time to start swinging wide in middle.
Yeah, ready for the next contact. It is going to come through lower. He's looking in the right spot. It's Electronic. Oh, stepping out. Mezi doesn't make the micro adjustment to the head quick enough, so Electronic able to drop him. So at least the advantage now starts to BC.Game. We'll see if Flames can be a nuisance because he has been at short so often.
Oh, this headshot angle fight, though, is so dicey, isn't it? Just a quick, like, pop of the head up and down, and then Flamesy's at all the disadvantages in this engagement in the world. There it is, the jump up, the dink, but not the kill with the M4. ZywOo's here, though.
He is, and he's going to try and patch it up, but Senzu finally arriving. A bit of impact from Senzu. 2 important kills, but that's the bomb being picked off. Electronic getting caught. They know where Rops is, though, and look at Simple. He's ready. He's not letting him pass. Rops is going to walk right into it. Simple will collect the kill.
27 now for Simple, leading the way. Well done from Senzu. Great kills he's able to get to maintain the advantage for BC.Game and secure the 9th round. So keeping them alive, preventing Vitality from getting to that safety net of 12. Apex going 1 for 1 on the push, but you can see Vitality with some confidence starting to dig deeper into the playbook. Some more aggressive openers as they feel like they can apply that pressure, and a little bit of disjoining the BC.Game attack might just cause them to crumble. Electronic and Senzu in upper tunnel, Scrunk and Crazy outside long, Simple's up. Dropping down, looking at mid double doors and short. Double op switched into now for Vitality. Senzu and Simple ran it on the CT side in the first half. No crazy effect off of it, no crazy defensive stand or runs with it. Let's see what Vitality's got.
Yeah, we're surprised to see it not work at all, but Flames going into the long fight. It's going to be Scrunk dead first. He's been having a really tough map here, and that continues.
Oh, he's going to be dead.
Be careful. Yeah.
I'm surprised Flamesy didn't push that one on the reload. It felt like he had the idea.
Seemed like they're getting ready for what is going to be the short attack, though. BC.Game sending players up. ZywOo's throwing utility, helping the long player, and then just casually going back and killing the short players, too. Simple getting flanked, dead to Mezzi. ZywOo now positions himself to clean up on Crazy, but he's missed that shot, and so Crazy gets away.
A little bit of a weird sequence for ZywOo, isn't it? Yeah. But he managed it well. He realizes there's a gap in that smoke. He settles himself down, nails the shot. And Vitality, again, just show a very strong defense. 4 players, each with a kill apiece. Rop's the only one missing for the team ace. 20 seconds. And Crazy's just going to keep this AK-47 as he saves. Long take doesn't really work. I thought Flamesy would be aggressive and wrap around that smoke, but there's ZywOo in the chaotic scenario. Apex bailing him out as Senzu was about to line up a headshot as well. Always an answer for Vitality, and round 21 is theirs. 12-9, 3 chances to close this series out.
And BC.Game will come into this next round with some clear weaknesses. You know, you're going to not see all the AKs out, but Scrunk playing with the Galil, so it's not the worst case scenario here. You've got AKs on Electronic, Crazies, Senzu, and AWP here for Simple. He's looking for that mid-cross. Doesn't take the first shot. Oh, okay. Rops hangs around a little bit too long now, and Senzu goes forward with the AK.
I don't think Rops realized that that was an angle that he could get killed from.
Secondary AWPer.
That, yeah, not an AWPer. We'll give him the break. Doesn't know all the details. Actually, you know what? Rops is a player I would expect to kind of know all the details, isn't it? Yeah.
If there was one player
yeah.
Well, gathering up outside of B, it is going to be BC.Game. Everybody coming over for the party.
Unfortunately, if they continue with this and commit to this, thinking that with that kill in middle, they have the advantage, this is a stack. 3 defenders here for Vitality.
Problem is, Vitality have also come to the party.
Yeah.
And Mezzi, he is going to fall away first, but Apex, look at this. They all line up in front of him. Apex with 3, finally traded out, and they put it on Flames to try and close out this series here and now. A 1v2 up against Simple and Senzu. It's going to be difficult for Flames. He comes through the window. Just down to that right is Senzu. Simple, scoped up, watching. And Senzu's the man to get the headshot. And a couple rounds away from getting this one into overtime. BC.Game not rolling over and dying just yet.
No, and I mean, look, I don't think you're going to break into that. I mean, Vitality stacking 3 players there. You're not going to break in that efficiently very frequently. That's actually crazy that they're able to handle the stack that well. Apex even just like needed to have trigger discipline to get the triple kill just to keep that in contention. Give Flamesy any chance in coming over for the retake. First time out for Vitality. Haven't had to be stressed throughout this map too much. 2 more chances for them to close out this series. As BC.Game attempt to force overtime. There's the opening. A good chunk of Rops' body showing Mezzi can't get anything done on the first kill. ZywOo gets dropped while Apex is getting unblind and letting enough players enter his sight to rack up a triple kill. And we've been saying this whole time, we've been looking for a second player to step up next to Simple and start providing some impact. Feels like Senzu in these last 2 rounds is starting to get there. Question is it too little, too late? Round 23.
They got nades ready to go, but not even required. They just step out. Rops cleans up the first 2. He's still here, still a threat. Simple and Electronic fighting on, but that grenade, it's gonna catch him. Electronic was so low. And now the problem is Simple is also low HP, playing from tunnels. Flames will eventually flank that, or he could go through the mid doors to join up his teammates and all come in from the same side. And that is exactly what is happening. ZywOo getting boosted up on top of Apex's head, looking over the top of the doors. Crazy about to get activated. Simple sends the flash out, and Crazy gets blinded by it. So that's the misplay.
Yeah, he jumped for information, it looked. So a little bit of miscomm on the idea of how that was going to work.
Well, now Simple has to hit the shots, and he just won't. Hasn't connected that one. Now running out of bullets. Crazy has to step up. He's got one, but can it be? Can Simple win this on his own up against ZywOo and Flames? But that defuse is not planted for him, and they're just going to hold it. Despite a strong showing from Simple, it will be ZywOo to round him out. The defuse is closed, but Vitality have got it. They will defeat BC.Game. They will start Atlanta with the win. This is the favorites for the competition, and they've got 1 win under their belt already. And Simple at least give us some highlights. He gave us a show, but clearly not enough to reach the might of Vitality.
Yeah, I mean, just overcoming Simple's 28 kills here on Dust 2. Incredible performance from Simple, but Vitality, as we just saw, start to finish, just too many options in every different scenario, too many ideas, too many things they can switch into, and too many points of danger on this team. Everyone able to step up, and yeah, again, another game where it feels like, you know, nothing crazy out of Vitality, just kind of came in and handled business again.
Yeah, they came in, they handled business, and a reminder, again, this is a team coming in off the back of a vacation, taking some rest. They're warming up, they're getting into this competition. Well, I mean, that's a strong start.
If anything's going to snap you back into shape after a nice long vacation, it's going to be a chance at 2 ESL Grand Slams in 1 year, right? Like, the idea that you're on that trajectory right now, pretty dang cool if you're Vitality.
Absolutely. Well, Vitality have that in their sights as long as the major, but 1 win under their belt so far. I'm sure there'll be plenty more coming from Vitality, but that's it for this series. Vitality 2, BC 0.
Yeah, Vitality doing what Vitality do best. Now just 1 series win away from making it through to the playoffs here in Atlanta. We do indeed have Apex joining us for a couple of words after this one. First of all, obviously, no secret, you guys had a little bit of vacation before this tournament.
See that now?
I'm curious as to who makes those decisions. Is it something you suggest for the team? Who says, okay, this is the time that you should be taking off?
Of course, it's the staff. They make the decision in that department. For us, it was, you know, since after we did Krakow, and after we did Cluj, then we had a week off, and then we had a big preparation coming up because Rio was the main goal. So we had the preparation, then we did Rotterdam, no break, big preparation Rio, and then after Rio we knew that now we needed time just to rest a bit, and yeah, we made that decision to enjoy a bit of America if we won the Grand Slam. So yeah, that's the staff decision, and I'm really happy they made that one.
Yeah, I think everyone is. Was it harder to prepare for this game and play BC.Game, or to spend a week with Mezzi on your own?
You know, spending time with the Brits is pretty tough, to be honest. No,
Tell me about it.
He's the easiest Brit
I'm right
ever.
here,
Sorry.
What the fuck?
He's the easiest Brit ever, so it's, I think, like deep in him is not British because he's too kind, he's too good. So no, it's been a pleasure. I mean, of course, preparing for this game was a bit. We feel rusty right now. Like we didn't play good at all today, but we still get the win. And I know that after each game we will get better. We will get back to a good level, and that's what I expect after each game. Because yeah, today was not the prettiest, but that's life.
Comparing what you guys said before, Fort Worth saying we don't feel at the top of our game, to right now, similar, different. Well, what's the kind of comparison there?
I think it's even worse right now because we played even less. So I think we are trying to think. And also today we didn't know what they will pick. We didn't know what they will ban because with Senzu before back then the veto was Mirage, And when you know Senzu, I'm pretty sure they said, no, we need to play Mirage now because Senzu is a great player. So we knew that they will be able to play it, but not to pick it. So no, I think it's, we didn't feel that great today, to be honest. It was not a pretty game for Vitality, but it's still a 2-0. And we still have time to get back to our game after a couple of days.
I just want to ask because, you know, there was a time where Simple and Electronic actually kind of had your number in like 2021, 2022.
Not our number, mate. Sorry.
No, they don't have them anymore. They definitely are.
They didn't do what we did. That's for sure.
Oh no, absolutely not. It's a different time. But you know, to see them play winning Counter-Strike before and seeing them now, like, I mean, it maybe seems like a silly question, but do you get the same inference? Like, do you feel the impact these players could have against you? I mean, Simple had a great dust too.
Yeah, Simple had a great game, to be honest. He bought a few alone AVP, was there on the right timing, didn't miss many shots. Simple, I said it in Krakow that I think Simple, if he has a good team, he can come back. I'm pretty sure of that. He's still a phenomenal player. So yeah, I think this guy has been. Now he's the second GOAT, sorry for him, but he used to be like phenomenal, and I'm pretty sure he can be back. It's just all about the team he has for sure, and also like how much he wants it. But it feels like he wanted it. He came to Andorra, I saw in my country to chill a bit and play because he feel maybe it's there that the winning mentality is. I don't know, but yeah, I think he can come back to that path because he's one of the greatest, and I really enjoy playing against him again.
Yumi, you had a moment that you wanted to run by Apex, right?
Yeah, I mean, there are these scenarios that crop up a lot for your team where sometimes you're in a bit of a pinch. You know, this is the half-buy round where you guys set things up. What's it like making these types of rounds? Because I feel like you get away with this against like every team in the circuit.
You know, TS is all about making good plans, having a good communication, and etc. And that's what we did there. Like I said to Mezi, me and we were in 4v4. Robs is dead. I'm like, leave ZywOo alone on B. Come with us, hide car, and maybe if they come short or long, we can bait for you. And it worked. And it's nothing planned before the games. We don't have, but it's just like I'm pretty good. Also me like making new plans in that regard, just telling them, yeah, let's do that, and making a plan because overall it works. Like we could see that the run before they came long and we didn't have a good plan. It's something that I was pretty mad at my team overall because we didn't make the right decision. But this at least we played together. We tried to do something. Because we know we have a lower advantage to win the round, so you need to make a strong plan and try to win it. It's not we win a lot of those rounds for sure, but it's not sure that you will get this one.
Yeah, because I mean on Mirage there was also another round where you know we looked at Electronic jump out of window, and we were very surprised. Were you also caught off guard by this? How this happened?
I was underground and I was like, "What the fuck is he doing?" And I was pretty happy because we won. We lost the second round on Mirage, and then we won like the not the round after, but the round after when we had like I don't know 3 Glocks, 2 P250s or something, and. Yeah, I mean, playing this round bad against Vitality can be always dangerous. And yeah, I think they played it bad. They gave us the opportunity to come back, and then, yeah.
Is this tournament going to be a little bit more about making plans on the fly because you didn't have time to switch things up, introduce new things necessarily, so you're going to have to improvise a little bit more?
Yeah, I mean, I will have to reflect a lot about what we can do because also in Dallas we had a couple of bad nukes on T-side, the grand final for sure, and also against Sweet where we won only 2 rounds. So I think 3 T rounds overall on 2 nuke is not something great. So I have we played only 1 map yesterday in practice because we couldn't find more. So yeah, I will have to think. I already thought about what we could do even though I was in a week off because it's needed. And when you don't practice, you need to think like what you can do different. How can you solve the problems without practicing? And that's not an easy task, I can tell you.
That's what I was going to ask you. Like, okay, you take a week off, right? A week away from the PC, but do you actually stop thinking about the game?
The only moment I think less is the player breaks because it's the moment I really need to put my brain away. And if actually I think about CS, my girlfriend wouldn't be happy. So I'm trying to also. It's not also important to live the moments and enjoy our lives. But yeah, even though we have a week off, I'm like. I'll talk to Messi like we could do that, and also it would be nice on you because this I'm trying to because it's also my responsibility. And as I said, we are in the Vitality era, but if we want to stay in that era, we need to have always one step ahead, and it's really tough nowadays in CS with all those software, Skybox or whatever. Like people prepare for the game, so I always need to have one step ahead, and that's one of the toughest things to have because without practice as well, it's not easy.
And you've taught Mezzi that there's more to life than just baked beans. now.
Yeah, but you
So
know,
if you
we
don't
went more on French cuisine, and there is no doubt that it's better.
It does seem like he's developing some expensive taste.
Yes. I mean, coming from like really good French cuisine. I mean, coming from beans to really good French cuisine, there is a huge gap, to be honest. So he needs to enjoy life.
That's what 2 Grand Slams will afford you.
Exactly.
Right?
That guy became fancy.
We're obviously talking a lot about the prospect of you could do 2 ESL Grand Slams this year.
Yeah,
Do
but
you win this one? Do you even think? Yeah, see, you're rolling your eyes, right? You don't even think about it. It's a tall
It's
task.
too much. Like what we're doing is already legendary. But you guys, I mean, when I saw like that from Ashel TV confirmed, where they said, it would be nice. One of the record they can do is 2 Grand Slam in 1 year. Like, come on, leave us alone.
We're running out of things.
Giving you milestones.
You know, like to running out of goals for you guys at this point.
Yeah, but it's tough. It's really tough. It means that we need to play. We need to win all next 4 ESL events. And I will be really happy to win a Grand Slam next year.
No, Singapore major counts too. I think.
Why it's ESL?
I think majors count regardless.
No.
Yeah.
No, it doesn't. No, it's only ESL.
Never mind.
Cologne
I don't want to throw you under the bus.
Cologne works because it's ESL.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Because we said we actually asked like before.
I was just
before,
testing him.
just to see.
Quiz.
Just to see, because imagine that we win Cologne and it would have been the same time as the Grand Slam for us.
Yeah.
It would have been like crazy to win like 2 things at the same time.
Rio,
You come to final and you play for 2 things in one final. So that would be crazy, but thanks God we did it before.
Just final question. You're going to be playing Bet Boom next. They did indeed take down Bait. Any thoughts on them? Do you even remember
Very
the last
simple
time
and
you played?
electronic. Now Boomage. Just going.
Effector is coming somewhere, sneaking. Actually, Bet Boom has been for sure improving, but they stayed a bit in the lower stage for a bit some time. It's been a while since I played against Boomage. I think the last time we played against each other, it was in Cloud9. So we played against him in the Copenhagen Major. We win them in the quarterfinal. I remember correctly. I don't know what to expect, to be honest. I haven't watched them that much. But the sure thing is they're more prepared than us for this event, and we will have to prepare well and see what we can get from this game. Because And also, it's getting tougher and tougher because right now we don't know what our opponent's going to pick because we win more Mirage as well. Mirage used to be our worst map and now we are 6-win streak, which is crazy for us with how Mirage went before. So I have no idea what's the best map, what's all of that, but let's study. Let's study tonight. I have energy and some time. So.
I do think they're going to play some balls to the wall Counter-Strike because they've got Flamus as well. That's not usually on the roster. So the fact that he's coming back.
Yeah, but they've been playing with him for quite some time as well. So because they did few events before qualifying for the major, I saw they played with him. So I don't know. I think I have no idea. I can't tell you. I won't say something where.
Well, you've got 20 hours to prepare. So yeah.
20 hours. Can I sleep? Or
Get some of that in there. Apex, thank you for your extended words. Congratulations, and yeah, we'll see you playing Bet Boom tomorrow.
Yes.
Lovely stuff coming out from Apex. As always, Vitality looking, even though they're saying they don't feel so strong, it's in those moments where, okay, BC.Game are pushing them a little bit, and Jason said it pretty aptly. They have so many options at their disposal. There's so many kind of pre-prepared notions that they can go to, and they know they're tried and tested.
Yeah, absolutely. That's the experience kicking in from playing together so much. Practice or not, there's a lot that's been put into this team, and the playbook is very, very deep, right? I think that what's going to be the biggest issue is just a little bit individually getting into top shape, getting that competitive taste a little bit more, and as Dan said, right, like the group stages, that's where they're going to get that and play into the tournament in a way.
Yeah, it's also just, they win a lot, so that's always going to boost your confidence. Apex said in an interview quite recently that, ZywOo's lucky to have this team. Everyone's lucky to have each other in this team, so, against a Simple that was lights out today, this team needed to perform as a team.
Well, Vitality do cement the 2-0, now just one win away from making it into the playoffs of the Intel Extreme Masters Atlanta 2026. But we have 2 more games coming your way. Up next, it's going to be Na'Vi taking on Passion UA after this short break.
double peek, he's getting his shot. Unbelievable!
Something special to throw out this decoy, and that's exactly what happens.
Katowice! We are back!
I was asking Blade about the Falcons news with Carrigan. What do you reckon about that?
You know, I think that they made from an outsider's perspective, I think they made the change. It was not a coincidence. They for sure thought about it, like something that they wanted to change. It's hard to still say if it was a good or a bad thing, because I think the form that Falcon showed on the last tournament seemed pretty good. But also, was it because none of them had pressure anymore? Like they all felt that it's the last tournament with the lineup. It's always hard to say. I think we just need to give it like 6 months to, you know, understand better. But what do you think?
I don't know. It's risky the time that they picked, right? I think, you know, because the team that they had for the major, you ride it out. But I guess, look, having Carrigan as the in-game leader of your team and you got the likes of Monacy and stuff in there, it's, you know, I think it's a recipe for success. But whether that success is sooner or later, I don't know. That's the problem I have. You're playing at the moment in the Vitality era, and there's already a lot of other strong, good teams. And Carrigan, he was having a tough time in FaZe. So I don't know. It's a weird one. It's a weird one.
Yeah, I agree. But I think that maybe they understood somehow that for them, the highest chance to win the major or contend for the title was to make a change. Obviously, everybody's thinking how to bring Vitality down. Maybe this was their plan. And I think the first tournament, it's too early to say anything. After the major, we will have a better picture on all of the teams that made a change recently. But yeah, I still think that we need to give it more time than only the major.
For sure. All right. Thank you for your time, Alexi.
Thank you.
SUI, it's been a while. How are you doing? You know, feeling you're back at IEM, you're coming in as a stand-in this time. What's your vibe coming into the tournament?
I'm chilling. Like, pretty good vibe. I don't know. I like to play with the guys. A lot of fun, gaming, Counter-Strike. You know, life is good.
So as a stand-in, you come in, right? You're not part of the team, but you come in. You want to obviously do a good job, showcase yourself. Is it a fun feeling coming in as a stand-in with like not as much pressure on your shoulders? Like you just have to play good Counter-Strike and do what you can, and there isn't as much pressure on you to perform necessarily compared to when you're actually in a full team.
I mean, yes, that's one part of it, I guess. But I'm mostly thinking about it like the way I can help guys to be like better in the areas that I can compensate what they lack in. Like, 'cause for me, with my experience and overall, like the positions that I fill in, I'll be just making them more comfortable, basically.
And you've stood in a couple times. So, like, what's your mentality as a stand-in? Like, what do you think your biggest strength is that you bring as a stand-in player?
I like to communicate a lot, shoot heads, I guess, and just to bring good vibes.
It's been a while since many of the fans will have seen you at this level of event, consistently. So, what have you been up to over the last sort of few months leading up to Atlanta?
Yeah, I was keeping up my form, watching a lot of Counter-Strike. I like to constantly think about meta and stuff like that, and just keep up with everything that's going on, basically.
Now, I know every CS player comes up with constantly new ideas or coming up with new concepts or how they think about things. What's been your main progression, do you think, in the way you look at the game over the last 6 months?
Actually, I would say it's more outside of the game related. It's how to react and communicate with each player in different ways, like personalities, and just to be the glue of the team, I could say.
Okay. And what's the main thing you've kind of looked at there? Like, what is a difference that you will make compared to the last version of SUI?
Yeah, I realize that every player and have different ethnicity, like background, whatever, and to every of them you need personal, like how you call it? I don't know, like personal understanding of what they are, basically.
Okay.
Something like that.
What do you think about Carrigan and Falcons?
Yeah, obviously, like any new lineup, you need time, and it's not even new lineup. If you just change, for example, anchor, let's say they have previous lineup and they change TeSys, it might be much more easier switch, right? But when you change IGL, it's completely different story. You need to. There's a system before him, and you can try to teach him what we have, and he will try to adapt. But now it's even harder. Now he will come with his ideas, right? And now they need to start from the beginning, everything. And now they need also to find to be on the same page and find this balance of voices. So looks like they still want to trust him, like from what I understood, and their main goal is Singapore Major. So we need to wait.
Do you think it's a good change in the long run? If you're making a prediction, if you were going to predict the future, do you think it's better for them, this change?
It makes sense because they need a leader, right? It makes sense if they need a leader, but now he must be the leader. So he needs to lead, and they need to listen to him. If the funny thing that if this will not work, now we know that problem is not in IGL, for sure, right? So there's something else.
Okay. Yeah.
It also shows you something, right? But it makes sense on the paper because Cardigan is the most experienced, I think, or maybe with Apex, two most experienced IGLs, right? Who are playing for a long time and a lot of teams. He played so many players, so many like crazy lineups, even Anubis sometimes. And he has this experience, and they just need to build, but there's enough material to build good teams. They just need to find system that will work, in my opinion. So it makes sense. It's not for me to decide like if I would do the change or not. Maybe my whole lineup will be different. I don't know. So not only one change.
Okay.
It's been great seeing you in this roster. I think I've always been excited about you and your career and watching you and your other teams. But this was a shock move for me, watching you go to Passion UI. I think many people feel that as well. So what has it been like for you moving to a team like Passion UI from playing in your own region for so long and now getting to play with these guys?
To be honest, it's a thing I wanted to do since, I don't know, 2021, 2022. But I never got the chance. So my first chance was given by Passion, so I just took it, and I'm trying to make the best out of it.
Yeah, and so I was talking to Nix. He was saying that you're finding your voice in the team. He feels like you're communicating more in the rounds, like clearly, and making putting your own opinions in there. Have you felt that level of comfort increasing for you, like communicating with the squad?
Yeah, maybe when I came to the team, I adapted more to them than to me, and now I'm trying to make them adapt a little bit more to me, so I guess it's making me play better.
What are some of the things you want the team to adapt to with you? Like, what would make you feel more comfortable?
It's just different ways of seeing the game, like the way I wanted to play some rounds, or the things I wanted to do sometimes were just not well communicated to the team, or we just didn't talk through these things because, like, as I said, I was adapting more to them than to me.
How would you describe yourself as an AWPer? Like, what would you say that your biggest strength is and the style that you bring to the server?
I don't know, to be honest. Maybe.
Oh, we got crazy shots coming in FaZe. Yeah, I mean, it's true. I remember at the Budapest major, you really got in some great form, like with Imperial. So have you felt like, how would you compare yourself in your form from Budapest to now? Like, if Budapest was like 8 or 9 out of 10, like where are you at right now?
Maybe like a 6.
Okay.
Yeah, I feel like Budapest was like 9 out of 10 shape maybe out of me. And people don't even know, but I was IGL during Budapest major as well. It wasn't public at the moment. We just kept it for the team. But it was the best result I had with that lineup, and also one of the best performers. And I was IGL during the event.
Wow, so you feel like calling and opening since I really helped you, like calling your plays, calling your openers?
Yeah, because like as an IGL, you can call, like you can create the system however you want, and it just was very comfortable for me, like calling as an operator, it's just easier.
Would you say JT gives you some of that freedom in this team to make the same calls?
Yeah, of course. He listens to me.
The Intel Extreme Masters Atlanta 2026 is brought to you by ESL in partnership with Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, and Zoe.
Na'Vi are indeed in the building and ready to make their Atlanta debut. Sitting pretty at world number 2. If it wasn't for a certain team called Vitality, Na'Vi would probably have a few more trophies in their cabinet this year. Whereas for their opponent in Passion UA, it feels like even getting a win versus a tier 1 opponent is pretty much impossible to come by. I'm joined by Pimp and YNK and Yanko. I know you're not known as an empath, but I kind of feel bad for Passion UA having to start off their campaign here versus Na'Vi.
Well, I don't know how much better it would be against someone else, right? Currently, they're in a little bit of a disarray with the whole situation. You know, Senzo was there for a loan. Things didn't quite work out, I guess, with the major situation, right? So that wasn't extended. I'm sure if they would have qualified, would have been extended the loan and he would have been on the team. Now you get SDY, so it's always tough for these teams that are not at the major, right? Like now you're just playing for some wins, some points to get yourself into a better situation going into next season.
Yeah, I think the caveat is that they have nothing to lose in this game. You're right, you know, if they were facing a team where on paper they would walk in and have a realistic expectation to themselves of putting out a result, then I think we would be left disappointed once more. Whereas for Na'Vi, I mean, the best you can hope for here is a competitive game. If they somehow manage to win it, then great. If not, we're not really going to make it a new conclusion. So a game where they have nothing to lose, but something to prove.
Well, that's the thing. You say Passion, you have nothing to lose. They've been doing pretty much nothing but losing recently, right? Like even when you look at the North American competition, they're not really making a dent in many of them, right? And I look at some of these names and I think they were hot prospects once upon a time, and it just doesn't really seem to be gelling too well.
Were they? Who's on this team?
Oh, Try was cool. I liked Try.
Oh, Try and that's it. Try is the only one.
JT, I think JT is
hot
cool.
Prospect.
Nah, not a hot prospect.
I don't know. This is
like he deserves a better team.
This is the complexity team that was good because they had Elige on it for a while, and occasionally when Halzerg decided to be good, right? Like I don't know what the expectations were for this team. The highest you could ever place them was around like the top 12, top 10-ish mark, maybe early on in CS2. Like that was when CS2 launched, was when they did their best work early on. Was it the finals of Sydney?
It was the finals, yeah.
Right, like and all of that. So ever since then, they've struggled to find that form. Obviously, losing Leech back then was a big hit. I know now it's a completely different team, but that's like where you look at someone like 9Z and what they're doing over in Astana, and you're thinking, if they had Try instead of Mayern, now we're really talking about maybe something, right? But I don't really have any expectations for this Passion UA squad. I think it's a great example of you can do all the, you know, VRS magic that you want, find tournaments that you're going to play, which tournaments you're going to skip. It doesn't matter if you can't win games.
Yeah.
It sucks to suck, you know, and I think that's the scenario they're in right now, to be completely honest, for Passion UA. While I do agree to some extent with you, Yanko, I do think that my expectations were higher than them being number 35 in the world. I think that's setting the bar a bit too low for this team. I think JT, you know, an in-game leader who's been around for quite some time. I even think with the roster that he had, even when Elige left, there were a couple of tournaments where Passion UA were, dare I say, interesting, or at least put up a couple of results. But as of late, as you said, Freya, not even domestically can they get anything done. Losing Senso, not qualifying for the major, it does seem like a failed project for now by Passion UA signing the Complexity squad.
And I think we're seeing, you know, as you can see here, 2 Ukrainian players, an American, South African player that's been playing for NA teams for ages, and an Argentinian player that's been playing mostly for South American teams, right? And we're seeing, especially with Vitality, right, like emphasis on just finding the right culture fit, not just the players and the roles on the server, but outside of the server, and being able to mesh together. And listen, for a team of Passion UA's caliber and what they were trying to achieve, which is just qualify for the major, that isn't the most important thing to hit, right? Yeah. Like that's why you get Senzu, because you're just aiming for firepower and Try at the same time, right? You just think, you believe that that will be enough in terms of firepower to push you over the finish line and you can get to the major. But once that doesn't happen and then you lose some of that firepower, like what are you left with? What's the philosophy here in terms of the Counter-Strike? Like you have all these different schools of thought, all different personalities coming from different backgrounds. It's like, how are you supposed to be a tight-knit group?
And that's what Try was kind of alluding to with Dinko in that lobby snippet where he's saying, hey, when I came in, I had to adapt to them more. Now I want them to adapt to me. And I'm kind of like, that kind of gives me alarm bells. skills? Like, what is the identity you're trying to build?
Yeah, it's a good question. I think they're trying to find it out as well. I think Try is trying, no pun intended, to find out as well. You know, I think he in particular is an interesting case because he's been a forever talent to some extent. I think when he first emerged, you know, back in 9C, everyone thought, okay, that's got to be the next big thing. Put him into a European team. He went to 0-0 Nation, which was a clusterfuck and a half, to be completely honest. And then he went back to his South American roots, again did well, and now coming into Passion UA one more time, giving, I guess, the European adventure another go, and it's just not working out. So when you look in the individual capabilities that Try has on a server, he can definitely make the difference. He's a great player, he's a skilled player, but his 2 times now where he's tried to emerge himself and put himself into European Counter-Strike hasn't really worked out.
Well, let's hear from the man repping the US flag in this one. It's next courtesy of Trace.
Passion UA get to go toe-to-toe to Navi. Is it a privilege?
Sure.
Right, it's a lot to ask for out of the gate. Let's talk about some of the journey that is Passion UA. Mostly, let's start with your journey that is in Dallas. Maybe go a little bit back, failed to qualify, didn't really come together. You get the chance now to sort of redeem that here in Atlanta. How does it feel?
Feels good. I mean, feels great to be home to play games. So, yeah.
Where are you from?
I'm from Florida, so not that far. I mean, I'm not actually home, but being in America feels nice.
What part of Florida?
North Florida. Like, I'm not that far from here, actually.
Really? Like the Panhandle side?
Yeah.
Dang. Okay. Well, I didn't know that, but that's good to know. We'll keep it focused. I wasn't expecting that at all. So Passion UA has been kind of a roller coaster up and down. Talk to me about some of the time spent in Passion UA.
Yeah, like you said, Passion UA has been lots of ups and downs recently. Obviously, we just had a player leave, and we have a stand-in right now, but we're still feeling good, feeling confident in the games. Victor's a great player, so I think we'll do just fine.
What are some of the growing pains when you go to learn things as a new team? What are you finding that are some of the harder parts of that process?
I mean, right now with Victor, we're kind of slotting in a lot, so there's not a lot there. But obviously with Sens and picking up Try, we had a lot of issues from the start, just from language. So we had to build that up before we really got much into the CS. So I mean, that was one growing pain we had. But in terms of CS, I mean, people have different ideas, but eventually, like, you come to agreements and figure out how you want to play the game together.
Yeah, and today you're doing exactly that, and you're playing against a Navi, a world-class team in Navi, a little bit formidable. Talk to me about some of your emotions looking ahead of this game.
I mean, yeah, they're a good team, but we're feeling confident. We've been playing good recently. I think we'll just treat it as any other game. Play our game. Don't let who we're playing try to affect us, and yeah.
Don't let them dictate the pace. Well, thank you very much for your time. Good luck today.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, that's kind of the only mentality you can have when you're coming in versus a team like Navi, second best team in the world. You have to not try and let that phase you.
Just a ray of sunshine, Nix, isn't he?
Finally
back home, but not really home, but kind of home in a way. Yeah, listen, for Navi, we have to put it into context, right? Last 18 games, they're 14-4, right, on LAN. The 4 losses, 3 of them are to Vitality. One of them is to Furia in a seeding game, which they threw on the decider map that they really should have won. So it's been really, really good outside of going up against Vitality, which is what a lot of teams out there can say. Well, maybe not a lot, but a few others can say the same and have experienced the same issues, right? They've been able to find some consistency from Wonderful too, which I think has been one of the biggest reasons why they've had these good results. Makaze has been really, really good this year. I mean, performed the best out of all the rookies that we had come in last year, and we're seeing that in their results too.
100%, you know, a team that's found consistency in a world of Counter-Strike right now where everyone seems to struggle to find said consistency. I think you're right when you're highlighting Makaze. You know, he's been the big breakthrough so far the year. I think when we discussed Navi for a long, long time, the lack of firepower was always a question. You spoke to Blade, he even said it himself, you know, sometimes we just lack firepower on the server. We lack players who can put up numbers to go toe-to-toe with the best. But Makaze playing as well as he's done so far in 26 has unlocked a new level of Navi, and then we already knew the system was great. We know the calling from Alexa B, we know the Blade system, so to speak, and then as you said as well, Janko, with Wonderful finding maybe not that much consistency, a bit of it, you know, but also having high peaks all of a sudden. That really unlocks a new level to Navi where they are not on par with Vitality, obviously, but they're better than the rest.
Just talking about Makaze and him kind of finding his comfort within Navi, I know a lot of people said it was kind of EPL, that it was like, right, okay, he's here consistently consistently. Was that the point for you when you kind of felt like Makaze was fully integrated and being used in the right positions?
I think it was probably even a little bit before that, but that was just the coming out party in the sense of that they were able to lift the trophy and he was the MVP, right? But I think the most important thing is seeing progress in terms of what his weaknesses were coming into the main squad, right? Like on some of the different maps, like Nuke, where it was a bit of a struggle. He was always great on Ancient, map like Mirage, but improving on Nuke, improving on Inferno, like being better on the T side when he's supposed to be a bit more sneaky. Like he was always good at running out and trading or being the first guy in, like using his mechanics, but being a bit more cerebral as well, improving in that area is what you're probably the most happy to see if you're Blade.
Well, we speak of the man himself. Let's hear from him, courtesy of Trace.
Navi get to play Passion UA today. Someone say that might be a good draw to start things out here in Atlanta. Is that true?
I don't know. Let's see.
Yeah, fair enough. Okay, so for you guys, you get a second Rotterdam, you win Pro League. We've had a little bit of time since then. Tell me a little about the Navi journey to Atlanta.
We went to LA. We had bootcamp there for 5 days. We didn't have like a lot of teams good to practice, but at least we kind of stay in form for this tournament, and we travel here after bootcamp, and I think we are ready.
You guys played against NRG a few times in boot camp?
Yeah, we played them, and I don't know one more team, but it was not that good, and we couldn't play like the best. Yes, I would say.
So you're saying you won the scrims or you lost all the scrims?
It doesn't matter, bro. In scrims, win, lose doesn't matter.
Win or lose today, how's that going to go for you and Navi against Passion UA?
Win, bro, of course.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Confident words from Makaze as always, and I don't blame him. He's been looking red hot. I don't believe they'll actually get to play his chosen ground of Ancient. But yeah, for Navi, it's just been looking on the up, and it's great to see, considering that last year there were a lot of question marks. Lovely to see them hopefully continuing that peak towards a major.
Yeah, I think they're interesting. Obviously, one thing is being the second best in the world right now, having established yourself as that first contender to Vitality. Another one is talking about closing that gap. So it depends on how you assess Navi right now. I think it's cool of them to be consistently delivering in a world now where everyone seems to change, where everyone seems to struggle with consistency. And I think, speaking of Makaze as well, the impact he's having on this team is unheard of. We saw the final versus Vitality, the Nuke game, where Vitality kind of come back, after being 11 to
kind of come back, bro. That was one of the comebacks of all time.
It was a weird one, but I don't want to frame this as it was Makaze's fault, but it was Makaze not playing up to his best on that specific map, especially on the T side. Without Makaze playing well on the T side, I think Navi are still struggling to some degree, and I think he's super important, and it goes without saying that when he's playing well, when he's as aggressive as he is in that game versus Vitality, he was involved in 12 opening duels against Vitality, didn't win a lot of them, won only one on the T side, and I think that's part of the reason why Navi couldn't do anything on the T side. So it's not that they rely a lot on Makaze, but if anything, it's when he's playing well, then it just unlocks a new level of Navi that we haven't seen, as you said, before 2026.
What's worse, Janko, in your opinion? Being absolutely blown out by the best team in the world, or being heartbreakingly close to closing out the map and then having to witness a crazy comeback like that?
I think in the context of Navi and Vitality, it's worse to get blown out, right? Because with both of the finals that they lost, there were maps that were really close. And in those maps, Navi would, let's say, win pistol, lose second round, right? Or lose a round against a hero AK and some sort of a mixed buy where they would have a man advantage. So it's a lot of rounds where they lose them more than it was Vitality winning them. And if you go back and look at the WOD, and then also just the feeling after the game will be more like we threw the game than that they beat us, right? So with that being said, you're thinking, okay, small changes, we clean it up a little bit, and we're right back there. Of course, the Rio quarterfinal, they just got smacked around, but it was good to see that after that game, in the final at Rivals, they were able to put up a better fight. So it looked more like an outlier than just a sign of things to come.
No, 100%. And I guess when it's those moments like you're saying that you've kind of thrown in the towel, so to speak, that's easier to control than your opponent just
in the span of one series, it might be better to get blown up, you know, like than to lose a close game, especially if you're messing up, because then it stays in your head for the second map, right? Like it sort of dwells a little bit. It's harder to reset. If you get beaten 13-5, there's not much to talk about. You just focus on the next map.
Let's take a look at the map. Speaking of which, we got Anubis, Mirage. Any surprises? Yeah.
No, really. You know, obviously Ancient Overpass was never going to be in the mix. Anubis, a map that Na'Vi have played quite a lot. You know, they're willing to pick it into certain series as well. So I don't really see that as a punish pick coming in for Passion UA. Mirage pick from Na'Vi, that's been a staple for a long, long time. Their win record on the map is not necessarily that high, but all the games they play hyper competitive. And then Inferno as a decider. And again, if you want to tie that into the whole Mikasa discussion, you know, Mikasa essential on a map like Mirage together with Emma on the T side, finding all the openings. On a map like Inferno as well, that used to be a weakness of Mikasa. Playing that CT side on Banana, you know, figuring out how to defend that bomb side. The first, I'd say, 2 or 3 tournaments for Na'Vi, he was struggling. Nowadays, he's one of the best performers of Inferno. So it's a map pool that is growing with Mikasa as well as he gets more and more integrated into this whole Blade system.
Gentlemen, thank you so much, as always, for your thoughts. It's time to get this game on. We've got Passion UA versus Na'Vi, and we've got Chad and Alex on the mics.
Yes, getting Group B started here live from Atlanta, Georgia. I know where that is because I'm here.
Apparently they're known for peaches.
Yes. That was the first thing that Adam Dinko Hawthorne made sure he tried, the Georgia peach.
The walking encyclopedia.
Yes. He's kind of like Ask Jeeves if it was a human being.
And it was 2020. No, 2001.
Yes.
Or 1990.
Rolling back the years.
Something along. I was even born then. Either way, that doesn't matter. We're looking at Na'Vi versus Passion UA. And this one is all about Na'Vi. Are they going to be able to make the run here? They're one of the top dogs in Atlanta.
I mean, everyone's talking about seeing Na'Vi and Vitality as the 2, front runners for that trophy lift.
It's a good final, right? Obviously, the desk just discussing that going down in Rotterdam. Odds definitely not in Passion's favor. They've opted for a little bit of cheese to kick this off in the veto with Anubis.
Cheese indeed, and a wide open A site as well for Na'Vi, setting their sights on a little contact play. Alexi B for the camera smoke, but this trap on B, SDY's gone searching.
Retake.
Retaking the A site as well.
Yeah, okay, well, JT's on his way. I don't think he's going to get there in time to do much about this.
Limited options. There's Kvem on the flank that gets put down comfortably by the Glock of Wonderful. The bomb makes its way in on the back of Alexi. Nyx coming in from CT Spawn.
There's a flash on JT, sure, but they have to establish some room for this. Nyx playing back. He could get run down.
Yeah, I think they want to find him here. Makaze and Emma did go swinging from those multiple elevations, but unable to find anything. It's try through main. The setup looks potent for Na'Vi. You're going to need some real sharp shots here, and try start as he means to go on. A nice find on the dual Berettas. Makaze deals with Nyx on the late arrival. Alexi B just rotting that clock, dancing on the site. A nice couple of shots from SDY, but Na'Vi will prevail and take themselves the pistol.
Okay, well, when you get to walk into essentially an open bomb site, that's going to have the vibes pretty high for Na'Vi. So some smiles on the faces, as they will be marching into round number 2 with the advantage. The question is, will Passion opt for the Force? I can see that taking shape now. We've got a Mag 7 on Kvem. He's going to be playing over towards middle, so we'll see if he can get the most out of that try with the Scout. A couple of 5-7s for Nyx and SDY. And JT on the MP9. Now, I imagine they're just going to plug SDY into the position Senzu was playing, but it's... Oh, they're having a good time. They've been enjoying their time in the States of Na'Vi between Fort Worth and now Atlanta. Stayed in LA. I was asking Mikaze, does he want to join FaZe? He had a picture with Case, and he said it was AI.
Oh, it was?
Yeah, so you can't believe anything you see on the internet these days.
No, sir. I spoke to Ime today at Starbucks. Apparently, his name on the order was I'm me.
Well, accurate.
Close enough.
Yeah, well, this round looking done. The Force has already been shredded.
Oh, hang on.
Swag has brought a bit of contention.
I love a Mag 7 in action. Kvem's put it to good use on middle. And now with this upgrade, Bit could lose his head to this. How's his pathing? Almost perfect, actually. Just goes straight under the barrel. Has that elevation for Kvem if he peeks on in. Looks good for Bit and clean.
I think there's going to be a part of this that is similar for Na'Vi as Vitality. They'll be warming into the tournament. So I don't expect them to come in their absolute best form. You heard from Mikaze in that interview with Stunner talking about the practice in NA. Not the best, but this is where you get a couple of officials now. This is where the serious Counter-Strike is played. You warm into the event. By the time you make it to the playoffs, you're ready and raring to go. One of the key pieces of context I think that needs to be pointed out with the format, with this 6-team playoff, is if you do go to the lower bracket, you will have to play 2 best-of-3s on the final day being Wednesday. So nobody wants to find themselves there. Now, if Na'Vi start looking like they're in danger, that becomes a conversation. But for Passion, it's about, well, identity. That was a word that the desk was using. This team started off the year with the Cole core, right? We had the Budapest Major last year with Kvem, and okay, a couple of highlights. Then they made some changes. The Hauser going out, Grim going to NRG, Try coming in. Then there were some issues, Senzu, with visas early, and then you had some qualms with VRS invites, say, for Rio, and then they had to use Fang as a stand-in. Now Senzu's gone to BC.Game. Now SDY is standing in. They played 3 maps. That was online versus Focus. And he's only been as the stand-in for 14 days. So the level of expectation for Passion, at least from my standpoint, very low. Yeah. But any wins they can get is positive, right? Because this is a team who need to try and crawl back up those VRS rankings.
Yeah, I mean, somewhat of a rebuild at this point. By no means the finished product. SDY just trying to slot in. And I've always admired SDY's game. Hasn't necessarily been at the top of Counter-Strike as of late, and ENTS.
Yeah, that's, well, I think everybody in that team is kind of getting peeled to beat different standards. Natus for FaZe.
Right, yeah.
So, trying to poach the best pieces and see what happens. Missed flash early for the A main control, but it won't cost them. Wonderful. He appears back at a couple of easy ones as they'll be cleaning up the Eeks.
Could have done a whole lot more there. Wonderful, had the golden opportunity. Bit and Makaze, though, will make light work of things. Those Galils rack them up.
I think one of the problems, if you are any of these teams taking on Na'Vi within Group B, is because they can just default, right? They can just default every round. You're going to have a really tough time being able to set the tempo and catch them off guard as they're grouping up to maybe do something a little bit poppier early. It's like, all right, yeah, well, we're playing Anubis. We know that teams need to be more diverse in their setups. You need the aggression through pop out the window. And if we just sit back and default, wait out that early util, well, they're going to have them covered every day of the week. So here we go, rifle round number 1.
Try. Look at this! Hyper-aggression on the AWP goes flying out the mid-window.
And he's away.
And he gets away with a frag onto Makaze. Now, it does look like they've lost Kvem. He caught a nade on a similarly aggressive venture. You can see his X there on the mini-map.
Need to regroup. The CT is looking to bear down on middle. So, nameplate Counter-Strike. Kvem goes down, expecting Na'Vi to try and take some space.
I was curious where the AWP was going to try and insert himself. And insert he did, straight into the fight.
They're using that spawn, and they are going to push middle. They've essentially called it clear. They're going to keep up this timing. So Imma might get caught in the back.
Yeah, he's going to be very vulnerable if they were to keep walking. JT's got his work cut out for him, though. That smoke's going to fade.
It could be good.
It could be, but he's going to get caught on the swing. Good chunk damage dealt to Bit, down to half. Alexi B as well, all grouping up in this dark position. JT is begging for backup. Doesn't need it. Gets 2 on his own and a 3rd as well. Finds Wonderful's head clean from JT.
Yeah, missing the molly there. Could have made their life a little bit easier coming out to V-Box, but Imma cognizant of the flank in the backlines. Posts up, gets nothing, and now into 1v4. First round to be posted. Try seals the deal with the opener and the closer, but the in-game lead up in the South African picks up a nasty triple to confirm that one.
Yeah, really nasty. I mean, this is Na'Vi isolating, forcing just single CT on the B site. And he passes the test. Starts off nicely as well from Try. That's a bit of a statement.
Yeah, and I think this is it, right? Try can be quite the flary AWPer, and you want to take your chances considering the circumstances. Okay, TC happy with that. The Doc.
And now look at this. Again, these aggressive AWP lines. There are options on Anubis.
Yeah, and you have to, right? It's going to make JT's life a whole lot easier if Try's feeling himself looking for these openings. Look at this aggressive smoke and flash combo. They're not actually pushing off of it. Imma has all this information.
Oh, Try just dips out on this close line and catches him on the clear. That's 2 for 2 on opening since the AWP has touched Try's hands.
And it's cheeky, right? Because of that smoke flash combo, you're not expecting the AWP to be on that line. Maybe some rifles going to push out, and Imma said, actually, nobody's crossed. We actually have the space. I'm going to try and catch them off guard. So one was just pedal to the metal. This one was a well-pieced move. 4v5 grouping up, A execute. It is just Nyx for now, but JT and Kvem can rotate quickly through middle.
Yeah, JT's going to be there to support Nyx. Dumps his util. Flash delays, it's Bit pathing forward. Does manage to adjust into JT. A quick reaction shot, but it's Kvem and Nyx in combination to repel. It's just wonderful. And he's gone to Kvem as well. Triple on the shutdown of that A site. Some nice AK upgrades. And Nick's not feeling too stressed. It felt like his site was being tested, but the backup brigade was there in time.
Okay, so Na'Vi lose the opener. They group up and they go into a Passion who are ahead on the rotations. Now it's going to have to be the light investment. So just going to be some upgrades where available, knowing that the next round, the loss bonus coming in at 2,400. So leave yourself around that 2K mark. You might be hearing some shouts from the LAN hall. I think Foot versus NRG, at least last check, was still raging on. You can go and check that one out. Then you've got the conclusion of Group A, and then today will be the remainder of the focus for Group B. Oof.
Nasty start. Deagle headshot onto Nick's try as well. Forced away. That's a rifle.
You are against an eco, essentially, or at least you were. I know Bit doesn't have any armor to go with that, but keeping up the aggression against the pistols, always risky business, SDY.
Just the perfect timing. Bit just started to move his crosshair away from that fight as SDY swung through.
They want to get that AK back, I think, so wonderful.
Oh, that could have been
Look at the pressure of this.
Stunner, Makaze. He's pushed on up. He could hit the headshot onto Kvem, unable
That's
to
a lot of chaos, though. That is a lot of chaos he's caused. They can get in towards B.
JT's just arrived in time. He's going to be able to throw out his smoke grenade, block B main, swing on in, looking for the double up and finds it again. Respect to JT again on the B site in time. Can he close it clean as well? Punishes those unarmored and economical Na'Vi players despite that early opening death from Nix.
Okay, so 3 straight rounds for Passion. The Rifles have gotten multi-kills, right? We had JT, then Kvem, then JT again. And the Eeks is the easiest, but Blade wants to put this to bed as quickly as possible. An early tactical timeout from the coach. So what have we learned? Well, the AWP wants to try and make these aggressive opening moves, knowing that try is going to be in your face. Wonderful doesn't have an AWP to try and contain some of those lengthy lines. So essentially, I would imagine the conversation from Blade is just, hey boys, we can't be lazy when we're taking this space and expect aggression. So do they slow the pace down, or do they want to go more direct? Because if the AWP is aggressive there and you lose one and you trade, that could be the remedy to Try's aggression. JT's triple checked his lineup here. I've been on his POV while we were on the cams, and away he goes. So T-Stairs smoke does tell of the potential for a push, but it's the AWP towards B again.
A little bit of ship damage on the smoke spam. Try is being boosted up here in Imet. On the uncrouch, it's be a hard shot to hit for the sniper. Spots the shadow and hits the headshot.
Got the hot hand right now on these openings.
Looking good, looking great. Especially after what, a Blade timeout? He's just said, boys, don't give up an opening. I imagine that probably came out of his mouth and it's happened again.
Oh, pinned.
Oh, hello. You're kind of trapped. Yep, and Try's hitting every shot he takes. Down goes Makaze, pushing into a side. Don't worry, Nix has dealt with it. It's wonderful that it will try and find a belated trade. Pulls out his Molotov and nearly goes down before he can even get his gun back out. HE should do it. It's nice from Nix.
What a patch of rounds this has been.
Clean as well. I mean, Anubis being their pick, it is, you described it as cheese, and I mean, why not? When you know you're coming in as such an underdog.
Well, JT's been an in-game leader that's always gone to the extremes of the map pool, right? The exotics, and I think it's as an underdog team, it's the correct decision.
Yeah.
The issue that does arise is these type of maps are permabans for at least a significant portion of the base. So it doesn't mean you get to play it too often, but it's fun to have something that can have a bit more variance, right, in terms of some of the moves that are available or teams not having as many reps as far as officials are concerned. But Na'Vi, this is a map where I think they have a decent level of comfort. They're just getting rattled early. So 4-round CT side confirmed, as we do have Alexi hoping to find this save. SDY hoping to catch him here. Best case after time. So with 10 seconds left, that is on the cards right now as they are getting closer and closer. Alexi, you'll have $100 if you don't hold on to this, mate.
Nailed the first onto SDY, and I don't know if JT's going to be able to get it in time.
Ooh.
Alexi gets away.
Okay.
Whew, I mean, that could have got very awkward very quickly.
Okay, he was just saying on the first timing, right? Because this is going to be a lighter by behind the acre. Here's the opener from Try again. We'll catch that one. Beautiful shot from him. So another AWP start over towards B. And the boost coming into play, but with a different variance in that one. Now, Alexi, even though he saved the AK, he's donated that to Bit. The B setup, you can tell, is indicative of something that's a bit more poppy, right? They're not playing aggressive. They're playing more site-centric. And then you've got this combo with Nyx and Triver towards A. So Kvem is just going to block in mid, get info, and then they can retool the CT setup. Try and Nyx can play off of each other, and the same with SDY and JT. So some of these anti-eco, right, even though it's super rare to see full ecos these days, but these lighter investments, but not on the first timing at all. Waited out the protocol U2 on the block. Kvem very passive here, and he will have company at some point.
Their setup is really rigid.
The problem right now for Na'Vi is it is just too smoke, so you need to catch a player off guard, right? Or have somebody overextend on one of these fights.
Oh, Krem's been pulled away towards the support of B. So the gap in middle opens up. It looks like Nyx has been tasked with this. He's going to be doing like a jiggle smoke defense. Surely the AWP is better suited to this.
It's going to happen quick.
Oh gosh, it's not a good fight for the AWP. This could get really awkward. Are they going temple?
Yeah, B split now.
Interesting. So Kvem will actually be in the perfect position. He's on that temple line, spots multiple bodies running at him, stands his ground for one, finds the headshot onto Wonderful. Wow. Second found onto the rifle of Bit. Makaze will pick it up off his cold dead hands, and now they've got 30 seconds to try and get out of this smoke on temple.
Need him as contribution here.
Yeah, he's been waiting outside B main this whole time.
And now Nyx has joined this as well, so 20 seconds. Got to make a play once this fades.
Doesn't feel good for Na'Vi. Makaze opens up the site. IEM on the way in, but it's comfortable, and a team kill is cringe. Makaze, accidental, puts one into the back of Alexi B's noggin. That's going to put Passion up to 5.
Yeah, and 5 straight. If you take a look at this spree of rounds as well, it was 2 rifle rounds back-to-back. Then you broke the finances. They're into what was the eco. The guns again. Then Alexi forced into a save, and then the partial behind it. So Na'Vi, if they don't win this one, I'd imagine a Blade timeout coming very soon. But Wonderful does get his AWP and can go toe-to-toe with Tri, who is starting over towards B again. Not going to force the fight is Tri this time. Just going to play a little bit more static on the site.
It was an interesting bit of util set there. They tried to synchronize like an incendiary.
Look at this aim push.
Yeah, with SDY. Now it's JT and Nyx forward position.
Okay, so they're going to react, right? So if there's any util that's thrown towards pop or towards middle, these guys are going to pipe their way out A main.
Okay, turn the flash. Not going to reveal too much.
And the util being thrown towards mid means, hey, this setup is fine, right? They haven't progressed just yet.
Okay, looks like they are going to retool.
But this is nice, right? They go, they set up, they wait. The reaction that they're looking for doesn't happen. Now they're going to silently slink back, and Nyx has this flash at the ready. This could be huge.
Could be well timed indeed, yeah, but they're still behind the doors. They'll go swinging through. Kvem commits, and Makaze punishes. Opening kill for Na'Vi, and could extend it. Another team kill! Wonderful's caught Makaze. Oh, not great for Na'Vi. Far from it. Bombs loose. Bit tasked with IEM's support flash to try and retrieve 38 seconds.
Well, they can get the bomb.
Yeah, but the pivot's not going to feel good. You've got Tri outside B main, so B is uncomfortable.
It feels like a window drop into B play for IEM.
Yeah, but Bit's actually going to be trying to wrap through Temple side. That's SDY that's lying in wait. They don't have any sort of purpose. Is this a save?
Yeah, unless you drop out the hole right now, you will be holding on to these. So obviously the max loss bonus is in play. But these rounds have been not spotless, but almost, right? You have very few casualties in this stretch now of 6. 8 casualties in 6 rounds. Oh, when they're going to push them here again, trying to hold on to these. 1 and done. Okay, they hold on to the AWP. They retain an AK. Wonderful will get that back. And there's the timeout from Blade. So this is getting a little bit worrying now. Obviously, series overall, this is a best of 3. We've got Mirage up next, Navi's choice, and that's where they are going to find a comfort. But you win the pistol, you get that underway, you think, okay, you know, the vibes were higher on having a bit of a laugh. Just about turning it on now. And I did discuss, you know, these teams would be warming into things if people didn't catch the BCG versus Vitality game. It was a little bit that way as well. It was a 13-7, 13-10. There was, you know, a little bit of a slow start for Vitality, but still a 2-0. So, you know, what can you possibly be complaining about? This is a long ways away, but winner of this will take on winner of Sinners versus Gamer Legion. And I understand that still first half, first map, a lot of Counter-Strike to be played, but imagine Passion win this, and then you go, okay, you take on Sinners versus All Gamer Legion for a spot in the arena. That's doable.
Yeah, but I mean, that's the the drama of this particularly structure of bracket. You get that opening game, you come in as that low seed, you do upset and take down, a big dog. The red carpet is rolled out for you to continue that run. And yes, we are running ahead of things. It is a 6-3.
Well, they've won 6 straight. The rounds have been relatively dominant, right? It's looking good. They've got some good ideas. Things are flowing right now.
He's in the right place always, it seems.
Dictating the tone with the AWP. It's definitely put a bit of a fear factor. Blades had to call 2 timeouts. The first one hasn't netted them anything. We're about to find out if the second does. Limited firepower.
That smoke is going to fade in front of SDY's face momentarily. Starting to now, last 5 seconds. He's got his AK primed and ready, and Makaze coming for the approach with a Galil. Util from him is designed to try and force this fight, make it uncomfortable for SDY.
And there's no go off of this.
Flash is cool. That's a perfect flash. Sets him up for success, does JT. Bit on the trade. Iman knocking on the door, but smoked off for now. Wonderful, throws out the temple smoke.
Full rotation coming. Tries picked up mid. Nix is on his way towards B as well.
Gonna have all the necessary troops here to defend again. Na'Vi floundering for an opening kill. Trying to find a way in. It starts to probe, takes some heavy damage. Kvem good for it. Wonderful on the trade back. Nix survives. Has his bell rung, but still finds lethality onto Bit. So now uncomfortable for Na'Vi. Even more so now, Nix. How has he pieced together a second there?
They are getting mauled right now. Wonderful. It's going to have to be everyone's favorite 4-letter word, but he gives it a go. He walks in a try, and that is 7-3. Oh, feeling himself with passion.
CT side of Anubis as well. Yeah, like I can't even, start making excuses for Na'Vi of being the on the weaker side.
So this flash.
Perfect.
From Jao lands perfectly for SDY to be able to swing with.
But it's clear the comms are flowing, right? I wonder if that's the kind of thing. Is that the kind of flash that you think JT offers or SDY asks for?
I think offers.
Yeah.
I think offers.
Yeah, because he can tell my dude's under threat.
Yes.
Let me offer you something that you can use. Tech 9s then. Could be a late incendiary. I've been watching this. So JT throws this, and then SDY tries to catch them like as they're flustered and floundering. And pushes and synchronizes for 1. Make it 2. He could go a 3rd as well. To Bit. Clean shooting from Kvem. TC's already counting this one as an 8th.
But that's the thing, that aggression, it doesn't have to come in immediately off the first timing, does it? You can see they allow them to establish a bit of space, and they play off the nades well. So some really cool ideas coming in from Passion, as they are very likely to confirm their 8th.
So it's like an incendiary bridge, which is going to make the fight favorable for them dropping out window. Then there's A main flashes, which is going to draw your attention elsewhere. So you're kind of, you're set up to succeed if you're Passion on your aggressions.
And I think as well, because they've been able to go on such this run, right, you're able to take more risks now. We're at the tail end.
Yeah.
So it's just one more round left in this half. Na'Vi in a 2v4 situation. JT is on his own.
Didn't matter previously on the B site. This time, however, it looks like it will. Yeah, gets caught on
now, Alexi has a lot of util, right? He can smoke off towards camera.
Probably should. Oh, but he doesn't. Kvem catches him. That low HP, all too easy to catch him on the pixel.
20 seconds.
Fake. Fight. Kvem ace to shut down Na'Vi once more.
Oh, wow, okay. This is still, for the series, not necessarily the most concerning, but for the map, starting to look that way. So if we just focus in on Anubis only, right now, 8 straight rounds, Na'Vi with the pistol and the conversions, Passion are flowing. What did start with Try setting the tone in terms of aggressive opening picks has now turned into some really well-structured team-based Counter-Strike, and starting to slump in the chair is wonderful.
Will they end it on a high as well?
Kvem's ahead of the smoke here.
Will it really be 9 consecutive rounds from Passion UA? It certainly might be. Kvem has found Makaze to start. They are in trouble. Okay, you got baskets control. That's something. Bit will be happy with that.
It's not like they've lacked opening kills in this half either. Na'Vi have managed 6. Yeah. So 50% of the opening kills have gone in your favor, but you've only got 3 rounds to your name. Oh, and the AUG. Damage done through the smoke. Alexi.
Oh my goodness.
This is great.
What a great angle for it. Did he hear that?
I think he has.
Yeah.
Hello.
Oh my God, Bit is really struggling. Can't get in the hole.
I don't want to anymore. Oh, this 2-minute halftime break is going to be a great opportunity for Blade to try and get the boys to reset. Or maybe it's go next situation.
No, I think he's just going to send them all to the bathroom and get cold water on the face. Like, okay, boys, I don't know what this is. Go do some jumping jacks in the sun, something, because this is not the Na'Vi we need to be. Back turned, so Kvem punished. It's JT, though. It's a forward position on the
Oh, not again!
He got 2 there. Finally brought down Alexi B in a 2-on-3, and he doesn't have the HP. Ima catches a bullet. Alexi to try and get the plant in there, tasked with providing cover, but it costs him everything, and now Alexi B, no chance. 9 rounds, consecutive fashion from Passion UA. Anubis their map, and it shows. We're back in business. Second half underway between Passion UA and Na'Vi. CT side and 9 rounds consecutive. It's certainly looking fantastic for Passion at the start of this series. It's the opening games of Group B. We've got Gamer Legion Sinners over on the secondary stream. Guess it's going to be kickstarting any minute now. We've got Legacy M80 later today. And myself and Chatty B going to be bringing you Liquid Astralis after this one.
Oof, yeah, it's IEM Atlanta, but Passion may have found Atlantis. They're looking technologically advanced.
Oh, okay.
On this map.
Well, I've done some analysis. I think Passion UA might be the roster of 5 with the fewest characters in all their names combined.
Wow.
That's my analysis for you.
Like, they're completely team level above us now. And if you think that it will be fixed by itself, no. It can be fixed only if you will fight for your lives.
Ooh.
Okay, that's a bit heavy.
It's
a
certainly
bit heavy, but I know what he means.
Yeah, I see what he's going for.
T-side dual Berettas.
Yeah, of course. Clem's definitely a sharpshooter, but he has met Makaze. 3 quick clicks. Try up next to bat. He's got support on the way. Oh, and Makaze's trying to find himself the second ace of Anubis. He's just got to put JT down. Makaze recovers some dual Berettas to finish the job.
I'll let him have it.
Surely. Ace number 2. We already had Kvem in that first half. And Makaze starts off with a bang, fighting for it as Blade demanded.
This is how the first half started, didn't it? The pissed around the conversions and a big smile on everyone's face. That'll be the 6th ace of IEM Atlanta so far, added to the tally. And that one was much needed. Beautiful shooting from Makaze after Wonderful goes down. He just peels them apart. Precision on the USP. And the star of the show in the Na'Vi camp, showing us exactly why. It will be an eco, so a chance to make it 9-5. A 4-round gap will accrue very quickly unless they fumble. And you hear that from Blade. In terms of the team level above, like the way that Passion were operating, there was an idea every round. Nobody was doing silly over peaks individually. It was always team-based Counter-Strike, and then they were shooting hard on top of that.
I think obviously Kvem stands out with the frags, but JT, the fact he's got 13 enemies flashed, I think he had 11 at the the change of halves. But that's incredible considering he's also racked up 11 kills. So the guy was supporting, he was fragging, he locked down a site when he was isolated in one of those early rounds.
Early on as well. I think early is important because it helps establish you in the economic control. Yeah. So JT's always a man that gets a decent amount of chat regarding the in-game leadership. Emma, on the other hand, obviously not the in-game leader in Na'Vi, but a man who needs to step up and start delivering the frag department. Had a pretty rough first half, him and Wonderful. I think they're going to pop through this.
Yeah, Bit's going to have his hands full. Jumping straight into his crosshair. It's next. Kvem's Deagle for that immediate trade, but looks good for him. Very comfortable on that FAMAS, staying nimble. Just shredding through those unarmored, passionate players.
Okay, 1 casualty. And a bit of energy. That's it, right? Blade's bang on. They have to do it themselves. You have to lift the energy within the camp. You got to bring the comms. You got to be bouncing off of each other. It doesn't mean you all have to be giggling and having a hell of a time. It's just the basics to make this work. So the gun's now equipped by Passion. And they know that there are going to be some ill-equipped Na'Vi members for this moment because of the bind pattern so far. So 2 FAMASes and an MP9. Makaze and Bit with the M4. This is very quick on a B.
They just want to go B. They're testing Makaze and Alexi.
Gonna force the util out here.
There it goes.
Not a rotation though. So they HE, they block, and that's nice, right? You're putting a lot of pressure onto this B defense right now, draining the resources early.
Makaze trying to spam back.
Yeah, he hasn't been able to tend with E-Box because he's had to help Alexi with the B main block, so a little bit of a problem, and also pressure in middle. So grouping up, they've just left Makaze on his own towards B. Emma, Bit, and Alexi. There's a flash ready for Alexi to set up this fight. So they might want to play through this.
Yeah, looks like it. Oh, Kvem, perfect read. Catches and starts to spray. Trade is there. Important from Bit to pull that one back.
Alexi was there because of the flash assist. Do you accelerate B?
You certainly might try. The smoke's already in the sky. JT, he tries to keep the mid players' boots planted, but Bit and Alexi B starting to recede. Makaze is going to be calling for backup. And is this really a cheeky late boost? Getting Nyx set up. SDY's util enables Nyx, and he hoovers up all that space that Alexi B and Bit have just foregone.
Yeah, the bomb was the biggest problem of all of this for Passions. They picked it up now.
Look at the time. JT. Oh, he's nailed it.
Scorcher.
Fantastic headshot, short. You've got Bit on site. Alexi E-Box, he's gone down to JT. Now you know where Bit is. Hanging on that statue. JT trying to delay. The nade should find him. Oh. He avoids damage. Nyx is on that flank. Just enough time for this. If Nyx can find the frag, Bit knows what's up. 10 seconds they need to be planting just in time. SDY gets across. A couple of seconds in it. Passion for their 10th. They just have to put down Wonderful. It's SDY to do so. Oh, Na'Vi, both pistols on Anubis, and it's double digits for Passion.
Okay, well, there will be the shove right now from Na'Vi, but this one is going to get away from them very quickly now, unless they can respond with something of their own on what is going to be not that light, right? Makazi's the only one who doesn't have a rifle right now, and I wouldn't be surprised. There it is. Alexi will give his start an M4. But Bit had so much to worry about in that situation. It's all thanks to JT. A couple of absolute bangers over towards E-Box.
Oh, look at this mid-pressure. Straight through the incendiary. We're not a care in the world from Kvem. Look at the pathing through 2 different flames he's managed to find and fight for this early mid-space. Here comes Na'Vi's response. Swinging through, partnered up. Imet and Wonderful. And Bit's the one to go down. Great catch from JT.
But Wonderful and Emma both pathed across middle. So now, well, I know that Passion don't know it, but A is open. Emma gets here in time to try and plug this, but this is tough.
Yeah, he's going to eat the flash. Couldn't be better. Couldn't be better. Why is he not dead? Because JT hasn't swung. He gets his vision back, and the trades are fine. Fight through mid, though. Alexi B removing SDY. They will have to respect that.
The bomb's there. The bomb's there.
And they have got the bomb. Oh, that's a nasty death.
Makazi can re-smoke camera here.
Oh, they've smoked on top of the bomb, so that makes things a little awkward.
Trying to pass
smokes on smokes.
Okay, this is really sketchy now. Just let the time subside. See if they push you. Try might get a fight here.
Might, yeah. I think Wonderful's got the advantage. Ooh, definitely has the advantage. Doesn't hit the shot, though. Second time's the charm.
And they just allowed them to pick up this bomb if they'd like. You can see of the radar, the CTs have evacuated middle. They don't want to play around in the hijinks of these smokes. Too risky. So they're almost inviting Passion to come and scoop this up.
Next task with it.
Fading? No.
Away with the bomb. Here comes a freebie. I'm unable to find that second. Doesn't quite transfer on
low,
the head.
though. They're both low.
Yeah, winnable for Nix. Wonderful. Audible. Bomb planted. And just trying to ensure that they can trade this. Nix, one down. Wonderful next challenge. 14 HP. This is a huge clutch denied. Wonderful saves Na'Vi from red faces.
Okay, well, still, that's
what a stressful round of Counter-Strike.
The bomb doesn't spill loose in middle, round over.
Yeah, of course.
That's oh, jeez. Okay, well, they're
look at the minimap.
Still in it for now.
Just corpses littering that mid side. And this one, the flash hit Ime. He's allowed to get his vision back and get one. This is the loss of the bomb. Rough.
Well, I think you keep the pressure on right now if you're Passion. I think you buy again. It's actually tactical timeout from Blade. So third and final. Last opportunity. Now, I don't know if this would be the pep talk about the energy of the team. It may very well be. Maybe we'll get a listen in down the track. But if they're able to ward away this one from Passion, or maybe not. Passion, as you can see, haven't actually shoved all in. It is just going to be some light investments. 2,400 next round. So everyone managing their finances to make sure they can bring out a full gun round into the next. So never mind. This one mandatory for Na'Vi. The next is where the real test will settle back in. So what's the plan with the Tech-9s, the AK, the light smattering of Utah on the T side? Well, the bomb does start by trending over towards T stairs.
They've invested one of their smokes for a lurk smoke on B, hoping that's going to keep the B site heavily fortified, as it looks like the bomb's going to be aiming for an A finish. At least that's where it's postured for on the back of try.
That's so annoying, that lurk smoke, right? There's obviously multiple ways to deal with it, but
they can be across right side, and
just
so
it makes you weaker elsewhere. Yeah. Do you want to use too much Utah to continue to break it up? Do you really believe they're using the lurk smoke?
Well, especially when you know they're low econ, just the terrifying prospect of Tech-9s pathing through it, a well-timed flashbang.
Well, they have been given the good graces of not getting pushed here, right? Not being picked apart. So now with the remaining 3 smokes, handful of flashes, and the molly, now setting up for something that is very A-centric. So it's Imma and Bit in combination. The rotation is going to be Alexi. Deep flash, very deep flash.
Okay, but JT's managed to dump his util, so they have
So he's denying the rotation.
Yeah,
Here they come on A.
It's just going to be the 2 of them on the site. Bit's going to be flashed. Perfect flashbangs, so pressure applied. Imet, he's getting flanked. JT comes in through the camera side. Bit down after 1. Through the smoke, great flash, good catch. Kvem somehow not dead. He's got one blind. Oh no, V, an ugly end to the round. They come in with just Tech 9s and a couple of smokes. They leave with an 11th round and 4 kills. Could be 5 even as they head towards the wonderful AWP.
Yeah, they've got the info at least. They should try and hunt him now. Remove this. You remove the biggest threat going into the next round. Na'Vi only have 1,400 loss. Well, they're not. I thought you'd just immediately be chasing off of this, but maybe not too worried with how things are going. Passion looking great. Kvem, 21 frags to his name. The next to JT, and he's had some very impactful moments. So the two of them doing damage. It's the worst situation you can be on the CT side. You don't have baskets control, and you don't have middle control. You're both kind of just sitting there like a couple of sore thumbs in the site waiting to get pincered on. That's, you know, and you can see the idea, right? JT denies the rotation, puts mid pressure. The fact he is given the good graces to thread the needle and flank the two-man A defense, just not good enough from Na'Vi right now.
Yeah, weakness in the map pool, or is it something greater?
Yeah, I think slow start could definitely give it to him there. I don't think Anubis is a weakness for them. They're picking it against Vitality, right? In some of these games, it's just Passion hot to trot right now and having a bit of a meltdown to start things off for Na'Vi.
Well, they know there's an AWP in play, and wonderful, nearly lost his head.
Gotta keep moving if you're wonderful.
Yeah, Orb noted. You can see that reluctant sigh as he realizes he's going to have to repause. Again, this mid pressure, it's very rare to not see someone from Passion just denying this mid space.
This is one of those scenarios where you do the Passion interview after, you're like, okay, so what was going right? Oh yeah, the comms were flowing, right? And it's like, can we just put that in a bottle, please? How do we get that every game? Yeah, right. It's like the biggest mystery. If anyone has the answer to that, it's the $1 million question in Counter-Strike. How do we make sure everyone's flowing into every match?
Well, we make sure that Kvem and JT have exactly the same breakfast. Same socks. I think they should change their pants, though.
Keep the hygiene at least at an all-time high.
A little bit.
All right, well, this is not just an upset in terms of a map loss starting to unfold, but it's a blowout. Especially when you consider that the lion's share of rounds for Na'Vi have come with pistols and conversions.
Rough. I mean, just the most extreme way to lose a map of Counter-Strike, get both pistols.
This feels agonizing as well right now. Like, you just the screws are just slowly being turned. There's 30 seconds left. They have to hit the go.
They're going into the stack.
Yeah, there's that, at least.
There is that. Oh, perfect start.
Great try.
Good on to Makaze, though. He's one slips past him in his blind spot. He'll clear him. Doesn't hit the shot. Sticks around for the no-scope and just overwhelmed by that 5-7. Kvem trying to save him. 1 versus 4. Goes 1 versus 3, but he's got a plant. He's getting run at by SMGs. Alexi B loses his head and doesn't have the time. Ima plays this one right. Rots that clock, ensures the round goes Na'Vi's way, and Ima's going to get a firm pat on the back for that. 1-3 on the 5-7. Keeps Na'Vi's hopes of Anubis conversion. Maybe it is that slow start after all.
Yeah, I think, again, they're in this situation where they have another, not gimme round, but round where they should be the heavy favorite. I think the fact that you're seeing right-hand side of your screen, first tactical timeout that Passion have had to call, you can just see how easy it's been for them up until this point. But Ima, great output with the 5-7. IMHO, pound for pound, best gun in the game. Even Blade, another 30 seconds. And Passion are going to shove all in here. So 3 AKs, 2 Tech 9s, and they've made it work with less. Do you want to start taking a couple more swings if you're Na'Vi? Do you want to be the ones who, if you can find the tone to set? It's just Alexi down on an SMG. Everybody else has the rifles. Wonderful has the AWP. You got a couple of kits as well, so everything you need to start this campaign. This one being worth 2 for Na'Vi. They can essentially make it a 2-round game off the back of this one. This is B heavy.
It is, and then it's wonderful starting over towards the B side.
But the fact it's an AWP, he's going to have to dance around a bunch of util.
Ima just jumps straight on out, catches next pathing. They're aggressive though. Look at this, Makaze. He's going to have his work cut out for him. Clean onto Kvem. Trade available. JT provides it, but look at the price he paid. Wonderful, obscured by the smoke. Smoke break, but JT can get that bomb planted. 2 on 4 doesn't look great for anything more than just the plant.
They're going to boost up, so actually this can start to get a little bit sketchy. I understand, but the time now, they didn't want to wait out that con smoke. So they boosted up Bit, who's going to be very late on the B main flank.
SDY's retrieved an M4 in that meantime. JT really going to need to find output, so just playing these headshot angles, he's going to be susceptible. Those spots out one. Wonderful goes swinging in. Nice from JT. How's he got another? It's just SDY, but time running thin. They are running the clock right on down. Just enough time on the clock to get that one across the line for Na'Vi, but sweat on the brow.
It's a little bit flustered there, right? I understand they're not looking that way, but you know that the clock is starting to tick against you, and all it takes is lining up, giving away a bad multi, and you lose an absolute mare. The bomb going down does mean that in a round like this, there can be a few more investments. I love this move from IEM, right? He had a pretty poor first half. They were getting dictated to. I think he had about 2 kills in total. Now he's coming alive, gets himself up to double digits. And that round was a team ace. So you see what I mean as far as this buy. The bomb doesn't go down, you don't get that extra 600 bucks. You're not going to be able to purchase like this. So can they get good output again? Another round where they want to head towards B.
Okay, Makaze should be able to have a field day here. Actually, a bit light on support. Wonderful does manage to contribute more than once. IEM cleans up the frag onto Try, and Makaze closes things down.
Makaze had 2 very good rounds, in my opinion. The one in the previous, he only got 1 kill, but he also got a dink, and he was caught off guard with the timing. This time, he catches them with the break of the smoke. The first is free, so Makaze, very well done there. And the defense of B, and there it is. It is just a 2-round game, and the guns do get invested upon. So Nyx is going to be working with the Galil. AKs for everybody else. And this is where it gets tough if you're Passion, because SDY has only been a stand-in for 14 days. You only have 3 officials together. And you had a great first half where everything was flowing, but coming up with the necessary ideas now is where things get tricky.
Yeah, you can just hit that wall.
And this is where you hope that your players keep offering ideas, but there also becomes a point as an in-game leader with JT where it's like, no, just let me call the round, right? I understand you guys want to go for this pick or this fight. So you love to have people offering. I don't know, in terms of how it's flowing at the moment within the team, but it's striking that balance that's tough. So mid-control, taking a couple of missed mollies, sure, but they'll get it. Nobody was up close and personal. So that's going to put pressure on these rotations. Is Kvem going to get lurky? Is he going to just try and linger around middle, play forward, maybe get a little bit dicey around these smokes, trying to perforate what's in front of him for any information? JT joins him, tries still here, SDY as well. So no, there's no lurky boy business. It's a pack roll.
Yeah, and Alexi B ahead of the smoke and loses his head.
All on bit.
Yeah, solid work.
All on bit.
To the A site bit. The only man there and unable to do more than one. So should see that bomb go down. Try has the bomb. Try has the bomb. Still on camera. And now IEM should have him down. Oh, no. Couldn't close it out. Try survives on 8 points of health, and that should be Passion's 12th.
He's giving it a look.
You will have a look. Makaze thrust into the clutch and a clean dispatch of SDY. You're right, Kvem and Try very susceptible to the M4A1 in Makaze's grasp. He suspects Try, spots him on the jump as well. Will equip an AK-47, half a mag. Now they're playing that clock. Try will try and reposition behind that big box, and he takes the fight head on. 12 in the bank for Passion UA.
They're doing a very good job in some of these rounds of forcing these Na'Vi rotations. And here they try and leer into middle to see if they... Here it is. This is it. Perfect replay. JT, opening kill. Mid is in a lot of strife. All on bit. He knows that he's been split before. He's just trying to shut down camera. This one from IEM, just as I thought he was having a bit of a resurgence. That one's a mare. And a couple of what-if moments right there. Okay, 3 to take this to overtime, Na'Vi.
Or it's going to have to be yours on Mirage and Inferno.
Doesn't look like they want to give mid over for free this time. Wonderful's AWP. This was close. Now pivots back. Grouping up back towards B again. Couple of smokes, flashes, HEs to find this finish. Nyx is dealing with the A push, so that gives them the pivot possibility.
That's the last of their smokes for the B players. Unless IEM comes over. No, he hasn't got one either.
Alexi's got one.
Yeah, excuse me, must have been on the floor.
Nyx is coming back, so they're not keeping options open. It looks like they want to group up for the B finish right now.
Yeah, they're lining them up. JT and Nyx. Looks like Nyx is going to be flashing JT into the fight. Makaze on a jiggle defense. JT's ahead of that. Nice find from Makaze. First to defend. Needs another. Starts to spam. Empties his mag, but no connection. It's IEM. Flash perfect from Alexi B. Makaze finding himself the multi, but still, hang on. Passion are in. It all boils down to a 2-on-2. Krem will take some damage from the HE. Still, bomb planted. It's up to Wonderful and Bit if they want to see another round of Anubis. They have to be able to find this defuse. They have to be able to claw back control. And it's a two-man setup within E-Box.
There's a kit on site. They'll be able to pick that up.
There's a smoke on Bit. Clearing their corners. Piecing this one together. There goes that smoke. And there is the kit. Bit's picked it up. It's planted for them. A good, well-placed couple of bullets. Hang on. SDY in the clutch. Bit's found the first. Now, if he could just get Bit off the defuse, the cover from Wonderful, and just in time, Na'Vi survived the first of these 3 tests.
Yeah, it just feels like they're always a step behind Na'Vi. I understand they win that round, but shooting your teammate in the back of the head there as they're starting to path out towards jail, it just looks a little bit clunky. Do we want to path through the smokes? Are we swinging together? It's definitely not A-grade Counter-Strike from Na'Vi right now, but they are still holding on.
Alexi B's flashbangs did some good work there.
Again, B pressure from SDY.
Whoa, Alexi got caught.
He's coming through.
SDY, I've got to admire this.
Oh, look at this.
This is just a solo endeavor, and he's put off Alexi. Pulls it off beautifully. In the meantime, IEM's aggression has been rewarded. There's 3 corpses littering outside of the A site. SDY on the other side has cleared out B. Just Makaze to get past. How you fancy this one? A nice quick swing. Makaze handles it, and a couple of extra bullets just to ensure.
Just making sure it's working.
Yeah.
Well, unfortunately, or maybe fortunately, this final round of regulation is going to be Tech9 heavy for Passion.
It worked before.
It's going to be Tech9 heavy indeed. I love SDY continuing the motion, but the action was elsewhere. A little bit of a push out the window. A main flashes coming through as well. All right, well, can Passion pull out another one? It's been a tough T side, nothing consecutive. 1 AK, a MAC-10, 3 Tech9s, and mid. That's the pressure point once more.
Yeah, pressure onto IEM. You can boost up, spot over the top of his smoke.
Pathing through, this is classic.
IEM gets the info safely. Yeah, gets the numbers as well.
This A site just felt shaky, especially when the mid rotation gets segregated and then they just get pincered. So no surprise seeing them going for this motion. JT throwing that to feign B pressure, but no, it's going to all be about this A split.
Yeah, pulls Makaze. You can see the immediate reaction. He's knife out back to B.
Good block smoke from Alexi as well. So exchange of util, stalemate.
Off the flash they go. Alexi B down after 1. Tries, got him with the Tech9. IEM, you've got to pass this test. And down again. Kvem, good for it. Bit solid on the spray. SDY's MAC-10 at least pulls it into a 2-on-2. All to play for on the retake. Wonderful now and Makaze coming in from 2 different vantage points through main. And Wonderful coming in through CT. Clean headshot to Nyx, was not anticipating that, and another free frag into the back, so OT. By no means has it been pretty for Na'Vi, but they have managed to string it together. It was a dominant 9 consecutive round first half, and they've managed to hold on.
Yeah, there's some shaky moments. Another team ace from Na'Vi in this one. And the multi-kill is just lacking there, right? Alexi gets 1, Emma gets 1, Bit gets 1. It leaves you with a very serviceable 2v2, sure, but this is some tough Counter-Strike that they're having to dig deep for, Na'Vi. So money was in the mud right there, but now we get that reset, and well, TC, who's been relatively quiet on the timeouts, will use his extra in overtime numero uno. So just giving them a chance to restabilize. This is going to start feeling like a squandered opportunity if you're Passion.
100%.
And what was a game where you mentioned the lead from 3-0 with the pistol conversion in the first half to a 9-3 half, and then being on the back foot, having 5-7s, being in low broken buys, being forced to save, losing to very ugly splits. Now, you're comfortable. You've got stacks of cash. You know that they're going to have stacks of cash too. So that removes a little bit of variance, right? The running Tech 9s, the Mac 10s jumping around. You don't have to worry about that anymore. And maybe, just maybe, that'll make their life a little bit easier.
I think if you also have to reminisce about how that first run in that first half started was Try inserting himself into these openings. That was on the CT side. Here in OT, on the T, will we get to see Try's AWP draw blood kind of cooled off a little since that first half?
Well, they've been doing a lot of 4-1, right? So it's not like he's getting these opportunities to search out for picks. But maybe now in OT...
Is this like a reaction or is he just a flash? Yeah, Imma's not going crazy with that.
You can see what's happened though, right? A lot of the rounds they lost in that first half were to A splits. So they brought Wonderful over to bolster this. At least you can try and hold on to a bit more basket to control with the AWP. Lots of util being held on to as well by Na'Vi. Look at the restraint. Just greeting nades until they're pressured. They still have 4 of the 5 smokes to their name, and we're at about 1 minute and 10. This is very good restraint from Na'Vi. Bit will report the potential now of the possible Temple split onto B. SD1 picking up the bomb. It's still quite spread across the map. Lots more util to start lobbing out from Na'Vi. Okay, we'll be back to A. SDY transitioning across now. Oh, flash.
Yeah.
Oh, no way!
Blind. Again, these impact frags from JT. Asking a bit too much for another. Goes for Alexi and loses out. But look at this. So Kvem's flanking, but they're going...
I don't know. It could just shut this down right here, right now.
Yeah, but Alexi B gets exposed, taps his head off, but the bomb's going A. The bomb is going A.
No.
Wonderful takes down his teammate with a collateral.
10 seconds.
No chance. Yeah, no chance. SDY can't even get to the bomb site in time.
Oh.
Wonderful's here. No scopes into a USP headshot. There's no time for a plant. What is this round? Crazy Counter-Strike to start us off on overtime. Wonderful's enjoying himself.
What an overcooker.
Holy.
Bits. I'm joking. Oh, I started choking right there, but yeah.
Oh my
gosh. I'm my best passion impression, but hey, Bid's going, okay, well, they've gone Temple to B. Of course I'm pushing A main.
Wait, I found the bomb.
The words I'd be throwing out off of that is what is going down.
Yeah, that's bizarre. That is bizarre. Yeah, look at him, his face. He's like, I don't know what they're doing. Do they know what they're doing?
They're rushing mid.
Okay. And it's comfortable. Kvem goes down, trying to insert himself into an opening. Instead, quick pivot, drops out the window.
Emma's going to push.
Yeah, he fancies it, doesn't he? Oh, that's a hefty blow from the HE grenade. Look at STY getting really cheeky. Pushes on through. Alexi B was responsible from the gel position. Can't transfer from Try. And that doesn't get easier. Try, not aware of Wonderful's position, just has his back exposed, and now Na'Vi, things are flowing.
What was the majority of the game where they were chasing the tail of Passion, now Passion are looking out of sorts. They're having to make gimmicky smoke push plays, hoping to catch some timings, trying to accelerate the pace as well. So Na'Vi have been allowed to warm into things, and unfortunately, you can feel which way this one goes now. It's been a valiant effort, and sure, the game's not done just yet, but it's getting a bit strange out there.
It is. It's a little peculiar. We might get an AWP head-to-head on Anubis. Not too much of a commonplace occurrence. Never mind, he finds Imma. A little bit of an overextension on middle has led to Try providing an opening.
Oh, big nade.
Yeah, JT and Kvem worse for wear.
But Makazi too, so maybe there is something in this half.
You got to have one to your name, don't you, on the side
Second
swap?
nade here. JT just softened up a little bit more. The setup right now looks so sketchy on Bit. Okay, you can see Bit doesn't feel comfortable with that either. The blocks went. Now another nade.
JT, watch yourself. He just hits him. Oh God, the nade finds Kvem. They go swinging in. Bit under so much pressure. He was worried about B main, and it's Try trade. Yeah, good shot from Wonderful short. Makaze, as you discussed, he's already taken a hefty blow down to just 12 HP in the 1v2. Nyx and Try should have Passion at least posting a round.
Yeah, you can see why Nyx was diligent. This is one of the B defenders, just making sure he's not hiding. Now, for Makaze, He will be giving this one a go, but wants to make sure this smoke is removed. It will take away a lot of questions of aggression. So Nyx over towards E-Box. The AWP trained on B main. This is a very tough round to win.
Yeah, there's almost no wait. It would have to be a crazy miss from Try's AWP. Nyx should have this one any day of the week, and not going to happen. So Passion, at least one round to show for their first half of OT.
And it returns to what you were talking about, Try, on the CT side, which we're about to see him on again now, finding an opening kill. So that's probably one of his most impactful rounds in a while. JT's so fortunate to just be ahead of this nade timing. Vem catches it for him. But good trade work. Nyx doubles up. Try make sure to punish Wonderful.
Nice shots.
And they get this one done. Oh, the smiles have returned to the faces of Na'Vi. It was shaky for a while there. Nyx with the AUG.
You know something's up on A if Makaze's already fighting for baskets control. Wonderful's lining up Utah. Is this really just going to be an A go? I mean,
I like
why
it.
not?
It's a bit simpler, right? Before they were getting picked apart by Try.
Yeah. Looks like
JT's
JT's going to drop into the side. They'll have the bodies here. Nyx has got the AUG out. Good weapon for this kind of angle. Playing that Rob's corner. Nyx is AUG for 2. Nyx is AUG for 3. Wonderful finally shuts him up. Bombs loose on A.
Oh.
Yeah, SDY catching a bit of a timing. Alexi B's worried about stairs. If SDY is diligent on his clear here, it's likely he gets this! Ooh, just in time. 5 points of health on SDY, but puts Wonderful into the clutch. And next to take the AK-47. Try. He's been caught off, completely exposed. That's another misstep. He's going to be kicking himself.
At least SDY went for the reroute immediately, but Wonderful, by mulling off towards camera, that tells me that, yeah, he didn't expect SDY to be coming on the flank.
Oh, with the heavy advantage now. Wonderful's 1v2 is taking shape. SDY, the last piece, falls into place. Wonderful secures 15 for Na'Vi, a composed clutch.
Beautiful from Wonderful. 24 frags for him, 21 for Makazi, 22 for Bit. You've got a lot of output as we...
The timing on Try. He's tucked in the corner. He just gets across to Fountain. Oh, and Nyx with the output as well on defense. He did his very best. It was Wonderful that finally shut him down.
In fact, they have 3 players here to deal with this, right? You think it has to be done, especially with Alexi trying to deal with that flank going down to SDY, but no, Wonderful wins out the clutch. And what has been an entertaining map of Anubis might be coming to its close in a moment. Good resilience shown from Na'Vi. Oh, they're going to push over towards B again. So the boost with JT? No, they're just going to leave Try on the line. Nade softens up Wonderful. Another block smoke over towards E-Box. Now the B main push comes through. Emma extremely passive.
Doesn't get much more passive than this.
In a good position to catch JT though, right? He's going to have a tough little cross section to clear.
Yeah, I don't envy JT in this position. And he gets a nice heads up on the shoulder as well, so Imma's patience rewarded for an opening kill. Passion UA need to find a way back in. They tried a little flash play there on towards the baskets position. Bit continues to amplify some pressure. Fem stands for 1, but Bit trades Alexi B in the grave. On the site, Nyx again, the AUG connects. SDY good onto Makaze. Passion have the advantage. Where's that bomb? On the back of Wonderful and in the canal, trying to slip away, and does turn round the corner back towards A. Imma's going to regroup with him through rugs. It's Nyx, last seen on site.
Time against them.
Very heavily against them. 25 seconds. You can't be diligent. You have picked up a volley somehow.
Good for 1.
Could be a very well-placed Molotov. Oh, an AWP bullet. How about an AWP bullet? Takes down Nyx just in time. 12 seconds and they're still throwing out their nades. Try ahead. Can't hit the shot. Imma catches him pushing. It's all shaping up. Just SDY to get past. And Na'Vi, after what's been a tumultuous trip to Anubis, have been able to convert, show some grit. Motivational team talk from Blade. Paying off. SDY can't hack it. Imma closes it down. Na'Vi resilient.
Mate, they were down at 9-3, then 11-6. and Na'Vi take things 16-13. One of the top dogs here at IEM Atlanta, going to be warming into the tournament. That's map number 1. And if we're going to get anything like that on Mirage, tip of the hat to Passion UA, because they came to play. What we enjoyed on Anubis was how team-based it was, playing off of each other. Looks like the comms were flowing, but we've got the death standing by to break this one down.
A flying start from Passion UA, but sadly it all comes crumbling down. As Chad aptly said, this was a map that started off 9-3 in their favor. We're talking about Na'Vi getting both pistols, converting both times, and yet still Passion UA were in the driver's seat until they weren't.
Yeah, a bit of a shame for Passion UA. They weren't able to close out the game in regulation. In overtime, Na'Vi took over, and as you said, the comeback in the second half was stellar from Na'Vi. However, I do want to tip my hat a little bit, as Chad did as well, for Passion UA. They played significantly better than I thought would be remotely possible against a Na'Vi who seemed a bit out of it in that first half. As you said, Freya, winning the pistol, getting off 3-0, you think to yourself, okay, this is a Na'Vi game where they're going to take charge of it, they're going to be in control, and even when they were struggling a bit in that first half, I thought to myself, get 5 rounds, that should be enough. There's always a comeback in Na'Vi. 9-3 and making a comeback like that on Anubis, I didn't think it would be possible, to be completely honest.
Just sucks they couldn't win a pistol, right?
Yeah.
Because that's it. In the first half, 9 rounds in a row on CT side of Anubis against Na'Vi. I mean, you couldn't ask for anything more than that. Unfortunately, they just weren't clutch enough in the second half, right? They had good situations. They had a couple of 2v2s. Like, you just need to be able to close those out. Na'Vi won a few of those clutches. They won rounds where they had a weak buy, you know, with pistols only to get back into the game. And it really feels like Passion UA let this one slip through their fingers.
Obviously, we can talk about the positives of Passion UA, and we will do it in that first half, but what was lacking in terms of that Na'Vi beginning when you're starting on the T side of Anubis as well?
That's a good question. I think certain individuals didn't really show up, you know, and again, we speak about Na'Vi being a team that relies a lot on a guy like Makasi coming in, finding openings, be aggressive, didn't necessarily have too much impact in the first half. I also do think you can't really have that conversation without giving credit to Passion UA. I think they played well on that CT side, sorry. The way that they were taking mid-round aggression as well, the way that they were contesting for connector as well, pretty much every single round. I think there was a lot of good stuff coming out of Passion UA that maybe on paper Na'Vi didn't expect. I don't think they expected a team would be facing them, you know, early on, heads on, whether that was in connector, whether that was, you know, some of the pushes on the B-bomb side. Passion UA came in and sort of disrupted the way Na'Vi wanted to play, and then sometimes you need individuals to overcome that, and they didn't really step up in that first half.
Do you want to dive into round 9 as an example?
Yeah, we heard there's a rallying of a speech, as you will hear from Blade at halftime, and this is what he was referencing when he said Passion UA was by far the better team than them in the first half. You can see how they opened up with 3A, expecting one of those A hits from Na'Vi, the set pieces, it doesn't come. They start falling back. You can see STY at the same time. Smokes B falls back. Why? They want to contest mid. They understand with everything being quiet. That's what Na'Vi is probably doing. There was a sound cue from Na'Vi with the flash. You can see flash from Passion UA. They're a bit early with the fight. Makazi dies, but then the rest of them come in. Unfortunate for Wonderful that he's holding for this exact play, but his teammate steps in front of him. He can't get the punish. Passion UA wins that mid fight, and you know the remainder of the players were forced to save. So they were just always one step ahead. They were very active. Before this, early on in the half, Tri was just getting opening after opening, and Na'Vi was always playing from the back foot.
They made round aggression on a map like Anubis. You know, it's hard to execute. It's hard to find impact. It's all about timing, as you said as well. This time around, Wonderful was a little bit unlucky, but they found timing over and over again, and they were willing to be proactive, willing to be aggressive in the middle of the round. And if you're successful with that on a CT side, on Anubis, it looks beautiful. It's not often that you can figure it out. It's not often that you find the timing, but Passion UA did a stellar job of continuing to do that for the vast majority of the first half.
And I feel like, I think Na'Vi 2 months ago doesn't make this comeback, right? But this is once you get more confidence, once you've lifted the trophy at the ESL Pro League, once you're challenging, you know, in finals against Vitality, like you buy yourself enough time to get back into the game, right? And players wake up a little bit, you start making some plays, you win those low buys that they've had in the second half, and then once you get into OT, I think that's where you're feeling, all right, we survived, now let's take care of business.
Yeah, exactly. You weathered the storm. What I was going to reference was what you alluded to earlier with the Blade kind of halftime timeout, his kind of words to the team. Jan and Alex mentioned it. It sounded quite dire, but that's, I guess, what you need to do when you're Na'Vi. You're the second best team in the world. Like, come on, guys. Let's get our heads back in this.
I think it's also just how Blade sounds. You know, I think whatever comes out of his mouth, it sounds dire, even when they're 9-0 up, you know, and the opponents take a timeout. Like, it's going to sound dire. But yeah, I really like the where he said, you know, but it's in your control. Like
Yes.
unless you guys have to sort of turn it around, you have to wake up. And maybe Na'Vi players were somewhat complacent coming into this, right? Maybe they were they liked the fact that Passion UA picked Anubis, right? They were thinking, wow, we love this map, like great pick, thank you so much, right? And that we're a bit too relaxed going into the series.
Speaking of taking control, Makasi in that second half, you said it yourself, like you can't win a pistol for your life of it. That should have been Passion UA's round. Makasi in that second pistol, you know, from his point of view, the way that he took back the round, that was taking charge, you know, of the game once more. That was giving Na'Vi a chance of making the comeback. And to see Makasi, you know, doing that after not a bad first half, but a first half where he didn't find as much impact as he normally do, that's exactly what Blake was talking about. It has to come from someone, and then Makasi stepped it up. And if we get the point of view from him in that round, it was stellar aiming coming out.
Add motivational speaking to Blade's repertoire, right? Without that speech, we don't see this ace.
That's crazy. Like the first three are crazy.
so
The fourth one is good as well. It's super clean and doesn't have a lot of bullets here to work with. He's down to one bullet at this point, and then last kill is whatever, the dual elites. But the first four, that's world-class pistoling coming out from Makasi right there.
And also considering the situation where he's pretty much alone, right? I mean, they're not playing for B. He's just supposed to get a kill, stay alive, you know, do what he can, and he could win the round.
100%. Just emotionally, where are you at if you're Passion UA? You had it right there. You had so many opportunities to close it out, and it was your map pick. Like, now we're going on to Mirage. Where do you think their heads are at?
You're down in the dumps. I don't think it's like yeah, of course you're going to be out there in the corner and say, oh, we're right there, guys, you know, but the problem is, like, you did let it slip. Like, you had opportunities to close it out. You had good post-plant scenarios, and every time just you couldn't come up clutch, right? Like, the players would just fail in some of those. They would get outplayed by Na'Vi, and that's tough to come back from, right? Because it's not necessarily about the map, about anything. It's just about those situations where you need to be able to do the final step to close out the game. They fell short.
Yeah, their own map pick as well. It does feel like that was the one opportunity they had of making this series competitive and making it interesting. Again, you can be happy that you almost beat Na'Vi, but as Janko said, like, it doesn't matter. At the end of the day, you lost.
And for Na'Vi, the problem has been, though, consistency over the course of a series, right? Like, they, even going back to Pro League where they won the event, you know, they would win their opponent's map pick even convincingly, and then they would, you know, lose their own map without it being super competitive. So I think they've learned some lessons, hopefully, from that, and on Mirage that they come out swinging from the game.
Well, that's exactly what I was just looking at, right? I expected it to be a bit more of sea of green in terms of this Mirage, but you're totally right. Like, they're making a lot of these series kind of longing out. Sure, like, they obviously closed out the one versus Aurora at IEM Rio, Falcons as well at Rotterdam, but the fact that they're losing some of these, are there any holes in this Mirage from Na'Vi that you think maybe if Passion UA have done their homework that they could try and exploit?
Ah, sorry, I thought you were looking at Jason. Yeah, I think for Na'Vi, it's always like Mirage is always their playground because they have such a great understanding of the map, right? All the players across the board. It's where IME does some of their best work, right? But their style is also pretty default heavy. So when teams do get a good start and they're able to shut down their default, that's when it becomes much easier to play against them. It's very dependent on the players being sharp because they need to be able to react on the fly. They need to understand what's going on the map, and that at times has been an issue for them.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. It starts when the anchor positions, you know, whoever's playing the A-bomb side, the B-bomb side needs to be able to shut down the default, the executes that is going to come out for Alexi B. And then I want to see more mid-round aggression. You know, you don't necessarily have to fight Na'Vi from the beginning in middle. You don't necessarily have to fight Na'Vi in the beginning and ramp, but finding your timings on that CT side where you can take away map control, or you can take away space from Na'Vi, or if anything, get information so you can make the correct stacks, is going to make it easier for Passion UA. Because if you take them pound for pound, player for player, you play a default game of Counter-Strike, they're not going to win that way, you know. So you got to risk a bit if you're Passion UA, and the mid-round aggression that works so well, CT side on Anubis, copy that, use some of that on Mirage, and see if that's a way into the game.
Just looking at the wider context for Na'Vi coming into this tournament as well, like, I cannot understate how much of a disaster it would have been for them to let this map slip through and then maybe have a little bit of a risk, right? Let's be honest, like, they are amongst the, you know, higher level of teams that are here. Obviously, there's a lot of teams that are attending the PGL event going on in Astana too. Like, we are putting it as a, it's not even a non-negotiable for Na'Vi to make it to playoffs. Like, they have to do this. So it's great to see them course correct when it was looking a bit dodgy.
Even more so, do it in a fashion where you don't risk facing Vitality in a semi-final. You know, I think everyone will be slightly disappointed, myself included, if they were to mess up a game or a seeding game even. I want to see them in the final. I want to see that Vitality versus Na'Vi game, and you know, facing them in a semi-final, I guess it doesn't matter. You know, if you want to win the trophy, you have to beat them at some point. So whether you do that in a semi-final where I guess chances are higher in a best of 3 than in a best of 5, sure, but the selfish guy in me would just love to see them, you know, make it clean, go into the final and give us that
3-0 again.
Well, maybe win one map, you know. Nuke is always possible, but I don't know. It seems so unreasonable to think that anyone else than Na'Vi can put up a fight against Vitality, let alone in a best of 5 game.
Which is funny because Foot is Navi's academy team.
Give them a chance.
In a spiritual way, it is Navi who would put up a challenge in that situation.
Yeah, no, 100%. So you're feeling like the upset potential of this for Passion, that the opportunity was on Anubis, right? It shouldn't be any question.
Yeah, I think also the fashion in which they've lost is going to hurt them. I don't think they are a team, especially with STY as a sort of a stand-in, that has the unity it takes and to build that mental resilience, you know, to bounce back. I think Navi just take care of business on map 2.
Well, for Passion UA, so tantalizingly close to taking down Na'Vi on that map of Anubis, but it ends in heartbreak, and things are only going to get tougher going on to Mirage. It's coming down after this.
Double peek, he's getting his shot. Unbelievable! Something special to turn up his decoy, and that's exactly what happens. Katowice! We are back!
Guys, don't be late for Prague.
Late?
Oh, don't get me started.
He told me 10:30 theory the other day.
Without me?
Secondary IG Athens. Anyway, he joined the server 11:15.
No way.
I literally went over to him, took his headset off, and I just said, "Little bro, remember, you're just the coach."
To Blade?
Boys!
Anyway, he takes a timeout, gets on comms, turns to me and says, "Any suggestions?" And I'm like, "Little bro, you're the coach."
Blade? Fair enough.
And I'm like, "Go B? No. Go B, but then go A? No. Brother, I named 7 other variations. Finally, I say, Fnatic into game relation fake, ending with Astralis.
Typical.
Which I know he wanted to do in the first place.
And what does he say?
If that's what you want to do. Bro, I literally stood up, took his little strat book, and boom!
Boys, what are you doing?
Discussing strats.
Brainstorming.
What have I told you? You don't need to do that.
You're the boss. My little brother. If you're gonna make a call, make a call. Say it with your chest.
Only us two taking responsibility. Leading.
Secondary leading.
Oi!
He's a coach. A manager, man.
So he's like, why you order Mackies? That's not in line with our nutritional guidelines.
He's obsessed with greens.
But his TV page is full red. Anyway, I just told him, little boy, take their fries out of the bag.
Bro, I've literally got him like that.
Wait, like that?
Like that, like my newborn sibling.
Fucking cruelty.
All little bitches.
I left Evo, so I think they're faking, guys. I think they're faking.
I smoked D-box. It's long time to go back.
I'm blind.
One out.
D-box,
Get
out.
back in D-box.
Jail. One be main,
Right side.
right side. And
E-box
E-box
dead.
dead. One more be main. Oh, I have E-box.
And
man.
E-box.
You could.
I'm holding the E-box smoke.
He can go out of jail. He can go out of jail.
E-box dead. Fucking nice.
Oh, plus.
I'm flashing it.
I have left side.
Just jiggling around.
Nice!
Nice. Nice rotates, guys. Okay, everyone was here.
Nice, guys. Insane.
I'm trying to cross right now.
Yeah, Nick, try to flank.
Fuck, I made raise.
E-box
Nice.
dead.
One
Side,
more B.
side.
I'm flanking him, I'm flanking him.
All good. Wait
staying
for
alive,
me. Yeah.
Bit
wait.
water, Johnny.
You guys go now. I'm gonna...
Yeah, making noise.
Backside. Looking at me.
And water, I think, no?
Nice.
You can bomb water.
CT, guys.
Flashing CT.
You're low HP, don't pick. He's close.
Flash him. You don't have to use it, guys.
Nice!
Good job, guys. Fucking insane, guys. Yeah, no panic. We have everything under control.
Good job. Smoking. Flashing again.
See fountain.
Yeah.
I'm swinging.
Heaven, right side.
And one left side somewhere. Left side, close left side, guys.
Heaven, broken.
Heaven out.
Dead,
Nice.
Heaven dead.
4v3.
Camera one, guys.
Going out,
Two
camera.
out.
Nice.
What the
One
fuck,
alive,
I
guys.
killed
4v1.
Up.
4v1. Be good. Twolk, he started shooting me while I'm crossing platform.
Yeah, and I was behind him, bro. He had no idea.
Yeah, it was looking good for a while on Anubis. Passion UA, however, just couldn't quite close it out. Na'Vi have gotten the sleep out of their eyes and gotten that first map under their belt.
That is a horrible compilation to watch, right?
Oh, just see the score.
Like, how good it is. The vibes are there. Everyone's having a great time, complimenting each other. And then, we ended up losing 16-13. Okay, well, we gave it a go.
Fem looks like he's his usual self. You know, he's always been a very impressive player when he's on. He's a kind of a feast or famine type player. It either works or it doesn't. It was working on Anubis as far as the fragging output was there. Obviously, not converting is it's going to get a lot harder now, as you heard from the desk discussing Mirage, a strong suit for Na'Vi. And your gimmick pick of Anubis not converted, it does seem to line up for what could be more of a dominant display from Na'Vi here.
Yeah, here goes the B play.
HG's well timed, really well timed. Look at the damage. IEM, Makaze, Bit, all there is ringing. Still not finding the first frag cleanly. Kvem puts up a fight until then. 3 bodies quickly drop and it's round. Na'Vi should have the bomb plant now.
It should be 3 for 3 in the pistols, unless JT and STY, unless JT can get something done.
They're trying to win. They're playing to win.
Now, Alex, I'll take you back to Budapest last year when we were talking a lot about this Passion team, right? They'd come together in the second half of the year, or, well, come together is interesting, right? It was Complexity, and then they go and they join Passion UA and they are with... Oh,
nice shots.
You get one more and you have an M4 in the next round. Come on, just one more is an M. Okay, now 7 on the cab. But we were talking a lot when it was like JT Grim, the Halzerk core, and we were talking about the...
He had a chance.
Lack of Mirages.
Yes.
Right? And how that had not been something that JT had played a lot in... Look, I don't have the numbers on top of my head right now.
But I remember I recall it was like his permaban for most of his career.
And now, you're going up against Na'Vi. This is one of their comfortable maps. You not only are still trying to work it into your map. Well, I'm looking at their matches played in the last couple of months on Mirage, and it's a losing record. And yeah, it's tough. Map number 1 was fun. We had some aces, we had some crazy moments, we had some clutches. It was a nice watch. This one might be a bit more brutal. Here's the Force.
5 Galils for Na'Vi.
Are they going to go for a window boost against a Force?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's unusual. It's unorthodox.
Yeah. Well,
and it's not going to work. Oh, dear. Imma caught mantling. And peeking in is Kvem. Very aggressive.
2-man window boost. Okay.
Oh, Nix. He's going to be so frustrated about that one. Goes swing into his demise. Wonderful tracks. Even gets a second onto SDY. Still, this one's up for debate.
Yeah, the Scout of Try.
With 2 players susceptible to a one-shot.
Yeah, it's not out of the realms. He might just find himself in the wrong place. The bomb, highlighted by the Obs team, rotating over towards B alongside a Bit and Makazi.
He's not going to be there.
No, he's not. Do you want to just try and pick up some of these Galils? Save them for the next round and go again? I think the fact that you're not here to contest this and the bomb's going to go down, he's got a HE, right? If he could place this well, there's a kill available. Well, the bomb's planted now. It's a little bit late for that. Okay, then go get the guns in middle and save. So if JT can get a glue and Try can get a glue and a pistol, they'll be able to get a pretty decent next round of play coming up.
So there's the one.
Yeah, so Try kind of needs the glue plus pistol. So that's so he can drop his teammates one of the two guys. All right?
So 4 people would be equipped.
So you're not going to get Nix's pistol, are you? So there you go. Okay.
Now V2, Passion UA 0.
You've got the Galils at least. That's not bad.
Not too shabby. And I don't know, you know, if it's fair to be critical of Kvem peeking into Makaze there after getting one. You know, he gets the first. He kind of feels like he's got that hot hand and was going for moving accuracy. You know what? Makaze was a sitting duck, caught crouching.
It's weird to see, though, a second guy boosted.
Yeah, you're right.
But the first guy, okay, so I guess the plan was let's boost 2 in window and then, you know, play on either side of the fade. But sketchy for a moment.
Okay, well, SDY's committed. Got to respect it. The unarmored Desert Eagle burrows in towards underpass.
Well, will he get company? That's the question. Makaze announces his presence. That
I do like the angle of getting Try, you know, boosted up. He could even mantle onto the bricks if he wanted a deeper line.
Well, this is essentially everybody from Passion playing around middle. You can see JT there with a flash ready so players can start swinging. So they're setting up a trap. Unfortunately for them, nobody home. JT just blocked over towards Palace with the smoke. And are they just going to play for contact, then the flash, or is the flash first, then they spring out? Either way, they're not going to get anything. It's more, does JT get to hold on? Yeah, JT's going to get to hold on to the flash, so it might come in handy against this A execute.
Yeah, how's JT going to position himself? Throws out that flashbang to try and delay. Doesn't really connect as he would have liked. You've got Kvem's Desert Eagle hoping for the headshot. Finds it. Long range onto Makaze. Overextension from Bit. Great shooting from the Desert Eagle. Kvem has handed them a winnable round. They've got that advantage. Wonderful half health. SDY unable to connect with his Desert Eagle. Try goes down to Alexi. They can't do anything about that bomb being planted. SDY, no Kev. Nick's at least armored, and 2 Desert Eagles trying to find their way back into this site. They are susceptible to these body shots at half health for both. But wonderful Alexi looking like they ain't going to move a muscle. You've got to get to us. We know you don't have a kit. We're not going to give you anything. Nice shot, Alexi to burst the head off of Nix. Clean in the end.
Yeah, really well played there. Under a lot of pressure in that situation. Again, you're bang on. There's no kid. It's going to be lighter in terms of the investments and everything, but I still really liked the poise there and the understanding in the post plant. So simple stuff. Na'Vi 3-0. They get the conversions, but it has been not without issue. Some great shooting from Kvem here again.
Yeah, he's very talented.
Okay, Try is in with his AWP. M4's for the rest. SDY brings in the kit. And Na'Vi having fun again. I think they're just going to search early for pressure right now. SDYs are being forced back. It's Makaze and Bit. This is scary.
Oh, that's so cheeky from him. He's caught one. And Bit flicks into Nix. He was so concerned about Makaze's pathing. Exposes his head just for a minute on the truck side. 5 on 3, looks like it's going to be a post plant as well. Ooh, actually some damage onto Alexi before that bomb gets in, but
safe.
Yeah, get out of there.
It's interesting, right? Because the bomb was left back over towards TV, and I don't think it was meant to come that easy, right? So the fact that they're able to put that type of pressure and make the B split look so simple might have been slightly ahead of the timing that Na'Vi were opting for originally, but either way, easy round. So 4-0 as Try, SDY and JT will look to retain, and next round they can drop some M4s for Kvem and Nix. There's going to be the max loss bonus. So as long as they retain this, which I think Na'Vi will allow it, there can be consecutive rifle rounds. It's also nice to have some residual util, right? There's the kit in the mix, so it is going to be easy to string this one together. Just remind everybody there is the secondary stream that you can go and take a look at. Sinners versus Gamer Legion.
What do you think of the new Gamer Legion logo? Very heavy metal, very Guitar Hero.
Yeah, I don't mind it.
I don't mind it either.
It's definitely a statement piece.
Yeah, most def.
But obviously, a lot of the conversation in Atlanta is this is one of the final pit stops before the major. Right, you want to see what type of form some of these lesser-known teams are in. Oh, I say lesser-known. Not the Tier 1 circuit teams, as, yeah, Makazi cleans up too.
You can't be having that. Maybe you can. Actually, maybe you can, because Try and JT have won out on mid. Wonderful makes it clear he's at the top of the boxes. Bit just goes on straight strides towards Tetris, dumping Util, trying to keep JT's attention drawn away from Wonderful towards Connector. They're very segregated. Oh, he's actually taken a leg shot there, going to be finished off cleanly. He actually takes down Try. So fair play, good output from Bit. And looking for that B finish here. Test for SDY. He's going to miss them, I think. Yeah, he's still worried about middle. So they'll be able to waltz on in. Oh, he's back on the angle just in time. Just in time as back's turned. Unable to find the frag he was looking for. And yeah, he's going to lose it out. So that's a very frustrating way for the round to be taken away.
Okay, another save. JT gets the AWP. And he'll get out of there. So, yeah, max loss bonus, sure, but you're unable to... Oh.
Saved, yeah. We have more T rounds on Anubis. Sick!
Okay, well, vibes are pretty good.
Vibes are good.
Yeah, okay, well, that's what you want to hear from Na'Vi. I was just talking about some of those Stage 1 teams, I suppose. That's where Gamer Legion will find themselves. We have Bait here, who will be the same. Bet Boom, M80 here. Sinners are a Stage 1 team. NRG are a Stage 1 team. Liquid are a Stage 1 team. So that's... I understand this is still a couple of weeks away, but that is where the field is the closest, right? It's the most scattered regionally, but in terms of, you know, picking your 8 teams, that's where it can be very difficult in Stage 1 of the major. This is where I thought the rounds started and ended, but no, there were a few more twists and turns.
How crazy he actually gets that. How crazy.
A nice replay there.
Really good. So Passion are going to have their first time out of this second map. And yeah, SDY is going to be very frustrated the way that transpired.
I was a little bit wrong as well. They saved the AWP, they are able to get another full buyout. So the extra cash being saved by players in consecutive rounds with the max loss bonus does mean that they can string rifle rounds together, but they need to get on the board. And they need to get on the board now. Yeah, the 5 rounds already on the T side. Na'Vi could not win another round for the remainder of the half. You just look at the score, 7-5. You're happy with that. It's more the momentum. But Passion, this is going to be tough.
Yeah, especially when you're trying to be, you know, this disruptive 2-man lower push and you get double killed by the solo player, Makaze.
Yeah, you want SDY and Nyx as well to get off the starting blocks?
Yes. Yeah, that would certainly help. Just some mid protocols from Alexi B.
It's going to be a lot of going through the motions. And not in a bad way.
I think you've previously described Na'Vi as, you know, one of the more default heavy squads in the Tier 1.
Yeah. They definitely have the gear to, you know, be more direct, but I think this is, you know, when you talk about a system of a team, and we can talk about default. So are we doing a, you know, a 1-3-1? Are we doing like a 1-2-1-1 with the guy through underpass? And but it's more about their reactions to certain things once they get waypoints. Once you get information that 4 players are swinging middle.
Yep. And actually, that information flows quite nicely. Passion get away without any sort of attempted trade. Successful. Bit coming to late top mid. He's going to meet Imet at the other end of middle, but they're going to let you have that space.
But these are the type of the rounds that are really going to hurt Passion if they can't convert, right? And it feels like it should be theirs, but it could go wrong in a moment.
Yeah, all it would take would be a bit more damage. A bit. Hang on a second.
Worried about the AWP ticket.
That's a really nice, well-placed Molotov. Gives him some time to reposition and get that bomb across that sight line. He's got time to work with here.
I think the problem is you want to probably fake because you don't know if anybody's close by.
Oh, Nyx needed to hit that. There you go. Out of the starting blocks as well. A closing frag. It gets Passion on the board. Exactly what the doctor ordered.
Yeah, and that was nice, right? They just swing out, ready to take the fight to top middle, connect the dots, and there you have it. Still plenty of cash off the 5-0 start for Na'Vi to be able to buy again. So juggling nades, getting caught off with the timing there. Alexi does very well to get one, but then Wonderful, he's the one who's caught. Good trade, great second shot from Bit, but didn't have info on where the other players were, so very hard to piece that 1v4 together. Oof. Okay, Wonderful's just taken a window shot, flashed.
Oh, Kvem. Let's go, Kvem. High elevated position and walking up. Oh, he's maybe been spotted by Alexi. Drops in and swings on in to profit. It's a beautiful start.
Okay. Oh, no, Wonderful will have to back off. Your underpass players don't want to play through either because you know it likely walking into the crunch. You need the top mid pressure at the same time as the underpass pressure, especially when you don't have a window or top con smoke up.
Well, there's the window smoke, and Makaze will path through. Wonderful top mid, a far too easy connection from Try. Wins out in the AWP head-to-head. Makaze, however, he's creeped crew and crawled. Double kill denied, important from Try. By taking down Makaze, he maintains that two-man advantage. Bomb on the back of Bit, and IEM pushed up on Con.
Have a lot of time. It's not just about to let Passion overstep. I think JT and SDY are probably going to be a bit jittery at a point. Like when they're so
worried
committed.
about.
Yeah, that's the...
Oh, just like that! He's dinked him as well. 99.
It's a fate. Like Emma's hearing the rotations. They're so... Listen to how noisy they are.
JT, no way you're ready for this. Lets him go.
Yeah, why not?
Kills him late. The rotations have happened. Now the Molotov arrives. SDY's got to get to CT. But he's got company. Flash is... he's ahead of this. IEM's going to get an easy headshot. Takes down SDY. It's falling through their fingers. Oh, an ugly one. Try can clutch this. Has to clutch this. Spots out IEM, catches it through the box. Oh, no. But he can't find Bit. 1 HP. Nyx couldn't kill him, and neither could Try.
Okay, well, this time they do convert the 2v4 situation, and that ramp setup, they're so close, right? The fact that there's one player, you're going to expect both of them. Bit wins out that fight. The rotation's so noisy. IEM is just triangulating everyone's positions, and that was very well played. Beautiful work.
Very well played. I mean, Nyx is going to be feeling so hard done by. It starts out so well. Try connects top mid. Wonderful's gone. Oh, I mean, you can't fault JT for not being ready for IEM. It was just Bit selling.
It's beautiful work there from IEM, though, right? Like he hears all the sound cues, understands that everyone else has rotated away, already pathing towards the site so he can get a jump on taking space. Molly's jungle knows that they can't be fighting him through there, gets towards CT because that's the rotation point they're being forced to. It was just beautiful. So very well done from him. A good understanding of the situation.
Yeah, you get to see Na'Vi's class and comms on display.
They have the loss bonus, sure, but this is 6 rounds already on the T side for Na'Vi.
IEM is boosting, and he knows Kvem's on the other side of that smoke. Bit's throwing a little bit of util A, going to try and draw attention.
Bomb's still in T-spawn, so the finish is wide open. Even though Makazi's already creeping through Con. Bit's going back to get the bomb now. Jungle smoke comes in.
Trying to pull Kvem's attention, and then as they do so, he peeks in. Kvem down to IEM. Dips out the window, though. Their Palace push has given them a numbers advantage extended now by the sniper.
Okay, this is the 3rd round in a row where these two have been in a 2v4.
Yeah, and this time, I don't think Nyx is going to be struggling with lethality. Finds IEM cleanly. And Bit unable to find that headshot onto JT. Scavenges that second AWP off of Wonderful's corpse.
A bit of grit right now.
Heels dug in, not backing down.
Money problem for Na'Vi. So sure, it's been a couple of tighter scenarios, but your finances are in the mud.
I don't know, man. You just saw JT with the AWP. You've got some Tech 9s. I could see a world where a pacey pop has the AWPs feeling uncomfortable on a retake. They're pushing mid, though. Looks like Alexi's going to get caught by this. An MP9 straight up the guts of mid, and down he goes. Just in time, Kvem pulls the trigger despite the flashbangs. He's racked up the double kill. It's Nyx that's hoping to be overlooked. Oh, Bit's got him again, got his number. Now IEM's hit one of the Tech 9. And Bit hits another triple kill. Oh, it's ugly. Passionately tried to do what they couldn't. Na'Vi just turning the tables again and again. The individuals shining bright. Bit with a crazy 3K. Could be 4 as well for the finish. Double HE though. Oh, the first one did nothing. Imma manages to avoid the brunt of the damage. Pot shots, Hail Marys through that default box, well positioned on Tetris, bit to collect, and he gets the info on both. He's triangulated their coordinates. He's just got to back away. Just got to accept that Nafi will be taking a 7th here just with a broken money. He really came in with, what, 1 rifle? And he's put it to very good use.
Well, you see how the whole round unfolds, right? Mid-aggression, Alexi's screaming, they're pushing mid, they're pushing mid. You think that A is going to be a little bit less fortified. You run in, you get denied. Kvem takes down 2 more, Makazi, and wonderful. And now, sure, you had a couple of 2v4 attempts. That was a 2v5 attempt, and it's been the same 2. Imma and Bit, the last alive, and in the last 4 rounds, they've been able to pull out 2 of them. So that is some class Counter-Strike by these 2 to get themselves up to 7 rounds. This Bit, he's done so well. The 3rd kill, brilliant.
Clean.
SDY, he's having a tough go on this map. 0 and 7 right now.
Yeah.
They've just plugged him into Senzu's spot, so he's in more active roles.
Imma's going quick on this, and it's going to be punished. Good find from Tri.
And they're owning them in the openings.
Yeah, continuing to do so. How about a 2v5? Have you heard of one of them?
Well, it's not Imma and Bit this time.
Right. Okay, you're right.
Wonderful and Alexi, they get their chance.
What have you got, boys? You've got Underpass. And you might find JT. Smoked for now. Boosting window in a 2v5, held by the orb. It's all too easy for Tri. Can they keep it clean? 5 alive. It would be ideal. You know where Alexi was? He was the stepping stool.
And their money again, right? Win one, lose one, win one, lose one. So I think that Passion are still in a spot to have a relatively respectable half. 7-5 on the table. Now, sure, it is a CT bias map, and this is Navi's turf, but you can scrap together 5. I think Alexi, best outcome for him right now is saving this and giving them something to work with into the next, because it's back to the 1,400 loss bonus. But yeah, it has been a real discrepancy regarding the opening kills. It's 7-3 in favor of Passion. Kvem responsible for 4 of those 7. And we settle into this one with a lengthy old save. I told everybody to check the Sinners result. I didn't even check it myself.
He started a little later than us.
Yeah, and it was Sinners map pick Mirage. They go Inferno next, and then 3rd is Nuke. So I won't put the spoilers out there. You guys can go and check it out on your own accord. But Sinners and Gamer Legion, right? These are these 2nd-rung international rosters, and there's just so many different nations on display. Oh, big yawn from TC.
Navi are putting him to sleep.
Maybe he's jet-lagged.
Maybe. Somehow.
Well,
he could be.
Well, Passion are in Europe more than anywhere else, right? You look at this team, they've got a South African, 2 Ukrainians, a North American, and an Argentinian.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I mean, Trace and Nix had a nice chat.
Yeah.
It's from Northern Florida.
I think Trace wanted to get into it. He wanted to be like, oh, I'm from that part of the world too.
He did. He did. I don't know what any of it meant.
The panhandle.
From the panhandle?
I guess it's
that
like
part.
The long, you know.
The handle of the pan.
Yeah.
Like the little sticky outy bit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
America's a bit of a, well, mate, when they're calling the Midwest.
What is the Midwest?
Which is like the Northeast. I'm like, what's going on?
Just they like to freestyle. It's more vibes based, you know?
Can you point the Midwest out on the map? Because I think it would probably be in the mid,
like
the
middle
west, but,
west.
Yeah, but it's apparently it's not.
It's not really, no.
Okay, well,
let's see. Let's see. Like you said, 7-5 on the table, and if you wanted to have a conversation about this being, you know, a 3-map affair, I think it's safe to say it has to be. Look how quick this is from.
Tries all.
Okay.
All tries all.
Right, nice find through the smoke on the smoke
dead.
break. Alexi's gone, but the B site's lost. Nothing from Tri. And Imer, he wants to get close and personal on the market jump out. That smoke is inviting.
Yeah.
Oh,
maybe not.
Though. Little bit of a gap, enough to catch him on the mantle through, and another one from Imer's AK-47.
Yeah, thanks to Alexi for dropping that one across. Imma just does a marauder up cat into a fast B split. Thing is, they must have been screaming, and Tri knew that they were coming up cat, but it's just so rapid. The window players on the break, unable to stall them out. They're just up short. Look at his split.
And this is what you were talking about, you know, like there is other pages than just a default. When the money's low, you can put a rifle into Imer, put a rifle into Bit's hands, and they'll manage to turn the round on its head. Just surging in towards that site with some real pace. Tough one for Try. And a tough half from SDY. Still remains on that goose egg for now.
Full being there, doesn't feel good. You get a little bit hot and sweaty. Do you think any of the players are using the functions of the chair? I was just deciding which ones I wanted to turn on. It's on your right side down here.
Oh my god, there's so many buttons.
So many buttons. The one furthest, closest to your leg, that one right there, that's the lower back massage button.
I think I'm going to have a massage for these last couple of rounds. Whoa.
Yeah, right.
Oh, it's not messing around.
No, it's not.
Yeah. Sure, I love that. That's a lot.
That is a lot. All right.
Oh.
Okay, final round. First half, second map. Group B, opening round. Navi feigning the mid presence again. Window smoke, top cap. Molly to pressure underpass players as well as they sit in the default spread. Bit will be lurking Palace. Alexi set up by Wonderful to try and contend for some of this mid control. Emma and Makazi partnered up, looking for an underpass push at the moment, but not getting what they're looking for. So this whole investigation is just making sure that there isn't a limbo set up from Passion where they're, you know, halfway up cat in the trench of middle. And a full rotation back over towards A to join Bit. So Emma now becomes the lurk. And they have a bunch of smokes, flashes, and mollies for the finish. 3 to deal with this. JT, Try, and SDY.
Gonna go from 0 to 100, isn't it? Here they come.
Come on, SDY.
It's time to get started. JT's managed to find Makaze. JT down to after 1. SDY's chance. There he is. There it is. He gets his. Bit goes down, but the site does too. Now flying the Na'Vi flag. You got Kvem coming in from, well, a long way away. Nix closer towards CT. He'll be the next up to bat. Oh, no, we won't.
Nice shot.
Yeah, great flick.
All right, Kvem, you got a 1v3 to get yourself 4 rounds before the halftime break.
What have you got, mate? Can you end it with a bang?
They know exactly where you are.
Doesn't feel good. Doesn't feel good. Wonderful closes it down. Okay, Na'Vi, regular scheduled programming. We return. It's 9 to 3. Na'Vi's pick. It's looking like it's only going one way fast.
Sneak. No, Misha, I'm trying.
Nice.
I throw smoke.
Rotating. Hide. To
Yeah, I'm hiding. I throw.
Yeah, overthinking. Be clear. Be clear.
Okay, he's sensing. I will go. Still.
Come.
Yes, I'll come. I'm all jungle.
Molos also. I'm taking city insta. You can run.
You have smoke, man. They need to come city.
Valeria, can you flash deep city? Insta, and then after plant.
Yes, I can.
City.
No, flashing.
Dead.
Open last.
I'm going back.
One Fnatic.
Good jungle.
Can be also city.
Misha, you on.
Play first up. Wait,
You on.
city.
I can flash.
No way.
Nice!
We got so fucking lucky, Misha. It's so... We got lucky to this try, bro. Not anyone else.
Come on.
Yeah, probably the highlight of that half on Mirage. An incredible turnaround from Bit and Ima. And Na'Vi looking incredibly comfortable here on Mirage. Passion on the other side of the spectrum.
They're on the ropes.
Yeah, they are.
I think the fact they put up such... Oh, hold up. We might have some action early here. Wonderful's dropped off, so they've heard those steps very aggressive over towards B. This looks like a fake, right? They might try and search B for a fight. JT, you can see still over towards T-spawn on the radar with a smoke at the ready. Oh, JT's... yeah, thank you very much, Jakey. He's just looking at his teammate's screen, just communicating. Like, he's got the belt of util. So if they're hoping to find something over towards B as part of this pistol, they haven't been offered it just yet. Window smoke dots in now. The problem here is it's a 3-man B stack, so Makazi in vent room responsible for short. Wonderful and Alexi on the site, and Bit and Imma, that dastardly duo, have been able to clear out Palace.
Feels like Makaze is destined for more impact here.
This is B split, 100%.
Yeah, and he's got such a deadly USP. Makaze perfectly positioned and clean headshots once more. His USP feasts. Takes down that prong from the short side bomb. Ripped out of their hands. Now has to be retrieved by Nyx, who drops straight out. Straight past. Both of them, Wonderful and Alexi, were on site. Ima loses his head to SDY, but a 1 versus 4 asking an awful lot. 20 seconds. Clean headshot for number 2 of the 4. Got pick up the bomb and plant with 15 seconds, and you've got to get
14,
past Wonderful.
13, 12,
keep running,
11,
keep running.
10,
Can't be doing that. 9,
8, 7, 6, 5,
and
we're trying to plant. I'm glad Wonderful got something. He was meant to be the insurance policy with the boost. Makazi just kills the 2 up short. Alexi pops a couple of domes, and well, that'll be that. Makazi over both CT side pistols has 7 kills, and all very impactful. The fact that the bomb gets dropped here in the vent room, I think we can start to pack this one up. A good output there from SDY, his first multi-kill of the map. That is something that I don't know what happened since Anamgraph 2, but it's very common.
Vertical
to
molly.
see the nades just standing on end. All right, well, there's an AK. There's some pistols.
There's a fight for Wonderful. I think he thinks twice about re-peeking that one. Try the only rifle. Couple of techs, couple of deegs, and a fight for Wonderful. That's ambitious! Goes walking around in middle. Finds both of them on a clean M4 headshot. Now, Nyx is pipped a gap.
Big gap.
Ooh, hang on. He has to find the double here. Clean from Nyx. Quick one from Bit. Comes on back, and actually bell rung by JT. Runs it in with a Tech 9 and enables a FAMAS in a 2-on-2. Makaze stairs is going to be a bit of a problem. SDY going to be distributing the smoke in a bit of a hurry. Spots the tip of the head from Makaze.
This can be mollied. Yeah, there it is.
Makaze.
Oh!
Anyway, doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. The molly didn't quite force the fight the way they thought. And Alexi's walked up on you. JT's not ready. Na'Vi 11. Team play on display. I have to say, I admire Wonderful's proactive push there.
Yeah, I understand that he gave up the gap, but I love the fact that they're just taking the fight, playing with a bit of confidence. It's good to see Wonderful with some good output here. But just 2 more rounds now, and I think this is more of the expectation, right? This is not to put Passion in a bad light. There's that molly.
That's off his head.
And the fact that he sits in it for a couple of ticks, yeah, he's really alleviated a lot of pressure there, Makazi. But yeah, for Passion, it's been a, I want to say up and down year. It's more been just on the slide, right? I think there's been a bunch of roster changes. The Senzu one, he was on loan, and then to see him go to BCG, I think it came as a surprise to everybody. He wasn't even able to be there with the team for some of the events or prac early on as well. So you're going to be feeling, if you're passionate, that it's been hard to have some consistency going. And then you come to this event after not qualifying for the major with SDY, who's only played 3 maps with you up until this point, 1 series against Focus that you lost online. And now you're taking on Na'Vi in the opening round. It's less than ideal circumstances.
Certainly.
They do need any win they can get. And obviously Na'Vi is the toughest of a possible opponent. But when you start to look down the field, it is possible for Passion to win a series. They do need to start getting some VRS points. And obviously, it's no longer a conversation about this season. But once the cutoff of April 6th, it continues, right? We're now talking about the second half of 2026 and the major, if you're a Passion fan, right? That's what you need to be keeping in mind. This is a process that's going to be very common. You're going to see it with teams all the time. The NIP, the Fnatic, big orgs in those positions as well. Smile on Blade's face. You know, you go back to that first map, boys, you're gonna have to do it. You've got to do it yourself. You know, it's not going to just happen.
They are playing better Counter-Strike. They are the better team.
Yeah. Well, not anymore.
No.
TC looks like he's been in the sun a bit.
Yeah, definitely does look like he's caught some rays.
That's good. Well, hopefully had sunscreen on. I would imagine as a doctor.
Of course.
Up next, Astralis versus Liquid.
And it's not 2018.
Or in 2019.
Or 2019.
Not the glory
26.
years. Astralis are having a pretty good season.
They are. It has been actually a really impressive turn of fate.
Liquid are having a season.
Oh, missed window.
If you're looking for ways things could go worse for Passion, that would be one of them.
Yeah, missed util, definitely not ideal.
A fake B pop. Mr. B.
Mr. B ready for it. Oh, HE could be well placed here. Tracks the jump of Nyx. Cram a necessary trade. They've got access to the site now. Short player reacting. Does he play in the flame?
Oh, another one!
Another one! Still, at least it doesn't crack it and stop it from at least spreading the flame.
JT's lurk is what I'm keeping my eyes on.
Yeah, that's late though. Super late, and it may be all too little and too late. If SDY goes down, and he's trading onto Makaze, swings on in, commits to the fight. Bit will trade. 2-on-2, JT coming up from the short side.
A kit under Kvem's feet.
Yeah, it's really uncomfortable time. Wonderful can still hit this shot though. Could fall apart. Kvem in the 1v1. He's low HP. Wonderful though, the pressure on him. He's the one that has to defuse. It's not a great plant. Still forcing the fight. Kvem dancing around the site, and he will extend play.
Okay, Wonderful gonna jaunt down to there, holding onto an AK-47, but they get themselves something. I need a whole lot more of that. I don't want to say it's unwinnable. It's Counter-Strike. Nothing's unwinnable, but it feels very unlikely for Passion. It's hard to get excited for them here. They're going to have to string together a bunch of those. Wonderful's got his AWP. A couple of kits, one for Wonderful, one for Imma. And the buy is worse for on the Passion side. 2 Galils and light util. This time they land their window smoke, though. They're going to run the same round. It looks
identical.
Very similar.
JT alone, fake A, pop B.
Oh, and Imma's coming over to B as well. Alexi trying to stuff them in the choke point. Oh, okay, not believing it's going to be the same play. It's going to have to be Wonderful helping from Cat. And it's not. There's 2 trundle through underpass. So they're faking it.
Wonderful catches Nyx on the window jump.
Well, there is this gap.
And they found it.
Oh!
Late Palace pushes. It's a great headshot from SDY. Just jumps up on bench, but Kvem catches the walk a bit. Now they just have to find Makaze.
You might not expect him in Palace.
Try herd Alexi, so they're well aware of his position. SDY could try and bop another head. Doesn't hit the shot this time.
I think Makaze could be the Joker winning this round.
He certainly could. You know, burrowed into the Palace, you've killed Bit. You might operate under the assumption there's no one else. Oh, and Imma's managed to catch JT. How's he got 2? He gets try as well. Now Makaze, as you highlighted, yeah, completely overlooked. That's the bomb gone. That's maybe even the end of this one. A clean conversion after what was a tumultuous start on Anubis. Na'Vi show their pedigree and a quick trip to the second map. Their pick, Mirage, goes their way 13-4, starting as they mean to go on here at the Intel Extreme Masters Atlanta.
Yeah, what a change, right? You go back to Anubis first half, Na'Vi get the pistol, but it's a 9-3 half in favor of Passion. Scrappy in the second. They draw it back, they win things out 16-13, and then Mirage, well, you all just watched that one unfold in front of your very eyes. Na'Vi will take on the winner tomorrow of the Sinners versus Gamer Legion series that's raging on the B stream right now. And Passion will take on the loser. That lower bracket, just for everybody playing at home. If you drop down to it on the final day of play for Groups Wednesday, you'll have to play 2 best-of-3. So that's the fate for Passion. Things from this point on should get a little bit easier as far as the namesake is concerned. You've got Legacy, you got M80, Liquid, Astralis, and as mentioned, Sinners and Gamer Legion. But we're going to throw this one over to the desk. This series is done and dusted.
It is indeed. Na'Vi course correct, and they are back to winning ways. 13-4 is a huge statement to be coming into Mirage, and we do indeed have Blade coming to join us. Congratulations, Blade. Put on your headset and we can get started. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Can you tell me a bit of a what was a change-up moment? You know, Anubis looks a bit scary. Where was the turning point, in your opinion?
We need maybe to remind ourselves that when you come to tournament, first game can be very tough. And it looked like they're just a much better team as we usually are. And whatever we are doing, like they punish us. We're not playing together. We're not trading together. We're just overpeaking everywhere and trying to just dominate them. And I think it happens because you think it's going to be easy match, and then you don't sweat that, like you don't cook yourself, like in terms of try maximum what you can do to win the opponent, and this is what you get, obviously. And as they picked this map, they didn't expect it, so they also prepped it.
Do you think maybe it was also players a bit too confident because it was Anubis and you guys like it too and have had some good results? That it was like, oh, all right, they picked Anubis, so this is going to be great. Quick 2-0.
We like to play Anubis, and we practice this for this event, but like I said, even in the middle of the sites, I said, guys, if we play any map now, we can lose to them. Like, it doesn't matter what map we play, we will lose because of the way how we play it's very bad. So I think this was the main thing, the mindset. You need to activate yourselves fully and to have a huge desire to be an opponent. If you don't, you cannot fake it. That's the thing.
I think from my point of view, you know, watching the game, Makaze's pistol ace in the second half, big turnaround as well. Obviously, we've been speaking to you about Makaze for some time now. Like, having him, you know, being that player who's able to change the tide of a game. How nice is that for you from a coaching perspective to have that X factor within the team now that you didn't necessarily have in 25, where he wasn't firing on all cylinders?
It's amazing. Like, he's a fresh, this new generation player who is like very positive and very active. And he can always surprise you, like you said, in pistol. And he's very confident also. Like, it's always, I think any team would benefit to have such kind of player.
Is he too confident sometimes? Because whenever we speak to him, he always seems like he believes that he's just the best player in the world right now, which is obviously nice. But is there balance to it, or are you fine with him, you know, believing that he's just God's gift?
I think he is overconfident, too much confidence.
Okay.
But he's young, and I think it's normal. We just sometimes, if I hear something from him, like that, I will show you how to play or something, you know. Like, the best experience always is to go and check what will happen and analyze after. So it's like a lesson, you know, like nothing be a better lesson than the real life.
It was clear, you know, from the get-go that his mechanics are really strong ever since he joined, but it feels like, you know, in this almost a year that he's been on the main team, like his understanding of the game has deepened, like he became better at some of the plays when he's on his own and has to be a bit more sneaky and isn't just, you know, using his mechanics. So do you agree with that? Like, how would you rate his progress ever since he joined the squad?
Yes, all young players, the main thing you work with them always is the knowledge, because obviously, like, they don't have experience. And yeah, like every day, every practice we have, every chance we have to review some of our scrims officials, I always know what kind of things he knows, what he doesn't, and I try to like remind him like what other players already know. I mean, to upgrade him. And obviously we're doing good results, so he's doing good. And yes, he's improving very much, but this is actually what he needs versus Vita, for example. He needs more knowledge. Like in what situations, in micro moments, to play better than he expects himself to play. So yes, the more knowledge he will have now, it kind of like, you know, when like this when you go Everest or something, like it's last steps is the most hardest, right? And this knowledge is not easy to gain. It comes to you from very, very crucial matches, like when you reprogram yourself.
Blade, I have a question that may be a bit uncomfortable for you, but we often discuss, you know, how much impact the coaches are having within teams, and from the outside, it's very hard to quantify. Now, in your humble opinion, you know, we speak about the progress of Makazi. Like, how much of that is down to him, and how much is that down to you and Alexi, and try to put some words on where you're helping him and where your impact is seen in his progress.
We always work as a team, so I try to lead everything, like preparation, scrims, like what shape we will be on the tournament, what should we add, but at the same time we always open to all ideas. So for example, I'm usually asking like, guys, what do you think about this idea? Like, if you do this creates this pressure and this rotation, and then we will create a gap on this map. Like, what is the best from your POV on micro level, like to use at this moment? And everyone is trying to jump in and say something. And obviously Alexi is always coming with ideas, so I think it's mutual, like help and mutual progress we are using now.
Now, I feel like it's probably stating the obvious, but the big themes of this event is yourself and Vitality, right? Like they've made no secret that before this it was complete time off. It was away from PC. It wasn't a boot camp. We've heard that you guys were in LA together. Could you just tell me a little bit about that? Was it the whole team being there? What was happening over there?
We've been in FlyQuest bootcamp.
Ah, okay.
So we didn't want to just be 7 or 8 days without PCs. So if we would not find, we'll just go back home, because there's no point to come to this event for us, like from my point of view, if you cannot practice a little bit.
Yes.
Also, I know for sure, like when you miss like 3 days of CS, just, I mean, team CS, for example, like just communication about like protocols, like on this map, on that map, and something else go inside your brain, like you're focusing on something like for 3 days, I don't know, some cheap dopamine, or like you go somewhere, some football match, for example, you start speaking about this, or you go poker game. If you don't connect back to your knowledge, team knowledge, I had this experience, it's terrible, it's impossible to play at all. Like, it's like you are very close to be eliminated very soon. But maybe not for all teams, like on Vita, because they did practice a lot, but they achieved a lot this year. But yeah, we were in FlyQuest bootcamp. We practiced 3 days, and 2 days we were chilling. 3 days we practiced, 1 day practice here. Yeah, it was a good experience, like LA, very nice city.
Very nice. One final question, again, maybe an uncomfortable one. I posed this to Janko earlier. We were talking about your grand final versus Vitality at Blast Rivals. The 11-0 lead. What's harder, being absolutely blown out by a team like Vitality, you know, like a 13-3, 13-2, or being 11-0 up and then losing? Which one's harder in your perspective?
So one is 11-0 our position?
Yeah, and then you still lose it like Nuke happened against Vitality.
And another one?
Another one would be if they just absolutely smashed you, 13-3. Which one is harder for you to deal with?
Well, for sure, 13-3. Of course, because if you win 11-0, you can just put the pause and just go smoke, you know, and say, guys, you see what happened? Like, it's 11-0. And it doesn't matter now, like we just can finish the game already, you know? But who knows, like for example, I use this joke also, like that they something like 10 head-to-head matches, 10-0, 11-0 with us. Maybe it's the same, like maybe next on level 1, level 2, like they did on Nuke, you know? You never know. At some point, comeback is coming.
Well, we're all crossing our fingers that hopefully we get another grand final between Na'Vi and Vitality. Thank you, Blade. It's always amazing to get to pick your brain. Congratulations. And yeah, we'll be seeing you tomorrow to see if you can qualify for the playoffs. Yeah, just pop in there. Lovely stuff. Always great to get to hear from Blade. I love his analogies as well. It's so true. You know, the last few meters, I'm sure you've maybe climbed Everest like a few times in your career.
Not yet. Never will.
Really?
Don't really have any aspirations to do so. But he's right, you know, going the final step is always harder, you know. But for him and Makasi and Navi as a general, you know, it seems like, I think me and Yanko, we spoke about it in Rio as well. They're one of the few teams I feel that gets better and better tournament by tournament in a field of teams right now where you see a lot of teams either stagnating or sometimes even, you know, going the opposite direction. So it's good to see that they're still developing and getting better.
Yeah, 2-0 cemented for Na'Vi, but we do have one more game on the horizon here on the A stream. We're going to throw things to a quick break, but when we return, 2018, I guess is calling. It looks a bit different though. It's Liquid versus Astralis going down after this.
Double peek, he's getting his shot. Unbelievable!
Something special to pull up his deagle, and that's exactly what happens.
Got him in some. We are back!
Run this over towards A.
What?
Unless...
Okay. What are we doing? We're slowing it down here. We're cooking a little bit.
It's getting weird.
Smoking towards Moto. Low HP on Snacks. Full spam. He'll wait it out. HE could... Oh. Say, try and deny that plant here. No dice on that. Trying to give himself some vision. The only problem that Gamer Legion faces is that the two players on A are low HP. And the one healthy player is taken care of. But Moto might not know that. So finds himself a reward as an AWP and is going to back away.
It's actually kind of almost nice that you die with the off there, because then Moto sees the carrot and grabs it and runs away with it and doesn't even attempt the retake against what we know to be two incredibly low players. It's like, yeah, you'll give them an op. You just got double-digit rounds.
Terrorists win.
That's 10. That's 10 for Gamer Legion. Double digits on the first half here, coming out with a roaring start. Where they were a little bit slow to lift off on Mirage. And this T side is just working every way. Seen a little bit of that variation. You've seen Rez just take control of brackets, find so many opening duels. And Towson there being able to finally get an early exchange towards Banana, that's been rare. But just running through the smoke and finding that early pick. Not a lot of early fights towards Banana. We'll get it again here. Flashbang well placed. Rez is already sidelined here. An opening duel going in the way of Sinners is a new thing to handle for Gamer Legion. Ooh. And it's equalized. Towson does it again. Another entry there provided, but a lot of damage done as well. Smoke spam continuing to dwindle away at the HP bar. Somehow, everyone's still standing for now.
Feels like this might actually be a fight where we're going to have to keep track of people's magazines. The rare moment where it might matter. Not just yet. Oh, huge opportunity for Moto. Opportunity missed. Gonna really tilted the scales on this round. He's going to reposition in towards the apartments, trying to anticipate this lurk, trying to anticipate PR. And he might just do that. Indeed. makes good on his mistake earlier, now means that Shot can confidently be rotating over to support these B players. This is where the fight comes down. 45 seconds. We're locking in. Strasser wants the information, but he still managed to get the kill, and the collapse succeeds. 2 rounds, double their number as we head into the break.
The Intel Extreme Masters Atlanta 2026 is brought to you by ESL in partnership with Intel, Acer Predator,
DHL, and Zoe.
Liquid are ready to take to the booths in our final game of the day at the Intel Extreme Masters Atlanta 2026. Let's be honest, it hasn't been the easiest ride, especially after bombing out of IEM Rio, and the stakes are certainly high with the road to Cologne almost at its end. Astralis on the other side of things, though, feel like they might have weathered the storm somewhat. Whilst rivals, yeah, sure, it wasn't their greatest showing. Second place in Bucharest, Jacob, and third at EPL. There's nothing to be snuffed at.
No, not at all. Not considering they've gone through a complete rebuild. You know, went from being a Danish, tried to be a Danish powerhouse, I guess, after the generational shift, and now they work internationally. And I think a lot of people, including myself, were expecting that to take some time before we could see some realistic results and before we could see them, you know, make waves. But I think with what they have to work with the player material and how well they've been doing at the tournaments you just mentioned, I think it's a team that is trending upwards. I think it's a positive in my book, and a team that is slowly but surely regaining some of the respect that was lost down the line.
Let's just hope no one woke up from a coma today after 6 or 7 years. They would be gravely disappointed. Simple versus IWU, Astralis versus Liquid. Neither what it used to
just
be,
don't
right?
hit the same.
But I think for Astralis, looking at how dire things were in the second half of last year, you could tell that this year has been a different squad, right? Yes. Completely rejuvenated, looking like an actual team. And it was clear from the get-go it was going to take time for some of these players to develop in terms of Ryu, mostly see where FaZe will be when it comes to Tier 1 Counter-Strike, and also, you know, Yabi, Stair, international lineup now, getting accustomed to that. Huxi, how is he going to put all the pieces together? And they've had some good results, but it's more about getting better with each tournament, improving. They slipped a little bit at Rivals, so they have to bounce back here.
100%. I remember we were watching them back in Krakow and thinking, okay, they have some really good pieces. It's just about how they're fitting them together. Yumi was bringing up earlier in the day, he's not quite sure in terms of some of those roles. Do you have any kind of inclination to what he was saying? Do you agree with any of that? Or do you feel like the roles are pretty set and clear and make sense?
Well, yeah, it was more about him that sometimes Yabi and Stair should take a step back and let someone else go in first so they could be there to end rounds and to close. And I can, you know, see the value in that, right? But they're trying to play in a way, always like with all Huxi teams, there's always going to be momentum changers, there's always going to be set pieces, right, calls to change the pace, and you have to get into rhythm, really. Like, that's the most important thing for Astralis, and they've struggled to do that at Rivals.
I think it's fair to point out that you can, you know, in certain scenarios get more out of Yabi. I think that's a player who has, you know, a bigger potential than what he's been able to show. I think he is stepping up slowly but surely, but don't touch anything that Stair's doing right now. I think he's playing exceptionally well. He's on a 10-event streak of going plus rating. He's at a 1.18 rating for the last 3 months, being the star rifler within Astralis, and it's a player that when you watch his point of view and when you watch his game, it was even evident in some of the other iterations of Astralis that was always shocking, to be completely honest. He's stable. Like, he's a player that doesn't make a lot of mistakes. He never overextends. He never does something that brings the team out of balance. I'm loving what I'm getting from Stair, and I think he's a bit of a sleeper pick in terms of emerging as a future star of Counter-Strike, and a player that, yes, right now doing well in Astralis, but I think other teams have him on their radar in terms of maybe bringing him as a replacement on better teams with bigger budgets and better players around him.
Yeah, absolutely. That's going to be the challenge for Astralis, it feels like, in this coming off-season, right? Will they be able to keep him on the roster if some of the bigger orgs come knocking, right? Like, that's going to be the challenge. And I think you absolutely shouldn't underestimate a player doing well and still, you know, putting on a good showing and the body language from when you're on a struggling team, a team that's going nowhere, right? Like, and I think that shows and then talks about Stair's character and what's he like just as an individual and as a teammate. And we see how much these organizations, the best in the world, are putting an emphasis on that, you know, on your quality as a human and as a teammate. And I think he absolutely checks those boxes.
100%. I mean, it's a kind of nice segue into the whole Huxi conversation, right? Because his system seems to be
like as a contrast.
Well, I don't know. It depends how you want to look at it, right? Like, we know he's a good time guy. He kind of says it how it is in a lot of time in the interviews. What do you think of the Huxi system and how it is kind of currently working with these guys? Is it enough to retain a guy like Stair if, you know, some other maybe bigger organizations do come knock it?
I don't think so. Just purely from a perspective of what's the ceiling for this Astralis team, like best case scenario. Yeah, like, you know, you have a hard time seeing them break through into contender status, right? They can be just outside of the contending teams, maybe can beat, you know, the gatekeeper to playoffs, right? Something along those lines. It's just your ceiling is determined to a big extent by the players, right? And how good they are individually. And, you know, if you imagine, let's say, Stare on a team like Na'Vi or something along those lines, where that would give him a better opportunity, you know, to fight for trophies than what currently the Astralis lineup looks like.
Well, be on par with the brand of Huxi, right? He's been used to for pretty much the entirety of his career outside of G2 to having players poached from his team. You know, it happened in Copenhagen Flames. It's going to happen in Astralis again. As you said, a big challenge for Astralis is gonna be to keep, you know, Fusi on the lineup and keep Stare on the lineup in the roster shuffle season and see if you can strengthen the roster. You know, again, I very much agree with your point. I love what I'm seeing from Astralis right now, and I'm not necessarily advocating for them changing their roster, but there is a ceiling to what we're seeing right now. So if they can continue to play well and do well, then maybe they become a team that's attractive for someone else to join instead of the players, you know, needing to go somewhere else.
But that's more big picture stuff. Like right now, it's about bouncing back from rivals, right? Because Huxi was also very honest, like he is in interviews, and saying that, you know, that was embarrassing in some of the games, how they were playing, you know, whether from himself or the team, just people not taking enough initiative, not communicating, not having a good approach, not wanting it enough, like all the boxes of what was going wrong really was going wrong. So it's very important that that doesn't become the theme now, right? That you're able to snap out of it, you know, be honest about what the issues are, you know, for the players themselves to look themselves in the mirror and understand that they need to do better. You know, you can't slowly get your way into the tournament. Like, you have to come out swinging.
Well, speaking of Astralis, let's hear from the team themselves, courtesy of Trace.
Guess who's back in the server? It's Astralis. It's not quite my friend here, but we're going to let him introduce himself as the assistant coach over there at Astralis. What is your job? Who are you? Where you come from?
I'm Max, Mighty Max. I'm assistant coach for Astralis. Used to be a player for Team Endpoint.
Endpoint. Now that's an interesting thing right there. Tell me about your time on Endpoint. What did you? What was going on over there at Endpoint with you guys?
A lot of player development, a lot of selling players, a lot of tier 2, tier 3 Counter-Strike.
Growing players in kind of like a weird sort of way, right? That would be an easiest way to describe it, you think?
Yeah, making them better, selling them on into better teams.
So I'm understanding that you came out here today and you were told you have an interview, and in doing so, you got extra prepared for today. You know, your coach over there just said that you spent a lot of time getting ready for this interview. Is it as scary as you think it is?
No, I think preparing for the game was a bit scarier than the interview. But yeah.
It's, slightly based, but also it is liquid. So how much preparation did you have to do?
A fair bit, yeah.
Talk to me about at least what this liquid looks like to you.
A beatable team for us, I think. I think we're pretty confident going into the game. Yeah, there's nothing else to say, really.
Is there anything, I mean, they seem to have their own bit of problems over there, right? Like strategically, is there anything that you can even grab onto when a team might be not where they want to be, so to say?
I think it's scarier when they're not sure where they want to be. I think there's a lot of unexpectedness, maybe going to a new event, new ideas. So there's obviously that to think about. But I think, yeah, we're obviously well prepared, I think, to play them today.
Okay, so for Astralis, you guys, some of these guys have been in Atlanta before. Is it your first time?
First time, yeah.
How you finding it?
It's fun. Fun, yeah. And
then for Astralis, you just need to go through here, swing for the fences. Is that right?
Yeah, I think we're very, very confident in this game, so it should be a good game.
Excellent. Well, thank you very much, friend.
Thank you.
The British takeover. It's slowly happening, Yanko. It's actually happening.
Yeah, sure. I think this is a sign that I really like, that flew a bit under the radar, right? Especially with Ryu coming in as well. You know, we know about Endpoint over the years, how much talent has come through those doors. A lot of the Israeli players, you know, were there at some point.
Mezzy as well, obviously.
Mezzy, yeah, a lot of different guys, Flamesy. So having someone like that in your coaching staff, right, to help develop, you know, players like Ryu and whoever else comes along, I think that's a smart addition that can, you know, have a lot of positives in the long term.
Yeah, I think it speaks into what I kind of feel for Astralis right now, you know, that all the players are, you know, given all the experience, they're at the right place right now in terms of their abilities and capabilities. You know, a coach who's been under a lot of flack by a lot of different people throughout his career has been Rocker as well. Hasn't necessarily produced the results that people would have liked him to with the different iterations of Astralis as well. When they had KDM, when they had Blame F, you know, he's been there for quite some time. They've had better rosters on paper where he didn't make them work out. All I'm saying is that, you know, the same case as we speak about Huxi Huxi in terms of maybe that's the level he's at right now. Maybe Roger is not a top 5 coach in the world. Maybe he's not supposed to be on a team that is a top 5. But same could be said for Huxi. He's a great in-game leader, but not necessarily a top 5 in-game leader either. So I think they've found a great place right now to develop and thrive, where people trust them and people value their input and people value their experience without going overdue and maybe over-exceeding their capabilities.
Yeah, I mean, we're talking about this kind of quote-unquote ceiling for Astralis and where they want to aim at. I don't know whether we can bring the graphic up that we flew earlier of where, some of these teams are heading. Unfortunately, some of them not heading for the IEM Cologne Major. But for Astralis, they're going to be starting in Stage 2. And we're talking about teams like Spirit, Foot, G2, 9Z, Legacy, Pain, and Monty. Obviously, whoever else qualifies from that Stage 1 as well. But are those teams, rather, that you think Astralis can actually stand up against?
I think so. They've shown so far that they can. They've shown that they're definitely capable of beating, as Janko said, some of the gatekeepers, some of the teams that could potentially be contenders to make the playoff. I think Astralis have over-exceeded expectations. I even spoke to Rocker during the media day as well, where he said he would have hoped to qualify for the major. He didn't anticipate it to be so secure. Like, he thought they would have to fight for it a bit more and they would have to maybe struggle their way into it. So for them to be in Stage 2 and for them to, yes, I know Rivals wasn't necessarily great for Astralis, but if you look at the past 2 months, it's been overwhelmingly positive, and I think that's the sense they're still having within the team.
I think it's also just really cool, to completely sidetrack us here, that we do actually have 2 Tier 1 tournaments at the same time, because you get to see 28 of the world's best teams play at the same time.
Yes.
Like, that's crazy. Like, if you ever needed a testament, of VRS and what it did for the scene, like, you have it right there. And because some of the names that you're saying, like, we have Sinners here, the game's still going on, they won the first map. You have a team like Monte that recently pushed through. You have a lot of these lineups that have been flowing a little bit under the radar that are now, showing up at these Tier 1 tournaments that will be at the major, and they're getting reps and they're getting opportunities and they're taking advantage of them. They're playing good Counter-Strike. So the more opportunities that we're getting for some of these teams, I think it's obviously a huge positive for the scene. It also keeps teams on their toes that are ahead. 3D Max won't be at the major. You go back a year, they were at every tournament just by winning one game here and there. People have caught up after a year how you can get points, how you can break through. They're being smarter about picking tournaments and what to play. Big made the major without playing. I don't know if they even played a Tier 2 tournament, right? Like, so there's all these things that are going on. You need a lot more points now than you needed a year ago to be in the major cutoff. So I think it's just super exciting time with everything that's going on, and more entertaining, I feel like, for the viewers as well, with a lot of different names popping up.
Also gives Liquid a chance to win a game, so that's cool.
What, you think Liquid could win?
Not this
game?
one, but there's other games for Liquid to play.
I don't
in a different universe, there's a version of Liquid.
Yeah, let's talk about the collapse of this Liquid, right? Like, obviously coming into IEM Rio, a lot of changes afoot as well. But do you think, obviously, they made the major through another way, which we don't necessarily need.
I don't know, sheer luck, man, at this point, right? Like, they even had, I don't think they made the roster change to go to the Americas region. I think it was more like a nice sort of extra
little bonus.
Yeah, a little
it's
bonus.
It's a pretty big bonus,
right? But even with that, they almost failed to qualify.
Yeah,
like,
true.
If 1 or 2 games went a different way, they wouldn't even be at the major. So they are almost in the FaZe sort of category of how horribly wrong things have been going, right? And the problem is, when you look from the outside, there's just no chemistry there, right? Like, it feels like it's 5 players doing their job and a coach, and the staff is there, and they're all working, they're all trying, they're all practicing, they want to get better with each day, but there's no real cohesion there, that you need to be able to beat some of these teams that they've been facing at Tier 1 tournament.
And they're not giving any of us anything to work with. They're not giving themselves anything to work with either. You look at the last 5 games they played. Now, they had a break since Rio, obviously 4 weeks of practice, and they said they've been practicing a lot, which obviously was needed, and apparently yelling as well as on the cards over there. But they lost to 3D Max 2-0. They lost to Spirit. They lost to Sassy. They lost to M80 as well. The only win they have in the last 5 games is against Havu in a close 2-1 fight. So in terms of where they're at right now, ranked number 24 in the world, I think they play worse than that, And when you look at the roster, when you look at the lineup, when you look at what they have to work with in terms of player material, you'd expect them to do better. You'd expect the guy to release to come in and have an immediate impact. You'd expect Malps to come in, have an immediate impact. So when Janko is saying there's no chemistry, that's kind of how you see that, When you have so much individual firepower, you have so much individual quality within the team, but no chemistry, it almost doesn't matter.
And
if only it were a yelling competition,
sure,
Liquid would have a chance to not be last.
But it's not, Yanko.
But it's not.
It's not.
You actually
it's not
have
at
to play
all.
the game.
And it makes me kind of, I mean, this isn't no shade of any other players, but it makes me extra sad when you look at a guy like Elige and it's like, man, you know, obviously there's been some like weird moves for him, the whole complexity thing. That was a little bit complicated, let's say, but like you have a guy with this much talent, with this much history within the Liquid jersey as well. It does make it a little bit extra bitter to see the failures in the past couple of months.
It does, you know, and it also raises an important question for me, because I do think Elige was supposed to come in and give Liquid something, obviously, and steer them back in the right direction, but I haven't really seen his impact within this roster either. I think from an individual standpoint, we always label him as being a player that can make the difference for Team Liquid, but he hasn't been able to do it so far. So I think there's a lot of different players you can pick out within that Liquid jersey, and none of them right now are the difference makers. So whether that comes with chemistry, whether that comes from a certain individual, I don't know, but something needs to be different in this game if they want to take down Astralis.
What was the veto, Freya?
Something with Inferno, I think.
Can't even
were
see,
you
actually.
paying attention?
Yeah, I'm a little bit blind. I was not paying attention in EPL Classic. Jacob, I feel like we've done maybe a little bit too much in classic Danish fashion, a little bit too much Astralis glazing. Give me one critique of this Astralis right now.
I mean, I think the ceiling is the critique for me. I think when Yanko said it, I was thinking to myself, we've seen the ceiling. Like, we've seen the best of Astralis already. I'm having a tough time seeing them getting much better with this 5-man roster, and that may sound harsh to say, but from one point, I think they're doing better than I ever expected they would. On another point, if they want to take another step up, you know, then I think certain players either have to step up or certain individuals would have to be attracted by the Astralis team. So I think the ceiling is to me the only downside of this team, but overall, it's hard not to be positive for a team that's been struggling for such a long time.
I have a pretty good feeling, Freya, that this is the other way around. So Liquid banned Overpass, Astralis banned Anubis,
That is
Liquid picked Dust 2, Astralis picked Ancient. But we do get Dust 2, Ancient, Inferno. I don't think there's any shockers here in terms of the map veto, right? And also for both of these teams, more so for Liquid, like it's not necessarily as much about the maps as it is like, can you find, were you able to, during this off time, build some of that chemistry, right? And sort of figure out how do you set up the game so that everyone can be involved, right? You know, Elige is a big space taker, Malv's obviously an aggressive player on the T side, Shui likes to be involved. It's like, how do you put it all together, right? You have one, you need one player that's a little bit more passive and doesn't require as much resources, it feels like, for this Team Liquid.
Well, let's get the final game of the day started. It's Liquid taking on Astralis, and it's Chad and Alex on the mics.
Yes, last one of the first day of play here at Atlanta. It's, well, good morning. If you're watching in Europe, it's probably a little bit past their bedtime. It's like 1 a.m.
Oh, that type of good morning.
Yeah. Good morning. If you're still watching, it's
I guess technically.
Technically, it's morning. But good evening to those of you watching from the stateside. We're going to be getting this one started on Dust 2.
Does morning start after midnight?
Yeah. 12:01, good morning.
Is it really?
Yeah. Yeah, it's a new day.
Look, it's not that I don't believe you.
What, you think it's still evening?
What constitutes...
When does morning start?
The morning.
Technically, scientifically...
Morning is generally defined as the first part of the day extending from midnight to noon.
Oh, he's got him there.
Bloody hell, okay.
All right, so good morning,
It's
Europe.
a long amount of time is morning.
It is.
Midday doesn't get that much.
My morning usually starts around 2 p.m. See what happens with this very strategic
There's
pistol.
2 players at car. This is actually... They're set up for this.
Oh, and you know after you've killed like Ryu and Stare, you're not ready for Yabi. They're baiting him in. The dual Berettas haven't connected. Oh, but Ryu has, never mind. 2 headshots in quick succession on the double swing. Malvs and Elige get nothing. The bomb spotted on Ultimate's back. Naf needs to lend a hand, and all those smokes have, well, been thrown. Now some bullets are going to be connecting. Yabi with clean clicks. Wow, that was convincing.
For me, if I'm in Yabi's position, after those initial kills come in, I get so horny just to swing. The fact that he hasn't, he's just gone, oh, chill. I'll stick to the setup. It's fine. I'm swinging.
That's respect.
You're telling me we're in a 2v5? I'm in there, boys. Give me some of the pistol kills.
Let's see this from Ryu, because it sounded quite chaotic, and then he just came instant. Oh, they lined up. Oh, they lined up.
That's handy. I like that.
Yup, yup.
So, Liquid, last time they played was 4 weeks ago. Last time they won a series was the 31st of March.
Oh.
Astralis also coming off of less than ideal rivals in Fort Worth. So both teams looking to get some winning records. No head-to-heads between these boys. Cores, sure, you got to go back to the Starlighter Major at the tail end of last year, but otherwise, They haven't tussled the international edition of this. It's a B pop with a mid to B fake. Well, not even fake, just a light limp from Shuhei.
Okay, well, I mean, if he gets to activate for a moment, he does. Gets found.
Okay, smart from Yabi. As soon as they scowl over towards the big box, you got to wait for your teammates. They want to also flush out this mid to be a flash through. Doors will be called clear. There is not a kit in play for the retake, but there's a smoke on Hooksy and a flash on FaZe.
Okay, window fight for a UMP. Does pretty close range. It's pretty good for Ultimate. And he still can't find the necessary headshot. So big one from Yabi, flashed in. He pulls the crosshairs away and actually gets the frags himself. Now just Naf last to fall. He will go down.
Okay, well...
well handled. But I mean, the fact you breach the site, you get the bomb planted, it's certainly, you know, you've got something to report, but you did put all your pennies into that.
I know it's early stage of this, but it's better to get it out there early. This is a must-win punish pick, in my mind, for Liquid, as far as the series is concerned. Yanko pointing out the video was the other way. So throughout 2026, Liquid have played a lot of Dust 2. Astralis have played a lot of Dust 2. It's been picked against them constantly as a punish. They've played it 17 times this year. They've only won it 5.
And one of them, I remember, was...
Oh, don't start.
Well...
You're going to piss me off. Jason's not here.
I mean, I was just going to say FaZe played well on one of those recently.
Was it the Spirit one?
It was.
Jeez, I'm getting flashbacks. I think it's the only time Spirit have lost Dust 2 this year.
Yeah, and it was like an incredible pop-off performance.
I tell a lie, they lost it twice. They lost to the 2 Titans of Dust 2.
Yep.
As we all know, Astralis
obviously,
and Vitality.
Yeah.
Very
the 2 goats.
Comparable names.
2. Okay, so this is a must-win for Liquid, is what you were saying.
Yes.
Yes, on this this pick.
Who's your favorite player on Liquid?
Ooh, probably has to be Naf. As far as just, I love a safe pair of hands. I'm usually, you know, looking at the anchors.
Okay, you're a Keith guy.
Naf, good for 2, Markovic. And
Plant
not
for
good
you.
for a plant.
Liege on the dig. Takes out 1, but that round is done. 3-0. Strong start for Astralis.
I'm going to keep my eyes on Hooksy's flashbangs.
Someone's got to do it.
Someone's got to do it, and he's usually Hooksy.
Well, he's going to be anchoring long, so that's going to be coming in later in the piece. You've got Hooksy anchoring long. You've got Stare as your A rotating rifler. Obviously, FaZe everywhere with the AWP. And then Ryu locking down B with Yabi along for support. Ultimate's boosted up. And nothing. So door smoke comes in early. They've darted down to green box. Alicia's going to take this space quite quickly, right? Normally you're going to see him go through lower tunnels, assisted by Naf. This time running the gauntlet straight down the guts of mid. So they'll be able to put pressure on this short control quickly. Oh, nice bank of nades being left there towards the ramp.
Yeah, full bell for Stare.
It's just the scaling of short. If it continues to come... Okay, I like this setup, right? So you get Hooksy, who just gets to be the Grenadier, and then the AWP blocks down long. You're seeing other teams running this, and we'll get to see the nade damage between the 2 of the Danes on A. First one, nothing.
$60 seconds then for the finish.
Looks like they're going to go into a mid to B, but they've read this quite well. Stare close doors.
Oh my god, is Elige going to try and play on the fade? If there's no flashbang, Stairs should have him here. Oh, great flash, but they're going to run past him. The 3 backs turned! Oh, not what you wanted to see, Liquid. Still have a big one from Naf. If they can clear out bricks, it's just Yabi here. The bomb's on its way, back of Shui, it's just Yabi. Hasn't got any support. They're flashing through the CT smoke, trying to scarper across, but Ultimate has the line. Naf, he got 1. Can he get another? Denied at the door. Wow. Yabi shuts him down.
All right, Ultimate, 2v1. Give it a go.
He's got to be quick about this, and his rival Orpa's just poised. Nails the shot. And Yabi, yeah, so far yet to die. Leave his bomb site alone. Push B at your own peril.
Ultimate gets his, stops the cross, needs to be traded on the B side. Well, your Orpa has the rotation. The trade needs to come in. So that's where this one falls apart. This is a beautiful double. A world where it's a triple, but the trade has to come in if you want this round to be possible. Shui not able to deliver. So 4-0 start for Astralis. Another light buy. Scout for the in-game leader. So we've seen a scout for Naf and now for Shui. Now Ultimate, he prefers the dig, the pole.
Who's your favorite player on Liquid?
Well, you said Naf, so I would go with Malbs.
Yep, good choice.
Like his Deagle.
Always has a Malbs Deagle round at some point in a series.
There's a lack of matches played for Liquid since the addition of Malbs as well. I mentioned last time we saw them was 4 weeks ago, but they've also just been in this position where the rosters never seem to sit quite right.
Not at all.
So a couple of big orgs in a tough spot. A split coming in. This is pressure.
This is pressure. USP out. FaZe doesn't get anything going. Stare does.
Long
with their nades out. And a Liege on Gandalf. So now it is getting very uncomfortable for Astralis. That frag relieves a lot of pressure.
Yeah, that split was actually quite deadly.
Yeah.
So they did well to make this one costly, but can they get anything more?
I sincerely doubt it with Stare's positioning. He's just going to collect, yeah, clean on the close. 5-0. And, didn't quite manage to preserve the AWP, so that's going to force a reinvestment from the Swedish sniper.
I think Stare's the best player in the server.
I would echo the sentiment.
I think I got an early look with this guy, right? When he was on Sprout, as was there temporarily, and he had only, very temporarily, he had only good things to say about Stare, and that's going back some years now. And then, considering he's been put in almost every position under the sun in the Astralis roster with all these different iterations, it's good to see him finally getting a lot of the star spots because his output is great. Asa told me the comms on him is like an in-game leader level communication, which is what you want from your rotator space takers, and that's high praise.
And what's impressive as well is you don't always need resources pumped into him for him to find his output. You know,
sure.
Kind of do it on his own, self-sufficient.
You and I were baffled at Alicia's mousepad. So if anyone else is rocking a pristine white mousepad, first of all, why? Yeah. Second of all, how do you keep it clean?
Yeah, that is a great question. Unless you're just doing a box fresh pad every single game, which wouldn't put it past Alicia, actually.
He is on the hunt for a pad. Look at it there.
Look at that, crisp white pad. Malbs with an opening. Hooksy's gone down, concedes the long space.
So no reaction for upper tunnels. They just rotate over heavily.
And he might have the AWP dead to right. He knocked his boots off. Dead. And he gets his eye to the scope.
You're going to keep fighting?
Looks like they're going to get another pick as well. Ultimate doesn't quite connect, but yeah, the fights are just happening on their terms.
Yeah, Yabi goes down through the smoke. You know, the Stare is in sight. And then Ryu, the B defender, where is he? Well, he's rotated over to this. So this has come too easily, but looking great for the Liquid first.
Yeah, relatively effortless as well. Actually, Stare nearly takes down Ultimate on his smoke spam.
Catch that.
Very well placed bullets and grenade.
Well, just going to allow the block smokes to fade and then just simply smoke the cross, crawl up, have someone playing anti-flash. Should be good.
Should be great. Stare versus Elige.
Wants the flash. He wants the flash now.
He does. They've got someone sitting anti, and it's well handled. Very clean. There's someone threw that flashbang from somewhere.
I'll get out of there, Ryu. Even though you're 5 rounds to the good. Don't have an awful lot of cash. So Elige finishes things off. 3 kills for him within that one. And money already on the ropes for Astralis. They lose this, and they're going to be in squalor.
Do you know who Anders' favorite player is? It's Ryu. Are you kidding me?
Wow. Okay. I would never have got that in a million years.
Where I was going with that, to be honest.
Making it up on the fly.
Yeah.
All right, want to keep up long pressure.
Talk of pressure. Love an Aggie AWP. They're already crossed the sight line, and now his position's noted. This is so uncomfortable. Oh, this is so uncomfortable for FaZe. He dips. Okay, he manages to actually peel back.
The round is still uncomfortable because they've lost long. Sure, they do know that there's some presence towards upper tunnels, but they don't have long control. So you need something, right? You're either going to have to retake long space or you need to group up and play together, do like a mid clamp down at a certain point. Maybe you get your B defenders pushing through upper. Oh, that Xbox smoke actually helps this. You can peer out middle and not have to worry about dying to lower tunnels, so that assists. So they've opted to play for mid. Ryu doesn't have a molly or a smoke to block, so for him, he needs the info that this is coming.
Yeah, and Yabi is in pursuit of that. Malbs trying to sell long. Oh, it's all about the timing here, isn't it?
Oh, Yabi's coming. He's going to clear this. They might not expect this.
Not looking. They're lining up the nades. He's perfection. Nobody's looking. Again, around where Liquid are caught, just pants around their ankles. First Stare on the doors. This time, Yabi catches them just as they avert their gaze, just as they give up the space. Ultimate, however, hit onto Yabi. Shuey, good tracking as Hooksy throws his body through the window.
Okay, staring at 1v2.
This is shaping up for a liquid second.
Door smoke fading now. Stare darts through tunnels.
He's been heard by Shuey.
And no kit in the mix. He's gonna get past the orb. Good luck.
Yeah, it doesn't look like it's a favorable fight at any point. Somehow, though, he has managed to get past the first. Not the second, though. Ultimate nails the shot. Job done. Round one. Shuey and Ultimate, the two poles with double kill each.
Yeah, you can see the running through the window there because Yabi still spots the AWP in upper tunnel, so you don't expect that the rifler would run into the site. So a little bit of assumptions being
Great
made.
response. I mean, the fact that Yabi starts the round like that and you still manage to not only take him down but get into the site. This
one here.
Yeah, big one.
Hooksy misunderstanding the situation. That one hurts a lot, right? The fact that you get the jump on them, you feel like it should be enough for the round, and you knew that your money was on the line with that. So give yourself a 3v5, and you're hoping, hey, we can just arm wrestle this one in our favor. You walk away with nothing. You're on an eco. 4 USPs and a 5-7.
And Elige walked past Yabi in the smoke. And now
that's a huge miss. That's a huge miss.
Rushing him. He's got cover from Malbs. Whew, everything's fine. You're not losing to USPs. It's fine. It's fine. There is, however, a 5-7 that no one seems to be concerned about. The B player is pushed. He gets himself an extra headshot. Might even get another one. My God. Oh, bad output, is it, considering the investment?
Good damage. Right, there's a lot of cash already for Liquid, considering they are still trailing by 2.
There is.
So that's going to force a couple of reinvestments there. But the guns do come back out, and there's not enough money to get the Swede his AWP. So, Hooksy, do you want to call something that's a little bit more team-based regarding space control earlier on the CT side? You get for a lower tunnel push, or see some of these teams going for this limbo setup in mid. You know, you push a player up towards Palm Tree, a player sits in the well of middle, worrying about lower. You could have short, but no, just standard stuff. A 3-2 split. And searching early towards B. Smoke block comes in. They were looking like they wanted to go last tick of the molly there. That's one of the rounds as a B defender you are always furious about losing to. That's well placed.
Could be better, really. And now you've got an incendiary. This time, however, they are ahead of it. Go swinging on in. 4-1 and done. Same could be said for Ryu. And big flank. Your back's exposed. Stair will catch one onto Ultimate.
Bomb's pinned.
It's Naf that can try and bail him out, though. Malbs is getting run out. Hooksy, the selfless jump, pulls the crosshair and enables Stair to find the trade. Ooh, yeah. Does that smoke actually favor Naf because of the timing? No, Fuzi, he's ready, aware. Still, Naf wins it out. Okay, bomb down on the doors. Naf got 55 seconds and he's in absolutely no hurry. What do you make of Stair's decision to kind of back all the way up?
I think you want to remove the ambiguity around the smokes.
Yeah.
Right, and obviously with this cam being highlighted here by the Obs team, there is a slight line to it. So using the AK at range, Naf hasn't gotten in a reload just yet either. So
he does have a smoke.
Yeah, and that would be perfect. You just drop that on the bomb, you're able to pick it up, run towards B, and with Stair, he won't be able to get there in time, but he's not using it. He is using it.
He is. Okay, Stair not choosing to spray. And Naf not choosing to go for the bomb retrieval. He really thinks Stair's going to reroute B. And now over the top of the smoke, Naf. Oh, down to Stair. Clean from him on the close.
Yeah, and that's, you know, you're throwing an impromptu mid-smoke there as well. You're probably hoping to throw one that puffs up and covers the doors completely. So that's a little bit frustrating for Naf. The thinking man's clutch and Stair just waits him out. Without that HE damage done, Yabi doesn't get that first kill.
Actually, yeah.
So the margins there playing out as the buy is still a little bit dicey for Astralis. A couple of MP9s.
Yeah, came down to that 1v1.
This is going to be a pressure point, I think. If you have good long spawns, well, we've only got 3 rounds left and a half, but Hooksy is the long anchor. And if they're playing a setup where, you know, they're just setting him up standard, you're going to be able to take that control. Well, this is brave from Hooksy. Yeah, I don't know about this.
Ambitious. Ambitious is one word I'd use to describe that.
He's not having a good game. He's 1-8 right now. That, again, just adds so much more pressure to the defense. It's, yeah, you can see these two, Ryu and Yabi, know they have to be active.
It's a good timing on the push, but Naf is holding, anticipating this kind of reaction. And he can't win the duel. Yabi, precision A burst to the face. Elige caught by the MP9, mantled up, didn't clear that.
Okay, so now as soon as Yabi might even be able to get eyes on short, or the rifle of Stare can take short, and then the orb just gets to post up on long.
Okay, so Fuzi's in a really powerful position.
And look at the util. So even if they smoke cross, he can break it. It looks like they're going to get up, smoke, and then erupt. So that could catch up with the timing. Are they just searching?
Here we go. Yabi's attention drawn.
Break.
Smoke break. Fuzi on the line. Spots the cross ramp. Has made it across. Bomb hasn't, though. Malb's going to be tasked with that. Makes his move across to the side. It's ultimate versus Yabi. Oh, missed his shot. Couldn't react in time. Pressure amplified now in the 2-on-4, and they're just dropping like flies. Just poked, prodded from every angle. It's Shui in the clutch, and a messy spray gets caught on the wallbang.
Very brave from Yabi there. His teammates were mollied off short, right? So the fact that he's made that move, knowing that it's a little bit disconnected, he's putting the round in his hands right there, but a great one for Yabi, 3 in total.
Frustrating death for ultimate.
Yes.
Very frustrating.
Yeah, you're hoping that your teammate's done enough to restrict the movements, but this is a good response to the Hooksy death. And then Ryu just lingers around. Elige, absolutely no clue that that was a possibility. And double orbs.
Hooksy saw all of that.
Yes, right. Yeah, at first he's a good push.
He did see all of that.
He's going to be extremely frustrated with his death, but happy with how his teammates handled the 4v5 disadvantage. Here's that long pressure.
Yeah, they're coming for him. Looks like he's going to concede the space this time. Sporting flashes, buys time for the retreat.
And then again, do we take mid control? Do we push up a B? You have to stay active with this. So up a B push. There's information.
Secondary AWP in play.
Yeah, so it's going to be tough if they let them cross with the double orbs on retake. I think you need to try and pick one off like that.
Great shot. Just catches a little flash of flesh. Malb's down. Now they're advancing. The flash layered appropriately. He turns this one, though, and will catch a freebie. Stairs caught Shui on the cross. Makes up for the miss. Onto Nav. Elige struggling to find him in the spam from Hooksy's M4 just shreds them. Liquids, nothing to report.
And this is meant to be the punish, right? This is, let me just recount the type of teams who have been beating Astralis on this year. We've got losses to G2, Foot, Aurora, Furia, FaZe, Legacy.
Okay, so every man and his dog has beaten Astralis.
Monty, Paravision,
wow,
Spirit. Yeah, so that framing again, this is, you pick this as the punish. You're meant to be able to do what all those names did. Like, they're coming off the back of 2 really bad Dust 2 losses as well, a 13-3 and a 13-5.
Yeah.
So the fact that they are 8-3 up in a very strong position.
We did just catch a very little, like kind of almost a shadow through the smoke.
I think I was having a look with the stats of the players. So if you look at the CT side, Stairs the highest rated. He's the only one in green. The T side, everyone's negative.
Right.
So their woes are on the T side. So if Liquid can get one more, they win the pistol. Maybe game's still on.
Stair 16-5. Holy. Well, that's his CT rating, inflated once more.
Well, the Danes, at least with the firepower, both in double digits, looking good. Some very impactful moments from them. So there's T-Smoke early to get the space. I think...
Oh, that's a lot of damage.
Plenty more where they came from as well. Look at Spawn.
Yeah, there's
so many nades.
Cash, but they're just going. They're going, just accelerating through the smoke. FaZe summoned, catches Shui on the cross, comfortable. Malb's trying to catch that timing. Hooksy is not going to be giving this space up and just walking through. Hooksy nearly got caught out. Should be planted. Smoke on the side, the Nav can peek around. Can't overextend. He could jump into the AWP's jaws if he doesn't manage his angles well. Gonna go for that window flash from Stair, trying to synchronize with this retake. Oh, Elige loses vision. Here they come. Great layered flashbangs. Fuzi onto Nav. Stair easy, beautiful. And it's clean. That is clinical. Astralis, apparently, allegedly being punished on Dust 2 by the Liquid pick, but they end the half with 9. Intel Extreme Masters. We're live from Atlanta, Georgia, and we've got Liquid taking on Astralis. The year is 2026, though, and it's actually the opening group stage game. Group B, Astralis and Liquid. Astralis a favorite.
I like it. 2026, though. Well, I think Astralis still got the better of Liquid most of the time back in 2018, 2019, and they're doing the same again.
So, yeah, I guess nothing's changed.
No,
apart from both rosters.
Yeah, actually, yeah.
We win pistol, we win this game. We lose pistol, we also win this game. But
ooh.
Okay.
But we have to win or lose pistol.
So
either way, Liquid win this game.
That's Ultimate very confident.
They're saying. Oh.
Well, it doesn't matter, remember?
Oh, yeah, you're right.
They still win the game.
That's right. Okay, this is getting a little out of hand now. Malb's necessary headshot there onto Yabi. Ultimate's got the mid doors covered. It looks like they're going to try and regroup. Hooksy's got the bomb on his back top mid. Stare evades the nade. He lives on.
Oh, holding the breath. That one was just a normal trajectory. Okay, Malb's calling up a B.
I mean, this is definitely a favorable fight for Shui. It's going to be against
he's so committed in the open, though.
Yeah.
Look how much he has to worry about. His timing is his biggest enemy right now. At any moment, they either come screaming out short. He's just going to get pincered, right? This is almost impossible.
I mean, if he hits that first, it enables a potential second. You know, he could go for...
what's his name, Makazi?
Yeah. He's, yeah, unfortunately, looking the wrong way. He fired a warning shot, which they peeked into.
Strange to see that one go wrong. I couldn't possibly believe standing in the middle of a ramp when they have short and long.
Yeah. No, he was put in a box.
And then he stayed in it.
Shipped.
He was put in a box and went, yeah, okay. It's a nice box.
Maybe he's part cat. Either way, it's not looking like Liquid are taking this pistol, which doesn't matter, as Ultimate on the listen-in said. They still win this one.
I think it matters.
I think I do. I echo your sentiment here. What you got, Malbs? A bullet in the back of the head.
Back her up, boys.
It's a quick trip to Dust too, isn't it?
Rugger's having a good time.
Too much fun. The Liquid problem. The Liquid conundrum.
Okay, all right. Here we go. Welcome to Alex's TED Talk.
Hi. So, the analysis, you know, when you talk to your Counter-Strike experts, your pundits, your fans, your HLTV users.
Wow.
And you ask them, what's going on with Team Liquid? And then everyone's sentiment is the same. It's like, when you look at it on paper,
looks pretty good.
You'd expect like, oh, okay, this is like a, you know, they can hang.
Yeah.
You'd expect results. You'd expect, you know, a cheeky playoff here or there.
I think Yanko summarized it quite nicely.
How did he put it?
No synergy.
No.
There's no natty chem.
No natty chem. Yeah. Yeah. I think, I mean, and that's one of those unquantifiables, right? As in, you can see it, you can feel it. Yabi's even helping his teammates.
Hey, listen, guy, can you fix your mic?
Yeah. That's what Chad does a lot of the time to me as well.
I'd point, I don't touch.
No.
I don't want to freak you out.
No, because that would freak me the hell out. Yabi doesn't care. We've got USPs pushing lower. And we've got Stare with the perfect gun for this.
Nice kill. Nice.
Ultimate, what are you doing?
Come on, Tim.
You doing a little trolling or?
Well, he will get a belated trade. It's a bit of a jump scare.
Masterful.
They're going into the remaining USPs.
Yeah, hang on. Eco win for Liquid would change things, and that's why it's not happened.
That's why Hooksy's your goat.
Yes, sir.
That's the man's second multi. But they've been dominating everything so far, have Astralis. Whether it's the pistols, whether it's the openings. There's only been one clutch. Stare won that one out against NAF. But this has been nice to see from Astralis, bouncing back from rivals, at least on map number 1. We go into their turf of Ancient coming up next.
I forgot to tell you as well. I'll tell you after. Never mind. I don't know if it's fun for broadcast, but when my fiancée was watching Counter-Strike recently, she saw Hooksy was playing, and she saw the chat was saying Giga Chad, Giga. She was like, what is this Giga Chad? And why is it not Giga Alex? Why is only Chad the Jig? She was really concerned, like, oh, I don't understand.
Yeah.
Why is Chad the Giga?
Yeah, I've been asking myself for years.
Well, there he is. He's on screen right now.
Some people call him the GOAT.
Some people do.
Other people agree.
And some people call Ultimate a massive beta.
Like, if he got the knife kill, well, to be fair, he did get the kill rule.
He traded. Technically.
All right.
11-3, ladies and gentlemen. Potentially an opportunity with the guns now in their hands. You've got Ultimate with the AK-47. Let's see if they can start. Let's see if Ultimate's prophecy that they didn't need the pistol in order to turn their hopes and fate around.
Ooh. Their short mollies landed in their own short smoke, so it's fine. Shui's not playing forcefully.
Good timing on his peak as well. He caught them a little off guard. It doesn't
Did
stop
he just peek
Yabby.
dry?
Yeah, full dry.
He just peeked dry on his own.
Yes, sir. Hasn't worked out for him.
Surprisingly.
Oh, new lineup with Liege.
This one land on top of the doors? Yes, please.
Oh, that's very nice.
You love to see that, don't you? You like that.
You show it off.
As you just... Oh, was he walking?
He thought about it.
He was going to walk through. Stairs ready for this?
See if it works out for him. Khalil versus M4. Just to the info that the B players have pushed is info in itself.
It is nice, though, because it's also like they don't want to continue pushing into that fight either.
No, thank you.
So Stair gets the info, gets away. They rotate back.
Ultimate gets forced off by the Molotov, and now a flash for Stair to go looking mid. Elige is tucked, and it's short that Ultimate needs help with. They're starting to accelerate. They've only got 30 seconds. They can still, swing the pendulum back. Looks like it is going to be late A. Ryu's coming out for a late along arrival. Malb's very powerful position around this smoke grenade.
Guys, 15 seconds.
Yeah, and they're still walking. They are
about to be screaming.
Ultimate just tapping heads. Lovely contributions. And no time for anything else. No more hijinks available. A late arrival, a little too late from Ryu. Still finds 2 kills, but yeah, that's Liquid getting themselves a CT gun round.
Okay, Ultimate with some...
and overcoming, the opening death as well from Shui.
That's true. Yeah, so here it is. The flash came in late. Maybe it was a miscomm, right? It could have been, misunderstanding.
It's like he heard the flash pop and was realized, oh, wait, I'm supposed to be swinging on that.
Yeah, so there was a potential disconnect there, or maybe Shui just wanted to force the fight on a timing, right? Watching the demos, getting the prep, hey, we can catch this. But that was, I think you're probably a little bit upset with the pacing right there. That's Hooksy looking quite distraught. With the scoreline where it is, I think it's more just because it's Dust 2, right? Understanding that they do have a tougher time on this map, and you did have a chance right there to essentially put them away. Now it will take you a little bit longer. You've got 2 AKs, bolstered by a couple of Tech 9s and a Deeg. So they want to use these long spawns.
I'm sure it's quite tempting, but no, not at all.
So standard combo. They're doing both smokes, right? So they really don't want to give Ultimate the opportunity to find kills on the break. And some AWPers or some teams really like to have their AWPers be very jarring with that as much as possible. But the fact that you are going to dedicate 2 smokes to this means that you need to take the space on the back of it, and they have immediately. This is a mid to B.
Yeah, already the door smokes in the sky. Naf got a lot of work to do. Ryu down after 1. The AK idle in middle.
This is nice. Stairs got some space.
Yeah, he could find Malb's head here. His pre-aim was pretty solid. Damage inflicted, though. Tucks into blue as Fuzi just goes charging in. Shu was caught off guard, distracted by the long aggress. Now the progressions, they don't find the headshot they needed. Pulls Malb's attention away. Smoke to play around, just going to go for the plant here, try and get some extra cash because the round seems out of reach, but maybe not if Yabby keeps hitting shots like that. 2 on the spray, Fuzi onto Naf, it's fallen through their fingers. Malbs can clutch up. Feels like a necessity at this stage in the game. Fuzi in the open, but he hits the first bullet out of that M4. Astralis steal one.
The comms must have been so loud for Ultimate to have not heard Ryu running out of middle there.
Oh.
I thought he was pretty noisy, and Ultimate's, they're screaming that it's a B pop, but this from Yabby, this second one.
Crazy.
Elijah is going to be spitting chips after that. Well, right back into the winning ways. Can say at least it's quick.
Certainly. Very rapid trip to our first map of a final series of the first day of play. At least on our stream.
Yeah. Not sure if Sinners and Game Legion have concluded just yet. It did go to the 3rd, so people can go and check that one out. And then there's one more game over there, which is going to be Legacy versus M80. So there's a good amount of North American representation here in Atlanta.
So they've heard that. That's audible. Relays that could be B players getting pushy. Oh no, Shui's just been caught here, and then Elige will activate in response. Naf's position now noted towards lower tunnels. They're losing heavy blows on Malbs here. 8 HP. He is dead imminent.
Got rotation.
Rotation.
Are you not going to let him pass, are you?
Took his time. 13-4. Jeez, Louise, it's a speed run.
Hey, you're worried about Dust too. You think it's a punish pick. Well, right now, this one is a speed run. Ancient up next, and it could be a quick finish to the day.
Yeah, this was Team Liquid's map pick, but I'm going to be honest, it didn't really look like it. Full steam ahead for Astralis as they close this one up swiftly, 13-4. There's two ways I kind of want to tackle this segment, gentlemen. Let's start with the positives. What went so well for Astralis, Jacob?
I mean, a very solid performance all around. I think Stan in particular, we spoke about him coming into the pregame, again having a great showing. Saw Yabi as well step it up on the T side. I think Astralis as a unit, you know, showed everything that Yanko was lacking from Team Liquid, and that's called synergy. It's a team that has team play. It's a team that has a clear strategy. It's a team that has built up a quite decent amount of synergy, dare I say it, with the Huxi system and the way they play together. And that was shown here in Dust 2, a map that Astralis a couple of months ago was struggling on. A map that they've had to reintegrate into the map pool. A map they had to learn together as a new unit. So if anything, that's a testament to how far Astralis have come in their development, that they now can play Dust 2 at a relatively high level, whereas for Team Liquid, just lackluster all the way around.
Yeah, absolutely. I think also every time you see a team being active, making moves right on the map, even though they don't work out, like that's a sign of good Counter-Strike, right? Like you're reacting to things that are going, you're taking the initiative, so you get a better picture of what's going on. Even if a play doesn't necessarily work out, you get some feedback, you get some piece of information in exchange, right? And there were multiple instances, especially on that CT side in the first half, where Astralis was just one step ahead, right? They would get either good information or just that info play would result in a multi-kill or in a really quick flank, and the round would completely fall apart for Team Liquid.
Yeah, and it was unpunished, you know. I think Liquid were not able to punish whenever Astralis were poking ahead. You know, sometimes you see teams try to be, whether that's mid-round, early on, you know, try to gain information, try to find information. Someone is lurking at a certain point, someone is covering, but felt like Astralis were able to walk all over Team Liquid in that first half, despite them starting on the CT side in a scenario where they didn't necessarily have to do it, but they did it, they could do it freely, and Liquid never punished it.
The problem is, you know, sorry, Astralis starts 5-0 up, so even if Liquid did win multiple gun rounds in a row, it's just so much bank for Astralis where they can go back for another buy, and they were able to bounce back after that little 3-round streak from Liquid, win the final 4 rounds of the first half, and really with the second pistol round sort of get it done fairly quickly.
100%. I mean, it just looks so clean from Astralis in so many aspects. I mean, you brought it up already. Stare, let's roll his highlights. We might as well. I feel like it was Device back in the day, right, who said, hey, this is a prospect to be looking at for the future. Turns out he was right. May have taken a few years to come to a bit more of a fruition, right?
Yeah, I'm so glad you mentioned that, because I think Device have said that about 6 different Danish players at some point. You know, remember Buzz as well, the greatest talent coming out of Denmark. He was right about Stare, and I think Stare is... yeah, well, let's see about that. But Stare is definitely proven to be the real deal. And I think Device and everyone else was right about Stare when he emerged into Astralis. In the beginning, when he was brought in, you know, he was brought in to be a placeholder, to be a place filler, a guy that would just do whatever the team would tell him to do. And then slowly but surely they realized that, hey, that's actually the only player within the Astralis jersey the past 2 years who's delivered what he was supposed to deliver. And now he's an emerging star. Again, he played well individually here in Dust 2, but I don't really care necessarily about this game in instance. More so the fact that he's been so consistent the past 3 months. He's on a team right now where we speak about maybe there being a ceiling, maybe they can't really, you know, punch their way into top 8, but if Stare continues his development, that could be a difference maker, just like we're seeing with Makasi in Navi. That can enable a new level to Astralis, and he's doing it consistently, tournament after tournament. As I said, 10 events in a row where he's in a plus rating, and he's by far the best player and the most consistent player coming out of Astralis, not only in this iteration, but the past 2 years.
Yeah, I mean, when Stare is playing like this, if Yabi plays well and Fuzi has a good game, or a live game as Magix likes to put it, like all of a sudden now the firepower is starting to be there. But, you know, different to have all of those things happen at the same time. That's why we talk about consistency as being the key. And for Astralis, it's also early days for the lineup to, you know, dwell too much on the results. It's about finding their footing, figuring out their map pool, getting on the same page so that everyone understands how Huxi likes to lead, how is it that he wants the team to be playing. And, you know, I think probably at some point midway through next season, we can be like, all right, by now that all is past, and now you have to either show some results or see if you need to change.
Okay, just summing up that map, I think we can tick the box of positives about Astralis. Let's move on to the ample, unfortunately, negatives about Liquid. I want to start off by talking about round 16, Jacob. You are asked for this highlight because this was a situation where you're thinking, how the hell did Liquid let this one slip?
Well, look at the buy coming in from Astralis, right? They want to do a bit of a B-pop here for a player who gets shot through the smoke. Then you have Ultimate running with a grenade in his hand. You have Shure getting the refrag. Stare coming out of long, creating a bit of chaos, you know, creating a bit of attention. And then you have the player on catwalk right here. Same goes for Fusi. Shuhei with an M4 gets so scared facing the Tech 9 that he allows Yabi to get all the way into the bomb side. The bomb goes down as well, and then they lose out on the duels. Now, it's bad by Team Liquid. It's bad for Ultimate to be caught like this. It's bad for Team Liquid. But to me, that stinks of a team that is playing with no confidence whatsoever. They're giving so much space to Astralis. They're respecting the Tech 9s. They're respecting Yabi with the AK-47 so much. And then when they do decide to take the duels, it's one by one by one by one. And there's even a guy getting shot in the back of his head by a Tech 9 coming out of CT spawn. They lost control of the map. They lost control of the situation. And to me, that smells like a team that has no faith in nor the team play, but the individual decision making as well. No one is stepping up to take that duel against Fuse. You killed that Tech 9. Yabi is never getting into that position with the AK-47. So sometimes you can play it almost too smart if you're Shuhei. Sometimes you just got to take that duel, win that duel, shut down the round, and that's the end of it. But there's no confidence within Team Liquid.
Yeah, definitely. I agree with everything you just said. I mean, it was a nice round from Astralis considering the buy because they're faking that B pop. So Ultimate is like, oh yeah, they have a weak buy. This is a B execute.
Yes.
He gets caught. Stare the round. He's also in a really good position, but Malobs had good awareness to look out for him. And then even that defensive smoke is from the side of Liquid, right? And that's what Jacob pointed out. No confidence, and you don't want to mess up. Like, you're trying to play it by the book, and by doing that, you sort of give too much space to your opponent and put yourself in an even worse situation.
I mean, you brought up the word synergy or lack thereof for maybe why Liquid, one of the reasons why they've been struggling so much. But like, just to play devil's advocate for a moment, isn't that weird when you look at, okay, you've got Naf and Elige, part of, you know, the greatest Liquid roster of all time. You've got Shuhei, who obviously had so much success with Mouse. Like, no shade to Ultimate. This is kind of the first tier 1 team you joined. Maybe not so much experience there. You've got Malobs, who was kind of prospered to be potentially filling in for Nico, obviously in that previous G2 product. In my head, it doesn't make sense why they're not clicking. No? Isn't it weird?
Well, it's not, because everything that you're talking about has nothing to do with synergy. It has a lot to do with experience, which you can argue that they have a good amount of at this point, but there's no synergy there, right? Like, outside of Elige and Nav being teammates ages ago, like, what else do you have going there? And not, you know, sometimes it's difficult to manifest that out of nowhere, right? In a way, is this AI?
Why is he so angry? I mean, I'd be angry after that game.
This. I feel like we've edited it for him to look moody. It's like, this is a normal Elige.
Elige after 3 months in the
That threw me completely off guard. No, but I'm like, you know, like, yeah, there's good players, but you need to have like leadership on it. Like, look at what Mao's, although it took them ages to do.
Yes.
They brought in JL. Yeah, he's a good player, but he's also a confident guy. Like, he has aura. So you understand like what you're missing, even though you played really good Counter-Strike and you had good players and you have a high floor, right? It has to be more than that. You have players who lead and take space and are very vocal and proactive. And then you also need guys who are willing to just, you know, be a little bit more quiet, do what they're told, sort of sit back, don't take too many of the resources, and just deliver when their number is up.
Yeah, I think when you were speaking about it, I was thinking to myself, what can I describe Liquid like? And I think none of these players are enabling each other. Like, none of these players are doing anything that enables the guy next to him. You know, no one is doing anything for Ultimate to feel more comfortable. And maybe that's an assessment within the team that says, you know, okay, Ultimate, he's not necessarily the greatest AWPer, so we don't want to give him too much attention or too much help. That's not going to be worth the, I guess, investment, so to speak. But no one is doing anything to make Elige feel better. No one is doing anything to make Shuhei feel better. It does feel like when we speak of synergy, you know, no one or no player makes makes the guy next to him any better in his position. And to me, that's a stinker. Again, I spoke to Liquid during the media day as well, and they said they're owning it in practice. Like they have really good practice, they have good results in practice, they're comfortable coming into this tournament. 4 weeks off, you know, finally they had time to work on their problems and work on the real issues within the team. I even asked what that was. Couldn't get an answer, you know, but then I watched this game and I'm like, okay, that's enough for me. It's just one map, one tournament. For all I know, they could come back and beat Astralis, but that's where my confidence level is so low in Team Liquid, that they've been struggling for so long that that's all it takes. One bad map and I'm already ruling them out of the tournament.
Like any relationship, right, it has to be a give and take, and everyone's just taking on Team Liquid, you know, like to tie into what Jacob was talking about. So yeah, it's hard to find a fix from the outside. Unfortunately for me, this is one of those rosters that just needs 2 changes for it to be something, to be able to build something with synergy and build something that makes sense. I feel like they need to change 2 players and then hopefully they can start going down a road of having some success and having any result.
Obviously, you mentioned it's down to the individual players, right? We don't know exactly what the issues are with Liquid, but just from your past experience with like the synergy side of things, is there a quick fix, or is this something that takes a hell of a lot of time?
No, I mean it has to be a change in the roster, right? Because you need to swap some personalities in and out, or maybe a different style. Like the fact that the Ultimate, let's say, isn't working out on Liquid doesn't mean that he couldn't work out on a different team.
Yes.
Right? Or if we see that for some reason Shue's numbers have fallen off or he hasn't having a great time, doesn't mean like he's a bad player. Just with some of the teammates that you can't make it all work at the same.
100%. It's about slotting those puzzle pieces together, which certainly didn't happen on Dust 2. That was indeed Team Liquid's map pick, and now Astralis' lays in wait. That's Ancient going down after this.
Double peek, he's getting his shot. Unbelievable!
Something special to pull up his decoy, and that's exactly what happens.
Katowice! We are back!
Split, one split.
Vigo died with you.
I'm blind. I'm only the. Albert, I'm blind. Out there, Jakob, out there. One more.
Out. Yeah.
Full blind. Bomb is mid.
Smoking, coming through.
Dark, low HP dark. One mid, does it up. You're alone, bro. Nice, last mid. Not long, Jakob. No, we can only go towards you. Down mid, Jakob, you're in the 10. Nice! Shoot to the Jakob! Nice, Jakob! I should kill 3. He owned me.
Yeah, it sounds crazy.
Flashing, closing out.
3 mid, 2 more mid, 2 more up mid. 3 guys, 2 more.
One more.
Albert, 2. One more.
Dark.
You ready to go through?
He's in the corner here, wait. Yeah, play mid.
3, 2, 1.
That was out B, you one mid. He was for sure B. I smoke lower.
Yeah, I smoke here. I do Fnatic. Falcon smoke.
Yeah, I have low right now.
Yeah.
Can we leave it? I go towards. Mid and smoke. Half HP. Okay, Up is somewhere in mid, yeah, close. I'm not sure where. Like, nice, bro. Really they have ship money. Nice. Coming back to you, long guy.
Go.
Ramp and long.
Yeah. Ramp and city. I'm planting for short.
Yeah.
Long. Hit
nice.
Long.
Hit city close ramp.
Nice. Go elbow. Okay.
You can still peek on Lova. You can Lova.
Yeah, you can.
That's all Lova, it's fine. Just go a bit more to right. Yes, it's good like this. Lova.
It's close.
Nice! Up left. Good fucking shit. Nice. Fucking nice kill, Lova. Good shit, boys. Good call too.
It doesn't matter what day you're joining us. This is the Intel Extreme Masters in Atlanta, Georgia, 2026. Mic check, 1 2 1 2. You play video games, man? So violent for no reason. Hey, yo, what's up? Y'all know anything about Counter-Strike video games? You know about Counter-Strike?
I'm on the Georgia Tech fencing team.
Tell me what crossroads there might be between Counter-Strike and fencing.
You know, Counter-Strike, you're in a clutch situation. It's kind of like the 1v1 situation of you and your opponent in fencing. Just going in for the last stab or that last quick scope op.
All right, bet. That was good. What do y'all think about people playing video games against each other competitively?
Oh, I love it. I like the smack talking they do.
Who are your favorite Counter-Strike players?
I gotta go with an OG, Kenny S.
What would you say to Kenny S if he was watching right now?
You're my inspiration. I think about you every match when I'm fencing.
What do you think about that?
Kenny S was never my favorite, if that's what you're thinking.
Y'all play video games by any chance? Oh. He didn't even realize it. I mean, Jacob, when you rolled up here and you saw this mic flag, you said, oh, I'm going to bike a little bit faster now, or what did you think?
I thought I may as well get as far away as possible from you, as fast as I can.
Did you have fun at Media Day?
I had a blast at Media Day. Media Days,
You did what? You had blast at Media Day? Just kidding. No? No? All right.
Bye.
It's always a blast.
Enemy inside the gates.
Yeah, right? Yeah, but I had a spin on Jacob's bike. It's really fast. It's really light.
Yeah.
Carbon.
And you like fencing.
And, yeah, I love...
Like colorbond fencing, you got white picket fences.
Hey, mate, whether it's a quick stab or, a quick scope.
Yes, Kenny S.
Kenny SS, yes.
Yes, Kenny S.
Well, we're going to see if there's any magic left for the Liquid roster. It was a very quick time on Dust 2. Astralis a very convincing win on what was an attempted punish of their weakest map in the pool. And if that was the weakest map in their pool, presumably this one rather high on the tier list for Astralis.
That's an astute observation there, Mr. Richardson. They've played it 15 times this year. They have won it 12.
That's very close to 15.
This is their map.
Yes, it is.
This is their map indeed. Now, this is a bit of a backyard brawl, is Ancient.
No, but they're being really nerdy about this. It is going to be a problem if FaZe goes down. He gets away with the flashbang and bit of damage. Nice shots. Malb's looking like he's got that hot hand, finding damage onto Ryu and finding the kill onto FaZe. But now that Yuto's coming through, Hooksy's going to be dumping his full belt. A flash, actually bringing the play to it. Beautiful flashbang, should be the end of Ryu. Malb's having a great pistol. Down to stairs Glock. They lose Naf as well.
Hold up.
Be losing their grip.
Ah, boys.
They've lost it. It's gone. Bomb site lost. Ultimate and Elysia partnering up. And the timing on this, it looks like Hooksy's going to get, yep.
Info on both.
On both. How do they pivot this? Stare and Yabi versus Elysia and Ultimate, and it's a quick headshot from Yabi's Glock. A clutch for Ultimate, can't track him. Yabi too damn lethal with that Glock.
That's the Danes again. Yabi and Stare, just beautiful work. All five between the two of them, and they are having a lovely day at the office. You come into IEM Atlanta, there's two top dogs. You've got your Vitality, you get your Na'Vi, and then there's two more who are chasing swiftly behind.
What more do you need? Like on this pistol.
Right, exactly. The fact that the flash is that good, you get all this cave control, you're thinking that should be it. But
this falls apart so quick.
Look, I'm going to be on a... This will be an Astralis glazing map. It won't be a Liquid negativity map.
Right.
Because we're in their country, right? Yeah, but we'll just let it... Yeah. My mum used to say, or probably still does,
yeah.
You know, if you don't have anything nice to say, don't say anything at all.
Don't know how that works with
commentary.
Commentary necessarily.
Well, I'll point out the good things, not the bad.
Okay, good point.
Will be the positive energy that we want in the world.
Yes, yeah. Let's put that positive energy into this anti-eco round.
I can't imagine not playing an official in 4 weeks and then not having a map win or a series win since the 31st of March. Well, it's just tough.
Yeah, it is. And then when you talk to, Liquid about it, or you speak to their staff, it seems like there is just a general feeling of discontent amongst the Liquid ranks.
What do you do?
You win a map and you turn your fate around. You beat Astralis on their 12 out of 15 Ancient.
Yeah. Oh, and win the series.
And then you win the series.
Oh, I was thinking, do you buy another core? Do you?
No,
fair enough. Okay, sorry.
And then
we're in the here and now.
Yeah, you get your win.
Okay, I like that. That's a good spin.
Elige, good head-to-head versus Stare. He full commits to the spray, and wow, a very hefty nade has been handed to the
3 on B.
ramp. Shui, however, yeah, ultimate perfectly set up to succeed. They clamp down, activate the defensive forces.
Okay.
And it's a very comfortable conversion. Last seen mid. Stare, spotted out by Elige, doesn't manage to finish him off cleanly.
Oh, boys, keep strafing through that. Let's
keep going.
Let's do as many of that as we can. Give him as many chances as possible. The boy's boxed in. Well, he's boxed out.
Nav's going to hunt him down, get himself on the board early.
Oh, hello.
Nice. White mouse pad. Sorry, I just need one more time. A white mouse.
Is it? And it looks cloth.
It does look like a cloth pad. Yeah.
He is wearing the sleeve though, so he might not get sweat.
That's valid.
On the pad.
Good point. Well made. Yeah, I made the mistake of buying a white play mat for my Magic the Gathering.
I imagine it gets very dirty very quickly.
Wasn't very smart. Yeah, no, I got cold brew on it within a day.
Ah.
Yeah.
Okay, so this force is obviously early stages. There's a there's 2 rifles and there's pistols.
Hello.
Look at the push.
Oh god!
Team Flash.
Kill. Team Flash. Mouse has got no bullets. He's dead, and this round is hideous. Holy. Okay, can I?
So first of all, if it's possible, the replay of that flash and who threw it is what we need.
Yeah. You just had such a lovely, convincing CT round, and maybe Ultimate and Elige can dig you out of this 2v4.
Oh, you know where both are?
Oh yeah, you do. Stare gets the info on Elige, and Hooksy trying to... What? He adjusts him on the little crab crouch. Oh. Just ducks under the Ultimate's bullet, Neo style.
Stare's going to be the round securer.
Unless Elige hits that instant heady, they're going to double swing.
Ollie.
He beats it, tucks in, swung through, and Yabi's hitting every shot he takes.
So, I don't know if we will see it, but I would like to see it. Okay, here it is. Who's throwing it?
So it's their B.
Oh, it is 100% a team flash.
Yeah,
There's no doubt about that. And it was Ultimate who got the flash assist, so Ultimate. So mistimed either for the call of the flash or the throw of the flash.
Something was off, yeah.
They have 4 starting middle. This is oh.
Stare is on A. He runs through his back. Oh, turns around and gets a third onto Ultimate. This is unfair. How quickly this round has just gone wrong. Scavenges away a cheeky smoke.
Yeah. For the audio-only listeners, my favorite listeners, if you missed it, because you did because you were listening, Stare was set up to run out middle with a MAC-10. Liquid started 4 strong, and Stare completely shredded them. And we're about to have a 4-1 scoreline.
Yeah, and it was as simple as taking his first spawn out mid with a MAC-10 and some supportive flashes. Just keeping it simple.
You might not save anything at all. And we're just one to find. Poor Malbs MD over towards the doors. Yabi very noisily staunch and pops up, spots him out, and converts the kill. They can't get anything done right now, Liquid. That is going to be a disastrous patch of rounds, as it will have to now be... They're still smiling somehow.
So,
I'm not sure what the smiles were for. We're having fun. We're playing a video game. Of course,
here it comes. So, yeah, straight through. I mean,
2 mollies there as well.
Oh, and they're doing the flashbang dance. FaZe's caught the first one. And in fact, he turns around and gets a third as well.
Yeah. Okay, well...
What a valuable asset he is.
Another eco.
What do you rate that cave smoke out of 10? Looks pretty good to me.
So there's obviously a bunch of different variations. It depends on what you're opting for, right? I think in a round like this, I wouldn't mind if it was the slightly deeper variation and you can see Heaven because you know you're probably against the eco.
Yeah.
But if you have the one that covers Heaven as well as Cave, then it means you don't have to worry about it as much. Obviously a flash timing, but it gives you at least the...
You can like
gray screen in your favor.
Ramp as well, like boosting, etc.
I call
the Sampius, and it's probably like he didn't invent it. I just stole the lineup I throw from him.
Sampius,
and I think that like that variation where it covers off the heaven jump up and the cave push is really nice because if you're doing a mid pincer, right, by having a player come through the smoke through heaven and the mid timing, the CT might assume that it's a wall and you can catch them off. You get a little bit close. You can be a bit more pouncy with your it's obviously risky and it gives the variance for the CT to be able to play through as well. But it just creates more options. You can do a good, like, let's say you're behind that smoke, you molly off right side cave, and you have somebody towards B doors who throws like a flash, then you can come into cave through your own smoke, clearing left side focus.
Right, because you've cleared everything else.
Yeah.
Okay.
So it's just like, it gives you more options in certain scenarios. So yeah, multiple ways to skin a cat. I think the biggest, and this isn't new in terms of the meta, this has been happening for a long time now, but just if you could tell if a T-side team really wants the mid control because they'll throw Donut alongside of red. Right. And if you see that, you have to, or you don't have to, but more often than not, you feel like you want to respect it as the CT side. How many?
Otherwise, it's just a lottery of how many flashes can I turn and will I be blind when I take my first fight?
Exactly. Unless you want to just play in the donut and the red smoke, right, and allow them to path out, get to say the Tetris box control, and then go like molly that, then you flash, then everyone pops out. It's just you can't account for everything with the way that you open rounds. And that's
talking about how they've been closing rounds, though. It's been very B-centric here.
Right now it's an A-rush.
Side. So now we get to see the other side of that coin.
That's it.
Yep. He's been starting most rounds on A.
Oh.
Now he gets himself...
Not an A-rush at all.
No, of an A-exec.
Have they missed the donut smoke?
Yeah, it looks dodgy. So they threw like a donut and a CT smoke. They're hoping this double pump catches him off guard. I mean, Elige's...
And Ultimate's close as well.
Yeah, Ultimate's actually donuts. So they've got bodies. Naf loses vision. Nice chance. Finds one.
Trade.
The trade, or poise, catches Ryu crossing, and Elige even chipping in from CT. Good trade back, though, just on the smoke break.
If you don't get the bomb down when the smoke's up, I don't know how you win the round. You might have to full reset.
Well, they'll replenish CT, but they're going to just partner up and part through Temple.
As soon as they start punching in the code, you know you have a two-man advantage at that point.
Yeah, there's no chance here, you'd think. Fuzi looking the wrong way. Easy pickup for Shui, and Hooksey's going to be... Well, they're going to be screaming at him. There's two. Ultimate last seen Donut, Shui last seen Temple.
And he has enough time right now if he wants to completely evaporate. I like this. I think that, you know, he could have been a little bit stubborn if it was someone who's a bit more focused on their aim and just try and isolate those fights, having a rough idea where both were. But just by cutting noise, he could be lingering main, and they have to respect that. But they also have to respect the possibility for the round the world back to B. So Shui stays middle, which covers the back line of Ultimate. He gets to stay focused on A, and then it looks like the Poles are going to play a retake B setup together. Or maybe not. Shui's ahead on the timing, so he can just stop this completely.
I think it's likely he does.
Yeah, Hooksy's assuming no one's home. Oh, bomb will go down.
He's walking.
He'll die after a plant.
Okay, I'm fine. Everything's fine. Shui just didn't quite find the first bullet, that's all.
Or the second, third, fourth, or fifth.
Everything's fine, though.
Well, that's a really concerning...
That could have been the worst way to lose a 1v2.
That's so concerning.
Holy.
That, to me, says that he is lacking so much confidence.
Let's see this again.
Like, he just body... I know it's a weird movement, and he doesn't have the right... Just... Oh. Kind of scary, Keith, yeah.
Yeah, kind of scary. Kind of scary. Indeed.
Oof.
There's the donut smoke, is it? So we're going to see the red and donut thrown. And it signify stairs going out. In fact, another smoke. 3 smokes invested to get him out to the box. Shui, he wanted to go find him, but Ultimate's just removed stairs. Heavy nade. Wow, they're just accelerating, though. Yabi's been hitting a lot of shots. Look at his pathing. Doesn't even get his vision back before Malbs finds him. One wall blind for Ryu. Fuzi's AWP, another. Good find from Elige, rotates in time, and now they know where the last man is. Fuzi, though, not one to be written out of the round prematurely, will have a go at the clutch.
Yeah, money's not good. It's been a miracle clutch.
There's just so many ways for him to lose this round, and very few for him to win it.
The bomb's right there. If he could have just grabbed it, he could give himself a similar chance. But now Naf is going to say, hey, it's still here. And the problem is he has over a minute, or had over a minute, that he's having to save.
So this is a great opportunity to start stabilizing in the half for Liquid, because you know going into the next it will not be the buy from the Danes and the Swede and the Lithuanian, but you get the point. So he's not saving. Is he going to give it a go? Or is he just saving in cave? Look, just watch and learn.
He's going to kill Naf. Bullet connected from Naf's rifle.
Do it. Do it. Oh!
Far off. He'd have gone for it if he hits the no-scope straight through the wall. Not far off of Shui whatsoever, but with 15 seconds left, yeah, he's going to have to accept his fate.
Worked hard to get himself a buffer for the save, you know, a little bit more respect. Now I question the eco. Because you're saving an orb, I think you're going to buy.
Isn't your money...
No, because you got 1900 and Hooksy had about 2.5. So you could go... Hooksy could go AK, you could drop it to stare, and then Hooksy just takes like a Tech 9 or something. Yabi can go AK Kev, or he can go Galil head armor, and then Ryu gets to operate with... He could go Galil if he wants. The problem is, how do you use an AWP on the T side of Ancient if you want to play at a higher tempo? So it's a bit of a quandary to have to solve, and understandably so that Rugger's going to take this 30-second tactical timer to have the conversation. So they are going for the buy. Hooksy's brought in the AK.
And also you really don't want to just be doing like a boost on box. It just is so predictable.
Yeah, but he doesn't have a good mid-spawn. He can't go for that Monacy-esque maneuver either.
Nice double kill from Ultimate here.
So they could do something where, you know, they have a player Molly Heaven, and then FaZe has an
That was close.
Yes, it was. Yes, it was.
Because things are scary and they're close. Okay, they're just going to offer something a little bit slower in terms of tempo. They're going to try and boost the AWP up. Or there's a break, there's a clear, there's nothing found, there's another one of those. Yeah, they're being given a lot of respect in middle. Not just this round, but in a slew of them so far. So the AWP has a lot of room to work.
Yeah, that red smoke's going to fade. Fuzi. Spots Elige, getting weird, getting really weird. Dips down, Elige concedes the fight. He'll back away.
Both fortunate to be alive with the tail end of that one.
Funny. Is he going to play around it? It's a dodgy red smoke. Maybe has an angle he can punish, and with Ultimate and Naf both in donut as well, this feels like it's going to go well for Liquid. Naf power position. Stab finds him on the clear. Ultimate, not the weapon you want. You're going to get overwhelmed. Here
comes Elige.
Solid output. Now Elige catches on the backstab. Fuzi's gone. And they're all grouped up in middle. Jabby, yeah, just eyes on the scope. Was not ready for that whatsoever. Good elevated angle from Malbs. A little pop flash to finish the job. Elige, unfortunately, victim to it too. And he's still going to pick up the frag. So nice double kill from him. Another one from Ultimate as well.
Okay, so
High pressure.
Money now means they have to take that save. So Liquid in a very strong position to tie things up 5-5. That one definitely had opportunities there for Astralis. This was the awkward moment. You mentioned the fade of the red smoke. I can't believe FaZe's man's. I know, like, of course you want to take that donut fight from that elevation, but with the smoke fading, maybe he was expecting a replenish. Just the resources not there to make that possible.
And Ultimate, the fact that he does manage to string together, stand his ground for two, enables Elige to kind of finish the round there. Frustration's visible on the face of Astralis.
He got baited there by the shadow, and you know, a player on the wall, one dropping off.
Come on now. Everything's fine. Malbs is getting it done. Ace from Malbs shuts down B comfortably.
We've had a couple of aces today. At my last count, we had 6, so we'll make that one 7. Apex got like an eco bash one.
Yeah, that was quite stylish, though.
Yeah, he was. And that one from Malbs, more of the same. Statline's not going to make the eco conversation, is it? So either way, he's got himself all 5. And most of them he didn't even see.
Oh, we're just looking at the top right.
I would say he didn't really see any of them completely.
Oh my god, I just saw 12 flashes pop in middle. One after the other. Shui, he loves this. So confident to just go striding out of cave.
Oh.
Is that team flash again?
Yeah.
He just got team flashed again. Poor guys, lost the A side this time. Ultimate's not there. Neither's Naf.
They still think they're faffing around in middle. Well, the fact that the util is donning the site, you know the jig is up, but they don't have a smoke for CT. They actually only have a flash. But Malbs and Elige, they're still worrying about B lane. Hooksy's lurking mid lane.
Clock is ticking. Ryu finding Shui, knows ultimate spawn as well with the confirmation from the sound cue. Uzi, flushed in, still wins out on the duels. It's just ultimate. Not a comfortable position whatsoever, despite having the kit. He's not going to go for it. Will he get away with his AWP? A different question. Looks like he might have earned a bit of respect. Wards stare away from the fight and does back away.
Okay, so that was 4 consecutive rounds in favor of Liquid. Finally be bucked here at the late stages of this first half, second map. Important save. Important save. I understand they got touch and go there, but now he can drop a gun for Shui and everyone else can buy. So, this means that it will be a full rifle round to try and tie things up 6-6 before the halftime break. This is crazy. The flash too deep. Orpa wasn't concerned, but Shui completely blind. Hooksy's late lurk from elbow, annoying. And just one more. Can it be a 7-5 Astralis, or are we tied up 6-6? Let's find out. Again, just same mid approach. This scuttle smoke.
Flash, flash, flash. Elige has to get back into cover. Called for some backup in the form of Naf. Oh, and talking of backup, Malbs joining Shui in cave this time. It's a well-placed incendiary from Naf, but keeps their attention drawn for the nice duo, the 1-2 punch. Naf and Elige locking down middle. One back from Fuzi's AK. It's Yabi anticipating reaggress. Oh no, there's another. Would Shui have done that on his own? Malbs is there as well, and Yabi's ripping off heads. Their advantage squandered in the bin. It's a big one back, at least from Elige. It's going to free him up to stretch his legs in middle, but the B site is lost.
Well, they have to give this one a go.
Heaven jump up, which looks like that's their approach. Is Ultimate going to flash this? Are they just going to double swing? No, just round the corner. All too easy for Yabi. And a 1v1 emerges. Ultimate versus Hooksy.
Got the kit. Time's not the problem.
Just got to find him. He's elected to play K for the post. Incendiary forces a decision out of Hooksy. He's ahead of it, and yeah, Ultimate not prepared. Astralis will lead with a lead. 7-5, though, more competitive than most would have anticipated. It's Astralis' territory, and Liquid are fighting. The opening round of Group B is the Intel Extreme Masters. We're live from Atlanta. It's Liquid versus Astralis, and we are into that second map. Astralis so far so good on the pistol front. 3 for 3. Could it be 4? Will we see that third deciding map? Is it required? Liquid have managed to show a better face than they did on map 1.
And it's going to be tough for this T side now. You can see just in that first half how badly... Oh, okay. I can see Mr. Jakey has it lined up that we are going for an A rush. Elige with the fast donut smoke from spawn.
Okay, well, Stair's going to have his work cut out for him, isn't he? He's calling. A lot of util on site. It's already up. Yabi gets a couple of chances before it plumes. He still manages to nail the headshot. Taps off the head of Naf. Shui going for the plant, and doesn't look like Stair's stray bullets are going to do anything to disrupt that. Dual Beretta is very well suited to this kind of fight. Shui, Elige, both there. Hooksy's got retake util.
They main smoked off, and then flashes for big box so they can start to scream out.
Oh, perfect. Perfect range for the Glocks to shred. Oh, and a long range one as well onto Hooksy. Still had his nades out. So looking like it might be Liquid's first pistol here. Only Ryu to try and change that narrative, and he does punish Elige's miss. It's the first, but there's absolutely no time here. Malbs ends it. They could get themselves... I mean, you could not ask for a better start to your necessary T side.
Yeah, this is where it's a big question if Astralis want to go for the Force or not. Do they want to just bring the rifles out into round number 15?
Maybe.
It looks like it. So they are going to take the eco. It is in this A play, right? That the concern I have with this is, okay, so you know they didn't have donut control.
Yeah.
And you haven't really used anything to clear out Temple. Right, Hooksy had a couple of flash. He had a full belt of util right there. Oh, this is a B rush. They are just up in B.
Yep, already here.
They're triple boosting.
Triple.
Yeah, it's not going to catch it. Boys, just get off the stack. I think it's...
Hello?
Knock the tower. Oh, he got one.
All right. Okay, it was all worth it.
Not
seen that one.
Designed to deal with a B rush, I'd imagine, but that's the round, and that was rapid. Okay, 7-7, all tied up. They say, I don't think they buy, or I don't think I buy.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering.
Either way, he didn't buy an AWP, which he
couldn't afford.
I think he had just enough, because he's got M4 and Kevlar with full nades.
Yeah, you're right.
So
it is pretty random.
Yeah, well, you know, they're running with ideas.
There's a 3 CT mid-start, and the flash is going to be changed.
Numbers.
Stair, he was up, and he's knocked down. That's the opening you want to see. Elysia Malbs partner up, brute force, bulldoze middle.
Yeah, these two are very scary in terms of mid control on the T side, at least throughout their careers on this map. So having the two of them in the same team, just that Makazi, no one will be stopping you.
Yeah.
Oh!
Ryu shreds 3. It's all for naught. Shui cleans up house before Hooksy could get the clutch started.
Well, that was some sweet shooting. I understand they weren't looking at him, but like target selection and just bang, 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 bang. Just a couple of tight bursts there.
Yeah, Ryu, his mechanics, you know, every time we are seeing Astralis, I think Ryu often has a round or two where you do just see his pristine aim.
Yeah, I think the biggest problem with him is finding consistency.
Yeah.
He's definitely had some games where he's offered very little.
Nice transfer as well for number 3.
Yeah, just unfortunate. Hooksy thinking and catch the timing, but Shui are aware, and it will just have to be a partial investment. So Liquid take the lead.
Oh, that's less promising in middle. The nades in combination with the 5-7. 2 of them dead. Malbs could be next. They go swinging. Malbs only the 1. The 5-7 shred, and advantage completely squandered. Even Stair caught by the NAF smoke push. Doesn't matter. It's Shui. Oh! No, he didn't. Oh, he didn't. Fuzi with a moonwalk through the flames.
He even had a look down the line at what the hell just happened there.
I'd like to see that one again. An instant USP headshot. I don't think Flashy necessarily wants to see that one again.
No, I don't think he's having a good time.
Oh, what a rough start.
2 players just tucked in the corner.
50 HP.
Completely blind. Here it is. Molly. Whoop. Hello.
That sucks.
All right, well, it's not over yet.
No, sir.
If they win this one, it's back on. If they lose this one, they're on eco.
Okay. Well, the lay of the land is clear. A very loud war cry just
who was
rang
that?
out.
Well, M80 versus Legacy, they haven't even...
it's probably Doom out just, you know, saying, let's start the game!
Everyone have fun!
Good luck! Deep donut smoke.
Yeah, it's a second wave, right? So they want to draw Yabby towards A, so it creates the mid gap that they're trying to walk through now, but do they even want? No, they're jumping up, so they actually want to head towards B.
Interesting.
Misdirection's working.
They've got 3 CTs on B.
Yeah, but the massive mid gap will have to be considered at some point.
He's holding right now. Timing pretty impeccable. Oh, it's too easy. That's going to get shredded in the choke point. Hooksy unloads his mag, finds a second rifle. Yabby should have ultimate, and it's fallen apart for Team Liquid. Oh, goes a leash.
I love the fact that Hooksy doesn't overcook there either. Just drops the smoke, goes, all right, I'm just going to stay on this angle. I have you booked no matter what. And now it will be that aforementioned eco.
I wonder if that was a read. Like the pivot B, I thought that was a little avant-garde. I thought that would perhaps catch them off guard, but Hooksy could not be more prepared for the pivot.
They must have known the smoke came from that position.
Yeah. And yeah,
just to try and walk through what you think. I guess they're assuming he's going to have nades out or be... I don't know.
Okay, he's trying his luck. He leads through mid-smoke, doesn't get much. And that was the only real weapon. So Desert Eagle goes searching. Maybe Ultimate can find it in the smoke. He's having a look. No luck.
Now double digits, all but confirmed. So winner of this one does take on the winner of Legacy M80. That will be our final game going down on the B stream. You guys can go and check that one out.
Who is the higher rated team between M80 and Legacy? Are they close?
I think it's Legacy. I think it's close, but...
Yeah, just by a little bit. Legacy 18, M80 21 on the world rank.
Yeah, there was that nice graphic before that the desk had up, right, showing how many teams at Atlanta are in the major. Now, I'm sure the majority of them are stage 1 teams, but having this at the same time as Astana, and they have a stronger top-heavy field there, but Atlanta has the 1 and 2. Yeah. So it's kind of odd when you're unfolding it all. But for me, with a lot of these teams like your Sinners, your Gamer Legions, Bet Boom, Bait, M80, NRG, all those names, you don't have too many more opportunities to go through officials before stage 1. It starts on June 2nd. So we're there in essentially 2.5 weeks. So right now is your last opportunity to show at least positive signs. Right, there is CAC, so some of those names that I mentioned will be going to CAC before as well. But you're running out of time, and if you want to try and make a deep run at the major, try and progress even just into stage 2, the type of Counter-Strike we're seeing now is going to be indicative of what we're going to see at the major. Now, sure, you're going to have a boot camp, you're going to add a couple of things, but if a team looks like they're missing a lot, that's a big problem.
Yeah, like it's, you know, it doesn't matter how hard you're cramming at the last couple of stages before the big exam. Yeah, it's all about just little bits of hard work across a large period of time.
I think one of the keys that I think will be quite a talking point for stage 1 is going to be, because it's more of a level playing field, the best of 1 variants in there. So you in stage 1 and stage 2, you can have a slightly smaller map pool. Obviously, you're going to need the best of 3s to either stay alive or progress. But the major's in a couple weeks. We'll just focus in on this one, shall we? It's going to be another 3-man start with the boost and Extinguish. They really want this space.
He's going to get it. Shui, through the smoke and nails it. An important opening kill provided, but Ryu, they just ran past him.
He needs a multi.
He needs all 3.
Oh, no.
Goes for that first tap, reveals himself, and a quick reaction out of Shui.
Save. A couple of moments there, both Ryu and Stare spewing with that. Right, Stare even turned the flash. It looked perfect, but Shui with some very important kills to the Polish in-game leader. Does keep him in it by a round. You've got a good amount of cash on Ryu, Yabby as well. So they do have a couple more buys in them, but we are starting to get into the business end of this. Yeah, no point overextending for extra kill. It doesn't really matter at this stage. Just hold on to these guns, give yourself more buys down the stretch. Defensive smoke will guarantee it.
Nice, boys. Nice. Let's do boss.
Boss, okay. Taking inspiration from another North American team. Or it's got nothing to do with them at all.
Was it Boss? I heard Mouse. My ears only need cleaning.
I'm pretty sure they said Boss.
Yeah,
Let's do
the
Boss. Yeah.
Yeah, shout. I mean, you know, it's quite a commonplace that teams will kind of farm the tier 2, tier 3 teams.
Strats, yeah.
Just because you want things that tier 1 teams haven't seen before.
Yeah, and I think for tier 2 teams as well, your ability when you're playing against higher opponents, you can do something a little bit more cheesy or gimmicky.
Yeah.
You can also use that same gimmick more in that level of competition than what you can at the top, right? You're lucky to get away with something twice at this level of Counter-Strike.
Yeah. But like, I mean, you know, some of the strats back in the day, it was Hellraisers, it was Flipside.
Yeah.
Those weren't world beaters.
That's true.
I bet you called a Flipside or two in your time.
Yeah. Flipside smokes, yeah, for sure. Without a doubt.
That was when Blade was in the server. Bloody hell. Depends how far you're rolling it back.
All right, what's Boss? Kevin Molly.
Boss.
There.
He is so dead. Cooked. Medium rare. And we get a freebie. Ryu looking the wrong way. It is flowing all in one direction, and that's Liquids.
Okay, now...
Maybe you have to respect mid. You just, like, let them have it.
Yeah. Well, especially because you're trying to play through the Heaven Molly, and they've done that multiple times. You're essentially trying to stuff B lane, but they not giving it to you. So both teams showing some real proficiency in getting this mid control through different variations. Well, maybe not getting mid control, but fighting for it. There is this one final buy, and it's going to depend on saves as well, because there is 2,400 loss going into the next, but this is their last chance to try before it gets more concerning. So there it is, in the molly and the nade. So great combo there from Elige. Very well done. And then Ryu's just completely blindsided by that. So you can't be starting 3 middle again, and you might have to respect it.
Oh.
Deep nade damage.
Wow, it's both low. Elige through mid, beats out Yabi again. Should we take some flak damage from Hooksy on the smoke spam?
He turns the flash.
For Elige to push, but he's read it. How has he turned that in time? Stare, an important win out versus Elige in middle, maintains that mid control. That's going to pull Naf away. Hooksy maybe going a bit of an overcook there.
Yeah, their biggest concern, I guess, was A, and he wanted the intel, but FaZe was deep towards spawn, so it didn't feel necessary. 3v3. Bomb still down towards T-Spawn, so no clear commitment from Astralis just yet, and more kills might keep coming their way with Stare and Ryu potentially being able to partner up to clear out B lane. So there's the bomb picked up by Ultimate. Pivoting to middle. It's all going to be timing.
Oh, they're not looking.
Should we heard the step, surely?
And Stare again times it to perfection. Ryu not clearing this.
Oh.
Never mind, I spoke too soon, just in time. Sweeps through the angle. Oh, Ultimate. Ultimate now spotted. 2 to Task and Stare. That's a big round from him. 3 kills from the Dane.
Could you imagine Shui's perspective? The guy's clearly not looking at me, and I've seen the top of his head. It's you feel you should have him dead to rights. That's so frustrating for Shui. That sucks.
And just as you start to engage, they crouch under that first bullet, and you just feel booked.
With it, this is still
that tiny bounce. That bounce sound cue was all he needed to turn in time.
This is going to be tough down the stretch for both teams. Only a handful of rounds left, but loss bonus goes back to bottom of the barrel for Astralis off of that round win, and it's only 1,900 for Liquid. Game is decided off this next spree, and it's an A rush.
It's an A rush. Yabi's calling for backup. Got to time his flash to perfection as well. Oh, he's done well. Catches mouth. Staring combination for the 2-for-1. Back to an even keel. Naf through the smoke onto Stare. Looks like Ryu's going to be flashed in by Fuzi here for a little disruptive play.
Looks he's still towards B.
Okay, so it is a 2-on-3 on site. Or 2-on-2, rather. Ultimate away. He's just put
agonizing.
The smoke. The timing. He's just looked away. Puts Elige into the 1v3. Bomb down. Hooksy's going to be a late A main. You got Scorp on the line. It's 12. Astralis 1 away from starting the IEM Atlanta with a win. Understandably, going to burn their final timeout. Get Flashy on the mic one final time. Unless we see 2 consecutive out of Liquid or get himself an extra in OT.
I think Astralis know there's no point doing that mid fight because it was so costly for that patch of rounds. They've shown that they don't need to do it to win the rounds either.
And you can see Liquid feeling a little more desperate, going for like a tone shift with a faster play, and well, not sticking the landing on this one. So blind, good flash work. Sketchy, but Ryu was extremely annoying with the timings that he was able to catch. This one just straight through the smoke, Naf, and then he's playing through with Hooksy disconnected. So happy to take some risks, and that's nice to see from Astralis.
Tell you what's not nice to see is people having to make some financial sacrifices. You've got Galil, Deagle, everyone's only got 2 nades, so a distinct lack of flashbangs for your T-side hit. Better use them well. Alicia's going to try pathing aggressively. Does manage to take that mid space away from Astralis.
And Chewy's also got B lane, so
good real estate.
Past the cave line just yet. The bomb is heading towards A alongside Anaf and Malbs. Elige active on the lurk in middle with this space. Fading.
Got the head-to-head stare versus Elige, an important duel. First blood drawn.
Yabi with a lot to worry about.
Yeah, he's going to have a head-to-head duel. Can't control the spray. Elige lets it go. Yabi, they're contacting in, and Malbs is Desert Eagle. That's all he needs. Puts it to great use, finds that headshot now, unable to stop him. Ryu arrives just a little late.
Safe.
Yeah, I mean, Hooksy's still in cave.
It's like, so as I mentioned again, the loss bonus is the issue, right? So they hold on to these, it's all good. They lose 2 of them, there's some problems. So I'm not sure how hunty Liquid want to get, but it is in their best interests to at least soften up Astralis' final buy regulation. They're just looking for some upgrades themselves. You were talking about Deagles and Galils in the mix, well, they've been able to get rid of those. Should we just one more, shave it away off the pack? That would be very helpful. And it won't be the case. So the men with the most, Hooksy 4.6 and FaZe with 5.8. They have no issues being able to drop Stare and Yabi. Wow, okay.
Speedy mid, they just called like a fast A.
Yeah.
And now they're calling a speedy mid.
Well, maybe because just that round they were given the mid control, right? Elige took it. They weren't contesting it, at least aggressively. And this is where there's a, not bluff calling, but Astralis, when they did go for the 3-man mid, they were doing the run boost. They were having a tough time because of the Heaven Molly, the HE. So if they do want to try and stuff the choke point, they know it's going to be tough. And the call might have changed now, right? The fact that it's gone into an Astralis tactical timeout, Flashy may be changing what the call was. And neither Elige or Malbs had the best mid spawns. So I guess if I'm Flashy and though one of 2 of them had a good spawn, I'd probably be a bit more content sticking with the call.
He's going to tuck into Cubby, supported by Stare. It is going to be Elige once again on these aggressive mid-fights. Stare goes down, Elige again with the opening. No response, Yabi just in time, and with Fuzi's support, Chewy can't get anything going. The wallbang brings him to 26. Yabi's just hiding in that smoke. Knows Chewy's looking for him somewhere. Damage through the board's unconfirmed. Hooksy backs away. If Yabi dares to jump up, he is a dead man. Dead now. Quick response. Hooksy does finish off the job through the boards. Oh, nice find from Naf. Unable to find a second though, and Hooksy and Ryu will close it down. Success for the opening day of play here in Atlanta for Astralis. Liquid thrust to the lower bracket.
Yeah, this is one of the 4 teams that should feel like a certainty for the playoffs. Dust 2, it wasn't a punish. They looked clean on that map, but going into Ancient, Liquid had a little bit more of a fight. Only 1 pistol round out of the 4 played. Astralis had to work hard for this one, but 13-11, it's still a 2-0, and they will take on the winner of M80 versus Legacy, which is just kicking off now. So their opponent will be decided in a couple of hours' time for tomorrow. Liquid, one of the North American representation, dropped down to the lower bracket. And if they want to make it to the arena, there's a lot of games of Counter-Strike that need to be played, including 2 best-of-3s on Wednesday if they can even get there. Tomorrow's all about survival. But Astralis, looking good.
Yeah, from strength to strength, you know, and pushed to the limits here on Ancient. I think that was a little bit of a sign of life. Good to see Elige in top form on that T side. He gave it his best shot at pulling it to OT. It comes down to the wire, the final round of regulation. Nice find from Hooksy, but the desk standing by to break this one down.
Yeah, after what was a disaster on Dust 2 for Liquid, great to see them coming back with some fight, with some vigor on this Ancient, but yet again, Yanko still amounting to that loss.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think that that's the issue at the moment, right? Like there are flashes here and there, but they're struggling to play good Counter-Strike consistently, even across of a single map, right? Like let alone a series, let alone a tournament, and that's been the problem for Team Liquid for a while now, you know, with different iterations of the roster. I mean, I feel like this has been the problem for them for years at this point in time, right? And yeah, it seems like they're just going to be needing more time, and yeah, if I have to say changes, further changes before they are able to find some better results and some consistency.
It's just a bit worrisome when you consider the lead up into this tournament. Obviously, what they did in Rio and the tournament before that as well at Dracodan was very, very underwhelming for Team Liquid. As said, coming into this game, that lost 4 out of the last 5 games, only beating Havu in a close 2-1 fashion. You take 3 weeks off, you know, you have time to practice, you have time to boot camp. Spoke to the players yesterday, they said they've been working hard, practice results are going well, you know, they're winning, they're starting to feel that it's all coming together. And then the first time you have to actually show that to the rest of the world and also show to yourself that practice is one thing, you know, official is another. You lose in this fashion to Astralis. Yeah, we can have the silver lining that Ancient was close, it was competitive, maybe it could have been overtime. At the end of the day, you just lost another game 2-0, which makes it 5 out of the last 6 losses is 2-0. You know, it's not even them pushing their opponents or getting to a third map. So it's very hard for me to be positive when I look at Team Liquid, regardless of how they feel internally the practice is going.
No, it's certainly rough times for Liquid, that goes without saying the least. For Astralis, though, so what we were talking about, the rebuild phase, slowly but surely, taking ever those steps closer. Obviously, now it's just going to be one more win that will cement them a spot in the playoffs. I think if we had to say an MVP for Astralis out of this one, if I raised you stare, Jacob, would you be okay with that?
I would be okay with it, but I would pick another one, to be completely honest. I think Yappy, over the course of this series, had an enormous amount of impact on Dust 2. T-side, he was the one finishing off the game for Astralis, had a swing of plus 14%, which is the highest I think I've ever seen, to be fair. Here on Ancient as well, they did a tremendous job. I think overall Yappy and Stare as a duo and as a combination are what's making Astralis so competitive at the moment. And I think Yappy, in the beginning of this rebuild, also said it himself, he struggled a little bit with the English-speaking vibe, you know, had to figure it out, but he's getting better and better, and we spoke about the ceiling of this team. If Yappy and Stare continues down the path they're on right now, then maybe they can raise that ceiling.
Yeah, absolutely. And we were talking beforehand about, you know, the performance at Rivals, and they're looking to bounce back here, show that was a one-off. That's a great start.
Yes.
You know, to do that, not only a victory, not only a 2-0 victory, but the manner in which they played. You know, dominant map number 1, very proactive, taking the fight to Liquid, and here in a bit more of a grindy game, you know, almost come from behind win at the very end to close it out, where, you know, some small frustration seeping in can be all it takes for you to start showing cracks and to lose the map and for the series to go into a third. So getting the job done, you know, straight away and closing out the game is really important for Astralis.
As Chad obviously mentioned as well, they will be playing the winner of Legacy versus M80. That's going down on the B stream right now. Actually 7-1 to Legacy at the moment. Only first map though is going to be Inferno. But yeah, it does feel doable for Astralis, kind of depending on whoever they face out of that one.
They're one of the favorites to head into the playoff, and I think they're one of the favorites to be in a semi-final as well, to be completely honest. I asked Rocker yesterday.
To go straight to the semi-final?
No. To be part of the semi-final.
I was going to say,
part of the playoff. Don't worry, I'm not that stupid. But to be completely honest, I think that's the vibe the team itself are showcasing right now as well. Rocker said it himself, you know, the bare minimum for Astralis at this tournament is the playoff, and I think that's fair enough to say when you consider the field of teams. But as he said as well, you know, why not a semi-final? Why not even more?
I have a question for you, Jacob.
Oh, no.
Do you think the guy in Liquid's huddle that's screaming, if he was actually screaming at the players, like during practice, do you think that would be more helpful?
I think anything at this point would be more helpful. So yeah, may as well try it out. You know, he annoyed me, so maybe he annoyed the players as well. I'm not quite sure.
He did better in the second map with no screaming and no huddle.
True. Maybe that's the issue.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. We can theorize on whatever the hell Team Liquid should be doing. They do have one more opportunity, obviously, to be saving themselves here at Atlanta, but I think we should be checking in with the brackets. This is exactly how Group A is looking. No surprises, really, to see Vitality making it through. It was nice to have Apex on here, Yanko, for a bit of an extended talk where he was reminiscing the last time that he played Boomage. Obviously, that's going to be happening in that qualifier game going down tomorrow.
Yeah, we were joking about first he took down Simple and Electronic, now Boomage. Because after this tournament he's gonna find Perfecto as well. Blade at some point, if he faces Navi in this tournament. But yeah, I mean Vitality, they're gonna be in the playoffs, most likely in the semifinals, no matter what. Although if it does end up being Vitality Foot in that seeding game, I think that would be the most interesting option that involves Vitality in those games. We saw Pain with a bit of an upset win over FaZe, I guess, to some extent. So we'll see what goes on there. And here in Group B, we saw Navi take care of business against Passion. Gamer Legion, a hard-fought series against Sinners, who are sort of a new face when it comes to the IEM circuit, and Astralis down there waiting for the winner of Legacy M80.
Is there a clear favorite in terms of that Legacy M80 in your mind?
Yeah, I mean Legacy probably.
Slight
yeah, a little bit.
Because they haven't been very convincing lately.
No, but seemingly they're getting back to it. They won a domestic domestic tournament. A couple of weeks ago. So at least they're coming with a bit of confidence. So I give them the edge. But same scenario right here. I would love to see Navi play Astralis in a best of 3 for a spot in the semi-final. That's sort of like the best option I can kind of create out of that bracket to see where Astralis is at and how far they can push Navi.
What happens if Legacy beats M80 and then M80 beats Liquid in the lower bracket and they're out in last place?
Would you be surprised?
Again.
Would you be surprised?
No.
No, me neither.
But I mean...
But isn't that sad that we wouldn't be surprised?
Yeah, how deep does how low is rock bottom?
See, the only reason we're not treating Liquid the same way as we're treating FaZe is that Liquid qualified for the major.
And the funniest thing is they put Joker Steve as their sub. So they can't even, they can't even pull any last minute. Like that actually will probably the only thing that would make this worse for Team Liquid.
When you were saying the Team Liquid changes, does anything stand out to you? Like, is there an obvious one that you go, okay, immediately Trefix out? Because obviously they brought in Mabs, that was the most recent change, but you're saying at least 2 more. Is it obvious what?
I don't know. I just feel like, as we talked about, like the takers and everything, like Shui, with the way he likes to play himself outside of like however he wants to call, like when you have Elijah already on the team and someone like Malbs, it's like starting to become a little bit too much. And then you need to upgrade in the opping department, whether that means like getting someone who can be just more supportive and is actually good at it, or you get someone who is more talented and it can be used as more of a weapon. Like I'm always going to believe in Nav because he's a blue chip player, he's a proven winner, and he's a guy who is more passive on this team. Like, so you need to keep him in that sense. At least you just brought him. So what are you going to do, right?
Yeah.
But they also signed Shui to a long-term contract after a month into his loan, right? So it's tough to see, there's no obvious choice, and it's harder to know from the outside.
It's easy to see. The schedule for tomorrow. Once again, it's going to be 4 best of 3s going down in tandem on the A stream and the B stream. So let's see the order of events that we are going to be witnessing. This is the A stream side of things. Going to be kicking off with FaZe versus NRG. And then, obviously that Vitality Bet Boom matchup that we were all alluding to. It would be safe to say, Jacob, that anything less than a semi-finals guaranteed berth of Vitality is already a disappointment, right? The expectations are so damn high.
Yeah, as long as they make the semi-final, I would love to see them play Foot in that best of 3 game potentially. And I've seen Foot, give it to Vitality a couple of times, take off a map from them, have a competitive series. So whether Vitality goes straight to the semi-final or not, they'll be there one way or another.
Foot versus Pain, that would cement indeed that seeding matchup for the semi-finals. I think, obviously Pain, a little bit of a complicated conversation going around them at the moment, but Foot, love what I'm seeing. I just hope that we get to see more of the same old from them.
Yeah, Foot is the favorite in that one, without a doubt, but they're not as convincing yet, or as consistent where you can just say, Pain has no chance. I mean, yes. Pain plays well, they definitely have a chance, but Foot has been getting better with each tournament that they've played in, getting more experience, lifting the trophy in Bucharest, so I think everything is pointing to them booking a playoff spot.
If you were going to rank, obviously it's Vitality first, Na'Vi. I feel like the conversation is between Astralis and Foot, right?
Yeah, and they were the final in Bucharest, right?
Yes,
so,
yeah.
Those were the 2 of the best team in that tournament. Because of that, I'll give it to Foot as a 3rd, but Astralis a close 4th.
Yeah, I'd agree with that sentiment. I think those are the two in contention for it. I think two different teams as well, you know, play very different Counter-Strike. Foot is energetic, you know, in your face, great aimers. Astralis is still more like the old school, you know, where Huxis has a system and Roga, you know, trying to teach some of these new guys coming into it, but two very emerging and cool teams to follow.
100%. Well, that does wrap up our day over on the A stream side of things. You want more Counter-Strike, though, as we just said, over on the B stream, it is Legacy taking on M80. It's only map 1 of that series, so hop on over there if you're interested in watching that. If not, we'll see you same time, same place tomorrow.
Twisting up the truth, this ain't new to me. Since the age of 22, I've been using it like it's fuel to level up, like it's champagne in my cup, like there's nothing interrupting my pursuit of dreams. There's a vision in my mind, it's consuming me. Take my confidence combined with opportunity, mix it up with unity, soon to be the greatest of my generation. Operation Victory. Fight or fly, we will stay through the perils we dare not to stray. Spark the match, light the flame. Out of luck, out of sight, dangerous, dynamite. Dynamite! Setting fire to the clouds at the speed of light. Going up, not coming down, screaming. Superman's kryptonite. Blowing up, dynamite. Dynamite! Setting fire to the clouds at the speed of light. Going up, not coming down, screaming. Superman's kryptonite. Blowing up, dynamite. Check it. Troubled days, lonely nights, lot of tears, lot of fights. Big dreams met with bigger lies. It ain't what it seems from the outside. On my downfall they pray. Will I surrender or will I betray? Given the trauma that lives in my brain, or use it to fuel up the fire in my veins. I never complain, I boss up and do it. If there's a battle, I'll fight my way through it. If the wind blows, I thank God that he blew it. Cause what is a blessing depends how you view it. The fruits of my labor are in abundance. Indispensable, I'm not redundant. Incomprehensible the way I've done it. When the struggle pushes me out, I'll shove it. I'll rise above it. Fight or fly, we will stay through the perils we dare not to stray. Spark the match, light the flame. Out of luck, out of sight, dangerous, dynamite. Dynamite! Setting fire to the clouds at the speed of light. Going up, not coming down, screaming. Superman's kryptonite. Blowing up, dynamite. Dynamite! Setting fire to the clouds at the speed of light. Going up, not coming down, screaming.
The Intel Extreme Masters Atlanta 2026 is brought to you by ESL in partnership with Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, and Zoe.
Rafa really making history. Absolutely phenomenal. And Ace is the champion of the Intel Extreme Masters World Finals.
Storm's still not quite done. MC is going to take this fight, though. 3 seconds left.
Last 2 rounds of action's got to start it well for ESC.
And this is a massive move for Zez, but he's not content with just a Nexus kill. He wants to win.
And it's all done. Astralis winning. Unbelievable Rogue with a 4-0 victory over Classic. And they did it again in the grand finals. It's Natus! Give it up for your Intel Extreme Masters World Champion!
He's going to fall down again.
double peek. He's getting his shot. Unbelievable!
Something special to throw up his decoy, and that's exactly what happens.
Got him in, sir. We are back!
Slacks and JBA to pull through a retake here. Dual Berettas on JBA, set up with the raid boss. And they're already spotting out Lotto peeking forward on the site here. Sadzine stuck in towards apartments. The bomb planted in the corner here, but a quick tap out from Sadzine. And Lotto now taken care of on the site proper. Sadzine, or rather Slacks, were leaning in on this bomb plant here, tapping it initially. Sadzine jumping out of the apartments here, realizes he's off it. And it's a full chase down. And it's going to be a game of cat and mouse to end this one off. Slack's going to be hunting a ghost here at this point as Sadzine ends up punishing and Legacy a crucial pistol, at least to make things a little easier for themselves in the second half.
Lake is trying to will his team back into these rounds, and it is not going great. Just, I mean, astonishing that he gets the second kill off, needing to put the new magazine in towards the pistol, but it gives them the chance, and the lack of the kit cost them. Slash just knowing he's in a tough spot. The player's a little bit too far away to realistically bait him in, but not close enough. But you can get the quick kill and still get the defuse off. Worst of both worlds.
We did see a force buy work for M80 in that first half. Didn't lead to lasting success, unfortunately, for them, but maybe the second half could be a little bit of the script here. HE avoided nicely by Lotto. They're already wrapping this round up in towards the A-bomb site through Moto. Really difficult to deal with. They're trying to buy as much time for these rotates, but JBA is hunted out of the round, and burning in the flames is Slacks' only option. Nart lasts a surprising amount of time with that flashbang, but the A-bomb site fully clear, and M80 gonna have to slink away.
Full credit onto the Legacy side. We've seen certainly some mistakes coming through from the others, but the Legacy side have been doing very well. Lotto 15-7, Sadzine 17-7, but it's been across the board. It really feels like when anyone's got their number called, they've been up for it. We've seen lots of moments from different players around the map. Very nice first half overall for the team.
It feels like everyone really able to make some right moves. Are not super required, but in terms of the positioning, I mean, yeah, Nissim always where he needs to be, anchoring things down so effectively, setting up Lotto and Dumao on those B-bomb sites. You had Sadzine, who just gave himself so many opportunities. He didn't need to hit everything, but positionally just got, you know, 4 or 5 shots off around it, felt like, with the op. And when you do that, the multi-kills are gonna come through eventually.
Tech pause. In my Counter-Strike game,